Chapter 1128 Reflection Su Hueju and sisters' eyes lit up when they heard that they could still sunbathe. They have all seen swimming pools before and go there from time to time, but this is the first time they have seen such a large swimming pool for sunbathing in Jiangcheng. And I saw it in a processing factory. Most of what they see is the open-air private swimming pool in the villa for sunbathing. They have it at home, but there is a drawback. It is very cold in winter in the north of Jiangcheng, that it's like November now. It's already very cold, and it's impossible to swim in the open-air swimming pool. And the size is simply not comparable to the swimming pool here. Can we swim and sunbathe here in the future? One of Su Huejuan's sisters asked. They usually want to bathe in such a large open-air swimming pool, and they have to travel far every time. This activity building itself is only provided to company employees, but if you really want to play, I can help. Linda said slowly. Thank you very much, Su Huejuan's sisters said with joy on their faces. Finished visiting the activity building, that a few people went downstairs and got on the sightseeing bus again. After the exchange they had just had in the activity building, everyone became a lot more familiar with each other. After 20 minutes, this is where we do our high-end customization work, Linda said and walked in with a few people. The sisters brought by Su Huijun followed in curiously, but they did not forget that they came here today to customize clothes. Linda gave a tour inside the high-end customization studio. Later, it was confirmed that several people were planning to customize a set of clothes, and one person wanted to customize a dress to attend a cocktail party. The other few people did not attend the reception, but they all had custom-made dresses for these rich wives. Even if there is no cocktail party to attend now, there will be a cocktail party sooner or later. It was approaching noon, and the size of the last person had been measured. Su Huijun glanced at the time, and then walked over quickly. It's almost noon. Let's go to the staff cafeteria for lunch. Hearing this, Linda looked at the time and found that it was indeed noon. Okay, Sister Huijun, let's go there now. Saying, Linda took the lead and walked outside the studio. Su Huijun hurriedly called for her sisters to follow. Come to the cafeteria. Linda didn't need to lead the way. Su Huijun had already taken the lead in introducing them. See those refrigerators with all kinds of drinks in them? Employees in the garment factory can drink whatever they want when they eat. The cooking place is over here, follow me. After some words, several people went directly to the place where they were cooking. Have you seen these meals? I'm not lying to you. You can prepare whatever you want to eat, but you can't waste it. Su Huijun introduced it to the sisters around her. At the same time, she took out a few dinner plates from the sterilizer on the side and gave them to her sisters. After seeing the dishes on the dining table, Su Huijuan's sisters already knew that what Su Huijun said before was not an exaggeration, that I don't know how it tastes yet, but just by looking at the color and smell of the dishes, I can already tell that the taste of these dishes will not be too bad, that I also think of the 5-story employee activity building, plus the food in the employee canteen. Several people couldn't help but sigh. The owner of this clothing factory was really willing to spend money. He reached out and took the plate handed over by Su Huijun and then started to cook. There are more than 10 kinds of dishes, and it is impossible for them to order some of all the dishes. After all, with their appetite, there is no way they can finish them all. My eyes wandered among the more than 10 dishes, and then I selected a few of my favorite dishes. Prepare meals. Several people came to the dining table together and started eating. How is it? How does it taste? Su Huijun saw that several sisters had already started eating, so she hurriedly asked. It's delicious. The taste is no different from those in star-rated restaurants. Is this really food from the staff canteen? If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was packed from a star-rated restaurant. It's really delicious. I like this dish very much and eat it often, but this one tastes better than anything I've eaten before. Su Huijun smiled even more happily when she heard the praises from several sisters. I just told you that the food in the staff canteen is delicious and rich. If you still don't believe it, please reply now. The chefs in this staff canteen are not just cooking ladies, but they are real chefs from star-rated restaurants. Star chef, the chef's salary alone will cost a lot. Your clothing factory is really willing to spend money. Su Huijuan's sisters looked at Linda and Su Yining and said with emotion that Su Yining heard the words of several people and said with a smile, "This is natural, but it is also beneficial to spend money like this." It seems like hiring a chef and building an employee activity building costs a lot of money, but what we get in return is employees' work efficiency and sense of belonging, which is very rare. In today's social environment, employees and companies often become antagonists. Companies never consider the situation of employees for the sake of profit. And employees don't have any sense of belonging because of the company's various behaviors. They should fish and fish when working. But our Changfeng apparel is different. The employees of our Changfeng apparel are integrated with the company. The company provides employees with good salaries and a good working environment. In order to keep their jobs, employees also began to work hard voluntarily. I can definitely say that working 3 hours in our garment factory is comparable to 5 hours working by employees in other companies. And once something goes wrong in the company, I believe those employees will not just sit idly by, at least I won't, in the restaurant. When Su Huijun heard Su Yining's story, she couldn't help but think of her own staff canteen and the working attitude of the employees, and she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind that if she also improves the food in the employee canteen, will it make those employees change their view of the company? At the same time, the sisters brought by Su Huijun were also lost in thought. Their families all have companies. In order to save money, the food in the employee canteen has never been very good. Do you want to improve the food? Lunch will be over soon. Several people left Changfeng clothing with some worries. Jiangcheng Sports Center. The game interface was displayed on the big screen. Following the wonderful performances of some teams, warm cheers came from the audience backstage. Yao Beiguo looked at the game video and said, "Your club's promotion to the finals this time is already guaranteed. Look at the 4 players from your BL game club who are also very good, and they all led the team to the finals." Chinsung also smiled and said, "Today is the 3rd and final round of the group stage. After today's group stage competition is over, the top 20 teams with points will advance to the finals. And of those 2 teams, if one team wins the championship, their worth will increase several times." Chapter 11:29 Talent Training Base. Mr. Chen, you were joking. Those professional players are no longer players of our club. Even if their team wins the championship, the honor of winning the championship belongs to that club and has nothing to do with our BL game club. Yao Beiguo shook his head and said that the club pays most attention to the team's performance. If a club has a champion, it is a great honor. Mr. Yao is joking. Those players are from your BL game club. And I also know that because your BL game club is the organizer of the official game, it cannot participate in the official competitions held by itself and change the direction of the club. Now we start to train new professional players and then make profits by selling or renting them to other clubs. And your BL game club has begun to find talented players through the online competitions of the game, recruit them into the club, and start training. Now many clubs have begun to pay attention. If the 4 of away can perform well in those 2 teams this time, and even in the final if you win the championship in the competition, it will be much more convenient for your BL game club to rent or sell players in the future. If you finally make a process of training professional players and constantly train new and powerful professional players, if a few of the players rent it out win the championship, then the achievements of your BL game club will not be weaker than those winning teams. Over time, your BL game club will become a talent supply base for professional players, and many clubs will come to compete for the players trained by your BL game club. Chun Song said seriously. He and Du Zeding had discussed this matter. What is the biggest problem of a game club? That is the training of talents. It often takes a long time to train a newcomer. If the club has no results at that time, or the club is in a state of alternation between new and old players. If you want to quickly find a suitable player to strengthen your team, the fastest way is to go to other clubs to buy a mature and suitable player. After all, if you want to train newcomers, it will take several years to train them slowly, and during the years of training newcomers, the club is likely to have no results. If the club has no results, it means no income. Obviously, no club wants to take this risk, but in this case, there is a very bad phenomenon. That is, no club is willing to train new players so that every time during the club transfer period, the players in each club are exchanged. Without the injection of fresh blood, the strength of the old players also declines little by little due to their age, which is a vicious cycle over time. However, the behavior of the BL club fills the window period for training new players. Other clubs are worried that training new players will affect the club's performance, but the BL Game Club does not have this confusion. He does not have to participate in official game competitions and can concentrate on training new players. Once the new players are trained, they can be rented or purchased by other clubs. And those clubs who buy the new players who have been trained do not have to worry about affecting the club's performance. This move by the BL Game Club has greatly promoted the development of the esports industry. Mr. Chun, what you said is too idealistic. Yao Bei shook his head. On the ideal level, there is nothing wrong with what Chinsong said. But ideals are usually difficult to achieve. After all, in order to achieve what Chinsong said, the new players trained by their BL Game Club must achieve good results in other teams, and even have several players win the championship. But it is not a simple matter to want the club to achieve results. After all, there is only one world champion in a year. The trained players want to win the championship. They have to compete with all the top professional teams in the world. And the other players in their team must also be top players. The conditions for winning the championship are too harsh, and you can't get it just by wanting it. Mr. Yao, you must have ideals. As for whether you can achieve them, that's a matter for the future. Chen Gong Samai. Although the conditions for achieving the things he said would be very harsh if other clubs did this kind of thing, he only felt that there would be a chance. But the chance was not great that if it was the BL Game Club under the Tomorrow Group at that time, he felt that it would be very likely to succeed. After all, the various companies under the Tomorrow Group have done too many things, and before those things were done, no one was optimistic about them. That's right. Yao Beigwa nodded. You always have to have dreams. As he was talking, he looked at the game screen in front of him and found that the last game of the day had also ended. The Tinga Game Club and the teams of the 4 players who left the BL Game Club also entered the finals. After the game, there will be a 2-day rest period, and the 3-day finals will be held 2 days later. Mr. Yao, the game is over, so I won't talk to you anymore. I will go to the lounge to greet the players. Chen Song said, and then turned and left the lounge. Yao Beigwa watched Chen Song leave, and then left the lounge. The game was over, and there was no BL Game Club team here, so there was no need for him to stay. He left the lounge and headed straight for the back door. There was a dedicated passage for their official staff over there, so they didn't need to squeeze with the spectators outside. Hello, Mr. Yao. He had just taken 2 steps when he heard a shout from his side. Yao Bei would turn around and saw that a Wei and a Hai were standing not far away, with 2 people standing beside them. It was obvious that the 2 were the other 2 members of a Wei's current team. You didn't go back to the lounge? Yao Beigwa looked at the few people and asked. At this time, the players who had finished the game should have returned to the lounge. We came out to use the bathroom, and I didn't expect to see you, Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao, these 2 are... Away smiled and introduced the other 2 players around him. Yao Beigwa also said hello. As the team that Away and a Hai went to, he must pay more attention to them. He also knows a little about the other 2 players. They are very strong and can be considered as very good number 12 attackers in addition to Away's command and a Hai's role as a free man. The chemistry of the whole team is still very good. Chapter 11:30 Performance Training. How's it going? Are you confident about the finals? Yao Beigwa looked at several people and asked. For the BL Game Club, they still hope that the team of Ah Wei and Ah Hai, or the team of Shosho and Ling Dang, will win this competition. In this way, it will have a good publicity effect on their future training of new talent players. I definitely have confidence, but this time there are many strong opponents, such as Team Tange, Ling Dang's team, and the strength of these teams is very good, so even though I have confidence, but we are not sure whether we can win the championship. Awei said, their team is not bad. They must be confident. Having confidence is a good thing. Come on, I'll go back first. Yao Beigwa reached out and patted Awei on the shoulder, then turned and walked outside. Mr. Yao, we're going back to the club tomorrow. They both want to eat in our club canteen. Awei saw Yao Beigwa turning around and spoke quickly. You can do whatever you want with this little thing. Take a break. Stand at attention. Yi Fan looked at the team of 3,000 people in front and kept sending passwords. The team of 3,000 people, under Yi Fan's command, constantly changed their formations. Although it was a formation of 3,000 people, under Yi Fan's command, it was still orderly. On the viewing stand, Li Mauda turned to look at Mr. Chun, who was sitting beside him, and said slowly, Mr. Chun, how do you feel? Very neat and well-trained. But how is the combat effectiveness? Chen Montag noted in Admiration. To be able to train to such a neat point must have been a lot of effort. But as a security guard, the more important thing is combat effectiveness. After all, during the work process, you still have to deal with more dangerous emergencies that this time. No one wants to watch your formation. They are more concerned about your combat effectiveness and whether you can quickly stop the danger. Mr. Chun, the performance of combat effectiveness will come later. Li Mauda said, training at Feiwu Security, formation is just the most basic training every day. More of it is combat effectiveness training. After Chinemo heard Li Mauda's words, he looked at it quietly. Before long, the formation of more than 3,000 people suddenly changed, and every two people faced each other, and then fought together. Even though he was sitting in the stands, he could still clearly see the battle between the security personnel below. This battle was very real, and there was no element of exaggeration or interpretation. The feeling of the punch hitting the flesh is very real. Some people were even knocked to the ground violently by another person, and there were even a few pairs of fights that directly twisted and dislocated the other person's arm. This is a real fight. Chinemo was surprised when he saw the battle scene below. He originally thought that the performance of combat power was just a display of strength such as weightlifting and push-ups, but I didn't expect it to be such a real battle that he has just brought himself into the battle. Although he has exercised at a certain intensity every day during this period and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved, if he fights with anyone below, he will probably be killed instantly. How about Mr. Chin? Li Mauda asked. Is there really no problem if they fight like this? Chinemo asked with some worry. The original purpose of setting up this security company was to consume system funds. It would be good if it could also improve the combat effectiveness of security personnel while consuming funds. After all, the Tomorrow Group is so big now that it does need some capable security guards to maintain order. But for the sake of strength, it would not be good to train these security personnel to cause problems. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. These trainings are systematically planned and will not cause physical problems to those security personnel. Li Mauda said that he also asked Fan about these things at the beginning. After all, he is the manager of a security company. If there are some problems during the training process, he, as the manager, cannot escape his involvement. However, Fan's answer to him was that these trainings were the most basic, and his training intensity in the Special Forces was more than twice as high as it is now. There won't be any problem that he also asked about the training veterans, and the answer he got was indeed the same. And then he relaxed. That's good. After hearing Li Mauda's answer, Chinemo nodded relaxedly, and then continued to speak. If I remember correctly, these security personnel should have finished training. He clearly remembered that the time it took for these members to train and become masters was half a year, and calculating the time, it was almost half a year. Yes, Mr. Chen. According to the planned training, the training will be completed at almost the end of December and can be arranged to various companies in the Tomorrow Group. This is why I asked Mr. Chan to come over and watch the training. Now we can arrange the distribution of these security personnel to various companies. The other thing is, after these trained security personnel are deployed, what are their next steps for non-military security? Please say a few words at the end of the training, Mr. Chun. Those security personnel have admired you for a long time. Li Maud said with a smile. It is almost December now, which means that the training will be over in more than a month. That he called Mr. Chin over to let him see their training results at the same time. Please ask about the next development plan, staff arrangement. Chinemo heard Li Maud's words and thought about it for a while. After the security personnel training is over, they do need to be arranged to various companies under the Tomorrow Group. For the personnel arrangement, you should communicate with the managers of each company and give them the number of security personnel they need. Also, after they officially enter the various companies under the Tomorrow Group, the salaries of all security personnel will be increased by 50%. As for the next development plan, it is to continue to recruit new security personnel and then train them again. The number of new trainers should remain at 3,000. Chinmo simply arranged the next work of the security company and then continued to look at the team training below this time. The combat training has ended and turned into an endurance display. Time passed little by little. The performance training is over. Fan ran up to the stands quickly. Looking at Mr. Chun sitting in the stands, he said loudly, "Report to Mr. Chun, the performance training is over. Please give instructions. The training is very good. As the head coach, you have made great contributions. This month's bonus is 50,000. The other deputy instructors will be rewarded 30,000, and the remaining security personnel will be rewarded 10,000. Limauta will write these down and then notify the finance department. The bonus will be paid together with the bonus next month. Chapter 1131 Finishing. Chinemo said with a smile on his face. How could he miss this opportunity to consume funds? Although these bonuses are nothing compared to today's billions of funds. But mosquitoes, no matter how small they are still meat. So spend as much as you can on them. Dawei Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard Mr. Chen's words, but he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I thought to myself, Mr. Chen really has a personality. He will give out bonuses whenever he disagrees with someone. I remember that the same was true for the employees of Tomorrow Group during the previous training. After every training, he would receive a bonus of tens of thousands. Now, for a training exhibition match, there is a direct reward of 50,000 yuan, that if nothing else. Since I joined Feiwu Security, my family has never had to worry about money. Life has also improved a lot than before. Now the bonus alone is comparable to his salary in previous years of work. Mr. Chen, microphone. Limauta stood up from the side, then picked up a microphone and handed it to Mr. Chen. Nowadays, speaking in the stands must use a microphone. Upon seeing this, Chinemo reached out to take the microphone handed over by Limauta, stood up and walked to the front of the stands. His eyes falling on the security personnel below, he cleared his throat and then spoke slowly. Hello, everyone. I am Chinemo. As soon as the voice fell, there was a very neat applause from below. Chinemo was quiet for a moment, and then continued to speak after the applause disappeared. It has been 5 months since you entered Feiwu Security. You will have 1 more month to train, and your training will be over. But your working life is not over yet. You will be dispatched to various companies under the Tomorrow Group to maintain the safety of each company. Your work is very important, and it also contains certain dangers. Therefore, after you enter each company after training, the salary of all of you will be increased by 50%. Snap, 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 snap. There was another burst of violent applause. Chinemo listened to the fierce applause, nodded slightly, said a few words briefly, and then returned to his seat in the stands. After communicating with Limauta for a few words, he left the stand. Yang Dahai had already parked his car on the road, not far away. Chinemo opened the door and got in the car. Go back to the company. Now everything about the Tomorrow Group is basically within his expectations, and there is still a long time before settlement, but he is not in a hurry to consume system funds. So at this time, it's still good to go back to the group and play games. But the only thing that made him unhappy was that the AtoZ gameplay he developed was spread again without knowing it. Are new ways of playing spreading so fast now? Chinemo was confused and had already begun to think about new hero gameplay. Kyoto, film and television city. Past. Hu Bian and Huang Ying looked at the shooting and shouted loudly. As soon as this sound was heard, the shooting venue instantly burst into warm cheers that AS members of the crew. They all knew that after the scene just passed, it meant that the filming of Dream Westward Journey was completely over at that moment. Hu Bian listened to the cheers of the crew, turned his head and looked at Huang Ying, and both of them smiled. Director Hu, after the filming of Dream Westward Journey is over, I will go back to Jiangqing to deal with the editing. Huang Ying looked at Hu Bian, smiled, and said, Yeah, editing is very important. You must check it more often. Hu Bian nodded. Huang Ying was in charge of Dream Westward Journey. Now that the filming was over, he would naturally have to return to Jiangqing to start editing, but he didn't have too much worry about this. The editing of the previous Demons and Wandering Blue Star were very good, so basically there will be no problems with the editing team. Moreover, the editing was carried out simultaneously with the shooting. He had also seen some edited clips, and there were no problems. I know Director Hu. Huang Ying nodded. After being a director for so long, she still knew what was important. She didn't want the movie she shot to become the first bad movie from Blue Film. I trust you. Hu Bian smiled and said, Huang Ying has grown very fast during this period, and there is also President Luo Xiaoluo in charge of Jiangqing. After a few simple words of communication, Hu Bian picked up the small speaker on the side, looked at the crew members and spoke slowly. The filming of Dream Westward Journey has come to a successful end here. Everyone has worked hard during this period of filming. The final ceremony will be held here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the same time. The hotel was also booked. After the closing ceremony, everyone went to the hotel to celebrate. Bang, 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 bang. Warm applause broke out, accompanied by shouts. It's done! I hope the Great Dream Westward Journey will become the third popular movie of Blue film and television. Explosion, explosion. We won't come home until we get drunk tomorrow night. Yes, I won't come back until I'm drunk. You have forgotten that red wine is required at the wedding banquet. Director, who can you not drink red wine at the murderous intention banquet tomorrow night? Hu Bien listened to the crew's shouts and did not stop them. He just listened with a smile on his face. But when I heard the word drink red wine, my smile froze and gradually became a little bitter to wine. He doesn't like drinking either. But drinking red wine is the corporate culture of the group, and he cannot change it. It will at the same time. Not far from the crew of the Great Dream Westward Journey, there is another crew that is wrapping up filming. Chang Rui stood in the center with a faint smile on his face. The Magic City Fortress is something he is very optimistic about. It is now officially finished and will be released during the Spring Festival after the editing is completed. That it will definitely be a hit at the box office. However, during the editing period, Magic City Fortress still needs to be promoted. Blue film and television's Wandering Blue Star just did not promote it. If it had been promoted, the final box office would have increased by at least 30%. Chang Rui sneered in his heart. Chinemo is really stupid that it's such a shame that such a good movie has no publicity at all. The filming is over. Chang Rui didn't stay long and left the set with the two women. Young Master Chang, let's go there. One of the women asked. Where to go? Of course, wherever we are the only one. Chang Rui smiled. After about an hour, Chang Rui parked the car slowly in the hotel parking lot. Then he couldn't wait to open the door and get out of the car. He went to the front desk to go through the formalities and then rushed straight to the elevator. Enter the elevator and head straight to the top floor. Soon the elevator stopped. Chang Rui pulled the two of them quickly to a room. The room was very large, especially the bed, which was shaped like a heart. We'll stay here today. I'll take a shower first, Chang Rui said and walked directly into the bathroom not far away. Chapter 11:32 billion. Not long after, Chang Rui came out with a bath towel around him and said to the two women waiting outside. You should go take a shower too, he said and walked directly into the room. Now that the film has been completed, the only thing left is editing. After editing, it could be released during the Spring Festival. He believes that as long as the sci-fi film adapted from the novel of a well-known author is released, it will definitely cause a sensation, surpassing last year's Wandering Blue Star. But before that, the publicity should be implemented first, Chang Rui thought in his heart, with an unconcealed smile on his face. Not long after, two women came out of the bathroom. Mr. Chang, there is one thing you can promise us. The woman walked to Chang Rui's side and naturally put her arm around Chang Rui. What is it? Chang Rui turned his head to look at the woman, and his hands had begun to become dishonest. Mr. Chang, the film has been shot, and the next one is editing and publicity. I want to increase my screen when promoting it, the woman said. Now that the filming of the movie has been completed, her role is not much overall, so if she wants to show up more, publicity is a good way. I want it too, another woman also said coquettishly. That's easy, wait for me to go back. It's just a matter of a word. But whether it can be done depends on your performance today. Chang Xiao, you are so bad. The woman screamed in pain, then hit Chang Rui with her little fist, and then her body slowly slid down. The next day, Jiangsheng Tomorrow Group president's office. Chinemo looked at the reports of various companies under the Tomorrow Group, took out a piece of rough paper, and started to calculate. With the changes in various companies under the Tomorrow Group during this period, some of the income and expenditure calculated before have also changed. First of all, the biggest change is Nanshi Takeaway, because the Nanshi Takeaway store in Kyoto opened, and there is also the training of 20,000 chef trainees. The monthly expenditure of Nanshi Takeaway has increased to 900 million. Among them, Nanshi Takeaway in Jiangxing consumes 100 million yuan a month, and Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto spends 600 million yuan a month. Finally, The training of 20,000 chef trainees costs 200 million yuan a month. In this case, the monthly profit funds will be reduced by 800 million yuan. The profit calculated before was 4 billion yuan a month, so the reduction of 800 million yuan is 3.2 billion yuan. In the future, the monthly profit funds of Tomorrow Group will be 3.2 billion yuan, and Wang Maoyan has already started to inspect the Magic City. After the inspection in the Magic City is completed, it will also cost a lot of money to fully expand Nanshi Takeaway in the Magic City. In addition, the branches of Chongfeng Clothing and Jinhao Kin Food have now been built. Both companies can build 2 more branches. After the settlement, the profits in October and November were 4 billion yuan, and now it is almost December. Because of the expansion of Nanshi Takeaway and 20,000 chef trainees. Therefore, the profit of Tomorrow Group in December will be reduced by 800 million, which is 3.2 billion. By the end of December, Tomorrow Group can still make a total profit of 11.2 billion. However, just after the settlement, he invested in the Lao Lu massage project and counted the compensation of 100 million for Lu Mingfeng's massage technology, a total of 900 million. In addition, some time ago, he invested 5 billion in the Desert Oasis project. But it's a good thing that Kin Food got him another 5 billion order. In addition, the 100 million he invested in the performance venue of Tomorrow's Star was directly filled by Wang Chong's film remuneration. Chinemo looked at the records on his rough paper and shook his head helplessly. Those old 6 in the company are really against him. How much money he consumes, how much profit he gives me. Currently his system funds are still 7.1 billion. And next month, that is December, he will still have 3.2 billion in profit. In other words, by the end of December, if he doesn't spend the funds, his system funds must be at least 10.3 billion. However, more than 100 million of them can be transferred to the charity fund account. But even so, he still has more than 10 billion funds to spend. Chinemo leaned back in his chair and took a sip of the coffee on the table. For him at present, there are still some ways to spend more than 10 billion system funds. He can invest 10 billion in the Desert Oasis project every year, and now he has just invested 5 billion. And there is still an investment gap of 5 billion. In addition, the 2 branches of Chongfeng Clothing and Jinhao Kin Food have not been implemented yet. The maximum investment funds allowed by the system for a branch factory are 800 million, and the 2 companies can open a total of 4 branches. If they are implemented at the same time, that is 3.2 billion. In addition, the development of Nanshi Takeaway in the Magic City is still in the inspection stage. After a while, the inspection will be almost over. Nanshi Takeaway is a very large capital investment. It will take 3.2 billion to fully expand in Kyoto. And the funds needed for the full expansion in the Magic City will definitely not be less than that in Kyoto. So Nanshi Takeaway will also need at least 3.2 billion yuan. These alone can consume 11.2 billion system funds. This does not count the ancient cultural heritage investigation team that has been established. If traditional massage skills like Lu Mingfeng are found, they can try to negotiate investment. And the largest investment is the Chinese medicine project. For various reasons, Chinese medicine has gradually become desolate. If left alone, it is very likely to be lost over time. Chinese medicine is a treasure left over from China for 5,000 years. If it is lost like this, it would be a pity. And many diseases will be better treated by Chinese medicine. So this Chinese medicine project must find an opportunity to invest. However, there is no good Chinese medicine master at present, and there is no way to invest. He can't just find a Chinese medicine master and invest directly to let him train new Chinese medicine apprentices. This is definitely not okay. Doctors, save the dying and heal the wounded. Although he wanted to consume all the system funds, he did not want to establish a TCM industry with no ability. This is not a pet park, short video, or other projects. If it is not done well, it will kill people. Therefore, even though he knew that investing in TCM was a good project to consume funds, he still did not do it immediately. That he was waiting for an old TCM doctor with superb medical skills to appear. Chapter 1133 Traditional Chinese Medicine. Only with an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor with superb medical skills can he invest and start a business. After all, only people with extremely high medical skills can train students whose medical skills are not too bad. Chinemo thought for a moment, then put the tissue paper aside. Now he has a total of 7.2 billion system funds in his hands. If he waits until the end of December, it will be more than 10 billion. Accumulating too much system funds will not be good. After all, if you want to obtain more system fund through settlement, you still need to spend the funds below the initial system funds. The initial system capital for this settlement is 100 million. As long as the remaining system capital at the time of settlement is less than 100 million, he can obtain a tenfold conversion. As long as it is less than 1 million, he can obtain 10 million personal assets. If you want to convert more personal assets, it is better to consume system funds. Chinemo thought for a while, and then called Jiang Cheng from the clothing factory and Meng Xiaohong from Jinhao. The branch factory must be implemented sooner or later. The construction should be completed as soon as possible, and the employees should be recruited as soon as possible. Salaries can also increase a certain amount of capital consumption. About an hour later, there was a knock on the office door. Then Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong walked in from outside. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong said hello. "Well, sit here." Chen Mo looked at the two people and then walked to the reception area of the office. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong hurriedly followed, and then sat down opposite Mr. Chen. "I called you here today mainly because I want to talk about the branch factory. Both of your companies have now successfully opened a branch factory, but this is far from enough. My estimate for the garment factory and cannery is 1 main factory and 3 branch factories. And your two companies have 1 main factory and 1 branch factory respectively. So there are 2 branch factories missing each other. In order to accelerate the expansion, I will arrange for you to directly implement the other 2 branches." Chinemo looked at Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong sitting opposite and said slowly, "Mr. Chen, do you want to open 2 branches directly?" Jiang Cheng heard Mr. Chen's words and asked, "Yes." Chen Montauk nodded. "Mr. Chen, the garment factory is not profitable yet. Is it too risky to expand again?" Jiang Cheng said with some worry that Changfeng Clothing has always been in a state of loss. If we expand to 2 branches at this time, our losses will only be greater. Chinemo heard Jiang Cheng's words and looked over calmly. Before, Jiang Cheng would not refute what he said, but now he has begun to have his own ideas. He must have been in contact with the old guys in the group for a long time, and he must have been subtly affected that he sighed helplessly and then spoke. "You are right in saying this, but the last 2 branches must be implemented at any time. Then there's the profit you mentioned. Who can say clearly about this kind of thing? You see, really good cans, haven't they been in a state of loss before? It has now become profitable, and the change at this stage took less than a month. So, maybe after a while, the garment factory will be able to make a profit." "It's also possible," Chen Mo said. Jiang Cheng nodded when he heard Mr. Chen's words and said nothing more. Of course he knew about Jinhao Can, and he opened up overseas markets and directly turned losses into profits. In this regard, he is still very envious. Changfeng Clothing is Mr. Chen's first company, and now many other industries have entered a profitable state, while the clothing factory is still losing money. This can't help but make him a little envious. Don't pretend to be a super clothing factory. When will there be an opportunity to turn losses into profits?" But Meng Xiaohong, who was sitting aside at this time, didn't have any worries. After all, Jinhao Cans was now profitable due to opening up overseas markets. So there is no need to worry that opening a branch will cause the cannery to lose more money. Meng Xiaohong smiled slightly and then asked, "Mr. Chun, then we should choose a better place for our branch factory this time. Nowadays, whether it is Jinhao Can or Changfeng Clothing, the main factory is located in the north of Jiangcheng, and the other is in the south of Suzhou and Hangzhou. It would be better to ask about how to plan the next 2 branches." Chen Mo heard Meng Xiaohong's inquiry and then spoke. "I have an arrangement for the address of the branch factory, which is my hometown, Baiming County. As for the other place, you can choose it yourself. Now that the Tomorrow Group has developed to this point, he has converted millions of personal assets without saying much. When he went home last time, he also revealed some information about himself. So at this time, bringing Changfeng Clothing and Jinhao Cans to my hometown of Baiming County is a way of giving back to my hometown. After all, every year, there are a group of people going out to work in Baiming County. If he opened the branch factories of Changfeng Clothing and Jinhao Cans there, it would be a chance for those people to work in close proximity. And he believes that the treatment will definitely be better than those who go out to work. Of course, He has a more important purpose, which is to attract his parents to join the company. As the president of the company, he can make some conveniences for his parents. Baiming County. Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong heard what Mr. Chen said and instantly understood what Mr. Chen meant. They all knew that Baiming County was Mr. Chen's hometown, and Juhan Agricultural Base was in Baiming County. Chen was going to open a branch factory in his hometown, which was obviously to provide some benefits to his hometown. But this was also understandable, that if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking in the night with brocade. Chen, the president of such a large group, can do something for his hometown. What's wrong with that? We understand, Mr. Chen. Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong nodded. Well, that's good to know. The budget for the branch is the same as before. One branch will cost 800 million yuan. If each of your companies opens 2 branches, that's 1.6 billion yuan. The funds will be transferred to your company's account within 3 working days. Chen Montag spoke slowly. The 4 branches directly consumed 3.2 billion yuan of system funds, and he currently has 7.1 billion yuan of system funds. After consuming 3.2 billion yuan of system funds, there are still 3.9 billion yuan of system funds left. After arranging the affairs of the branch, Jiang Cheng and Meng Xiaohong got up and left the office. But before leaving, one of them took 2 tea leaves. Chen Mo sent the 2 to the door of the office and sat down at his desk. He used to only want to give tea to those who performed well. But now the situation is different. Chapter 1134, Watching the Game. Without pressure now, there are so many Laosu that if he actually delivers tea as he had thought before, he might not be able to deliver a box of tea for a long time. We can only make changes in the tea delivery. As long as people come to the meeting, we will give 2 boxes of tea directly. It's a waste of funds. That he sat back on his seat and looked at the computer in front of him. After thinking about it, he sat up straight and prepared to play a game or 2, but just as she was about to log into the game, Shinro walked in from her office, holding a report in her hand. Mr. Chen, this is the report from the BL Game Club. Please read it, Shinro said, and put the information report on the table. Well, I understand. Chen Mo nodded, then picked up the information on the table and read it. After a while, put the information aside. It turns out that the official extreme survival competition has reached the final stage. Yao Bagwell wanted to invite him to watch. The game time is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Chinamo looked at the information in the report, thought for a long time, and finally chose to go over and watch. This time, there will be no BL Game Club teams in the official extreme survival event, so he won't have any worries if he goes to watch IT. IT makes no difference to him who wins the championship. It's okay to go and take a look, and I happen to have a lot of leisure time during this period. Baishu Law Firm, well, yes, you can take this case. It's not detailed enough and needs to be improved, otherwise it will be easy for the other party to take advantage of the loopholes. If you are not qualified, write a new plan. Tang Xiu looked at the case plan handed over by a lawyer who had become a full-time lawyer, and then made comments based on the content of the plan. A famous lawyer came in and submitted his plan. Because of the previous public welfare legal aid, they had more or less potential clients. Now that they have become regular clients, they can naturally take on those clients' cases. But these people had just become full-time employees, so she still had to keep a close eye on them. This is the first batch of business for Baishu Law Firm, and she wants to leave a good reputation. Tang Lu, this is my case plan. Please take a look. Su Wan put the information in her hand on the table in front of Tang Xiu. Is there anyone else behind you? Tang Xiu picked up the information handed over by Su Wan and asked. Tang Lu, I am the last one. Su Wan answered. Tang Xiu nodded when he heard this, and then opened Su Wan's case plan and started reading it. After a while, he slowly put the plan on the table and looked up at Su Wan with some appreciation on his face. Your plan is very good. Just follow the plan, and it will be fine. Tang Lu, is there nothing that needs improvement? Su Wan asked carefully. There is no need to modify it. Your plan is already perfect. Just follow it. Are you growing quickly? Keep up the good work, Tang Xiu said. Among all the case plans just submitted by the regular lawyers, Su Wan's plan is the most complete. This was something she didn't expect. In terms of talent, Su Wan was not the strongest, but now it seems that it is growing the fastest. I will continue to work hard. When Su Wan heard Tang Xiu's answer, there was a hint of joy on her face. Being able to get Tang Lu's approval is still something worth being happy about. I believe in you and look forward to the day when you become a famous lawyer. Tang Qiu looked at Su Wan with a smile on his face. The next day, start at 6 o'clock, Jiangqing Sports Center. Yandai drove around Jiangqing Stadium twice and finally stopped at a parking space farther away. Today is the day when Extreme Survival officially holds the finals of the competition. There must be a lot of people coming to watch, so the parking spaces are still very tight. After Chen Mo explained to Yang Dahai, he went straight to the sports center that he walked through the back door of the sports center. He didn't need to line up with those watching the game outside. He could just go in directly. Just as he walked to the back door of the sports center, he saw Yao Bagua already waiting at the back door. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Yao Bagua saw Mr. Chen approaching and hurried forward to greet him. "Well, when does the game start?" Chen Mo looked at Yao Bagua and asked. "Mr. Chen, the game starts at 7 o'clock, and it hasn't started yet." Yao Bagua heard Mr. Chen's question and answered. "Well, let's go in." Chen Mo nodded, and then followed Yao Bagua into a lounge. Mr. Chen's coffee. After entering the lounge, Yao Bagua quickly brewed a cup of coffee and placed it on the table in front of Mr. Chen. Chen Mo took the coffee brewed by Yao Bagua, looked at the somewhat simple lounge, and then asked, "The competition base hasn't been built yet, okay?" "Mr. Chen, the competition base is currently in the final stages. It will be almost completed in March next year," Yao Bagua said. "Oh." Chen Mo nodded when he heard the words. It will be completed in March, which means that it will take 4 months to wait. 4 months later, if there are official games, he can watch the games comfortably in the lounge. Moreover, among the teams in the competition, as the organizer, they have no way to participate in the official events organized by themselves. So when he watches the official events organized by himself, he does not have to worry about his professional team winning the championship that it's nice to watch the game without the pressure of your own team winning the championship. Chen Mo secretly thought, but not long after, there was a knock on the door of the lounge, and then the door of the lounge was pushed open, and then 4 young figures walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." Awei looked at Mr. Chen, who was sitting across from him, and hurriedly said hello. They didn't have much contact with Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen usually went to the BL Game Club to arrange tasks. They could see him at that time, so they recognized Chen Mo the moment they saw him. "Are you guys?" Chen Mo heard the sound and looked up at Awei. He felt a little familiar with these heads, but he couldn't name them. "Mr. Chen, I'm Awei, this is Ahai, Ling Dang, and Beast. We were all players in the BL Game Club before. However, because we, as the organizers, cannot participate in the official events held by our own family, Mr. Yao rented us out." Awei heard Mr. Chen's question and quickly answered. He was not surprised that Mr. Chen did not remember them. After all, Mr. Chen was the president of a group and had many things to do, so how could he remember them? It's them. When Chen Mo heard Awei's words, he immediately thought of the last time they won the championship. Chapter 1135, the final begins. Last time, it was Awei and his team who won the Tinga Cup held by Tinga Game Club. That time, Extreme Survival was already very popular. After winning the championship, the club's peripherals and team uniforms were sold very well. These professional players also contributed to the failure of the settlement. But now these players have been rented to other clubs, and he is much less worried. At least the performance of these people in the new club has nothing to do with him. Even if they win the championship, it is the honor of other clubs. I know that you guys can't participate in the official competition due to the restrictions of the organizer. It's really a pity, but now you are rented to other teams and can participate in official competitions. I am very happy. You are all very strong. I believe that even if you enter other teams, you can achieve a good result. Chen Mo looked at the 4 professional players and said politely, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen. We will work hard." Awei and his team were very excited when they heard Mr. Chen's words. Although they were rented to other teams, their own contracts were still in the hands of BL Game Club. When the rental contract expired, they were still players of BL Game Club in essence. They were very happy for Mr. Chen's praise and recognition. "Well, my game is about to start. Why don't you go and prepare?" Chen Mo glanced at the arena and found that some team players had already entered the arena. "We are going to prepare, then Mr. Chen, we will leave first." After saying this, Awei left the lounge with several other people. Brother Wei, I will not show mercy in this game. Ling Dang walked to Wei and said seriously, "This is natural. We are brothers off the court, but we don't need to talk about brothers on the court. I only have my teammates and the gun in my hand and my eyes." Wei nodded. They have already entered two teams. If they still pay attention to brotherhood on the court, then it is irresponsible to the current team, irresponsible to the current teammates, and disrespectful to the official event. Haha, then we will show our true strength. My goal is to win the championship. Which professional player's final goal is not to win the championship? That's true, but under my contact, our team is wearing the uniforms customized by Chongfeng Clothing in this competition. If we can win the championship, we can also get some orders for Chongfeng Clothing, just like we won the championship last time. I know about this matter. Didn't I contact them too? Haha, I also know that the Tinga team also uses the uniforms customized by Chongfeng Clothing. As long as one of our three teams wins the championship, Chongfeng Clothing can get a large number of orders. In the lounge, Chinamo leaned back on the sofa and looked at the big screen in front of him. It was the opening ceremony of the finals. Several singers from Blue Film Entertainment came on stage to sing. The most exciting one was naturally the song Reverse War he gave to Zhonglan. This song is very suitable for the gunfight game Extreme Survival. Looking at the reaction of the audience, it is obvious that these singers have also begun to gain some fame. That guy Zhonglan can make things happen for him, even if he is not there. If all the singers on the stage become star singers, the profits brought to Tomorrow Group every year will definitely not be few. Chinemo secretly complained in his heart. But he couldn't care more about these things, and he didn't have so much energy to care more. Now there are so many companies under the group, and each company has different projects. If he has to supervise everything, then even if he doesn't eat, drink, or play games, he may not be able to handle all the things. So some things can only be allowed to develop freely, and he can only control the overall direction. From the acquisition of the system to now, everything he has done can basically be loss-making. But there are too many old six in the company who always misinterpret his meaning and then make his plan that could have lost money deviate from some deviations and finally become a profitable project. Chinemo was helpless. The performance on the stage has ended, and after the host narration, the competition officially began. The game screen has begun to appear on the big screen. The plane route appears, and each team chooses their own landing point to start parachuting. Chinemo watched the teams benchmarking and paid more attention to the teams where Wei and Lingdang were. The game started with a boring stage of collecting supplies. The real excitement of the game was in the third circle, when the safe zone kept shrinking and the area where people could survive was also shrinking. Teams began to meet and fight. Chinemo held a cup of coffee and watched the game quietly. This game could actually be watched at home, but the feeling of watching the game at home was different from watching it in person. Time passed little by little. There was only one game left. Chinemo stretched his back and looked at the big screen in front of him. At this time, the last game was already halfway through to AT this time. The position of Wei's team was already outside the safe zone, and the circle was slowly shrinking. If they wanted to survive, they had to go to the hillside in front. However, there was already a team on that hillside at this time, and at this time, there was bound to be a battle. And Wei's team was outside the safe zone, and this team had a natural disadvantage that I don't know how they will face it. Chinemo looked at the scene in the game and thought secretly in his heart. But soon there was an answer that I saw that the team where Wei was, for people drove a car each and rushed straight to a direction on the opposite hillside. And that direction was the weakest point of the team on the hillside, and only one person was guarding their .at this time. The commentator in the background saw this scene and began to explain passionately. Team TV has started to move. They're going to go to the reverse slope on the right, where there is only one member of Team AF. If Team TV can rush over and recall the one member of Team AF left on the reverse slope, otherwise, facing four members of Team TV, it is very likely that they will not be able to resist. But Team TV's choice is really smart. The originally very difficult situation has been revived. I think it was probably when Team TV gathered the information that there was only one member of Team AF on the reverse slope during the previous gunfight, so they made the decision. Chapter 1136 Button Size. The commentator constantly analyzes the situation based on what is happening on the field. The battle was about to break out and was over quickly. The TV team won the reverse slope without any injuries, while the AF team lost its positional advantage due to the lack of one person. It fell directly into a disadvantage in the subsequent battle and was gradually cannibalized by the TV team that I in the lounge. Chinemo thought about the battle just now, which was indeed exciting. As expected of a player from the BL Game Club, his commanding ability and judgment of the situation are still very good. The game is still going on. As the safe zone continues to shrink, the fighting becomes more intense. Until the circle narrowed to the last circle, which was the finals, the TV team still survived and finally won the first place in the last game. The game is over. Chinemo stretched his waist, then stood up and walked out of the lounge. Seeing this, Yao Bagwa hurriedly followed. Behind. Mr. Chun, are you coming over for tomorrow's game? Come, but you won't be watching in the lounge tomorrow. Give me a seat in the auditorium, and I'll watch from the auditorium. Chinemo heard Yao Bagwa's words and spoke slowly. Watching the game today, I felt pretty good. However, since we are here to watch the game offline, it is definitely more atmospheric to watch it in the auditorium. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagwa nodded upon hearing this. As the organizer of the competition, it was very simple for him to arrange a seat in the auditorium. Chinemo nodded when he heard this, and then left the stadium directly. Tomorrow group, Sangshua Games. Mr. Wei, this is the extreme survival mobile game we have developed currently. It is currently in the internal testing stage of the game. If there are no problems, it will be released. You can then move on to the next stage, player testing, also known as internal testing. Through player trials, you can find deficiencies in the game. Also, if the PC game is changed to a mobile game, there will definitely be changes in the operation. Corresponding adjustments can be made based on the player's experience. Chun Song took his mobile phone and explained to Wei Yin about the operation of the extreme survival mobile game. After such a long period of research and development, the extreme survival mobile game has finally been developed. Of course, this is also thanks to the help of Sangshua Games. Otherwise, if they were allowed to develop it themselves, even with extreme survival for comparison, they would not be able to complete it so quickly. Wei Yin looked at Chun Song's cell phone, which showed the screen of the extreme survival mobile game. Chun Song is controlling some characters to walk, run, shoot, and other action commands needed in the extreme survival game. All the operations are exactly the same as those of the PC game. The only difference is that the PC game requires a keyboard and mouse to operate, while the mobile game can operate everything with a mobile phone. After Chun Song finished the operation, Wei Yin also took the phone and operated it himself. Of course, the entire process was directed by Chun Kong. The entire process is completed. Wei Yin returned the phone to Chun Kong. How about Mr. Wei? Chun Song took the phone and asked. The gameplay has not changed because it is operated on a mobile phone. It can basically achieve more than 90% similarity. This is already very successful. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Although he doesn't like playing games very much, he has still played the games developed by Sangshua Games that he still knows very well how to play the game and how to operate it. This time. Mobile games just replace those operations with buttons on the phone screen that he just operated it. There are many buttons in the game, and different buttons correspond to different operations. However, his own gaming talent is not very high, and because he is older, the screen of his mobile phone is so big and there are so many buttons, making it difficult to operate it all at once. But this is his own fault. Chun Song's operation was very smooth just now. So, there should be no problem with playability. As long as there are no problems, this is still the final version and it will definitely need to be updated before it is put on the shelves. Chun Song said slowly. The main reason he came here today was to let Wei Yin take a look at their research and development results. After all, this game was authorized by Sangshua Games, and during the game development, Sangshua Games also sent several technicians to help them with the research and development. So, as soon as the game was developed, he came over to find Wei Yin and told Wei Yin the results of the game's development. Wei Yin nodded when he heard Chun Song's words. Mr. Wei, do you think there is anything that can be improved on your trial just now? Chun Song asked. When he was fishing in Tomorrow Community, he heard a lot about Wei Yin from other managers. So I came here today to ask Wei Yin for advice on whether there is anything that could be improved in the currently developed mobile games. Any room for improvement? Wei Yin heard Chun Song's question, thought for a moment, and finally thought of a point and spoke. When I was operating the game just now, I felt that some buttons were very small to press. Sometimes it was difficult for me to press them. It would be nice if those buttons were larger. But I thought about it, maybe it's because my hands are too big. If some people have small hands, that button would be suitable. Also, the interfaces of different mobile phones will not be the same size. The buttons on large mobile phones will be larger, and the buttons on small mobile phones will be smaller. However, the size of the mobile phone and the size of the player's hand are not something we can decide. But we can decide one thing, and that is the size of the buttons. If we want the buttons on the mobile phone to adapt to everyone, we might as well design a function where players can freely set the size of a game button. Wei Yin slowly recounted his thoughts. When he was playing the game, he had been thinking that it would be nice if those buttons could be bigger. That way, it should be smoother for him to play. You can freely adjust the size of the button. Chun Sung's eyes lit up when he heard Wei Yan's words. When he was playing the game, he felt a little uncomfortable when pressing some buttons that if a function is really developed that allows players to freely adjust the size of buttons, they won't have to worry about button sizes not being suitable for some loving players. Thank you, Mr. Wei. I will communicate with the technical department when I get back and provide the function of freely adjusting the button size as soon as possible. Chun Sung smiled and said to himself, it was a good decision to ask Wei Yin for advice. What's there to thank you for? You developed the mobile game well, and it became popular after it was put on the shelves. We, Sangshui Games, are also the beneficiaries, aren't we? Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. Chapter 1137 Mobile Phone Performance, Mr. Wei. You are right. We are all beneficiaries. But without the authorization of Sangshui Games, we would not be able to develop the mobile games of Extreme Survival and Tianlong, right? With the popularity of Extreme Survival now, as long as the mobile games are developed, it will definitely be profitable. And you Sangshui Games handed over a project that is bound to be profitable to us, which is obviously giving us money, and they are still helping us during the production process. I must thank them. Tian Gong Yin Si. Although he had been idle before the establishment of Tinga Club, he still knew how to be grateful. The Tinga Game Club has been able to develop to this point, and Tomorrow Group has helped them too much. After hearing Chun Sung's words, Wei Yin didn't say anything and handed the mobile game project to Chun Sung and others. The first reason is that they can't develop it themselves because of Mr. Chin's request. But it would be a pity if such a good project is left alone, so they thought of authorizing the development of the mobile game project to others. The second point is that we have been cooperating with Tinga Game Club for a long time and are familiar with each other. It is always better to cooperate with familiar people than to find a new person to cooperate with. Then I will wait for the launch of Extreme Survival mobile game. I just don't know whether the final popularity can reach the current popularity of Extreme Survival PC game. I'm not sure about this. After all, the gameplay of Extreme Survival mobile game is the same as that of PC game, but the whole operation is completed by a mobile phone. In addition, the super large modeling and functional gameplay require very high mobile phones. Chun Sung also shook his head. He was sure that when this mobile game is launched, there will be many people playing it and it will not lose money. But he was not sure how popular this mobile game would be in the end. Mobile phone? Wei Yin fell into deep thought after hearing Chun Sung's words. That Extreme Survival mobile game has already determined the requirements for mobile phone configuration from the gameplay. If the mobile phone configuration is too poor, it is definitely impossible to play this game. Even if it can be played barely, it will still get hot and stuck after playing for a while, which greatly affects the game experience. That if this problem cannot be solved, there will probably be fewer players. However, Wei Yin soon thought of something and looked up at Shin Kong. If I remember correctly, Du Zeding's family is engaged in the development of mobile phones, right? Yes, their family's main business is mobile phones. Now the Hualing mobile phone, which is also very well known in the Chinese market, is considered a very good domestic mobile phone. Chun Sung nodded, and then thought of something and looked up at Wei Yin. Mr. Wei, do you mean to let Hualing Mobile develop a mobile phone that can play Extreme Survival? Yes, that's what I mean. Now the mobile game of Extreme Survival has not been fully developed, and the demand for mobile phone performance is still uncertain. If at this time, Hualing Mobile has a mobile phone with a reasonable price and can play games after the game is launched, will the sales situation be better? Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts that if Hualing Mobile develops a mobile phone that can play Extreme Survival very well at this time, Then, given the popularity of the extreme survival PC game, the sales of this Hualing mobile phone will definitely be good. The mobile game Extreme Survival will also increase the number of players and users due to the appearance of Hualing game console. Well, I can't make the decision on this matter, so Du Zeding may need to come and talk in person. Chen Gong spoke Salao. Although he and Du Zeding are both the bosses of Tinga Game Club, and they have a good relationship at ordinary times. But Hualing mobile phone is Du Zeding's family business, and he can't participate. Just like the Tiana Plaza he took over, Du Zeding is not involved. I'll contact Du Zeding, Chen Song said, and took out his mobile phone to call Du Zeding. Du Zeding has been dealing with the Haha Bicycle project during this period. Now Haha Bicycle has developed very well in Jiangxing and Kyoto, so they began to consider expanding to other cities. After all, because Haha Bicycle is very popular in the market, many shared bicycle companies have begun to appear. If they expand slowly, they are likely to be seized by other shared bicycle projects. After all, the first impression of everything is very important. The first bicycle that appears in a city must be the most popular. Even if there are other bicycle brands in the future, if you want to win the favor of the people in the city, you must pay much more than the first bicycle brand. So at present, Haha Bicycle has reached the most critical time, and someone needs to keep an eye on it all the time. The call was connected soon. What's the matter? Du Zeding's voice came from the phone, and there was also a roaring mechanical sound. Wei Yin was very familiar with the sound of the machine, which was very similar to the sound of the machines in the garment factory. It was obvious that Du Zeding should be in the processing workshop now. Where are you? I have something to talk to you about, Chen Song said. I'm in the bicycle workshop. To develop to a new city, a large number of bicycles need to be invested. I am communicating with the workshop to increase production. What is the matter? Du Zeding asked again. Isn't the mobile game Extreme Survival about to be developed? The configuration of the mobile game at that time may not be able to carry many mobile phones in the world. Mr. Wei and I just had a conversation. Your family is developing mobile phones. Let's see if your family can develop a mobile phone that can play the Extreme Survival game. If you are interested, it would be better for us to meet and talk. Chen Song briefly told the story. Some details were difficult to communicate on the phone. Okay, let's talk there. Du Zeding glanced at the production workshop and saw that the production tasks had just been assigned, so there was no need to stay in the production workshop anymore. When Chen Song heard this, he looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite. Wei Yin thought for a moment and finally spoke. Let's go to Nana Coffee and Diamond Shop on the east side of the city. Chen Song nodded, said the meeting address, and hung up the phone. Wei Yin also stood up and walked to the clothes rack not far away, put on his clothes, and looked at Chen Kong. Let's go there now. Du Zeding will probably be there by the time we get there. He knew the location of Haha's bicycle production workshop, which was about the same distance from Nana Coffee and Diamond Shop in the east of the city as the Minri Group was from Nana Coffee and Diamond Shop. Chapter 1138 Game Console also. It's almost time to get off work now. Go to the Nana Coffee and Diamond Shop in the east of the city. After talking about things, you can go home directly. And now that Chen Song and Du Zeding also live there, it will be much more convenient. The two of them left the office together, went downstairs to the parking lot, and drove straight to the east of the city. East of the city, Nana Coffee Diamond Shop. Not long after Wei Yin and Chen Song sat down, Du Zeding also arrived. I kept you waiting. Du Zeding looked at Wei Yin and Chen Song waiting in the coffee shop and said apologetically, It's not too late. We just arrived not long ago. Wei Yin spoke with a smile and then called the store clerk. I'll have 3 cups of the Kunlun boiled rain in your store. Okay, Mr. Wei. The clerk nodded and quickly walked towards the bar. She is already very familiar with Wei Yin. He is the general manager of Sangshua Games, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. When discussing business with some customers, he usually comes to their store. Every time I order Kunlun Brewed Rain, which is currently the most expensive coffee in the store, this coffee was developed by Mr. Sultan Su half a year ago. The production process and requirements are also very strict and complex. Moreover, the coffee bean is a very rare coffee bean, and the quantity sold every year is limited. Therefore, this coffee is currently only available at Nana Coffee's Diamond stores, and each store only sells a maximum of 5 cups a day, priced at 1,888 yuan. Today, their store just sold 2 cups, and they can still make 3 cups. Nana Coffee is currently losing money as a whole, but Nana Coffee Diamond stores in each city are not losing money every month, but their profits are not much. There is an essential difference between Nana Coffee Diamond Store and ordinary Nana Coffee. Ordinary Nana Coffee is said to be specialty coffee, but in specialty coffee, all the coffee is freshly ground and made, and the process is also very strict. Different beans have different roasting requirements. The IT is fundamentally different from those commercial coffees on the market. The coffee at Diamond Shop can be said to be the best among the best. All coffee beans are carefully selected, and the assigned baristas are among the best in Nana Coffee. The environment of the coffee shop is also very quiet. The only drawback is that the price of coffee is very expensive. The lowest price for a cup of coffee in Diamond Shop is 88 yuan. But it is precisely because it takes the high-end boutique route that it has not been affected by Nari Coffee. Although Nanrue Coffee has also opened a store similar to Nana Coffee Diamond Store, the environment inside and the taste of the coffee are not as good as Nana Coffee Diamond Store. Therefore, in the competition of high-end coffee, their Nana Coffee Diamond Store is completely victorious, so the number of customers every day is still acceptable. In addition, the price of coffee is very high, and the overall profit of the store is still very considerable. So on the whole, all Nana Coffee's diamond stores are not losing money. Especially the diamond shops in Magic City and Kyoto are very profitable. Mr. Song and Mr. Su from Nana Coffee had a meeting on this matter before. Is it necessary to turn all Nana Coffee shops into diamond shops? But in the end, this idea was rejected. Diamond stores have one fatal flaw, and that's the price. Although everyone likes coffee shops with a good environment, the extremely high prices are enough to dissuade many people. The price of ordinary Nana coffee today, if there is no pastry set, there will not be so many customers. What's more, the lowest consumption in diamond stores is 88 yuan. If Nana Coffee is transformed into a diamond store, it is very likely that no customers will come to Nana Coffee for consumption, because they can't afford it. In this world, there are only a small number of wealthy people, and most of them are ordinary people working at the grassroots level. They are very happy to meet a good group company like Tomorrow Group. The clerk smiled and stopped thinking about so many things. I already understand the general outline of the matter. Mr. Wei, what are you going to do? Du Zeding sat down on his seat and looked up at Wei Yin. The thing is very simple. Hualing Mobile can now start developing a mobile phone that can play extreme survival. This mobile phone mainly focuses on the performance of playing games. Other functions such as taking pictures, listening to music, etc. do not require too much research and development. The main focus is on playing games. We can name it a game console. Of course, during your development process, you can develop it based on the performance requirements of the extreme survival mobile game. Wei Yin quickly recounted his thoughts. Why not maximize the performance of listening to music and taking photos? Wouldn't such a phone be better? Du Zeding spoke with some confusion that if he goes to buy a mobile phone, he will definitely buy a mobile phone with more comprehensive functions, even if he may not use that function. If the performance of mobile phones is all improved, then we will inevitably face a problem. That is, the price of mobile phones is too high. Imagine if your current mobile phone is working very well and has no problems, and the game Extreme Survival happened to appear at this time, and you find that you can't play this game on your current mobile phone. At this time, two mobile phones appeared that can play Extreme Survival. One has very comprehensive performance, and the price was very high at the time. The other has very ordinary performance and was enough to play Extreme Survival at that time. Which one will you choose? Mobile phone. Wei Yin looked at Du Zeding and asked, I choose mobile phones with high performance. Du Zeding said without hesitation, why buy a mobile phone with incomplete functions? He is not short of money. Wei Yin was stunned for a moment when he heard Du Zeding's answer, but soon realized a problem, that he realized that he had asked the wrong person. With Du Zeding's worth, would he be short of the cost of a mobile phone? He would definitely buy a mobile phone with high price, but full functions. After thinking for a while, I changed my question. What about people whose monthly income is only 6,000 yuan? As far as I know, the price of a domestic mobile phone with full features and high performance is basically around 5,000 yuan. If it can also promote the game Extreme Survival, in the end the price may be around 6,000. At that time, if we didn't consider other performance and only considered being able to play extreme survival, it would be around 2,000 to 3,000. Which mobile phone do you think you will choose to buy? Wei Yin looked at Du Ziding and Chun Song and asked that Du Ziding and Chun Song looked at each other after hearing this. At this moment, they finally understood Wei Yan's intention, that if you spend a month's salary to buy a mobile phone just to play a game, it will definitely make many people hesitate. Chapter 1139. Time for mobile phone development, but if a game console with a price of 2,000 to 3,000 is released, many people will consider it. After all, it can play new games and the price is acceptable. The only thing sacrificed is other performance. But for today's mobile phones, if there are no special requirements, the most basic configuration is actually enough. Therefore, the suggestions put forward by Wei Yin are very practical, that he is worthy of being the number one person under Mr. Chun of the Tomorrow Group. Such abilities are beyond their reach that Du Ziding thought for a moment, and then continued to speak. I can go back and discuss with my family about the mobile phone. This project is also profitable, and they will definitely agree. However, it will definitely take time to develop new models and configurations. Now, Extreme Survival. If there are no accidents, will be almost ready to be released around March next year, and during this time period, it will only take 4 months to fully calculate. 4 months to develop a new mobile phone is definitely not enough. This is his only worry. Research and development of mobile phones cannot be completed overnight, that if the mobile phone comes online too late, it actually doesn't make much sense. Well, this is indeed a problem. I don't know much about the development of mobile phones. At that time, the launch time of mobile games was not fixed. Even if all testing processes for mobile games have been completed in March, the release can still be delayed by 1 or 2 months. Also, the mobile game has just been launched. There are definitely not that many people playing the extreme survival mobile game, and the demand for mobile phones is definitely not that big. So after the mobile game is released, it will definitely take some time for the mobile game to spread. When more people play the extreme survival mobile game, more and more people will demand mobile phone performance. By that time, if we can put the phone on the shelves, there will be no problem. Of course, this still requires that mobile phone development does not take too long. If the final development time of the game console is 1 or 2 years, it will definitely not work. Wei Yin explained his thoughts in detail. Du Ziding nodded slightly when he heard Wei Yan's words. If he followed Wei Yan's words, the mobile phone side would have about 6 to 8 months to provide them with research and development. But at this specific time, he is still unsure whether a mobile phone that can play the extreme survival mobile game can be developed. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke. Mr. Wei, I know about this. However, my family has always been responsible for the mobile phone. I don't know very well whether we can develop a game console that can play extreme survival in half a year. So do I, uncertain. So for any specific situation, I need to go back and consult the situation at home to get an accurate answer. Of course, before I go back, Wei Yin provided the strategy, and there must be some requirements. I do have some ideas. Wei Yin nodded slightly when he heard Du Ziding's words, and then continued to speak. Although Sangxue Games has not developed extreme survival and Dragon mobile games, it has already started to develop other new mobile games. My idea is that when our new mobile game from Sangxue Games is launched, your Hualing mobile app store can put our game at the top of the recommendations, or in some conspicuous place. Wei Yin talked about his needs, and the mobile game department of Sangxue Games has begun to develop new mobile games that he was not sure when exactly it would be developed, but one thing he knew. Because of Tomorrow Group's policy of not publicizing it, not many people will know about the launch of the mobile game. After all, mobile games are not like client games. Now, if a new client game is launched, even if it is not promoted, some people will pay attention to Sangxue Games' client game. But mobile games are different. Mobile games are on mobile phones. No one will pay attention to Sangxue Games' mobile games. After all, Sangxue Games has not released mobile games yet.in in this case. People who want more only know that Sangxue Games' mobile game is online, and the mobile mall is the simplest way. For people who want to play games, there will definitely be many people going to the mobile mall to find new games.at this time. The mobile mall put Sangxue Games' mobile games in the most conspicuous place, which undoubtedly increased the exposure of Sangxue Games' mobile games. You can also increase the Download volume of the Sangshue game mobile game when it is released. I know, Mr. Wei, this kind of thing, even if there is no mobile game, I will tell my family when Sangshue Games mobile game is launched. I can also ensure that all Sangshue Games mobile games will be launched in the future. Tours will be recommended on the homepage of Hualing Mobile Mall. Du Zeding said with a smile on his face. He was not talking casually. With the current relationship between Tange Club and Tomorrow Group, recommending it in the mobile phone mall is just a small thing. Ha 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 ha. Thank you very much, Mr. Du. Wei Yin smiled heartily, and at this moment, the clerk also brought the coffee over. Come on, have some coffee. Mr. Wei, this coffee is okay. It tastes very pure. Du Zeding took a sip of coffee and then spoke slowly. I don't understand this, but I heard that the coffee beans used are very crowded. Wei Yin said that he didn't know much about coffee. He would only take his partners to the coffee shop to have a cup of coffee and talk about things when he was discussing some business. Usually in the office or at home, he preferred to drink tea. Haha, I don't know much either. Chun Song echoed. Not long after, the three finished their coffee and left Nana coffee shop together. Mr. Chun, Mr. Du, if there is nothing else, how about we go fishing in the artificial lake of Mingri community? Arriving at the door of Nana Coffee, Wei Yin looked at the two people around him and asked, No problem, I've thought about fishing in the artificial lake for a long time, but I haven't made time. Since Mr. Wei invited me, I'll try it. Du Zeding said with a smile. Chin Song also agreed. Then let's meet at the artificial lake of Mingri community. Wei Yin nodded and then walked straight to the parking lot. At 7 p.m., Zhongqing Sports Center, Chinemo found a seat in the viewing seat according to Yao Beigua's instructions. The location is very front, and it is very convenient to watch the game. Today is the second day of the official finals of Extreme Survival. The game has started on time. Chinemo leaned back in his seat and watched the game start quietly. Chapter 1140 Hua Ling. The game continues. Whenever the game enters an exciting stage, there will be enthusiastic cheers or applause from the audience. Chinemo heard the warm applause and shouts, and his whole body was moved. From time to time, he shouted along with the scene, and no wonder so many people like to watch concerts. The excitement of many people can completely release people that if there is some pressure in reality, watching a concert or a large-scale event like this is indeed a release. After shouting, you can indeed relax a lot. The game is gradually coming to an end. With the end of the last game, today's game is completely over. Chinemo sat back on his seat and watched the points score after the game. The winner is selected after the game. The winner is the winner with the highest total points in the 3-day finals. Now the 2-day finals have been completed. The first place in the 2-day competition points is Tange Game Club, and the second place is Away's TV team. The difference between the two teams is only 7 points. Basically, if they perform well, they can catch up in one game. Lingdang's team is in 5th place, 13 points behind the first place. If they perform well in tomorrow's game, they will have a chance to win the final championship. Chinemo looked at the points rankings and was glad that he had set up a BL Game Club team and was unable to participate in the official events organized by himself. That if we don't ban it, I am afraid that with the current strength of Wei and Lingdang, they can definitely win the first place in this competition. And if the BL Game Club participates in this official event, it is likely to break the balance of the current competition. After all, the 4 people were split into 2 groups and entered into 2 teams respectively, but now both teams have good results. 1 second and 1/5. IT is enough to show that the strength of those 4 players is impressive. Chinemo thought to himself, then got up and walked toward the backstage. That he watched the game in the auditorium to feel the atmosphere of the stadium. But he did not want to squeeze out with those watching the game. That he would never do. Anything that was not hard. Arriving backstage at the event, I happened to see Yao Beigua coming up to me. Mr. Chun, is the position suitable for today? Do you want to change it tomorrow? Yao Beigua walked to Mr. Chun and said, The position is fine, no need to adjust. Chinemo said slowly, and then rushed towards the back door of the sports center. Now that the game is over, there is no need for him to stay here, that today's training task has not yet been completed. He needs to go back and continue the training task. Seeing this, Yao Beigua hurriedly followed behind. After delivering Mr. Chin to the car and watching him leave, he returned to the lounge. This time, Chin Song was sitting in the lounge. Mr. Chin, Team Tange currently ranks first in points. If it performs normally tomorrow, it has a high chance of winning the championship of this official event. Yao Bagua came closer and looked at Chun Song and said congratulations. This is not necessarily true. The difference between the bottom 5 teams with the most points is only more than 10 points, and the competition is very variable. At least for now, based on my understanding of the scores, the top 7 teams have the possibility of winning. Chun Song spoke slowly, even though he really wanted Team Tange to win the championship. In that case, their team, Team Tange, would win 2 consecutive championships. That's true. Wei Yin nodded in agreement, and then asked, I haven't seen Mr. Du in the past 2 days. He has been busy recently. Du Ziding is back to Kyoto. He has some things to discuss. Chun Song said, Yesterday, while we were fishing with Mr. Wei Yin, we discussed the development of mobile phones. After fishing, Du Ziding bought an evening ticket and returned to Kyoto. After all, it takes time to develop a mobile phone, so if you can do it faster, you have to do it faster. That's it. Wei Yin nodded upon hearing this. Kyoto, Hualing Group. That Du Ziding looked at the building of Hualing Group and felt a little emotional. He had not been to this building for a long time. At that time he was idle and had nothing to do. In addition, he had some conflicts with his family, so he never came to Hualing Building again. Even though Chung Li later established the Tange Club and achieved certain achievements, and the relationship with his father became much better, but because the Tange Game Club was now involved in more and more industries, he never came again. But when we come here today, there are definitely some things we need to talk about. And since his father's office is here, he can only come here to look for it. Enter Hua Ling Building. He took the elevator to the top floor, walked to the president's office, and knocked gently on the door. After hearing the response from inside the room, Du Ziding opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the office, he saw his father sitting on the sofa in the reception area, looking at him quietly. What's the matter? Du looked at Du Ziding, who came in, and was very surprised. He never thought that the person who came in was Du Ziding. I remember that after a quarrel a long time ago, Du Ziding never came over again. Today, he was a little surprised to see Du Ziding come to his office. Sit here. Du looked at Du Ziding, who was still standing at the door, and greeted him. Du Ziding didn't say much after hearing this, and went straight to the reception area to sit down. Go ahead. What's the matter? Du poured a cup of tea and pushed it on the coffee table in front of Du Ziding. Du Ziding is now willing to come to Hualing Building to meet him, which is also a good opportunity for him, so the tone of his speech couldn't help but soften a lot, and he hoped that Du Ziding would take over his Hualing Group after training for a period of time. The thing is, our Tinga Club recently cooperated with Sanshua Games to develop the Extreme Survival mobile game project. You should know about this matter. Du Ziding looked at Du sitting opposite him, and then continued to speak. After the cooperation, the mobile game of Extreme Survival will be launched almost after the new year. However, at this time, we have to face a problem. That is the requirements of the mobile phone configuration for the mobile game Extreme Survival. Most of the mobile phones on the market now cannot run the mobile game Extreme Survival. You heard Du Ziding's words and instantly guessed some of Du Ziding's thoughts. You came here today, I think, just to communicate with me about mobile phones. Yes. Du Ziding nodded in response when he heard his father ask. Chapter 1141 Law Firm Litigation. Tell me what you think. You got Du Ziding's confirmation, then sat back on the chair and looked at Du Ziding and said that Du Ziding organized his words a little after hearing this, and then spoke. Now Extreme Survival PC game is already very popular, and Sanshua Game has authorized the development of Extreme Survival mobile game to our Tinga Game Club, and the current development has entered the final stage. If there are no accidents, it will be available in March after the new year. But there is a problem here. Because of the gameplay, Extreme Survival mobile game has very high performance requirements for mobile phones. And most of the affordable mobile phones on the market are difficult to drive Extreme Survival mobile game. So we calculated that if our Hualing mobile phone can be launched after Extreme Survival mobile game is launched, it can also be launched at the same time as the mobile phone that can play Extreme Survival mobile game. Then there will definitely be some players who will buy new mobile phones to play Extreme Survival mobile game. In this way, in the future, Users of the mobile game Extreme Survival will not be restricted too much due to the configuration of their mobile phones. Our Hualing mobile phones will also sell a large number of mobile phones because of the emergence of the mobile game Extreme Survival. Of course, considering the price, we can only consider the performance of the mobile phone for playing Extreme Survival. As for other functions such as taking pictures and music, the most basic ones can be used. After all, not everyone will spend a lot of money to buy a mobile phone worth thousands of dollars to play games. But the only thing I am worried about is whether the research and development of the mobile phone can be developed before Extreme Survival is put on the shelves. If it cannot be developed, I can appropriately delay the time for Extreme Survival to be put on the shelves. Du Zeding detailed the content discussed with Wei Yin and Chen Kong. Du heard Du Zeding's words and showed an expression of appreciation that Du Zeding's current plan can be said to be very complete. Since the establishment of the Tenga Game Club, his ability has grown in the future. He will retreat behind the scenes and can safely hand over the Hualing group to Du Zeding. The Du was relieved and looked at his son and spoke slowly. You can rest assured about the development of mobile phones. All mobile phones have existing accessories. I will arrange for the person in charge of the technical department to contact the person in charge of your mobile game department. After roughly understanding the configuration requirements of Extreme Survival, it can basically be put into production. Of course, affordable phones can be developed, and high configuration and high-priced mobile phones can also be developed. After all, there are still many people who are willing to spend a lot of money to buy high-configuration mobile phones. Du picked up the tea and took a sip slowly. On the mobile phone side, except for various research and development that takes a long time, other things do not take too much time. Although he has not played the Extreme Survival mobile game, he can be sure that the configuration that can play Extreme Survival is still available in Hualing. Dad, do you agree with our idea? Du Zeding was a little surprised when he heard Du's words. In the past, he said no most of what he said. I think your idea is very good. Doing so can also bring certain benefits to Hualing. Why don't you agree? Also, you have grown very fast in the past year or so. I am very pleased. I was just thinking about whether I should let you try to take over part of Hualing Group's business. Du said with a smile that Du Zeding fell into deep thought after hearing his father's words. If it was before, he would definitely be very happy to take over part of Hualing Group's business. But now he doesn't want to do it anymore. He has his own industry, and it is developing very well. In his current state of mind, instead of taking over part of Hualing Group's industry, it is better to run his own industry and watch his industry expand step by step. After thinking about these things clearly, Du Zeding looked up at his father. Dad, I don't want to take over Hualing Group's industry yet. I want to run my own industry more. Have you thought it through? Du looked at Du Zeding seriously. I've thought it through. Okay, then I'll retire a few years later, and you can exercise more. Thank you for your understanding. There's no need to be so polite between father and son. By the way, some of our Tenga clubs have always had good cooperation with Sangshua Games. I plan to recommend Sangshua Games mobile games on the homepage of our Hualing mobile app store after they are launched. That's all, no problem. Baishu Law Firm, Office. Mr. Li, thank you for coming here. Reception area. Tang Xiu looked at Li Shun sitting opposite and thanked him. What's the trouble? The entry of Baishu Law Firm can also make up for the legal gap of boring short video. Li Shin smiled and shook his head. Boring short video also has a legal section, but Tang Xiu was the only lawyer before. Because the law firms under Tomorrow Group are somewhat different from other law firms on the market, he did not invite lawyers from other law firms to join boring short video. Now most of the interns in the lawyer's office have been converted to regular employees, and it is time for them to join the platform. I heard that Mr. Li will go to the desert to develop new projects after the new year. Tang Xiu asked casually. Yes, the preparations are almost done now. When we go to work after the new year, we can almost set off. Li Shin nodded. He was nervous and looking forward to going to the Taklamakan Desert. The nervous thing is that even if they have formed a team, they can go to the Taklamakan Desert at any time after the new year. But he is still unfamiliar with desert control, and he doesn't know how to carry out desert control projects, nor how to bring benefits to Tomorrow Group in desert control projects, but he is a little bit looking forward to it. He has not been to the desert yet, and he doesn't know what it will be like there. Of course. What he is more looking forward to is to wait until the desert is completely controlled and the land area of a province is allowed to be developed by Tomorrow Group. What a big project it is. Then I wish Mr. Lee a successful start in the desert after the new year. Tang Xiu congratulated him. Then the two talked for a few more words, and Li Shin got up and said goodbye. Not long after Tang Xiu sent Li Shin away and sat down in his office, his assistant Su Wan knocked on the door and walked in. Lawyer Tang. Several lawyers from the law firm appeared in court today, and all of them won. Please review them. Chapter 1142 Final O. Tang Xiu raised her eyebrows. She just realized that the cases in the hands of several lawyers in the law firm today have reached the time for the court session. However, she has already passed those cases. As long as she performs normally, there will be no problem in winning. She reached out and picked up the information on the table and looked at it carefully. The information recorded the performance of those lawyers in court. Although all of them won today, their performances in court must be different, that it's like playing a game and clearing a dungeon. One is to pass the level without injury, and the other is to pass the level with low health. That IT must be different. After a while, Tang Xiu put all the information aside. The entire record of the information was the same as she guessed, although those lawyers won the case. But there were some mistakes in the process of winning. If there were no mistakes, winning the case might be easier. Thinking of this, she looked up at Su Wan. Although we won all the cases this time, there are still many mistakes. Let those lawyers write a report on this lawsuit, and write a report to record the mistakes in this lawsuit. After the report is written, submit it. I want to see it. Okay, Lawyer Tang. Su Wan nodded and left the office quickly. Watching Su Wan leave, Tang Xiu tapped the table with his fingers, then turned on the computer and started writing the report. Now that the lawyers have successfully won several cases, it is a good start. I can report it to the higher-ups. In the evening, Jiangqing Sports Center. Chinemo sat in the best viewing seat and watched today's game. Unlike yesterday, he was not alone today. Yao Beigua and Chun Song were sitting beside him. This is the last day of the finals. After today's game, the one with the highest points will win the championship. Time passed. The game went to the last two games. The teams with 2 low points had already bid farewell to the championship competition in advance. And these teams, without the pressure of winning the championship, became happy to play. But the teams in the first tier of points are in a different situation. Each of them has the possibility of winning the championship as long as they perform well in the next 2 games. That is, these teams have played very rigorously. Chinemo was in the audience, looking at the real-time points ranking list. There are currently 6 teams that still have a chance to win the championship. Among them, Tinga and the 2 teams joined by players from the BL Game Club are also among them. The first place is still the Tinga Game Club, and the second place is still the TV team, where away is. But the score difference has narrowed a lot at this time, and now there is only a 2-point difference. Soon the 5th game ended, and the Tinga team got another big score because of the better circle shape, and the TV team was always at a disadvantage because they were chasing the edge of the circle throughout the game. So in the end, they only got 6 elimination points. The 2-point difference with the first-place Tinga team was once again pulled to 9 points. This score difference is already very high as long as the Tinga team performs normally in the 6th game, which is the last game, and gets a guaranteed score. It is likely to win the championship. Soon the 6th game began. The map is the desert that everyone's attention is focused on the teams that are most likely to win the championship. Soon the first circle appears. That IT is a very extreme circle. The desert map is already very large, and this kind of circle cutting causes many teams to be outside the circle. Commentary seat that the first circle has been refreshed. It is a very extreme upper left circle. From the map, you can see that most teams are outside the circle. And this circle, in the desert map, is a relatively flat terrain, and there are not many places to stay. So for this circle, the team near the circle can find some places to stay. The team farther away from the circle needs to move quickly. Otherwise, when the circle refreshes again, there will be no place to stay. It can be seen that the TV team is the farthest from the safe zone, and they still have a 9-point gap from the first place, and they want to win the championship. If the Tinga team does not get any points, they must at least get 10 points to win the championship. But it is still very difficult to get 10 points in this circle. On the field, Brother Wei, what should we do? This circle is not good for us. A team member looked at the refresh circle and said anxiously, "They are 9 points away from the first place, and they want to win the championship. Even if they can't get the first place in this game, they have to get a high elimination second place to win the championship." Away opened the map and was silent for a while, and finally spoke slowly. "We are too far from the safe zone. Even if we go there now, I'm afraid all the good spots in the safe zone have been taken. So there is no need to rush into the circle now. I found a parachute bag here. Let's take the poison first. Wait until the next circle is refreshed, and then we will fly to a better place with the parachute bag. Now collect some more medicine bags, which may be useful when taking the poison later." In the commentary booth that the second circle has come out and it is still cutting upwards. This circle can lead even fewer teams. What is the TV team doing? Why is it still in the poison circle? I don't understand. It's still in the poison circle so far away at this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to enter the circle. Look, the Tinga team met another team during the transfer. They all set their eyes on the hillside in the safe zone. It seems that they must fight to decide the ownership of this house. The fight has already started, and the Tinga team won. No, another team came over. They should have heard the gunshots here and were ready to come over to persuade them to stop fighting. This timing is very good. 2 people from the Tinga team fell to the ground, and the other 2 are not in good condition. The Tinga team is in danger. Dead. The Tinga team was destroyed, but they also killed 2 people. In the last game, they got 6 elimination points. If the total score is added with 6 points, it means they are 15 points higher than the second place. The third and fourth place teams just met each other during the transfer process. In the end, 1 person survived each. They can no longer get more points and can be regarded as out of the possibility of winning the championship. The team that can now surpass the points of the Tinga team is the TV team that is still in the poison circle. However, the TV team is still in the poison circle at this time. It is difficult to enter the circle. There is no place left in the circle now. Chapter 1143, Do You Believe Me? Congratulations, Team Tinga is expected to win the championship. Yao Bagwa turned to look at Chun Song and congratulated. Mr. Yao's congratulations are too early. The game is not over yet. Chun Song smiled and shook his head. Although the game is not over yet, the current situation on the battlefield is already very favorable for Team Tinga. Yao Bagwa looked at the big screen in front of him. With the current situation on the battlefield, the team that can compete with the Tinga team for the championship is the TV team. But now the third circle has begun to shrink. TV team is still in the poisonous circle. At this time, the position in the circle has been occupied by other teams. Even if TV team can enter the safe zone, there is no good position for TV team. Stayed, and I am afraid that in the process of driving into the circle, I will be shot by other teams that I end the current situation. The chance that the TV team can score more points than the Tinga team is extremely slim. When Chun Song heard Yao Bagwa's words, he smiled and said nothing more. Based on his judgment of the game, the current situation in the game is indeed the same as what Yao Bagwa said. But now, as long as the TV team is not destroyed, it is not safe for the Tinga team to win the championship. After all, the difference is 15 points. If you say more, it is indeed more. But this score is not an insurmountable score. As long as the TV team can push around the circle in the next game, there is basically a chance to achieve it. The game has continued. On the playing field, Away looked at the newly refreshed safe zone. After carefully wandering around the map in the safe zone, he had already made a decision, but he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Brothers, do you believe me?" As soon as the words came out, Ahai's voice rang out. "Of course I believe it." As Ahai's words came out, the other 2 people were silent for a moment and also echoed, "We trust you, Viagra." Away also smiled when he heard his teammates' words, and then spoke. "There are currently 2 options. The first option is that we use the parachute bag to land on the northern edge of the circle. That side is the weak side, and we advance from the edge of the circle. However, this plan has a big disadvantage, which is that it requires a lot of battles, and if there are battles, there may be attrition. In this game, although the Tinga team has been eliminated, it also scored some elimination points before being eliminated. We were 9 points behind Team Tinga before, and Team Tinga got some elimination points in this game. So if we want to win the championship in this game, we have to get more than 15 points. 20 points is the safest. With the method of pushing from the edge of the circle, you can indeed get a lot of points if you push, but the risk is very high. This is the first plan. I have another plan here, which is to use the parachute bag to fly to the top of the target one. The top of the first mark is currently the highest mountain in the safety zone, and the mountain goes straight up and down. If you don't use an umbrella, there is no way for the people below to climb to the top. So we parachute to the top of the first mark. As long as we reach the top, it is absolutely safe. And the top of the mountain is still in the center of the circle. The next time we shrink the circle, it will definitely be in the safe zone. The terrain in the current safety zone is very flat. As long as we land on the top of the mountain, except for a few housing areas, we can completely see the rest of the terrain from the top of the mountain. And at that time, the teams without housing areas were all our living targets. Of course, this plan also has drawbacks. The first drawback is that when we parachute, we will be a living target for other teams. If we are unlucky, we may lose a few people. Another disadvantage is that when the circle is reduced, the mountain will eventually be cleared. The top of the next circle must be in the safe zone. When we go down the next circle, the top of the mountain will definitely not be in the safe zone. It may also be a big problem for us to go down the mountain. Alway talked about his two plans in detail. The first plan was his initial strategy. The second plan came to mind when I saw the terrain of the safety zone when the circle shape was just refreshed. When the other three people in the team heard Alway's two plans, they all started talking without thinking too much. Viagra, you just have to decide which option to choose, and we will follow. Yes, Viagra, you decide. No matter what the final result is, we will go through it together. Now that the game has entered the third circle, it is impossible for them to discuss the plan for a long time. What is needed most now is to make a decision and then execute it. After hearing the words of several people, Alway made a decision directly. We parachute to the top of the first mark. As long as we can land safely on the top of the mountain, at least half of the teams below the top of the mountain will be our living targets. As long as we seize this opportunity, we can at least get a high elimination score. And on the fifth lap, the top of the mountain is still in the safe zone, and it won't be outside the circle until the sixth lap. At that time, we can basically get a certain amount of ranking points. I believe that as long as our luck is not bad and all of them are shot down during the parachute flight, we will have a great chance of winning this competition. Alway said very seriously, and while he was talking, the four of them had successfully got on the umbrella bag and flew straight to the top of the mountain. Commentaries see that the teams on the battlefield are basically happy now. After all, except for the TV team, all the teams have no chance to win the championship. And the TV team is still in the poison circle at this time. Oh no, I didn't expect that the TV team still kept the parachute bag. No wonder they didn't move all the time. It turns out that they still have the parachute bag. But even if they have the parachute bag, where should they fly? The positions in the safe zone have been occupied by other teams. I think we can choose the north side of the circle. The north side of the circle is the weak side. As long as we can push it up, we still have a chance to get a high elimination. By the way, we can get some ranking points and still have a chance to win the championship. It seems that the final champion team cannot be confirmed until the last stage of the game. No, the current parachute of the TV team is obviously not heading for the north side of the circle. Then where is the TV team going? There is no position in other safe zones. I see the direction of the parachute. It seems to be the top of the mountain in the center of the circle. It seems to be the top of the mountain in the center of the circle. This decision is a bit risky. If you want to land on the top of the mountain in the center of the circle, you will face gunfire from 4 directions. If you are unlucky, you may be killed before landing on the top of the mountain. Chapter 1144, the final battle. The process of parachuting is indeed dangerous. But if you really succeed in landing on the top of the mountain, the flat terrain in the safe zone, except for some housing areas, is basically a living target for most people on the top of the mountain. Yes, I have begun to look forward to it. If they can really land safely on the top of the mountain, then this decision can be regarded as a god. To be able to think of such a decision in a competition, the leader of this team is very thoughtful. The two commentators watched the finals of the TV team in the game and couldn't help but side at this time in the game. The 4 members of the TV team had already begun to parachute. During the parachute process, the surrounding gun lines were all focused on the 4 people parachuting. Brothers, this is a bit exciting. Ahai watched as the gun lines below him continued to shoot into the air, and some even flew past him. Whatever the excitement, I'm going to be beaten to death. Another team member heard Ahai's words and replied. After hearing this, Ahai looked at the team member who was speaking and found that the team member's health bar was only 1 length left, that if you were shot again in this state, you will basically die. That I don't know when I got shot so many times. But he didn't hit a single shot. He adjusted his perspective again and found that one of the other 2 team members was just like him. Still full of health. That time, the other person, Away, was also at the end of his health. Depend on. A vulgar remark came from the microphone. That Ahai turned around and found that Away was shot twice more without paying attention and was killed directly in the air. Viagra. It seems you are the only one who has memorized it. Ahai smiled and spoke, and at this time he had already closed his umbrella and landed it safely on the top of the mountain. The other 2 team members also landed safely on the top of the mountain at this time, especially the team member who only had 1 health left. After landing safely on the top of the mountain, he said happily, "It's such a close call. It's just 1 shot away from being shot. Viagra, I'm sorry. It seems you are the only one who is unlucky." Away was speechless when he heard his teammates' words, but this was not the time for joking. Be serious. Now that 3 of us have successfully landed on the top of the mountain, it is already a very good situation. Let's get into good shape quickly. The teams at the bottom of the mountain are our living targets. The time has come for us to chase points. Every time we get it, if we score, we will be 1 step closer to the championship. I'll take revenge on you after I receive Viagra. Ahai said, quickly replenishing his condition, then switched to a continuous sniper attack and started shooting at the team down the mountain. Away was right. When they landed on the top of the mountain at this time, the teams at the bottom of the mountain were basically their living targets. There are a pair of 3 marked ones. Let's focus our fire to clear them out first. Okay. Haha, this kind of target shooting is so fun. Commentary seat, the TV team succeeded. Although only 3 people successfully landed on the top of the mountain, the 3 of them were already a very fatal threat to those at the bottom of the mountain. Indeed, the TV team has already started shooting. The people below have no ability to fight back at all. Now they have scored for elimination points. And there are many teams below. All of them are their targets. Based on the current situation, the TV team is very likely to get a high elimination and finally win the championship. The game continues. The TV team that landed on the top of the mountain completely changed the current situation. Even if the terrain was originally flat, there were still some anti-slopes in the safety zone, which allowed some teams to stay. But now that the TV team is on the top of the mountain, that team is a living target on the top of the mountain. If no changes are made, they will only be targeted to death by the people on the top of the mountain. Therefore, some teams, after the TV team landed on the top of the mountain, responded quickly and directly drove to the team closest to the housing area. After all, the only place where they can avoid being targeted by people on the top of the mountain is the room area in the safe zone. If they can win the room area, they can still survive. At this moment, the game is still going on, but because Team TV landed on the top of the mountain, the rhythm of all teams has changed out on the top of the mountain. Away is constantly observing the situation on the battlefield. He has been eliminated now, but he can still observe the situation on the battlefield through the perspective of his teammates. After spotting some teams starting to hit the housing area, speak up quickly. If someone bumps into the 3 standard room area, you can make up for the loss. As Away finished speaking, the remaining 3 people all pointed their guns at the location of the 3rd house area, where a fight had already begun. In the collision area, people outside have certain disadvantages. Before they even get close to the housing area, people are already being knocked down. This time, the gun line on the top of the mountain came down, directly killing the person who was knocked down and successfully snatched a head. It's really great to grab a head. I've already got 5 heads. I also took 4 heads. I took 3, grab another head, and now I have 4 heads. Ha ha ha. I've never felt this happy playing group platoon. When Away heard his teammates' words, he felt a little envious. It was rare to have such a fun shooting session in the professional arena. But there is no way. He was killed directly during the parachute flight. IT was such a bad idea. I looked at the eliminations that several people had received, and now they had received 13 eliminations. IT this time. The circle has begun to shrink, and the fifth circle will be refreshed soon. But before the refresh, you can still get some elimination points. Commentary seat. Wonderful. The TV team has received 13 elimination points, and there are only 2 elimination points left from the first Tinga team. As long as the TV team gets another 3 points, it will be the champion of this competition. 3 points are still easy for the TV team to get in the current situation. There are still a few remnant teams outside. As long as they draw the target and take those remnant teams, the points will be able to surpass the Tinga team. I think it is inevitable that the TV team will win the championship. Now, even if they don't take his elimination points, just getting the ranking points is enough. Yes, because the TV team landed on the top of the mountain, many teams chose to collide with the house area, which prompted many teams to fight in advance, and many teams were eliminated in advance. Now there are 9 teams alive. As long as one more team is eliminated, the ranking points can be obtained. And the TV team only needs to survive to the 5th place. And in the previous team, many teams are incomplete, so it is very easy to survive to the 5th place. In the audience, Chinemo watched the performance of the TV team in the last game and nodded slightly. The TV team has 2 players who are from the BL Game Club. It is still very face-saving to be able to win the championship. And those players have joined other teams and will not bring benefits to the Tomorrow group, that he is still very happy about this. Chapter 1145 Authorization. As the circle gradually narrowed, the final winner was determined in the last game. TV team. Commentary. Let us congratulate the TV team for winning the first place and the first place in this official competition. This competition was really full of twists and turns. The final champion was not determined until the last moment. However, the last game also fully demonstrated their resilience. They won the first place from the farthest edge of the circle. It fully demonstrated their tactics and their strength, especially the decision to fly on the top of the mountain, which was really a stroke of genius. Indeed, if it were not for this decision, it would be difficult to get a high elimination if they chose to push the edge. The 4 members of the TV team hugged each other tightly as the commentator passionately narrated. Chinemo watched the result of the game appear, silently stood up, and walked out of the field. He had finished watching the game, so he went back to rest. I have to say that without the risk of his team winning the championship, the 3 days of competition were still very comfortable to watch. Mr. Chun, I'll take you there. Yao Bagua hurriedly followed behind him. No need, the game just ended. As the organizer, you must have a lot of things to do. Chun Mo waved his hand. After watching 3 days of competition, he knew very well how to leave the stadium. Yan Dehai had been waiting outside in the car. But despite what he said, Yao Bagua insisted on sending him outside the stadium. Chin Sung from the Tinga Club also followed him. You go back. Chinemo looked at Yao Bagua and Chin Sung, who followed him and waved his hand, then got in the car and left. Yao Bagua watched Mr. Chin's car leave, then turned to look at Chin Sung, who was standing aside. Mr. Chun, it's a pity. They were just a little bit away from winning the championship. It's a pity, but that's how esports is. The TV team can win the championship because of their strength. By the way, the commander of the TV team is away from your BL Game Club. Chun Sung smiled and shook his head. When the game was halfway through, he was also surprised that the Tinga team was going to win the championship again. But I never expected that the TV team would make such a spiritual decision. And those who can make such a decision are basically the decisions of the commander in the team. Well, it was indeed Ao Wei who commanded, but I am not sure whether the final decision was proposed by Ao Wei. Yao Bagua shook his head. He did not look at the perspective of the team, so he was not sure who made the decision. Haha. No matter who made the decision, I lost this game with conviction. I won't say anything more. I have to go back to the lounge. Those guys didn't win the championship. I have to go and encourage them. Chin Sung smiled and then rushed to the lounge of the Tinga team. Although they did not win the championship in this competition, they also showed their strength. They did not win the final championship. It can only be said that other teams are stronger. Yao Bagua watched Chin Sung leave and rushed to his own lounge. Just when he arrived at the door of the lounge, he saw Wei and Ah Hai walking towards him with another person, that he also recognized the other person. He was the founder of the TV team, Tong Yi. The two had met before when signing the lease contract with Away and a High. Mr. Yao, long time no see. Mr. Tong, congratulations. Yao Bagua looked at Tong Yi, who was walking over, and congratulated him. Haha, we were able to win the championship thanks to Away and a High. Tong Yi smiled and said that his team was very happy to win the championship. Moreover, after the team won the championship, given the current popularity of the game, it has great monetization capabilities, and there is also a bonus worth 25 million, which is undoubtedly a huge income for the club. Haha, I won't say much polite words. Mr. Tong must have something to talk about when he comes here at this time. Yao Bagua opened the door of the lounge and then took Tong Yi and Away and a High in. Then I'll be frank. The uniforms worn by the team in this competition are designed by Chongfeng Clothing. If the team wins the championship, the uniforms can be said to be a very large peripheral. So I still hope that Mr. Yao can help contact the clothing factory to produce the uniforms for the competition as soon as possible. Tong Yi truthfully stated his purpose. That's easy to say. Yao Bagua heard that it was about the uniforms and hurriedly took him to the reception area. Motioning for them to sit down, he then brewed another pot of tea, returned to the reception area, and poured a cup for each of them. I don't know how many uniforms Mr. Tong wants to order. Well, this is the second thing I came here for. I don't have exact data on the sales of uniforms. However, the BL team won the Tinga Cup before and also sold uniforms. I wonder how many uniforms the BL club sold at that time. Tong Yi asked. He had no idea about the uniforms.tv club itself is not a very large and wealthy club. It was also a pleasant surprise to win the championship of Extreme Survival this time. But it is better to be cautious about the production of team uniforms. After all, the sale of team uniforms is profitable, but if they don't control the quantity well and customize a lot of team uniforms and can't sell them, then they may lose money. Team uniforms, we prepared 1 million sets of team uniforms last time we won the championship, but at that time, the popularity of the Tinga Cup and the popularity of the game, neither is as high as the current official competition. So I think there is absolutely no problem for you to prepare 1.5 million sets of team uniforms this time. And if you are really worried about the number of team uniforms, you can also pre-sell team uniforms, pre-sell 1 million team uniforms first, and see the pre-sale situation. If the pre-sale is good, you can increase or decrease the number of team uniforms appropriately according to the situation at the time. Yao Bagua briefly talked about his thoughts. I understand, Mr. Yao. I have another thing here, that is the matter of figures. Our TV team won the championship, and peripheral figures are definitely indispensable. So we want to produce a batch of extreme survival-related figures for sale, but we need the authorization of the BL Game Club. Tong Yi briefly talked about his second purpose. After the team won the championship, the sale of related figures would definitely be a good source of income to AT that time. The authorization of the figures had always been in the hands of the BL Game Club, and they must obtain authorization if they want to sell them. Yao Bagua nodded slightly after hearing Tong Ye's words. The matter of figures is easy to say. We only have one way to authorize figures, and that is to take a cut of the profits. Chapter 1146, there is another box. We can license it to you for free, but there are requirements. The production of the figures can only be done by us. As you know, we are here to ensure the production quality of the figures. As for the design of the figure, you can design it yourself. After the design is completed, give it to us, and we will process it according to your design drawings. Of course, if you don't trust the finished product we designed, you can also arrange for someone to follow up. Another point is that if your design is not very consistent with the game Extreme Survival, or if the design has nothing to do with Extreme Survival, we will not agree to produce it. Yao Bagua briefly talked about what he was doing. There is no problem with this. I will arrange for people to start designing the figures in a few days. Tong Yi nodded. He didn't have much idea about the handmade things. Moreover, the BL Club provides production, which is better than finding someone to process it himself. And the other party only takes a commission from the profits, and they also make some money here. Also, now Away and a High are rented to their TV team. The lease period at that time was only 1 year. That if these two players maintain their form, he will definitely continue to rent. That if the cooperation is not happy now, his idea of Continuing to rent will definitely be out of the question. Besides, starting next year, Extreme Survival will have a systematic competition process. Counting big and small games, it can be said that there are games played throughout the year. Coupled with the generous bonuses, as long as their team maintains its strength, not to mention winning the championship every time, as long as they can get top 4 results every time, it will be very generous. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate. You must be dealing with club matters these 2 days. Then in 2 days, we will make an appointment to sign some contracts. Seeing that Tong Yi had no objection, Yao Begwa smiled and said, whether it is figures or customization of team uniforms, it is a good thing for Tomorrow Group. Happy to work with. Tong Yi also smiled and then continued. Then Mr. Yao won't bother you anymore. The team just won the championship, and I have some things to arrange. While talking, Tong Yi drank all the tea in the cup. Then I won't try to keep you. If you have anything to do, just call her. Yao Begwa also knows that after the team wins the championship, there will definitely be a lot of things to deal with. Interviews after the team won the championship, and some business matters were discussed. After all, not every club does not accept business like the BL Game Club. Mr. Yao, let's go first. Wei and Ahai stood up and spoke. Well, train hard. There will be more games next year, and the stage will be bigger. Yao Begwa looked at the two of them and said with some relief, strictly speaking, these two people have already won 2 championships. We know, Mr. Yao. Wei and Ahai nodded. Starting from next year, the competition will be more systematic and formal, especially the World Championship, where truly elite teams from multiple countries compete. The intensity is definitely a lot higher compared to this year's event, although there are also several foreign teams participating in this year's competition. However, because there is no formal competition process, there are not many foreign clubs that make extreme survival teams. When the competition process is formalized next year, many clubs have already begun to form extreme survival clubs, and they have invested a lot of money. Under this circumstance, the intensity of next year's World Championship will definitely be very high, but the focus will definitely be higher. So despite winning 2 championships, he still wants to win the World Championship next year. It's good that you know. Yao Begwa patted the 2 of them on the shoulders and then sent the 3 of them outside the lounge. And he also came to the competition venue, because the competition was over and the venue was almost about to be demolished. After finding the person in charge of the demolition site, he made some arrangements for computers and other equipment, and then left the sports center. After this competition, the sports center should not be needed for future events, and the annual meeting event base is almost completed. In the future, events of all sizes can be held at the event base, and there is no need to build a stage anymore. After all, the competition base over there was built entirely for hosting competitions. As long as there are competitions, the venue can be built according to the competition needs. We arrived at the parking lot of the stadium and drove directly back to Tomorrow Community. Go upstairs, open the door, and enter the house. AtoZ walked out of the room. I'm back. I prepared crayfish and wine. Let's drink some later. Only crayfish? Yao Begwa looked at AtoZ and asked. Although they both bought houses in Tomorrow Community, the 200 square meter house is a bit too spacious for one person to live in, so the 2 of them finally chose to live in one house, while the other house was vacant. There are also braised dishes and roast duck. They are all ordered outside Nanshi and are very hygienic. AtoZ said, That's good. I'm really hungry. Yao Begwa nodded, went into the bathroom, washed his hands, and then came to the dining table. A tea this time. Crayfish, braised food, roast duck, and a box of open beer were already placed on the table. Have you opened all the beer? No, there's another box under my feet. AtoZ sat opposite Yao Begwa and pointed under the table. Yao Begwa looked down and saw that there was indeed a box of unopened beer. Take a sip first. AtoZ picked up a bottle of beer that had been opened. The 2 of them didn't have so many rules when drinking, so they just took a bottle and drank. Yao Begwa also picked up a bottle of beer, bumped it with AtoZ's bottle, and took a sip. Then he opened a crayfish and ate it, then looked at AtoZ. How is the progress of the players? During this period, because of the event, he and AtoZ divided the work. That he was responsible for the event, while AtoZ was responsible for discovering potential and talented players, and then recruiting them to the club for training. After all, if we want to rent players in the future, We must recruit more potential players. Extreme Survival has contacted 15 players with good talents and will conduct an assessment before the new year. It is not yet certain how many players will be left. Freedom War has contacted 10 players and will also conduct an assessment before the new year. Basically, the players will be decided before the new year, and they will start to train them with all their strength after the new year. And today, the TV team joined by Away and a High won the championship, and our road to renting players will also be much easier. AtoZ said with a smile. Although he did not watch the game in person, he also watched the live broadcast at home. Chapter 1147 BL Club Business. Then the players' only thing left is the final screening and training. Yao Bagua nodded after hearing AtoZ's story, and then continued. This time the TV team won the championship, and I have some ideas. What ideas? AtoZ looked at Yao Bagua in confusion. It's like this. This time, whether it's the TV team that Away joined or the other team that Lingdang joined, they all used the uniforms designed by Changfeng Clothing. Which of these two teams wins the championship will eventually order clothes from Changfeng Clothing? Not much. With the current popularity of the game, as long as they win the World Championship, 1 million sets of uniforms can definitely be sold. The price we offer is 500 per set, which is also 500 million in revenue. Changfeng Clothing has always been in a state of loss, and it is very ideal to have an income of 500 million. So through this incident, I was thinking, why don't we rent out the players we have trained in the future, and we can provide uniforms for those teams for free. The uniforms of a team don't cost much, and as long as they can win the championship in the world game, the return will be in the hundreds of millions. Yao Bagua explained his thoughts in detail. Now the TV team uses the uniforms of Changfeng Clothing, which was proposed by Away and others, and it was this move that brought several 100 million orders to Changfeng Clothing. Then why not treat this as an investment? He believes that the teams will definitely agree. After all, not only do they save money on team uniforms, but even if they really win the championship, their income from team uniforms will not be less. The only difference is that they find a team uniform processing factory themselves or use their Changfeng Clothing. This proposal is good. The team uniforms don't consume a lot, but if the two World Championships Extreme Survival and Freedom War are both won by the players we provide, then the team sales of Changfeng Clothing will be at least more than 1 billion. But this matter still needs to be discussed with Mr. Jiang of Changfeng Clothing. After all, the clothing factory is not under our responsibility. AtoZ nodded in agreement. Of course, I plan to go to Changfeng Clothing tomorrow to discuss the matter of customizing the uniforms for the TV team with Mr. Jiang and tell us our ideas. Yao Bagua took a sip of the wine bottle. He was still clear about this matter. The uniforms are the first thing, and there is another thing, that is the champion skin. Now that the champion team has come out, we have to start selling the champion skin. Last year, we didn't make much money in the game from the champion skin of the Tinga team, but this year is different. The champion skin can be sold in the overseas market, and we can also take a commission from the selling price. The champion skin is a limited skin, so it's okay to be a little more expensive. That's right, the champion skin is a limited skin, and it's sold for a limited time. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for $9.99. AtoZ smiled and said, anyway, they are all sold to those overseas people, and the profit is also from foreigners, and $9.99 is already very cheap. He knows that they gave 100,000 sets of champion skins to the Tinga Game Club last year. There are still many skin redemption codes that have not been sold, but now those skin redemption codes, the highest one has been hyped up to more than 10,000. By the way, the events before the new year are basically over now. The first game after the new year should be the promotion and relegation game to decide the teams participating in the main competition this year. There should be nothing else to do. Yao Bagua shook his head after hearing AtoZ's words. There's one more thing. Didn't we hold a comic exhibition before? The effect was pretty good. During this period, the comic exhibition has been in preparation. There will be a comic exhibition in Shanghai before the new year. Now the preparations are almost done, and it will be held in half a month. Yeah, the comic exhibition is indeed a good business. I think we can make a systematic circular comic exhibition. Hold it once every quarter, and the city can hold it in different cities like those star concerts. AtoZ talked about his ideas. Yeah, Not bad. This idea can be implemented after the new year. Yao Bagwin nodded. Did I end the room? The two discussed things while drinking. The next day, tomorrow group, the president's office. Chinemo sat in front of the computer, looking at the computer screen intently. Brothers, fly to the top of this mountain with me. Through the microphone, Chinemo commanded his teammates to follow him to jump to the top of a mountain. Because he can provide skins, his teammates still listen to him. Brother, does this gun have skins? Yes, all. Then brother, please die for me. I'll die it for you after you jump to the top of the mountain. Okay. The four of them landed on the top of the mountain through the parachute pack, but they didn't see anyone on the top of the mountain for a long time. Brother, what are we doing on this mountaintop? It's not a safe zone anymore. Several teammates looked at the newly dyed gun skins and asked with joy. When Chinemo heard the question, he was speechless for a while. He could say that after watching the game last night, he felt that it was great to shoot targets on the top of the mountain, and he wanted to give it a try. But who would have known that people who had just arrived at the top of the mountain would be kicked out of the safe zone before they saw it? After thinking for a while, he spoke. Observation, you know? If you stand high and look far away, you can get more information. I think there should be no one on the south side. Let's enter the circle there. Okay, big brother, I'll drive later. Can. After a while, Chinemo looked at the burning vehicle and the words of his teammates. Brother, didn't you say there are a few people here? The newly dyed gun skin is gone after just a few shots. Chinemo listened to the sound of the team channel and silently exited the game. Sure enough, this extreme survival is not as fun as Freedom Battle to thinking in mind. Just prepare to exit extreme survival and open Freedom Battle to play for a while. But Shinro opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, these are the work reports of the following companies. Please take a look, Shinro said, and put the work report on the table. Well, I understand, Chunmo responded, then picked up the work report and read it. They're a Baishu law firm, Nanchi Takeout, and Unmanned Construction. When Shinro returned to her office, she picked up the information report from Baishu law firm and read it. Some time ago, Baishu law firm reported that many trainee lawyers had successfully become regular lawyers. That if there is anything else to report, it can't be that those trainee lawyers have just become regular and have business. Chapter 1148, The Dead. Chinemo smiled faintly, then opened the information of Baishu law firm and started reading it. But soon the smile he had originally revealed gradually withered. He actually guessed right. Those trainee lawyers had just been promoted to regular employees, and they actually received business. And not just one case, but many cases. As for why they were able to receive business so quickly, it was entirely because Baishu law firm had been doing public welfare legal aid for several months. Public welfare legal aid. Seeing these words on the report, Chinemo couldn't help but shudder that he did public welfare incognito. The last time he did public welfare without anonymity was the love chairs and love water dispensers at the entrance of Nana Coffee. And these public welfares were also one of the key factors for Nana Coffee to turn losses into profits at that time, that if it weren't for his good ally, Nana Coffee would also be a profitable industry of Tomorrow Group. And now, Baishu law firm secretly provided him with public welfare legal aid for several months. Fortunately, it was not spread widely. If it was spread accidentally and all his other public welfare events were dragged out, it would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Chinemo took out his mobile phone and searched for videos about Baishu law firm's public welfare legal aid on some video software. That he quickly searched for some videos and simply looked at the number of likes and comments. Most of them had only a few or no likes. Only then did he feel relieved. There was still this public welfare legal aid that had not been spread. Chinemo put the information of Baishu law firm aside. Now that Baishu law firm has received business, he can't let those lawyers who can receive business give up taking business. The die is cast. He can only let it develop. He originally wanted to continue to expand Baishu law firm, like Nanchi Takeaway and Lao Lu Massage, recruiting thousands or tens of thousands of trainee lawyers at once. At that time, the system directly banned his idea and stated that before the lawyers who were converted to regular employees of Baishu law firm had fully grown up, it was not allowed to expand again. However, just because he had no way out did not mean that others had no way out. That he remembered that his good ally had always wanted to mess with his law firm, as if Tang Xiu and Ruishan Group had some conflicts. Now that Baishu law firm has begun to accept business, it is time for his good ally to take some action. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, looking forward to the actions of his good ally. Since the establishment of the group, there are only two people who understand him. Point one is Wang Yang, and the other is Chang Rue. Wang Yang gave red envelopes to increase his personal assets. Chang Rue established Non-Rue Group, causing Manhwa Coffee, which had turned losses into profits, to fall into losses again. As for the other people in the group, they are all old six rebels. Starting a business is difficult. Chinemo sighed and then picked up another document and read it. This document is about unmanned real estate. The content of the entire report is almost that the new community is already under construction. In addition, the competition base and the esports hotel next to the competition base will be completed by the end of the year. Of course, what surprised him the most was the real-life extreme production club. Unknowingly, the real-life extreme survival club has been completed. Basically, the construction has been completed, and the rest is to make some arrangements according to some of the contents of Extreme Survival. Real-life extreme survival. You can take a look, but I don't know if you can experience it at this time. Put the information of unmanned real estate aside, and you can contact the manager. There to ask later. Finally, pick up the information of Nanchi Takeaway. He doesn't need to read it, but he can guess what the content is. That it's nothing more than that Nanchi Takeaway in Modu has been investigated and introduced, and the approximate budget has been made. That he opened the information and took a look. And it was exactly as he guessed. 73 Nanchi Takeaways can be opened in Modu. That if a store is rented for 10 years. The average budget of a store is more than 50 million. The total cost of 73 stores is 3.7 billion. Chinemo looked at the final budget report and nodded with satisfaction. He still has 3.9 billion system funds, which have just been consumed by Nanchi Takeaway. Finally, there are 200 million system funds left, and then there is the income for next month in December. At present, due to the increase in consumption due to the opening of Nanchi Takeaway in Kyoto, the income for next month is about 3.2 billion. That is to say, by the end of December, he will have about 3.4 billion system funds. And after December, it will be the Chinese New Year, and the Chinese New Year is also the time to distribute year-end bonuses. And the annual meeting and other contents can also consume a lot of funds. And with the increase in the number of people in Tomorrow Group, this annual meeting will definitely consume a lot more funds than last year. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, and almost this year's capital expenditure was determined. Although it can't be spent all, there won't be too much left, and it can be done after the Chinese New Year. As for the annual meeting, it needs to be done well. Last year's was a bit shabby. Pushing the three documents aside, he called Wang Maoyan. It was briefly stated that 3.7 billion yuan of funds would be transferred to Nanchi Takeaway's account within the next 2 days. I hope Nanchi Takeaway can be fully operational in Shanghai as soon as possible. After arranging things, I called Liang Jiming, the person in charge of the Real Extreme Survival Project. Now that the building has been built, he wants to ask if he can try it now. He is still very interested in real gunfights. Real Extreme Survival Club. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Pang. Liang Jiming looked at Pang Tao, who was following him, and thanked him. Real Extreme Survival is built by unmanned real estate in terms of construction, but it is very helpful for surrounding operations and other things. For example, the passage of trams. Although the Real Extreme Survival Project has not yet opened, many people who take the tram to the corner square will hear the radio on the tram when they pass by the Real Extreme Survival Station. Although the Real Extreme Survival Project has not yet opened, many people already know that the Real Extreme Production Project exists. In addition, after the Real Extreme Survival Project on his side opens, the corner pet industry will prepare a package ticket. Buying that package not only allows you to visit the corner pet park, but also allows you to experience the Real Extreme Survival Project. Of course, he also sells packages that allow you to play the Real Extreme Survival Project and the corner pet park. There is also shared parking and experience support in the catering industry. After all, the profit brought by the Real Extreme Survival Project is only part of it. Peripheral sales, catering, and accommodation are also a major source of income. Chapter 1149 Diversification of Tourists. What's there to thank? The Real Life Extreme Survival Project is connected to the corner pet park. When the Real Life Extreme Survival Project opens, the projects we are responsible for can be regarded as mutual assistance and mutual benefit. Pang Tao smiled and said that the real-life extreme survival project can be carried out near the Corner Pet Park, which is also of great benefit to the Corner Pet Park. After all, the only place to play in the eastern suburbs of the city is the Corner Pet Park, and the tourists attracted by cats and dogs alone are very single. Now those who can come to play are basically people who like cats and dogs. And locals think that the environment of the Corner Pet Park is good and come to relax.so at present, although the Corner Pet Park has various activities such as pet fashion shows, pet competitions, and the Cat Castle, a popular check-in place. But the number of people who can come to play has reached the upper limit. If they want to welcome more tourists, it is already very difficult for the Corner Pet Park to rely on them. But it will be different after the real-life extreme survival project opens. There will definitely be many people who come for the extreme survival project. After playing the extreme production project, I know there is a Corner Pet Park nearby, and there is a tram that can go there directly, and the ticket is not expensive. Anyone who has enough time and does not particularly hate cats and dogs will basically go there to take a look. Similarly, people who go to the Corner Pet Park to play will also come here to play when they know there is a real extreme survival project. Here.so he is very happy to see the real extreme survival project open near the Corner Pet Park, and he even hopes that the Tomorrow Group can open more entertainment projects here. This can also attract more diverse tourists. Yes, the Tomorrow Auditorium newly invested by Mr. Chen is also nearby. He and Mr. Luo Xiao discussed the recording location of the Tomorrow Star last night. The recording venue invested 100 million, and it is too wasteful to be used only as the recording of the Tomorrow Star. The construction plan is to build a large studio for the recording of the program, and several stages can be built in other parts. Rent it to some projects that need to perform programs, or consume it within their Tomorrow Group. After all, the Tomorrow Group is involved in many industries now, and it may be used in the future. At worst, it can be rented to his company for performances such as talk shows. By that time, tourists will have a new place to play. Pang Tao thought in his heart and followed Liang Jiming to stroll in the built Real Extreme production site. The entire Real Extreme Survival site is very large, and there are many architectural scenes in extreme survival from a distance. Just after walking a few steps, I heard the phone in Liang Jiming's pocket ringing. Liang Jiming felt the vibration of the phone and took out the phone to take a look. I was just stunned when I saw the caller ID.Mr. Chun, except for the initial establishment of the Real Extreme Survival Project. Mr. Chen had a few phone calls with him, and there was no call from him again. I just don't know why Mr. Chen called at this time. Without thinking too much, he quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. Well, I received the news that the real-life extreme survival project has been built. Can I try it now? Chen Mo saw Liang Jiming answered the phone and asked directly. Mr. Chen, it is definitely okay to try it. Now all the equipment and tools are ready. Now the final stage is to clean up the game venue, and some places need to take some safety measures to prevent some safety hazards. Liang Jiming spoke quickly. The survival mode of real-life extreme survival has a large venue, and there are small electric donkeys and four-wheel drive electric vehicles. Once the player is addicted to the game, it is easy to do some impulsive things. For example, jumping out of the windows on the first floor are okay. But if it is on the second floor, third floor, or on the watchtower, you forget where you are and jump directly, which may be a big problem. So the most important thing now is to do a safety inspection. Now the windows above the first floor of the building in the game have been installed with protective nets. The gaps in the protective nets are large, which can block people from passing through, but cannot block sight and firearms. It allows players to shoot freely upstairs, but they don't have to worry about falling from the building. Of course, in the venue, all the buildings have no glass windows, and the window breaking incident in the game cannot be restored in reality. The time cost of glass window repair is too high. After all, it is impossible to hold only one survival mode game in a day. They can't have a broken window in the last game and then install it in the next game. In addition, broken glass is also a safety hazard, and it is not good to scratch people. It's okay if you can try it out. You prepare it. I will go over to experience it later and see how your project results are. Chen Mo said directly when he heard that it was possible to try it out. As for safety hazards, just avoid them when you try it out there. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll get ready right away. Liang Jiming hurriedly responded when he heard it. Hang up the phone. Liang Jiming turned to look at Pang Tao and said apologetically, I'm afraid I can't continue to take Mr. Pang to visit. Mr. Chin will come over in a while to check the results of the project. I need to prepare in advance. It doesn't matter, Mr. Chun has the biggest thing. And when Mr. Chin comes over, you will definitely have to introduce him to the tour. I'll just let you know everything. Pang Tao waved his hand indifferently. Mr. Chin was coming over. How dare he take up Mr. Chin's time? Then I'll go get ready first. If Mr. Pang doesn't mind it, we can come along. Liang Jiming opened his mouth to invite. It's natural. Pang Tao nodded. In the office, Chen Mo hung up the phone and then called Yang Dehai to inform Yang Dehai to wait below the office building. When he was about to get up and leave, he thought about it and then pressed the call bell to soon. Shinro opened the door and walked in. She looked at Mr. Chun and asked, Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Chun Mo looked at Shun Ro coming in and gave instructions. Go and inform the managers within the group who have free time now. All managers who have free time can gather at the real-life extreme survival project. Since this is a past experience, it's quite boring with only one person. So why not ask more people to come over? Mr. Chun, did something serious happen over there? When Shinro heard this, she asked cautiously. If so many managers were mobilized to go to the real person extreme survival project, it was probably because something had happened to the project there. That should be it, Shinro thought secretly in her heart. Chapter 1150 Inspection Results. It's not an accident, but the real-life extreme survival project is almost completed. I'm going to go over and experience it to see what the results of the real-life extreme survival project are like. However, this real-life extreme survival project is definitely not something that one person can see. Only when multiple people experience it can the final result be seen. Chun-Mo looked at Shun Ro's nervous look and opened his mouth to explain. You can come along too. Okay, Mr. Chin. Shinro was relieved to hear that it was a past experience, and then quickly returned to her office and changed into casual clothes to play games. Wearing formal clothes is definitely not comfortable. While changing clothes, I also posted to the group that Mr. Chin wanted the company managers to gather at the real-life extreme survival project at the same time, in order to avoid misunderstandings. The purpose of the collection was also explained. Inside the office, Chun-Mo waited until Shinro changed clothes and came in, then got up and left the office together. Within the manager group, Wei Yin, I didn't expect that the real-life extreme survival project had been completed. I happened to have nothing to do, so I went over there. Li Shun. Aha, I've wanted to experience it for a long time. I'll go there too. Wu Yu. Count me in. Wang Maoyan. It's a pity. I can't get through in the Magic City. Jiangcheng. I have one business to discuss here, and I'm afraid I won't be able to go. Tang Xiao. I'll go over and have a look too. Real-life extreme survival project. Parking lot. Yang Dehai just parked the car. Chunmo simply told Liang Jiming and Pang Tao to run over from a distance, then grabbed the lead of Yang Dehai and carefully opened the car door. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming and Pang Tao said hello. Well, lead the way. Chunmo looked at the two men and nodded slightly, then led them to a hall. Aren't the other managers here yet? Chunmo looked at the empty hall and then asked, Mr. Chun, the managers are on their way over and will be here in a minute. Shinro stood aside and said that on the way, she kept paying attention to the managers' schedules in the group. Mr. Chun, since the other managers won't be back until later, why don't I show you the game equipment first? Liang Jiming said from the side. That's fine. Chun-Mo nodded. Upon seeing this, Liang Jiming took the lead and walked towards a room in the hall that he introduced as he walked. Mr. Chun, these rooms here are the equipment rooms. Players can change equipment in these rooms. While talking, Liang Jiming opened a room door and walked in. Chun-Mo looked inside along the door of the room and saw that the walls of the room and the table below were filled with various equipment. There are various firearms, armors, and some items pointed by props. Mr. Chun, these equipment on the wall are the player's weapons. Every player will wear a helmet, protective gear, and firearms like this at the beginning. These protective gears are equipped with sensors, and the firearms fire water bombs. As long as the water bomb hits various types of armor, the sensor will determine the damage based on the different bullet locations, thereby reducing the energy of the equipment. This device is an energy device. The full grid is 100 grids of energy. If the energy is cleared, All equipment will enter a paralyzed state, and players will also be unable to move due to paralysis of the equipment. If a teammate rescues you within 1 minute, you will enter a low-energy state, and you can act normally, but you will not be able to shoot and attack. If you want to resume normal actions and shoot and attack, you need to find energy packs in the game field to restore energy. There are 3 types of energy packs. The low-level ones can restore 10 energy cells, the intermediate ones can restore 30 cells of energy, and the high-level ones can restore 50 cells of energy. However, the number of energy packs is limited. The higher the level, the smaller the number of energy packs. Of course, if no teammate comes to rescue within 1 minute, the equipment will enter the extinguishing state, red smoke will rise from the helmet, and the player will be eliminated directly. Liang Jiming picked up different props to introduce the functions, and also introduced how to play the game. Chinemo followed and listened carefully, becoming more and more interested that if the managers hadn't rushed over yet, he would have put on the equipment and tried it out. About 10 minutes, Liang Jiming explained the gameplay in detail, and there were waves of footsteps coming from the distance in the hall that I went out to take a look and found that managers from other companies had rushed. Over. Mr. Chun, the company managers are already here. Liang Jiming returned to the room and talked to Mr. Chun. Let them all come in, put on all the equipment, and tell them how to play. Chunemo spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming nodded, turned and walked outside, bringing all the managers in at the same time. A group of staff were called over to explain to the managers how to play the game and how to use the equipment. After all, there are so many managers here, and he definitely can't explain it alone, that he has been training those staff for a long time. So he doesn't have to worry about business issues that in the room that a group of staff members of the real-life extreme survival project explained the gameplay to the managers of each company and guided them to where the game equipment. Half an hour later, they all appeared in the game venue. Liang Jiming walked in front and explained. This is the survival mode of the real-life game. Now the staff have arranged various equipment parts and weapons around the game venue. Next, you just need to enter from different entrances according to the grouping just now. These are the vehicles heading to different entrances. Get on the corresponding vehicles, and the staff will pull you to the entrance. After hearing Liang Jiming's story, the managers found the vehicles where their entrances were. Chinemo walked to the front of vehicle number 1 and sat on it directly. Shinro, Tang Xiao, and Song Xia also sat on it when they saw it. Chinemo looked at the 3 women sitting behind him and felt helpless. When he was grouping, in order to show his demeanor as a president, he let the managers of those companies form their own teams. After the division, only the 3 women in the back seat of the car were left. This, after thinking for a while, he turned his head and looked at the 3 people behind him. Have you figured out the rules of the game just now? Mr. Chun has figured it out. The 3 women looked at each other and then nodded. Then I will arrange the opportunity later. After entering the venue, don't think about fighting first, and find powerful supplies to equip yourself as soon as possible. Wait until the supplies are almost searched, then go to fight. Chinemo simply arranged the tasks later. Chapter 1151 Su Jingming's game. Soon the staff drove the car to gate number 1, parked the car steadily, and spoke respectfully to Mr. Chun behind him. Mr. Chun, there is gate 1 in front of you. Entering gate 1 is when the game begins. Yeah, we get it. Chinemo nodded, then took Shinro and others out of the car and went straight to gate number 1. Entering gate number 1, you will see 2 3-story gray-black buildings not far ahead. The building is dark, as if it has been exposed to artillery fire. The overall appearance of the building is not much different from that in the game. There are also some scattered buildings and shipping containers around. Search for supplies first. Chinemo glanced at the 3 women behind him, and then quickly walked towards a nearby building. That building has 3 floors in total, so it must have the most supplies. Seeing this, Shinro and others quickly followed. Even though we all know this is a game, we feel an inexplicable sense of nervousness since we entered the game venue. The feeling is really like going to the battlefield. Second Class A. As soon as he entered the building, Chinemo saw a Class 2A. Rather than saying it is Grade 2A, it can be said to be an insert plate with words like Grade 2A written on it, that he only needs to insert the plug plate into the socket on the armor he is wearing, and the armor will automatically be upgraded to level 2 armor. When the bullet hits the body, the damage assessment will be much lower, and the energy will be reduced even lower. Mr. Chen, there are energy packs here. Shinro said. Good. Chun Mo heard the sound and walked over, picked up the energy bag without hesitation, and put it into the storage bag on his waist. This is a key tool to restore energy. It is very important. Just as Chen Mo entered the game venue, everyone else also entered the venue. Mr. Wei, how should we play? Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin beside him and asked. Li Shun, take command. You kid often plays this game. Wei Yin thought for a moment, then turned to look at Li Shun on the other side. Search for equipment first. It's best to find 2 sniper rifles with high damage. Then find a high point and kill a few first. Li Shun said with a smile, secretly thinking that it was not easy to play Voldemort in this real-life game. If it were in the game, I would have found a place to lie down in the grass next to the car and wait for the right person. Then do it like this. But when you meet Mr. Chun, don't use too much force. If you are eliminated by Mr. Chun too early, it will be bad if Mr. Chun has no experience. Wei Yin opened his mouth and told him that games are games, but Mr. Chun still has to give him face. It's natural. Mr. Chun will be sent to the finals. Li Shin smiled and spoke at the same time. Several other teams have also arranged battle plans one after another. Although these managers are all very old, they were all very excited after entering the game venue. Be careful, if we get into a fight soon, don't hit Mr. Chun. I understand everything. When you meet Mr. Chun later, stay away. Clear. The supplies here are very rich. There are so many level 3 armors, level 3 heads, and medicine packs. Didn't it say that the quantity of these high-end materials is limited? Chun Mo looked at himself, who was equipped with full-level supplies, and then looked at the 3 people behind him, Shinro, who were also equipped with full-level equipment, and felt a little confused. Mr. Chun, our equipment seems to be at full level, and the safety zone has also shrunk. It seems that if we don't enter the safe zone, the energy waiting for us will fall down. Tang Xiu looked at his bracelet. On it was a map with the locations of the 4 of them. This time, we are in a non-safe zone, and the countdown has begun. Enter the safe zone, see the enemy, and attack with all your strength. Chun Mo also took a look at the bracelet, and then took the lead and rushed towards the safe zone. In my heart, I have begun to expect to encounter an enemy, and then a shuttle will pop out. When Shinro and Tang Xiu saw this, they looked at each other and followed. Mr. Chun, there seems to be someone upstairs in the distance. Song Xia pointed to a 3-story building not far ahead. First find a bunker and see how many people there are. If there is only one person, just kill him. Chun Mo looked at the window of the 3-story building and saw a figure flashing past. Old Peng. The person coming over there is Mr. Chun. Su Jingming looked through the window at the figure approaching in the distance. Since it's Mr. Chun, let's withdraw first. As soon as Pang Tao heard that it was Mr. Chun, he immediately gave the order to retreat, but after taking only 2 steps, he changed his words. Lao Su, you and Mr. Meng stay here. Since Mr. Chun is here to experience it, it doesn't matter if he doesn't shoot. But you two should be careful. Don't accidentally get eliminated by Mr. Chun. Okay. Su Jingming turned to look at Meng Xiaohong. Seeing that the other party had no objection, he agreed with a smile. Watching Pang Tao leave with another teammate, Su Jingming and Meng Xiaohong stopped at the window. Xiaohong, we will fight side by side soon. Su Jingming turned to look at Meng Xiaohong and said, We're not that close yet. Meng Xiaohong couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Jingming. Ever since the previous team building, she could tell that Su Jingming was interested in her. But at that time, she had not taken care of her family affairs, so she did not have too much contact with him. After all, at that time, she had not divorced her ex-husband. Even if her ex-husband did such a thing and the marriage was dead in name only, she did not want to get involved in a new relationship during the marriage. She waited until lawyer Tang Xiutong helped her successfully divorce, and then she slowly began to contact Su Jingming. Now that they have been together, she has a general understanding of Su Jingming's character and some things about Su Jingming's ex-wife. Overall, she is still very relieved about Su Jingming's character. After all, at her and Su Jingming's age, they no longer consider love and affection, but more importantly, they have to get along well, and it is easy for them to live together. Isn't there no outsider? If there are other people, I won't call them that. Su Jingming scratched his head and smiled, but while the two were talking, he didn't notice that four figures had quickly come to his downstairs not far away. When he heard the footsteps and reacted, the four figures had already rushed into the room. Before he could say anything, water bullets hit them one after another, and soon the energy was cleared and they entered a paralyzed state. Chinemo looked at Su Jingming and Meng Xiaohong, who were both paralyzed, and smiled. It's just the two of you. Where are the other two teammates? If they don't come to rescue you in 1 minute, you will be eliminated. Boss Chun is amazing. We are divided into groups. It may be too late for them to rescue us. Su Jingming said. They were prepared to be eliminated by Boss Chun, but it came too suddenly. Then you should have a good rest. Chinemo looked at the two of them, and then took Shinro and the other two downstairs. Chapter 1152 Firearms Research and Development. Mr. Chin, what should we do next? Shinro came to Mr. Chun and asked. Go to the center of the circle. Chun Mo replied, and then rushed straight to the center of the circle. Another one eliminated. On the watchtower, Li Shun put down the sniper rifle in his hand and waved hello to the manager below. It's Li Shun, you old six. A cry came from below. If you are not convinced, come over and play again after it opens. Li Shun smiled and waved, but soon saw four figures walking in the distance. He quickly picked up the telescope hanging aside and took a look, and found that it was Mr. Chun and others. He hurriedly squatted inside the watchtower. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer safe areas in the game venue, and more people are being eliminated. Chinemo looked at the three women following him and sighed in his heart, thinking that this game would be very difficult. But I didn't expect it to go exceptionally smoothly, that he has been counting people, and now it seems that Li Shun and Wei Yan's team has not been eliminated. Mr. Chun, someone is coming. Shinro said quickly. How many people? Chun Mo asked, but his eyes were already looking into the distance, and he saw Wei Yan walking cautiously towards them. When he discovered that the person coming over was actually a traitor, he immediately became energetic. He said to the three women beside him, let's lay an ambush first. Wait for Wei Yan to come and fight together. Wei Yan is getting closer and closer in the distance. Chun Mo observed carefully, and when he was close to a certain distance, he stood up directly. Beat! While talking, then he took a gun and started shooting at Wei Yan. Shinro and the other three also followed Mr. Chin with guns. Seeing Mr. Chin's expression as if he was venting his anger, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Mr. Chun is really into the drama. The charge looked like it was really going to beat Wei Yan into a sieve. Sure enough, there is a reason why Mr. Chun is successful. Even playing games is so serious. But they knew this was a game, so they never acted so seriously as Mr. Chun. There is no suspense. Wei Yan was directly eliminated under the siege of four people. The next step was roughly the same. They found Li Shun in another building and eliminated Li Shun as well. The final 4 versus 2 directly became the final winner. Congratulations to Mr. Chun on your victory. Many company managers came forward to congratulate him. Well, you've worked hard today. If you still want to play, you can form your own team to play. Chunemo looked at the many managers and spoke slowly that I have just tried it and already have a certain understanding of this project. In terms of playability, it is still very fun. Fortunately, he set the price very expensive, otherwise there would be a lot of people coming to play. After talking to the managers, his eyes turned to Liang Jiming, the person in charge of the real-life extreme survival project. You come to an office. There are some things to arrange. Okay, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming nodded when he heard this, and then took the lead towards the office building not far away. Li Shun and Wei Yan watched Mr. Chun and Liang Jiming leave, then looked at the managers who were still present. Who else wants to play? Start forming a team and play again. The words fell, except for Mr. Chin's team. Mr. Chin left and did not participate again. The other managers did not leave and stuck to the original team formation. Enter the office. Liang Jiming quickly made a pot of tea for Mr. Chin. Mr. Chun, do you have any instructions? Chun Mo took the tea and sat down in the reception area. There are not that many arrangements. The first point is that when I was playing just now, I found that there are a lot of high-end props. I can reduce them appropriately. I understand, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming responded, but he smiled bitterly in his heart He specially arranged for the staff to arrange some more high-end supplies at the number 1 entrance where Mr. Chen entered, and it's just that he couldn't say it openly. When Chen Imo saw Liang Jiming nodding, he continued to talk about the next thing. The live game project will be open after the new year. As for the ticket price, there should be no changes. It is 2,000 yuan per person. Price is the main source of loss for this project. He also tried the project just now, and the playability is still very high. Moreover, in China, a country that prohibits firearms, this kind of gunfight game has a fatal attraction that if the price to play once is very low, it is very likely that many people will come to play. Therefore, raising the price is the first condition for screening customers in today's society. Those who can afford extreme survival projects must have a monthly income of at least tens of thousands of yuan, that if you pay a few thousand yuan a month, you will definitely not want to play a game worth 2,000 yuan. With 10,000 yuan a month, you can play it, but if you have a family, you can't play it every month. It is possible to spend some money over a few months or a year to play. There are definitely not many people who can let people play real-person games in this way. He won't have much income either, that he invested billions in this project. If it were calculated based on profit and loss, the real-life game project would probably take many years to recover. But the system settlement is not based on this loss, but on the remaining system funds. Even if the overall revenue and expenditure are compared, the real-life game project is in a loss state. But as long as the real-life game project is in operation and there is income, it will increase the system funds. What he wants now is not the overall loss, but the immediate loss, that is the monthly expenditure and monthly revenue comparison. I understand, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming nodded. He did not intend to change the ticket price. Also, the game venue is very large, and the players are also very physically exhausted during the game. Some refrigerators can be placed in the game venue, and some drinks and food can be placed in them as supplies. Also, there is the problem of firearms. Water bullets have too many limitations, and the range of sniper rifles is very low, which is far less fun than playing sniper rifles. It can be improved. If there is no improved technology at present, a research and development department can be established to develop firearms. Of course, you should pay attention to it. It is only the development of game firearms, not real firearms. Chunimo emphasized he was really afraid that what he said would be known by his subordinates, and then they would misinterpret his meaning and develop a real gun for him. That would be a big trouble. Mr. Chun, water bullets are currently the most advanced toy guns. If you want to develop better toy guns, you may need a large amount of research and development funds. Liang Jiming spoke slowly. Since he decided on the real-life game project, he began to understand various toy guns. And he also spent a lot of money to get the technology of this water bullet gun. Chapter 1153 Add a zero to UR and defunding. Chunmo's eyes lit up when he heard Liang Jiming's words. This was where funds needed to be spent. I thought that after the real-person extreme survival project opened in the next year, the funds that could be consumed would be the salaries of the employees in the project, as well as some daily consumption. I never thought that if I came here today, I would find a new way to spend money. How much funding does your R&D budget require? Chunimo looked at Liang Jiming and asked. Mr. Chun, to set up a research and development team, firstly, it needs to recruit personnel, as well as equipment and consumables for subsequent research and development. It will require at least 50 million in funds. When Liang Jiming heard Mr. Chen's inquiry, he made a calculation in his mind. The entire R&D team consumes most of the equipment in terms of equipment. As long as the equipment is fully equipped at that time, the future consumption will be employee salaries, which are already consumables. A R&D team does not need too many people, and the salary will certainly not be too much. In consumables, what they develop are all toy guns, and most of the consumables are made of different plastics, so they don't consume much in consumables. As for the space, there is ample space in the office building for the R&D team. I roughly did the math. 50 million is enough, and it may not even be used. Only 50 million? Chunimo frowned slightly. He originally wanted to spend more funds on this, but he didn't expect that he only needed 50 million. This is too little. After thinking for a moment, he tested the system's limitations and finally looked up at Liang Jiming. 50 million is too little. I'll add a zero at the end and give you 500 million in R&D funding. Mr. Chun, 500 million is too much, and it is completely useless. Liang Jiming heard Mr. Chin's words and spoke quickly. How can it cost 500 million to develop a toy gun? It's still useful. This 500 million is not all for you to develop toy guns. When I was playing the game just now, some details were not perfect enough. For example, when determining the safe zone, I went to the next safe zone based on the position of my bracelet. However, I later discovered that the map showed that I had not entered the safe zone yet, but the energy bar on my body no longer dropped energy. This completely shows that there are large errors in the determination of safe zones and energy sensing devices. Therefore, the R&D team must make improvements in the energy sensing devices and the determination devices of safe zones. Chinemo said seriously that 500 million is the maximum R&D fund allowed by the system. Since 500 million can be invested, it must be invested. Otherwise, such a good opportunity to consume funds will be wasted. Mr. Chun, even if this is the case, it will still cost less than 500 million. Liang Jiming continued to speak. Why can't it be consumed? This research and development does not mean that after you develop a new product, you will no longer develop it. It is about constantly developing new and advanced products, just like mobile phones, which need to be constantly updated. The equipment in this live game project is the same. Only with the continuous emergence of new firearms products can we continue to attract tourists, right? Chinemo said patiently that he had already decided to spend the 500 million. When Liang Jiming heard what Chinemo said, he stopped saying anything. I just feel a little sad in my heart. Mr. Chin has invested so much money in the real person game project. When will he be able to make a profit? I know Mr. Chun, and I will definitely form a R&D team as soon as possible. Well, that's all. I have other things to do, so I'll leave now. When Chunemo saw Liang Jiming agree, he stood up and left the office directly. Upon seeing this, Liang Jiming quickly stood up and followed behind. Come outside. Shunro, Tang Xiao, and Song Xia had been waiting in the lounge of the lobby. When they saw Mr. Chin coming out, they quickly got up and followed him. You guys won't play for a while longer? Chinemo looked at Shunro and the others and asked casually. No more playing, Shunro said. Tang Xiao and Song Xia also shook their heads. They came here today mainly because Mr. Chin wanted to try out the results of the new project, that I myself don't like this game project much, that it's okay to play once or twice for fun, but you won't play it often. When Chinemo heard this, he said no more and left the hall. Yang Dahai had already parked the car outside and was waiting. Shinro did not go back in Mr. Chin's car, but went back with Song Xia and Tang Xiao's car, that it's almost time to get off work now, so there's no need to go back to the company. Liang Jiming stood in the parking lot, watched several people leave, and then turned back to the entrance of the game venue. About 20 minutes later, a group of managers walked out of the game venue, all with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that the game just made them very happy. Mr. Liang, has Mr. Chin gone back? Wei Yin saw Liang Jiming waiting at the entrance of the game venue, but did not see Mr. Chun, so he tried to ask. Well, Mr. Chin went back directly after arranging some things. Liang Jiming nodded. Then we won't stay any longer. Today's game was very fun. Thank you, Mr. Liang, for your hospitality. Wei Yin said with a smile. The other managers also said hello and began to walk outside the club. Liang Jiming watched all the managers prepare to leave. After thinking for a moment, he directly caught up with Wei Yin, who was walking in front. Mr. Wei, I have some things that I would like to ask you for advice. I hope Mr. Wei can give me some advice. Then let's go to the office and talk. Wei Yin paused and watched Liang Jiming speak slowly to AS for asking for advice. He was already used to it and was very willing to do it. This way, please. Liang Jiming hurriedly led the way. It was difficult for him to ask about Mr. Chin's arrangements and some doubts in front of Mr. Chin at that time. Wei Yin was the #1 person under Mr. Chin. Asking him for advice would definitely yield some results. Mr. Wei, drink tea. Office in the reception area. Liang Jiming poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wei Yin. Let's talk about business. Wei Yin reached out and took the tea and took a sip. Mr. Wei, just now Mr. Chun invested another 500 million in the research and development team of a real-life game project. Of course, there is no problem with investment, but 2.5 billion has been invested in the real person game project, and now the R&D team has invested another 500 million. The two add up to a total of $3 billion in funds. This does not include daily expenses, such as employee salaries after the project is launched. With such a large capital investment, even if there are 2,000 people per person in the survival mode of the current live-action game project, if you want to rely on these incomes for all the investment, I am afraid it will take a long time to earn it back. Chapter 1154 Careful Plan Liang Jiming said with a worried look that he had calculated the income before. The survival mode of the real-life game, if full, has 40 people. There are 10 teams in total, with 4 people in each team, that a game takes about 2 hours. Basically, there are 2 games in the morning and 2 games in the afternoon in a day. One game is 4 games that if all are calculated based on full capacity, 40 people each earn 2,000 yuan. And then each game is 80,000 yuan. 4 games a day. That is 320,000 yuan. 9.6 million yuan a month that in addition to the survival mode. There is also a competitive mode. The gameplay is 10 vs 10.1 game is 30 minutes. Each game is introduced, and there is some preparation time. Basically, there are 6 games in the morning and 6 games in the afternoon, a total of 12 games. There are 10 venues in total. If it is full in a day, it is 120 games. The ticket for the competitive mode is much cheaper, and you can play for 200 yuan. There are 20 people in one game, and the total income is 4,000 yuan that a venue has to play 6 games a day. So the income of one venue is 240 million yuan a day. 10 venues is 240,000 yuan. 30 days a month is 7.2 million yuan. The 2 game modes add up to 16.8 million yuan a month. Then deduct daily expenses such as taxes and salaries. The club can only make a profit of about 100 million yuan a year. But the real-life game project has invested 3 billion yuan. In other words, he needs to operate for at least 30 years to achieve real profitability. It would be a failure if a project takes 30 years to achieve real profitability. This is what I calculated. The real-life game project may be profitable in the future. Mr. Wei, you can take a look. Liang Jiming handed a document to Wei Yin while thinking. Wei Yin reached out to take the document handed over by Liang Jiming, opened it, and took a careful look. After a long while, he slowly put the document on the table and looked up at Liang Jiming. According to your calculation, it will take a long time for the real-life game project to achieve real profitability. But you overlooked one point. That is, the income of your real-life game project will not only come from this game. Catering and other projects can also bring profits, and this game is made based on the game Extreme Survival. You can sell some figures here, which are all sources of income. Wei Yin slowly expressed his thoughts. Mr. Wei, I have also thought about this, but the above income is only to make the real-life game project more profitable. At that time, it was still not enough to achieve a fully profitable state as soon as possible. Liang Jiming said, "That's natural. After all, how can an investment of 3 billion yuan be earned back so quickly?" Wei Yin smiled and nodded, and then continued. "But I have another way to speed up the speed of real profitability." "What method?" Liang Jiming's face was happy. "This office is also simple, just looking for agents. Now, there is only one real-life game project in the world. If the business is hot when we open, we can find an agent. Just like Chongfeng Clothing, and because of the reputation of Tomorrow Group, we don't need to look for agents outside. We can find some agents within the company to act as agents. And this agent doesn't need too many, just one for each city. Of course, this city can't be a small city with low consumption capacity. At least it should be a prefecture-level city." Wei Yin said slowly that a real-life game project doesn't make much profit, so just get more real-life game projects. The agency fee is also an income, plus the reputation of Tomorrow Group. He believes that many Tomorrow Group employees will be willing to act as agents. Liang Jiming was very excited when he heard Wei Yin's words, but he soon realized a problem. Wei Yin, being an agent is indeed a good choice, but there are some problems. Mr. Chen invested in the real-life Extreme Survival project, even if we don't count the R&D team that was just invested. How many people in China can invest 2.5 billion to be an agent for a real-life game project? And the employees of Tomorrow Group don't even have to think about it. They want to be agents, but they don't have that much money. Liang Jiming quickly expressed his concerns. "No." Wei Yin shook his head. "Nearly half of the 2.5 billion investment is the money consumed by the land. Also, for the agent project, there is no need to be an agent for the survival mode of the real-life game. You can only be an agent for the competitive mode. You don't need 10 venues, just 3 or 4 will basically do. In this way, you don't need too much money to spend on the land for this project. You can just rent a venue. The overall consumption will not be much. As for the equipment and technology such as equipment, they can all be provided by us. In this way, many people can join this project. There is also the survival mode of the real-life game, which is only available in Jiangxing. It can still increase the attractiveness of extreme survival in Jiangxing. It will not affect the customer flow in Jiangxing because the real-life game project is operating in other cities. It may even bring a batch of traffic. After the players find a competitive mode very interesting, it is estimated that some people will want to try the survival mode. Wei Yin described his plan in detail and some details. Liang Jiming listened to Wei Yan's words with deep shock in his eyes that he did not expect that President Wei thought of such details during the conversation. He is worthy of being the first person under President Chen. This ability is definitely not comparable to him. How is it? Is this plan feasible? Wei Yin saw Liang Jiming silent for a long time and spoke slowly. Liang Jiming heard Wei Yan's words and gradually came back to his senses and looked up at Wei Yin. Boss Wei, this plan is so comprehensive. How can it fail? With Boss Wei's plan, I believe that the live-action game project will soon be able to achieve real profitability. Liang Jiming had a relaxed smile on his face that he had been worried about the profitability of the project before, but now after hearing the plan given by Wei Yin, his worries were reduced a lot, and he also had great confidence. It's okay, let's do this. You have time to write a detailed plan and send it to the manager group. I will tell those managers, and they can tell the company's employees about the agency. See if there are any employees who want to act as agents for the live-action game project. Chapter 1155 Plan Wei Yin opened his mouth and directly set the tone of the matter. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wei. Liang Jiming was relieved when he heard that Wei Yin wanted to help contact the managers of various companies. Although the various managers in the company help each other, even if he talks to those managers, they will basically help. However, he has only been a manager for a short time, and he was directly promoted from the grassroots level. He always feels guilty if he is left to talk on his own. Although Wang Maoyan became the manager of Nanshi Takeaway later than him, Wang Maoyan has been there since he was in the garment factory, and he is considered a veteran among veterans. And he was also familiar with Li Shun, Wei Yin, Jiang Cheng, and others. You don't have to be so polite. I'll say hello to the managers about the agency matter, but it's indispensable for you to come forward. After all, you are the real person in charge of this project. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back. Wei Yin said as he drank the tea in the cup, stood up, and walked out of the office. Liang Jiming stood up and followed. A few days later, Changfeng Clothing, manager's office. Happy to work with. Happy to work with. Jiang Cheng smiled and shook hands with Tong Yi, the leader of the TV team. Then the uniform issue will trouble your company. Tong Yi also smiled. After the team won the championship, he asked the club's technical staff to pre-sell the championship uniforms in the TV club's mall. What he didn't expect was that in just 3 days, 1.5 million sets of team uniforms were pre-sold. And if the number of pre-sales is open again, there will definitely be more. But in order to prevent returns and exchanges, he has currently ordered 1.5 million sets of team uniforms .as for whether there are still people who want to order team uniforms in the future. He plans to sell them in fixed quotas on a regular basis in the future, just like the BL Game Club. You can also do some activities and draw prizes. But 1.5 million team uniforms is already a lot, and the price given by the clothing factory is 599 yuan. Their selling price here is 799 yuan. The price difference is 200 yuan per piece, and 1.5 million sets is a profit of 300 million yuan. How could this not make him happy? Jiang Cheng was also excited. The price was 599, 1.5 million units. All in all, that's nearly 900 million in revenue. 900 million. At present, Changfeng Clothing's monthly loss is more than 300 million yuan. Although the revenue of more than 900 million yuan cannot allow Changfeng Clothing to turn a profit, but it can also reduce the losses of Changfeng Clothing to a great extent. Now that we've finished talking about Mr. Tong's clothing factory, let's talk about the game skins. Wei Yin saw the two shaking hands and sitting down again, and said with a smile he is also very happy that Changfeng Clothing can get this order that I in any case. He also came from Changfeng Clothing. That's natural. When Tong Yi heard Wei Yan's words, he responded quickly, and the smile on his face could hardly close. If the team wins the championship, the official side will release a set of championship limited skins. However, because the sales model here in China is different from the sales model abroad, I have given two sets of plans here. The first plan is that I will give you a redemption code for 100,000 sets of champion skins. This redemption code can be sold. As for how much a redemption code can be sold, you can set the price yourself. Of course, if it doesn't sell, I won't be responsible. As for the overseas championship skin sales, it has nothing to do with your club. All sales go to our game company. The second plan is to give you 50,000 sets of champion skin redemption codes, and you can handle them on your own. Then, overseas skin sales can give you a 30% sales share. With these two plans, you can think about which one you want. Wei Yan looked at Tong Yi and slowly said that when Tange Club won the championship before, they had not yet opened up overseas markets. So they directly gave 100,000 sets of champion skins and let Tange Club handle it on their own. But now the game has been released overseas, and all skins overseas are sold on a sales basis. Not all skins in China can be obtained for free through lottery.so in terms of champion skins. Sanshua Games has made an additional plan. Tong Yi fell into deep thought after hearing Wei Yan's two plans that he knew about the 100,000 sets of championship skin redemption codes. After all, this was what Tange Game Club had before. And now that a year has passed, Tange Game Club will come up with some skin redemption codes for sale from time to time. Sometimes a skin redemption code can be purchased for more than 10,000 yuan per set. That if he wants 100,000 sets of skin redemption codes and keeps them for sale later, instead of selling one redemption code for 10,000, he can sell them for an average of 1,000.100,000 units is an income of 100 million. However, the skin food in overseas markets seems to be very tempting. Now the mobile game Extreme Survival is very popular overseas that if it is sold, it will definitely not be as simple as 100,000 units. It may be 500,000 units, 1 million units, or even more. But he is not sure how much it can sell. After all, the final sales will depend on whether the final skin is popular. Wei Yan saw Tong Yi deep in thought and knew that the other party was considering a plan, so he didn't bother him. Mr. Wei, I would like to know how much the champion limited skin is sold overseas this time. Tong Yi asked after thinking for a moment. The current price of the champion limited skin is 1,299. Wei Yan replied that the price had been discussed long ago. Tong Yi also made a decision after hearing the final pricing. Mr. Wei, I choose the second option. With the first set of plans, he could definitely confirm the approximate sales volume. After all, the price of the skin was in his hands and he could set the price freely. And with 100,000 sets of skins, given the huge player base in China, he is not worried about not being able to sell them. Even if the skin design is not very good looking, many people will buy it. Because there are always some people who buy skins not because they look good, but to collect them. Moreover, it is a limited edition skin, so someone will definitely buy it for collection. But no matter what, the final sales will probably only be that much. At that time, the overseas skin sales share was different, and the sales might not be good, but he still had 50,000 sets of skin redemption codes to cover the bottom line, so he would not lose a lot. But if the champion skin is sold overseas and sells millions of sets, he will make a lot of money. After all, the price is $12.99, and they take a 30% commission. If you sell a set of skins, they will take a commission of 390 yuan. Chapter 1156. Conversation in the cafeteria. If millions of units can be sold, overseas revenue alone can be divided into nearly 100 million, that there is a high upper limit for choosing overseas revenue sharing. And he wanted to take a gamble. Have you thought about it? Wei Yan heard Tong Ye's answer and asked repeatedly. Think about it. Tong Ye nodded. Now that you've thought about it, let's sign this contract. Wei Yan said, taking out two contracts from his briefcase and handing them to Tong Yi. That he came here today to prepare two sets of contracts. No matter which one Tong Yi chose, the contract could be signed. Upon seeing this, Tong Yi took the contract, opened it, and looked at it. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the contract, he signed it directly. Then it will be a pleasure to work together. Seeing Tong Yi finish signing, Wei Yin said with a smile, "A pleasure to work with." Tong Yi responded and carefully put the contract away. "By the way, there is another contract here, which is an authorization contract for the sale of figures." Wei Yin took out another contract and presented it to Tong Yi. This contract was signed by him on behalf of the BL Game Club. Good. Tong Yi didn't say anything after hearing this. After taking over the contract and confirming that there were no problems, he signed it directly. After the contract was signed, I couldn't help but feel a little excited when I looked at the 3 signed contracts in the briefcase. These are all money. After signing these 3 contracts, he can earn at least 400 million. And after the team won the championship, the club also received a lot of business endorsements. And they are still negotiating, but the overall income from business endorsements is about 200 million that the team won the championship once. The club's direct income is more than 600 million. This is really a surprise. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wei, we've finished talking about everything. I think it's almost noon. Let's go have lunch. There is a star-rated restaurant in Jiangcheng that tastes pretty good. Tong Yi stopped smiling and looked up at the 2 people in the office. Lunch? When Wei Yin heard this, he glanced at the time and found that it was indeed almost 12 o'clock, but he had already eaten at all the star-rated restaurants in Jiangcheng. After all, the company has a small team building once a month, and all the star-rated restaurants have been eaten. If Mr. Chun hadn't requested it, he wouldn't even want to go to the star-rated restaurants for team building. Instead of going to a star-rated restaurant, go to your own employee canteen. Mr. Tong, forget about going to the star-rated restaurant. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Why don't I take you to our company's employee canteen for a bite? Well, the food in our staff canteen is also very good, no worse than those in star-rated restaurants. Zhang Cheng also echoed from the side. When Tong Yi heard what the 2 said, he immediately responded that of course he agreed. He just didn't want to offend the 2 managers that asked for the food in the employee canteen being as delicious as a star-rated restaurant. He didn't believe it. Although he was the boss, he didn't know what the employee canteen was like. But when I go over to eat it later, even if it's not delicious, I still have to say a few more good things. After all, I can have so much income now thanks to the 2 people in front of me. Then let's go over there, Zhang Cheng said. The 3 of them got up and walked outside the office together. Mr. Wei, Mr. Jiang, this is the best staff canteen I have ever seen. Tong Yi looked at the food on the plate and said in amazement. These were not words of praise that he said intentionally, but he said them from the bottom of his heart. The spacious and bright employee canteen has a large crystal screen of more than 100 inches on one side at regular intervals, and a comedy movie is shown on it. There is a refrigerator every 10 meters with this free drink in it. There are many types of drinks, even more comprehensive than those in some small supermarkets. The most important thing is the food that is delicious, tasty, and delicious. Although he didn't count the number, there must be at least more than 10 kinds that he asked for the taste. He had just tasted a few dishes, and it was exactly as Mr. Wei and the others said, similar to that of a star-rated restaurant, or even much more delicious than some star-rated restaurants that I asked this, really the staff canteen. Tong Yi was a little dazed. If the 2 managers, Wei Yin and Zhang Cheng, hadn't personally brought him here, he would have thought this was some star-rated restaurant. Let me just say that our staff canteen is no worse than a star-rated restaurant, Zhang Cheng said with pride. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wei. While talking, that a girl's voice came from beside her. Zhang Cheng and Wei Yin heard the sound and looked over, only to see Su Yining looking at them with a smile, and behind Su Yining, there were several well-maintained ladies. It's Minister Su. What are you doing? Zhang Cheng nodded, and then looked at the ladies behind Su Yining. Oh, this is our high-end customization customer. Come over today, Su Yining said, and then introduced each other. Zhang Cheng and Wei Yin also said hello when they heard this. Then you're busy, so don't worry about us. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, high-end customization customers are rare. Su Yining nodded and was about to take a few ladies to eat on the other side, but Su Huijun next to her suddenly spoke. Mr. Wei, long time no see. I just noticed today that Changfeng Clothing and Sangshua Games belong to the same group company. Ms. Su, long time no see. Wei Yin looked at Su Huijun and greeted her. He had met Su Huijun before. As the manager of Sangshua Games, she often talked with the bosses of other companies. Su Huijun was the wife of one of the bosses. They had a good conversation at that time, and she had a deep impression. Su Yining saw that the two knew each other, so she thought about it and didn't go far. She sat down next to Wei Yan's table. This way, it would be much more convenient for them to chat. However, as Su Yining brought people over, Wei Yan's side became much quieter, and they were all eating quietly. On the other hand, the ladies at the table next to them were chatting lively. This is delicious, even better than the Xingyu restaurant. Today's food is completely different from last time, but it tastes just as good as before. I really want to come here every day. I'll go back and improve the food at my company. Although it's not as good as this, it has both meat and vegetables now. It's the same here. The food was too bad before. Since the food has improved, the employees have been working more actively. It's a pity that I still can't be so generous to the company and spend too much money. Minister Su, can we go swimming after dinner? After swimming last time, I want to look for the swimming pool in the whole Jiangcheng, and yours is the largest one, and it could be outdoors. Yes, I really want to have a swimming pool like this near my home. Wei Yin, who was sitting aside, heard the conversation of several ladies and didn't want to interrupt, but after hearing the last words about the swimming pool, his expression moved. Chapter 1157 Wei Yan's Reminder Chongfeng Clothing is not the only one in Jiangcheng that has a swimming pool similar to Chongfeng Clothing. There are employee activity buildings for several physical industries under the Tomorrow Group. Of course, it will definitely be inconvenient for these ladies to go to these physical industries, and we can't open the swimming pool in the employee activity building to these ladies just for the sake of it. That it's okay once or twice, but it's definitely not appropriate after a long time. The lower-level employees of the garment factory swam with the ladies. What if there was a conflict? Who should they speak for? It would be okay if the lady was in charge, but just say a few words to the employees. But if the employees take the blame here, can they criticize the noble ladies? Yes, they can, but there is a high chance that they will make those noble ladies unhappy, so that the final business negotiation may not be possible. Therefore, it is still necessary to try to avoid people outside the company from swimming or doing activities in the employee activity building, especially customers. After all, this is an employee activity building, prepared for employees. If everyone brings customers to the activity building to play, can it still be called an employee activity building? Wei Yin thought to himself and finally turned to look at Su Huijun. Ms. Su, if you want to go swimming in the same swimming pool as Chongfeng Clothing, there is actually a better place. Mr. Wei, do you know other places? Su Huijun was a little surprised when she heard Wei Yan's words. She had searched all the swimming pools in Jiangcheng, but she couldn't find one as big as Chongfeng Clothing. Yes, then the swimming pool also has the same large skylight as Chongfeng Clothing. Can it be opened by remote control? Yes, it is basically the same as the swimming pool at Chongfeng Clothing. Overall, it may be a little bigger than the one at Chongfeng Clothing. Wei Yin nodded and said, "Oh, where?" Su Huijun became interested. It would be great if there really was such a place. They prefer the design of the swimming pool of Chongfeng Clothing, but no matter what, it is also the employee activity building of Chongfeng Clothing. Even if Minister Su and the others said they could go there at any time, they couldn't really go there. The most they could do was go for a swim when they came over to customize clothes. It is in the Tomorrow community, on the east side of the city. It is also an industry under the Tomorrow Group, so there is a community activity building. When it was built to match Chongfeng's employee activity building, and there are more bigger projects. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. Tomorrow's community? A few sisters, and I will go over there later to take a look. Su Huijun nodded when she heard this. She still believed in Wei Yan's words. Sister Su, why don't I take you to visit later? I happen to live there. Su Yining said. She admired Wei Yin even more in her heart. Su Huijun and her sisters mentioned Chongfeng Clothing swimming pool was very good more than once, but she never thought of introducing the Tomorrow community to these ladies. There are currently nearly 100 vacant houses in Tomorrow community, but they have not been sold because they cannot be promoted. And since these ladies like that swimming pool so much, wouldn't it be just right to introduce Tomorrow community to these ladies? These ladies are all wealthy people, and Tomorrow community is also a high-end community, plus there is a swimming pool that these ladies like. Most likely, I bought it directly after seeing the layout of Tomorrow community, and no matter how noble the ladies are, they have a circle. If these noble ladies buy the Tomorrow community and live in a nice and comfortable place, more noble ladies will definitely know about it. That isn't this free publicity. 20 million is a high number for the grassroots people, but for these rich people, it is just a casual thing. Okay, we'll go directly after the ruler is restored. Su Huijun nodded. During the meal, several ladies began to ask Su Yining about the situation in the community tomorrow. Wei Yin nodded slightly as he listened. He was convinced that as long as these ladies visited Tomorrow community, they would definitely want to buy one. Tong Yi heard the conversation between several people and was somewhat interested in the community tomorrow. After thinking about it, he turned to Su Yining and said, I wonder if I can go over there with you later and take a look? Mr. Tong, of course you can, but we may have to wait for a while. Are you in a hurry? Su Yining nodded without hesitation. One more boss means one more potential customer. Fine. Tong Yi shook his head. Mr. Tong, let's go to the employee activity building to play pool later. I'll take you around the employee activity building to give you a better understanding. Wei Yin said. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wei. Tong Yi nodded. Lunch ended quickly. Su Yining left with several ladies to return to Fuchi. Jiang Cheng, Wei Yin, and Tong Yi walked straight towards the employee activity building. After a while, Tong Yi walked into the billiard room under the leadership of Jiang Cheng and Wei Yin. Of course, he had visited the entire employee activity building before coming here, that he sighed again in his heart. He thought he would be surprised that a clothing factory had such a canteen, but he didn't expect there to be such a luxurious employee activity building. Then the boss of Tomorrow Group is really willing to spend money. He became even more curious about the Tomorrow community. He was just about to change his house so he could go and see the Tomorrow community. If it was suitable, he could buy one Tomorrow community at the gate. This is the Tomorrow community. Su Yining stood at the gate of the Tomorrow community and pointed to the community in front. The main entrance of the Tomorrow community is an entrance hall. After entering, you can enter directly by scanning your face to Su Huijun, and several ladies looked at the entrance of the community in front and nodded slightly. Such a luxurious community gate has also been seen in other high-end communities, so it is not uncommon. However, having such a community gate is enough to prove that this community is a high-end community. Entering the community, Su Yining did not elaborate too much. The greening of the community is there, and these people can see and feel it without introduction. Let's go to the community activity building first. The direction is right in front. Su Yining said, and took the lead and walked in front. Su Huijun looked around the community and then nodded with satisfaction. She was very satisfied with the greenery and environment of this community, which was more comfortable than the villa area where she currently lived. That if the swimming pool here is really the same as the one in Changfeng Clothing, she could buy one. About a minute later, a very large artificial lake appeared in the field of vision. To their surprise, this artificial lake was very large. And from the appearance, this artificial lake was different from the artificial lakes in other communities. This artificial lake gave people a deep feeling just by looking at it. Chapter 1158 7 Sets, Minister Su. The artificial lake in front looks very deep. Tong Yi asked. He didn't talk much along the way, but he was a little curious when he saw the artificial lake, that he even saw two boats rowing in the middle of the lake. Mr. Tong is right. This artificial lake is nearly 3 meters deep. It is not an ornamental artificial lake. The fish in the lake are not goldfish, but crucian carp, grass carp, which can be eaten. A fish. There is a fishing area over there dedicated to fishing. Users in the community can fish in the fishing area. Su Yining smiled and introduced. She was originally not very interested in fishing, but she tried it once. Although she only caught one fish in the end, the feeling of catching a fish was indeed very exciting. Later, when I had time, my sisters and I would come over to fish for a while, just for fun. And it's right in the community, so it's very convenient. Can we still fish? Tong Yi was surprised. He didn't expect that fishing could be done in an artificial lake in a community. Of course, this artificial lake was personally requested by Mr. Chen, and fish fry will be released from time to time. However, there are requirements. You can only fish, not fish or electric fish. Su Yining opened his mouth to explain. Tong Yi nodded slightly when he heard this. Not to mention the community activity building that he had not visited yet. He wanted to buy a house in this community just because of the artificial lake where you could fish. Su Huijun and other ladies nodded slightly as they looked at the artificial lake in front of them where fishing was possible. Although they did not fish, their husbands sometimes did. Some of them are not hobbies, just fishing with clients, as Su Yining continued to lead the way and soon arrived at the community activity building ahead. Entering the activity building, I took a few people behind me to visit it carefully. After a while, several people appeared together in the swimming pool on the top floor, Su Huijun, and others looked at the swimming pool in front of them, as well as the large skylight above. They were the same as the swimming pool of Changfeng clothing. The size was also the same, as Su Yining said, much larger than the swimming pool of Changfeng clothing. There are also other projects downstairs, including the gym, yoga studio, and chess and card room, which they like. This community is really good. Minister Su, where is the sales office of Tomorrow Community? I want to see the house. Su Huijun turned to look at Su Yining and asked. We want to see it too. Several other ladies also spoke. Tong Yi didn't speak, but his expression showed that he wanted to see it too. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Su Yining nodded and took out his cell phone to call Mei Yun. Before coming back, she had already communicated with Mei Yun, so she hung up the phone after a few words on the phone and took Su Huijun and others to the sales office. Guys, these houses are currently vacant in the Tomorrow Community. There are panoramic videos of each house here. You can take a look. Mei Yun enthusiastically explained the location of the currently vacant houses to Su Huijun and others. At the same time, he took out several tablets and handed them to several people respectively. The tablets contained panoramic videos of the vacant houses. Mr. Mei, didn't you say that the layout of the houses are all the same, and they are all well decorated? There is no need to watch the panoramic video. I can just choose a location I like. Su Huijun said that as mentioned in Mei Yun's introduction just now, the houses in Tomorrow Community are all about 200 square meters, and the layout is basically the same. Although she was surprised that all the apartments in Tomorrow's community were designed to be 200 square meters, it was just right for her. If the house was too small, she would not be used to it. Ms. Su, the fine decoration of our community Tomorrow is somewhat different from the fine decoration of other communities. The decoration style of each house in our community is different, so it is better for you to take a look at it yourself. You can choose a few decorations that you like better, and then I will take you to the house to have a look. Mei Yun opened his mouth to explain. Hearing this, Su Huijun clicked on the tablet in her hand and found that there were panoramic videos of many rooms with the locations of the rooms marked on them. That I randomly clicked on the panoramic videos of several rooms and took a look. As Mei Yun said, the panoramic video decoration of each room is different. This Tomorrow Community is really special. It's just that such a community appeared in Jiangcheng, but she didn't have any news about it. Mr. Mei, I see that the configuration of Tomorrow's community is already a very high-end community. We people don't even have any community. Don't you have any publicity? Su Huijun looked at Mei Yun and asked curiously. Mei Yun smiled bitterly when he heard this and said, Ms. Su, our group's policy is to adhere to the principle that the fragrance of wine should not be afraid of deep alleys. So after the construction of Tomorrow Community, there was no publicity. Su Huijun looked puzzled when she heard Mei Yun's words. Even in this era, some people say that the smell of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. But this was their policy arrangement, and it was hard for her to say anything. She just nodded and started to choose the decoration she liked. Anyway, she really liked this community. As long as she purchased it, she could move here directly without worrying about decoration and other things that an hour later. Mei Yun enthusiastically escorted Su Huijun and the others to the car. After watching them leave, he turned to look at Su Yining and thanked them. Minister Su, thank you so much this time. Just now, 7 houses were sold directly. Although the contract has not been signed yet, it has basically been confirmed. And he also learned that those are all ladies. He believes that these ladies will definitely bring more ladies here. The Tomorrow Community will gradually spread among the wealthy circles in Jiangcheng. Then the sales of the remaining 100 houses in the Tomorrow Community are basically settled. Boss Mei, don't thank me. It was Boss Wei who proposed to bring these ladies to the Tomorrow Community. Su Yining smiled and shook her head. She admired Wei Yin from the bottom of her heart. No wonder he was reused by Boss Chun. With such strong ability, if he didn't reuse Wei Yin, would he reuse others? Well, Boss Wei, I will thank you in the evening, but you should also thank you for bringing these people to visit. Mei Yun insisted. Now 7 houses have been sold. Each house is 20 million. A total of 140 million that Wu Run Real Estate has been developing new communities, so it has not received any income for a long time. This time, 140 million can be considered an income overseas, Jui Group. Tina looked at the recent sales data of Jinhao canned food. With the arrival of 5 billion canned food, they also expanded the sales of Jinhao canned food. Chapter 1159. Report from the garment factory. Because the market test sales of Jinhao canned food were very good before. After purchasing a large number of Jinhao canned food, they quickly expanded the sales of Jinhao canned food. Now, Jinhao canned food is sold in 1/3 of overseas markets. In this case, she must always observe the sales of Jinhao canned food. If the sales are not good, the expansion of Jinhao canned food must be stopped, and then the orders of Jinhao canned food will be reduced. If the sales are very good, the sales of Jinhao canned food must be expanded, and then the purchase of Jinhao canned food must be expanded. In addition, the sales of different types of canned food must be understood. And then the next time you order canned food, you can purchase according to the sales of different types of canned food. Tina thought in her heart, opened the information, and read it carefully. After a while, Tina slowly raised her head and breathed a sigh of relief. The information shows that as Jinhao canned food is rolled out in the market, the sales situation has not weakened. On the contrary, as the sales volume increases, Jinhao canned food has become more and more popular. The main reason for its popularity is that it is very cost-effective. Although there are many canned foods that are cheaper than Jinhao canned food, the taste is not as good as Jinhao canned food. But among those canned food brands that taste similar to Jinhao canned food is the cheapest in terms of price. So some canned food consumers who care about taste have basically started to choose Jinhao canned food. Tina slowly closed the information. Now that Jinhao canned food is selling well, she is relieved. After all, Jinhao canned food is dominated by her as a whole. If Jinhao canned food sells poorly at this time, she will also be responsible. Fortunately, the sales situation is optimistic now. Tina smiled slightly, then opened the document and wrote the report content. Now that Jinhao canned food has been expanding sales for nearly a month, it is definitely necessary to write a report and report it that if the sales situation remains good when the sales market of Jinhao canned food expands to half of the overseas market, it is necessary to consider purchasing another batch of canned food. And as the market of Jinhao canned food gradually expands, the quantity of the next purchase will definitely increase. In early December, Tomorrow Group, President's office, Chinmo sat in front of the computer, working hard. After serving as a courier many times in extreme survival, he returned to Freedom War. It was Freedom War that gave him a sense of accomplishment. After playing a few games, he was a little tired, so he quit the game directly. He picked up the coffee on the table and sat in the boss chair to drink leisurely. Mr. Chun, this is the report of the garment factory. Please take a look. Shinro walked into the office and put a document on the table. The information of the garment factory. Chinmo was confused, wondering what the garment factory had to report. He picked up the document and read it. After a while, Chinmo sighed. He thought that the official event of extreme survival held this time would not have any impact on Tomorrow Group without the participation of the BL Game Club team. But now it seems that he thought too simply. The players rented out by the BL Game Club entered 2 teams respectively, and the uniforms worn by the 2 teams during the competition were designed by Chongfeng Clothing. And by chance, one of the teams won the championship, because the championship uniforms were provided by Chongfeng Clothing Design. The final sales of the championship uniforms must also be ordered from Chongfeng Clothing. A total of 1.5 million sets of uniforms have been ordered so far. The price given by Chongfeng Clothing is 499 yuan, 1.5 million sets. That is nearly 750 million yuan in revenue. Looking at the final revenue price, Chinmo was silent. After investing in Nanchi Takeaway in Magic City, the system funds were left with 200 million yuan. Later, the R&D team was established in the Real Extreme Survival Project, and he gave another 500 million yuan in R&D funds. He first transferred 200 million yuan to the account of the Real Extreme Survival Project, and the remaining 300 million yuan was prepared to be transferred to the Real Extreme Survival Project after the income in December was received. I thought that I had spent all the system funds in November. And I had an additional 300 million reserve funds to spend, and I had completed my spending task. But I didn't expect that, not long. After the funds were invested, the clothing factory had an order of 750 million after deducting the remaining 300 million investment in the real-life extreme survival research and development project from the 750 million. He still had 450 million funds left. Champion uniforms. Champion uniforms again. He had already banned the BL Game Club's own team from participating in the competition, but he still couldn't escape the customization of champion uniforms. Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, but he didn't know whether it was because the recent profits of Tomorrow Group were around tens of billions, or because the settlement rules changed after the system upgrade. This time, the income of 750 million, except for making him a little unhappy, did not give him too much emotional fluctuations. Although the various incomes of Tomorrow Group have increased a lot now, he still has a way to consume the hundreds of millions of funds that he took a deep breath, drank the remaining coffee in the cup, and fell in a deep thought that it is already the beginning of December, and there is only 1 month left before the Chinese New Year. The only financial expenditures that can be thought of now are the year-end party, year-end bonus, year-end project bonus, and various activity rewards. Thinking of this, Chinemo reached out and took a calendar on the desk and took a quick look at it. January 28th is New Year's Eve, but the 21st is the Little New Year. Since it is the Chinese New Year, it must be the Little New Year, and the Little New Year also requires a certain amount of time to go home for the New Year. Then the holiday time will be set on the 15th. 5 days should be enough for employees of various companies to go home for the New Year. When should it be set? Chinemo. Look back. The 12th is the Lantern Festival, which is also a day for reunion. At least you have to reunite before you go back to work, right? And some people who live far away will definitely need a few days to take a car after the Lantern Festival. Then let's set it on the 20th. Chimo casually scratched the calendar and directly set the time for the Spring Festival holiday. January 15, February 20th. Well, more than a month of vacation can at least affect the work efficiency for more than a month. And this more than a month is paid, and you can spend an extra month's salary in vain. However, due to work reasons, some jobs must keep people on duty during the Spring Festival, that it's too pitiful if you can't go home on such a big day as the Spring Festival. More overtime pay should be given. Chapter 1160 Holiday. In the past, overtime work during holidays was 3 times the salary. So this time the salary during the new year will be 4 times the salary. This can consume more funds. Chinmo was secretly thinking that apart from these, there was also the matter of the annual meeting, and he must take care of it this time. Last year, I asked my employees to perform, but it was not fun to give them a "I love work," that I don't want to see you love working. I just hope that you are all good at fishing and still love to work. It is because you old guys love to work that I have not been able to convert the system funds in full. Chinmo complained feebly, then tapped his finger on the table and fell in a deep thought. Now that the group is so big, there is no problem in inviting some stars to perform. However, the advertising fees for celebrities are definitely very expensive, and they can also spend a lot of money to go out. In addition to the annual meeting, employees' year-end bonuses and year-end project bonuses are also a major drain on funds. Moreover, the group's income this year is much higher than last year, and the bonuses will definitely increase. There are also New Year gifts. Since it is the Chinese New Year, we must give some New Year gifts to employees. That he simply wrote down the next plan on a piece of paper, looked at it carefully, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he called Shun Ro over. "Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements?" Shun Ro entered the office and looked at Mr. Chun and asked, "Inform the managers of each company to have a meeting in the group conference room at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All managers, including those currently not in Jiangcheng, are also ready for video conferencing." Chun Mo looked at Shinro, who came in and gave instructions. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro nodded, then returned to her office and informed the managers of various companies in the group about the meeting. The next day, 9:30 a.m., managers from various companies came to Tomorrow Group one after another. "Mr. Wei, you are the veteran of the company. Do you know the content of this meeting with Mr. Chin?" Li Maodo walked to Wei Yin and asked in a low voice. Since joining the Tomorrow Group this year, it was the first time for him to participate in such a collective meeting, so he had to inquire about the content of the meeting to feel confident. "I don't know either." Wei Yin shook his head. "Mr. Wei, don't you know either?" Li Maodo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Wei Yin was Mr. Chen's confidant, and he didn't even notify Wei Yin. Mr. Lee, you think so highly of me. I'm just the manager of Sangshui Games. Mr. Chen is the president of a group. Even if something happens, why would he tell the manager of a company? An assistant Shun and I asked about it yesterday. Even Assistant Shun didn't know, so we'd better wait until the meeting. After the meeting, we'll know what the specific matter is. Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't know what the meeting was about, it was already the end of the year. He also had some guesses in his mind that the content of the meeting should be related to the year-end summary, annual meeting. Let's wait for some things. There are only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. Let's go to the conference room and wait. Wei Yin glanced at the time, then left the group lounge and headed straight for the conference room. President's office. Chinemo looked at the victory game interface and smiled slightly, then raised his hand to check the time and found that it was already 9:45, and there were only 15 minutes left before the meeting, that he quit the game directly and looked at the meeting content he had prepared. Before long, Shinro knocked on the door and walked in. Are all the managers here? Chinemo looked at Shinro, who came in, and asked. Mr. Chun, all the managers are here and waiting in the conference room. Shinro answered. Chinemo nodded, glanced for a moment, and found that it was already 56 points, so he got up and walked out of the office. Seeing this, Shinro picked up the water glass prepared on the side and followed her. Hello, Mr. Chun. Just entered the conference room. Chinemo heard a group of managers stand up and shout in unison. His eyes swept over the managers one by one, then nodded and waved. Everyone sit down. While talking, she also walked to the front of the conference table and sat down. Shinro followed and carefully placed a water glass on the table, and then began to adjust the position of the notebook beside her. The notebook is used in the video conference room. Currently, Manager Qin Hong of Juhan Agricultural Base, Manager Wang Maoyan of Nanchi Takeaway, and Manager Wang Bin of Lampion Entertainment are all out of town and unable to come back for meetings. Shinro carefully adjusted the position of the computer, and after confirming that there was no problem, she finally connected to the video conference with 3 managers from other places and left the conference room directly. When Chinemo saw that everything was ready, he cleared his throat and looked at everyone in the conference room. It's already December, and the Chinese New Year will be here in just over a month. The Chinese New Year is a day for reunions, and it is also a time for everyone to take a break after working hard for a year. So let me talk about the time for annual leave this year. But before talking about annual leave, let me talk about the New Year's Day holiday. New Year's Day is a statutory holiday and is a one-day holiday. But one day off is no different from no rest at all. So the New Year's Day group has a 3-day holiday. I checked the time, and the New Year's Day holiday is Wednesday, the 1st. The holidays will be 3 days on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Chinemo slowly said that any holiday must not be missed. This is a good opportunity to reduce employees' work efficiency and issue multiple bonuses. Mr. Chun, I looked at the dates. The 4th and 5th happen to be Saturdays and Sundays. Do we have to take a day off? Or do we have to take a day off? Li Mauda raised his hand and asked. But after asking, he found that many managers looked at him strangely, that he had a feeling that he had asked the wrong thing. When Chun Mo heard this, he looked at Li Mauda with a vague look and then slowly spoke. In the Tomorrow Group, no holidays are allowed unless there are extremely special circumstances, and any work takes up employees' Saturdays and Sundays without any compensation, so Saturdays and Sundays are also normal rest. Mr. Lee, you don't know enough about the group system. You need to learn more. I know, Mr. Chun. I will definitely study the group system. Li Mauda nodded quickly. A cold sweat broke out behind his back. After he became the manager of Feiwu Security, he has been responsible for the training of veterans at Feiwu Security. All holidays are notified by the group, and he can just go as required. Although he often works with managers, he has not heard those managers understand these basic systems. When I just found out that it was the 4th and the 5th was a Saturday or a Sunday, I instinctively used the thinking of the previous company, and then asked. But looking at the expressions of other managers, he knew that those managers understood the systems of these groups. Why? Li Mauda sighed secretly. It seemed that he had been too relaxed after joining the Tomorrow Group. After the conference room is over, you still need to find Wei Yin to learn more about the group system. You must never make such a low-level mistake again in the future. Chen Mo ignored what Li Mao thought. After finishing speaking, he continued to change the topic to annual leave. Chapter 1161:16 Salary. The New Year's Day holiday has been arranged. Now let's talk about the annual leave. The annual leave is from January 15th to February 20th. Chen Mo looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly. Many managers in the conference room didn't look surprised when they heard the time mentioned by Mr. Chen. They just took their notebooks and quickly recorded the vacation time. After all, they had been on vacation like this for 2 consecutive years. The annual leave lasts for more than a month and is paid, which is rarely seen in other companies. Wei Yin sighed in his heart. He had previously calculated the approximate number of days off that the Tomorrow Group would have in a year. Counting Saturdays and Sundays, it was already over 130 days. There are only more than 360 days in a year, and 1/3 of these days are already spent on rest, and they are all paid. This is the treatment of Tomorrow Group. When Chinamo saw that many managers had finished recording, he continued to speak. Considering that the Chinese New Year is an important time, during the annual leave, all employees who cannot take a break due to work reasons will receive 4 times their salary, and they will be able to take their own leave when the holiday ends after the New Year. Wow! Many managers who thought they had adapted to the company's benefits still showed surprise when they heard that overtime wages during annual leave were 4 times the salary. This means that employees who work overtime during annual leave can receive 4 months' salary for 1 month of work, and 3 months more salary. That if you work for 1 year, you will get 15 months' salary. If you are an old employee who has worked for 3 years, you can get 3 more salaries on the basis of Ali's 13 salary, which is 16 months, which means you will get 4 more months of salary. Therefore, if an old employee who has worked for 3 years or more works overtime during annual leave, he will receive a salary of 19% after working for 1 year. According to the 13 salary regulations of Tomorrow Group, the maximum salary you can receive is 18. If you work for 5 years, you will receive 21 salaries in that year. If I also work some overtime on other holidays, it's almost like working for 1 year, and can I get 2 years' salary? This does not include other benefits of Tomorrow Group. With the implementation of the policy of 4 times annual leave pay, Tomorrow Group's overtime policy has basically been finalized. Normal overtime work on Saturdays and Sundays is double pay, holidays are triple pay, and annual leave is 4 times paid out of. Of course, the most shocking thing is that these people who work overtime do not have no rest, but just rest at a different time, which also includes rest on Saturdays and Sundays. In other words, as long as you work overtime, you will be paid several times more, and you can take a break at another time. Mr. Chen Mo was about to continue speaking when he saw Jiang Cheng raising his hand and looking towards him. What's the matter? Mr. Chen, 70% of the employees of Changfeng Clothing Company have applied for annual leave to work overtime. Jiang Cheng said slowly. When annual leave was tripled last year, many employees reported that they wanted to continue working overtime during annual leave. However, he still followed last year's holiday plan, and the entire clothing factory group took a holiday. After all, Changfeng Clothing has always been in a state of loss that if you work overtime during the annual vacation and have to pay a few more months' salary, wouldn't it be a bigger loss? As the end of this year approaches and the holiday plan has not yet been implemented, many people have already reported that they have to work overtime during the annual holiday. That he made a simple calculation and found that 70% of employees wanted to work overtime during annual leave, and this was only 3 times. The overtime pay. If the policy of 4 times the overtime pay during annual leave was implemented this year, it would probably be 100%. 80% of employees want to apply for overtime. Jiang Cheng secretly thought, but with so many employees wanting to apply for overtime, he certainly couldn't ignore it, so it was better to prepare a report that IT happened to be mentioned in today's meeting, so he mentioned it in passing. Mr. Chun, Jinhao can also wants to apply for overtime work. Now Jinhao can has opened up overseas markets and has communicated with overseas parties. We may need to order a large number of cans after the year. I'm worried that the cans here won't be supplied in time, so it's better to work overtime to produce them. Meng Xiaohong also took the opportunity to talk about the situation of Jinhao. When Jinhao was out of business, The accumulated cans and the 5 billion cans ordered overseas had already been exhausted. The current inventory of Jinhao cans is just 1 month of production. If there is a lot of demand from overseas markets after the year, she is worried about insufficient supply. Mr. Chen, list. Chinmo felt a little embarrassed when he listened to the report from the group company manager. Logically speaking, if the purpose of spending money is to work overtime collectively at Changfeng Garment, he can spend an extra 3 months of salary. In addition, a large amount of fabric and other materials will be consumed during the overtime work, which is also a large consumption of funds. Changfeng Clothing is still losing money. Even if it works overtime, it will not bring much profit to Changfeng Clothing. Allowing employees of Changfeng Garments to work overtime is indeed a good choice. But Jinhao cans are different. They have opened up overseas markets and have ordered 5 billion cans so far. According to Meng Xiaohong, it is very likely that a large number of cans will be ordered overseas after the year, that if you don't take breaks and work overtime, wouldn't it be possible to wait until the canned goods are ordered from overseas and they will be supplied directly? Therefore, this class cannot be added. But Changfeng Clothing is working overtime, but Jinhao Can Food is not working overtime, which is not reasonable. In addition, if all employees of other profitable companies work overtime, then his plan to reduce employee efficiency by giving them a holiday will basically fail. After repeated consideration, in the end, he still cannot set a precedent for overtime. Well, overtime is a clear regulation of the group. Except for those jobs that cannot maintain the normal operation of the company without overtime, other employees are not allowed to work overtime. Chinemo looked at the many managers and spoke slowly. All managers nodded slightly when they heard Mr. Chen's words and did not say much. Mr. Chen, will Manhwa Coffee continue to maintain last year's overtime policy? Song Xia asked. Manhwa Coffee? Chinemo thought about it after hearing this. Last year, Manhwa Coffee adopted a voluntary overtime policy. After all, Manhwa Coffee belongs to the catering industry. If all employees take a holiday to rest, it is definitely not in line with the normal business attitude. The system will plan it into the ranks of deliberate losses. The catering industry also includes the newly established Nanshi takeaway. Since not everyone can take a holiday, then we should continue to maintain the voluntary overtime system. If all employees do not want to work overtime, then it is not his decision to give them a holiday. Well, the catering industry should maintain a policy of voluntary overtime for all employees. The number of people who want to work overtime can be counted, and the number of stores to be open can be determined based on the number of people who work overtime. Chinemo confirmed. After the holiday arrangements were made, the next thing was the annual meeting. Chapter 1162 Annual Meeting Preparation. The holiday has been decided, and the next step is the annual meeting. The holiday is on January 15th, and the annual meeting will be held on the 13th and 14th. The annual meeting starts on the 13th. After the annual meeting, all employees should party and drink. They will definitely have fun until very late. We will give those employees a rest on the 14th. But I watched last year's annual meeting, and there were many programs prepared by group employees. I thought about this. It would be too hard for employees to prepare annual meeting programs after working for a year. So this year's annual meeting doesn't require employees to appear in the program. Just find more celebrities to appear in the program. Don't worry about the budget. Just do it as much as possible. Just leave the person in charge of the annual meeting to Wei Yin. Chinmo's eyes fell on Wei Yin. Wei Yin was in charge of last year's annual meeting. It would be nice to let him be in charge this year. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wei Yin nodded. He was already familiar with the annual meeting. Well, that's it for the annual meeting. All that's left is the New Year's gift. After working for a year, employees must give out some New Year gifts before the holidays. I will not arrange this. You can make your own arrangements. The budget for gifts is only 1,000 per person. Chen Mo arranged again, now with Kyoto's Nanshi Takeout and 20,000 chef apprentices. Tomorrow Group now has nearly 100,000 employees. These 1,000 employees alone have cost him nearly 100 million in funds. That's it for employee gifts. Next is employee year-end bonuses and employee project bonuses. The specific amount of the project bonus has not yet been determined. When the amount of the project bonus is determined, Notifications will be sent out one after another. Time passed little by little, and the meeting came to an end. Well, that's the content of the meeting. The meeting is over. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he picked up the water glass on the side and took a sip of water, then stood up and left the conference room. Other managers of the company also stood up and left the conference room. Wei Yin took the elevator downstairs, found the planning department, knocked on the door, and walked in. Mr. Wei just walked in. Yifeng got up from his desk and came over, followed by his wife Qin Xian. I'm not bothering you. Wei Yin looked at the two people coming up to him and said with a smile, Mr. Wei, why bother? You know our planning department is very busy. Yifeng smiled bitterly. Since joining the Tomorrow Group last year, their lives have skyrocketed. Before joining the Tomorrow Group, he and his wife traveled around as hosts, earning an average of more than 30,000 yuan per month. The travel expenses, accommodation, and food alone cost thousands of yuan, leaving only more than 20,000 yuan a month. After joining the Tomorrow Group, his monthly salary as head of the propaganda department was 60,000 yuan. As a deputy minister, my wife's salary is not the same as his minister's, which is 60,000 yuan. In terms of salary alone, he and his wife earn 120,000 yuan a month. This does not include various welfare subsidies from the group, but what's more important is that the two of them no longer need to travel frequently. The only time they need to go out is when the family goes out to play during the holidays, but after working for a while, they discovered a problem. That is, they were too busy. After entering the Tomorrow Group, their plan was basically to organize an event and competition every month, and the rest was none of his business. Taking so much money but not doing much work really makes them feel insecure that that's not enough money to get. Just don't disturb me. The main reason I came here today is that there are some things that need to be done by your planning department. Wei Yin took a seat in the reception area, looked at Yifeng sitting opposite, and said, Mr. Wei, just give me your orders. Yifeng was happy when he heard Wei Yan's words. He was worried about what kind of work he should do. It's like this. Now that it's the end of the year, Mr. Chun has decided to hold the New Year's Eve on January 13th. This time, the group's employees are not required to rehearse the program. All the programs are performed by celebrity actors, so this annual meeting requires careful planning by your planning department. Wei Yin briefly told the requirements for the new year that Wei Yifeng nodded when he heard Wei Yan's words. He was familiar with things after the new year. He had already held an annual meeting for Tomorrow Group and had also held annual meetings for other companies in previous years. Don't worry, Mr. Wei. Just leave this matter to us. As a couple, we have been hosts for so many years and we still know many celebrities. Although he is not a big-name star, he can be seen on TV. It is enough to invite him to come and perform at the annual meeting. Yifeng smiled and said, after being a host for so many years, he still accumulated some connections. I feel reassured by what Minister Yi said. Then you should contact the actors first and then make a budget for the actors' fees. Then, in addition to arranging the program, the venue, the viewing positions of each company at the venue, as well as the award-winning and activity sessions, all need to be arranged in detail. Of course, if there are any arrangements or problems, just mention it to me and I will find a way to solve it. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Wei, just leave the annual meeting to us with confidence. Yifeng said with confidence he finally got a big job and he would handle it beautifully. Well, I'll leave the annual meeting to you, and I will follow up regularly. Wei Yin said, got up and left the planning department. Wei Yifeng and his wife Qin Xian sent Wei Yin to the door and quickly returned to the office to start planning the annual meeting. We can prepare singing, dancing, sketches, and crosstalk for the performances at the annual meeting. These programs can all be prepared. I will see if any of the celebrities I know meet these requirements. Talk shows have become quite popular recently, so we can also invite a few talk show actors. Well, talk shows are fine. I happen to know a few talk show actors, and I have a good relationship with them. The appearance fees are not very high. President's office. As soon as Chun Mo returned to the office and sat down, Shinro took out a document and put it on the table. Mr. Chun, this information is the annual revenue report of each company under the Tomorrow Group. As Shinro said that, she carefully placed the information on the table. Well, I understand. Chinemo nodded and then took the information on the table that if he wants to pay year-end project bonuses, he must do so based on the revenue statements of each company under the group. Otherwise, if a manager of a loss-making company pays tens of millions of project bonuses, the system will definitely not allow it. Chapter 1163 Eat the Prize. So, in order to give out project bonuses to a greater extent, he wanted to know the profitability of each company under the Tomorrow Group in detail. Chinemo thought to himself, and then opened the information and read it carefully. This year, the profitable companies under the Tomorrow Group include Sangshua Games, Pet Park, Boring Short Video, Blue Film Entertainment, BL Game Club, Unmanned Buildings, and Really Good Canned Food. Chinemo simply counted the number of profitable companies and found that 7 companies have entered the profit stage. Among them, the 2 companies with the highest profits are Sangshua Games and Boring Short Video. These 2 companies have made profits of more than 20 billion yuan each in this year. Then there are Blue Film Entertainment, Really Good Canned Food, Nana Coffee, Unmanned Real Estate, and Pet Park. The profits range from 2 billion to 4 billion respectively. The remaining companies are loss-making companies, namely Changfeng Clothing, Nanha Coffee, Baishu Law Firm, Johan Agricultural Base, Live Games, Feiwu Security, Lao Lu Massage, and Nanchi Takeaway, a total of 8 loss-making industries. However, the funds lost by the 8 loss-making industries are not as much as the 7 profitable projects. However, after the new year, there is another Desert Oasis project to start, and he can invest 5 billion yuan in IT. IT is a good point to consume funds. Chinemo looked at the information of each company in the data and finally arranged the project bonus into 3 levels. The first level is naturally Sangshua Games and Wuling Short Video. These 2 companies have made a profit of more than 20 billion yuan each in a year, which is the only level of the company. The second level is the remaining 5 profitable companies. Profits of 2 billion to 5 billion. Finally, there are 8 loss-making companies. He will not classify the losses, but directly classify them into 1 level. How should the project bonus for the first level be arranged? The pen tip-tapped on the straw paper, and after thinking for a moment, he made a decision. Bonus for the first level general manager position. 30 million. Department manager. 10 million. Minister/supervisor. 5 million. Group leader. 2 million. Group leader. 1 million. Grassroots employee. 500,000. Second level project bonus. General manager position. 10 million. Department manager. 5 million. Minister/supervisor. 3 million. Group leader. 1 million. Team leader. 500,000 grassroots employee. 300,000 third tier project bonus. General manager position. 8 million. Department manager. 4 million. Minister/supervisor. 2 million. Group leader. 800,000 team leader. 400,000 grassroots employee. 200,000. Chinemo looked at the bonus plan written out at the end and nodded with satisfaction. However, the only pity is that he cannot give bonuses to the most basic logistic staff such as cleaning staff for this project bonus. There is also no way to give project bonuses to apprentices like Lao Lu Massage and Nanchi Takeaway. What a pity. Chinemo sighed, but after all the apprentices are converted to regular employees, they can be given. The project bonus is planned, and then the next thing is the year-end bonus. There is no need to plan the profits and losses of the various companies under the Tomorrow Group. They are all employees of the company. How can bonuses be given according to profits and losses? It is better to distribute bonuses according to positions. Chinemo thought about it briefly and directly set the amount of this year's year-end bonus. Year-end bonus. General manager position. 10 million. Department manager. 5 million. Minister/supervisor. 2 million. Group leader. 1 million. Group leader. 500,000 grassroots employees. 200,000 cleaning and other staff. 100,000. The policy for distributing year-end bonuses is also invitation restricted in the system. Similarly, trainees of Lao Lu Massage and Nanchi Takeaway cannot get IT.in addition. It takes at least 6 months to join the company. However, since it is a year-end bonus, it is not appropriate to have no money if you have not joined the company for less than half a year. Chinemo muttered to himself while also testing the bottom line of the system. After constant testing, there was finally a certain result. Whether it is those who have not joined the company for half a year or those who are in training, they can receive a year-end bonus of 10% of the total salary income of the year. Just like Lao Lu Massage, by the end of December, there have been 4 months of training. Those trainees also get a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, which is 40,000 yuan for 4 months. Then a 10% bonus is 4,000 yuan. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing, and it can be regarded as a part of the system funds. The amount of project bonuses and year-end bonuses has basically been determined. However, there are still some people who need to be given bonuses. For example, Assistant Shinro, driver Yang Dai, that AS is full-time assistant. Shinro has shared a lot of work pressure with him. Of course, it would be more perfect if there is no backstab. Chinemo thought in his heart and finally wrote on the rough paper. Shinro's year-end bonus. 30 million. As a full-time assistant, Shinro naturally does not have project bonuses from various companies. But Shinro has handled the projects of various companies and can be regarded as participating in them. Especially for the overseas market of Jinhao canned food, since there is no project bonus, it is always good to give more year-end bonuses. Okay. Chinemo paused his pen on the straw paper. Then he wrote Yang Dahai's name. As a full-time driver, he didn't delay any of his work in a year, that he drove very steadily, and the most important thing was that he never backstabbed anyone. Well, the driver seemed to want to make a profit for the company, but there didn't seem to be any chance. Anyway, it was very good. Last year, an 8 million year-end bonus was issued, and this year it can also be raised. That is a 10 million year-end bonus. What else can be used to consume funds? Chinmo looked at the project bonus and year-end bonus that had been set, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip to be by the way. Why did you forget the annual meeting? This is his chance to make money. How can you miss it? This year, the revenue of Tomorrow Group has reached a new high, so the event rewards must not be bad. Then 5 cars worth 300,000. What other rewards are there? By the way, the last time I went to Sanya, the tour group was quite good, and I could draw a 7-day tour of Sanya or something. But the last time I went to Sanya, the overall experience was not very good because there were too many people there. And I was traveling with the company group, so I didn't have much freedom. Then let's draw 15 New Year travel funds worth 100,000 yuan. If you want to go there, just pay for it yourself. If you don't want to go out, he doesn't care anyway, the money is spent. What other rewards are there? Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows and thought about it, but he couldn't think of any good prizes. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, it's just spending money. Then draw another 30 coupons worth 50,000 yuan. Finally, there are some electrical and digital prizes. Chinemo looked at the listed rewards and added some more rewards. 100 Jinhao canned food awards for a year. 100 Chongfeng clothing awards for a year. 100 Nanchi coffee awards for a year. 100 Nanchi takeout awards for a year. 100 non-military security awards for a year. Chapter 1164 Year-End Budget. Mo quickly listed on the paper any real-life games to play, pet parks to visit. Looking at the page full of writing on the papyrus paper, Chinemo nodded with satisfaction. Now there are many industries under the Tomorrow Group, and the employees of the Tomorrow Group have consumption. It is impossible for him to prohibit employees from spending money in his own industry, so he can just let his employees spend money for free by issuing rewards. Are there any other places to spend money? Chinemo thought for a while, and suddenly thought of 2 more points. The first is the fare for employees on vacation. Reimbursing the fare is definitely another financial expenditure. If you do something about it, it can be even more. The second point is orphanages and nursing homes. Whether it is for spending money or for public welfare, these two have to do something. After confirming these 2 points, he could no longer think of any way to spend money, so he called Shinro over directly. This is my list of year-end bonuses, project bonuses, and annual meeting event rewards for each company in the Tomorrow Group this year. When you get back later, please calculate the budget for distributing all the rewards. Chinemo said and handed the straw paper he had just sorted out to Shinro. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro quickly took the straw paper handed over by Mr. Chun. Also, the fares for group employees going home during the new year are reimbursed by the group. However, New Year tickets are difficult to buy, so you can make statistics and decide how to go home in advance. If you fly, count the number of people visiting a place. If there are enough people, you can talk to the airline about charter flights. Funds are not a problem. There are also orphanages and nursing homes. There are children in the orphanages. During the company's annual meeting, we can arrange a place for them to watch the annual meeting. You can communicate with Wei Yin about specific matters. During the Chinese New Year, let's make it a little more lively. Children, there are more entertainment projects. You can ask those children recently what New Year gifts they want. During the Chinese New Year, the group will prepare a batch of New Year gifts for those children, but don't be too doting. The gifts must meet the current needs. It can be some hobbies and interests. I remember the last time I went to the orphanage, there were two children who were interested in aliens. They like space very much. An astronomical telescope can be placed next to the orphanage so that the children can look at the stars. Of course, there are also some children who like music. They can buy some musical instruments and so on. Well, when the school is completed, we will open more interest classes and hire some professional teachers. Chinemo briefly talked about the orphanage. Although he wanted to spend money, he also had to consider the mental health and future of the children. Not to mention how good of a person those children were raised to be, but at least they had a good guide in terms of 3 moral values that at least after entering society, you will not be a person who harms society. I know, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded solemnly and looked at Mr. Chun with a flash of strangeness in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up. There is also the matter of nursing homes. Those elderly people who left their hometowns and came to our nursing homes in Jiangxing, no matter what the reason is, are all trusting our Tomorrow group. So the nursing home should also handle it well. If the elderly have family members, they can communicate with those family members. You can take the elderly to celebrate the new year. If there is no way to take the elderly home, you can also let the children visit the elderly in the nursing home, or you can celebrate the new year with the elderly in the nursing home. Those elderly people who have no children and those whose children are not coming can prepare some programs separately to let those elderly people have a good new year. But be careful. If you have children who come to celebrate the new year with the elderly or come to see the elderly, don't let those who don't have children or whose children don't come see them. As for New Year's gifts, well, prepare some new clothes to make it more festive. Chun Mo pondered for a moment and finally spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will definitely handle it. Shinro nodded solemnly. I sighed secretly in my heart. Mr. Chun is really a careful person. That's all. Go and do your business. Chinemo thought for a moment and realized that there was nothing else to arrange. So he waved his hand. Shinro nodded when she heard this, and then quickly returned to her office. He carefully read the piece of paper Mr. Chen handed him and looked at this year's project bonus, that it's higher than last year, that it's really a blessing to be Mr. Chen's employee. Shinro smiled and continued to look down. But soon his pupils shrank. His lips opened slightly, and he exclaimed, "30 million, her year-end bonus. This year is actually 30 million, that she was very satisfied with 10 million last year. Unexpectedly, this year there will be more, 30 million. Shinro was stunned for a while, and then sighed. His eyes continued to look downward. The rewards for annual meeting activities have also been increased, and some special rewards have been added. Wait until you have read everything. Shinro turned on the computer and began to typeset what Mr. Chun had written on the paper in more detail on the computer. Half an hour later, Shinro looked at the form she had written, and after confirming that there were no problems, she sent it to the managers of each company at the same time. She arranged managers from various companies to count the number of people who were eligible for various bonuses and year-end bonuses. She needed to count the approximate budget for the entire year-end bonus and project bonus. Nanhu City, inside the army, that a combat exercise was in full swing. Instructor Ning, which team do you think will win the final victory in this combat exercise? Zhou Yang stood in the stands, holding a telescope and looking at the combat exercise in front of him, and asked. Of course it's the team led by Zhang Lan. Master Ning said without hesitation. Are you sure? Although in terms of individual combat power, Zhang Lan is definitely the strongest and most powerful. But this time it's a team competition, which is about comprehensive combat power and future balanced strength. The 3 people led by Zhang Lan are not very strong. Zhou Yang said slowly. Then don't forget Zhang Lan's shooting talent. This level of combat exercise is not stressful for Zhang Lan. You see, one person has been eliminated by Zhang Lan first. Master Ning gestured to the situation of the combat exercise in the distance. Zhang Lan fired a shot from a distance, and Tao Yu's head exploded directly. Zhou Yang saw this scene and shook his head helplessly that as the training items continued to increase. Shooting training was finally included. They also learned that Zhonglan had never received shooting training. Yes, in China, except for those legal shooting clubs who dared to conduct shooting training privately. I thought that Zhonglan's advantage would be greatly reduced. Chapter 1165 Acting Results. Zhou Yang couldn't help but recall the scene during the shooting training. For the other people, out of 10 bullets, only 3 of them hit the target at most, and most of them hit the edge. When it was Zhonglan's turn to shoot, he thought the result would be the same, but what he didn't expect was that out of a total of 10 bullets, 5 of them missed the target, and the remaining 5 all hit the target. 3 bullets were on the edge of the target, 1 hit the 5 rings, and 1 actually hit the bullseye. The position of the bullseye can be said to be confused, but out of 10 bullets, 5 hits. This on-target rate is enough to show that Zhonglan has a high shooting talent. Later, Zhonglan was asked to shoot a few more rounds, and the on-target rate was basically maintained at 50%, which has confirmed Zhonglan's shooting talent. This talent is rare. If you cultivate it well, you will definitely be a good sniper. After all, not everyone has shooting talent, but unfortunately, Zhonglan is not a soldier. Zhou Yang sighed and looked at the actual combat exercise in the distance. At this time, the exercise has entered the decisive stage. However, according to the current situation, there is basically no suspense about the victory of the team, led by Zhang Lan at the exercise site. Zhonglan saw that there was only one person left on the opposite side, so he rushed out from behind the bunker with the remaining 2 teammates. In the case of 3 against 1. The last enemy was quickly eliminated. As the exercise ended, all the team members gathered at the edge of the field. As the instructor came from a distance, everyone stood in line. The exercise is over, and the winning team is the team led by Zhonglan. Zhou Yang walked in front of several people and announced the final actual combat results. However, today's exercise is just a simple drill. There will be a real exercise later, which is also an exercise to test the results of your training here. And in the final test exercise, the 8 of you are comrades, and the opponents are them. Zhou Yang pointed to the soldiers who were training in the distance. Ah! A cry of surprise came out. Did you make a sound? Zhou Yang looked at the man who exclaimed. His tone was very serious. Report to the instructor. The man quickly restrained his expression and reported. Speak, instructor. How can we win against real soldiers? Real soldiers? After you put on this uniform, you are also real soldiers. Zhou Yang's eyes swept across the 8 people one by one. Once you enter this unit, you're soldiers. There is no difference. Also, being afraid before the battle is a taboo. If you are on the battlefield, you will be beheaded. Do you know? In a real battlefield, the enemy will not let you go just because you are weak, and all you can do is to give your all. Do you know? I know. Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. I know. The 8 people shouted in unison. Zhou Yang listened to the shouts of several people and nodded slightly. This is the end of the morning training. Gather at the training ground on time in the afternoon. Said, Zhou Yang then changed the subject. There is still 1 month left before your recording ends. You have experienced a lot in these few months. I have seen your growth, and I believe this period of time will also be one of the last memories you will miss. You must have a lot of thoughts about these few months. You can write a song based on this period of training as the theme song of the program. Zhou Yang spoke slowly. As Zhou Yang's voice came out, everyone's eyes turned to Zhonglan. Among all the people present, Zhonglan is the only singer, and she also has many works that if you want to talk about writing songs, only Zhonglan has the ability. Zhonglan noticed everyone's gaze and nodded slightly. No problem. She did have a lot of feelings about the training in these few months. Although she also trained in non-military security, although it was very hard. But the heart when she trained there was completely different from the heart when she trained here. Even if Zhou Yang didn't ask, she was ready to wait until the filming of the program was over and write a song based on the training of the army. That's good, but you can write songs, but you are not allowed to delay training time. Received, instructor. Disband, Zhou Yang said, and turned around and left with Master Ning. Wait until the 2 instructors leave. Zhonglan looked at the 7 comrades. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will definitely write this song well, but you can also tell me what you think during the training. I'll see if I can write it into the song appropriately. Sister Lon, we naturally believe in you. You are the only singer among the 8 of us, and I have heard all your songs, which are very nice. My songs, the famous ones, were not written by me. Zhang Lan smiled bitterly. Those classic songs were given to her by President Chun. Although the songs she created herself have a high number of plays, they are far from being classics. By the way, Sister Lan, who is that Xiao Jinku? Can you tell me the truth? I promise not to spread it. Yes, who is that Xiao Jinku? I am really curious. Several people looked at Zhang Lan curiously. Not only were they curious, but everyone who had heard those songs was curious about the small treasury. Zhang Lan looked at the curious eyes of several people and shook her head slightly. Sorry, I can't say this. Even if these people really didn't spread it, she would never spread it without the consent of President Chun. President Chun had reminded her of this matter very seriously, and seeing so many people curious about who the small treasury was, but she knew it, she felt a little happy in her heart. It's noon, let's go eat. Yeah. By the way, do you have any ideas about the name of this song? Jiangcheng Non-Rue Coffee in the office. Chang Rue looked at the latest data report of Non-Rue Coffee and smiled proudly on his face. Now Non-Rue Coffee has once again caught up with the development speed of Nana Coffee, and originally, because of their store manager training stage, Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou has already shown a trend of profitability. But after the opening of Non-Rue Coffee, it once again fell into a state of loss. Fight with me, Chang Rue sneered. Chang Zishan looked at his brother's smug expression and shook his head helplessly. What's so funny about this? It just made Nana Coffee fall into losses again, but Non-Rue Coffee was not much better, and it was also in a state of loss. Chang Zishan sighed helplessly. She was too lazy to say anything, so she stood up and left the office directly. Chang Rue ignored Chang Zishan, who stood up and left, but also stood up and left the office and went straight to the editing department. Now Magic City Fortress has been filmed and edited for a while that he wants to see the results. Chapter 1166 Flower Roll Comedy. Chang Rue walked into the editing department, and soon a director of the editing department came up quickly. Hello, Mr. Chang. Well, how is the film editing going? Chang Rue looked at Song Bo, the director of the editing department, and asked, Mr. Chang, the editing is almost halfway done. It will take about a month to finish all the editing. Song Bo said quickly. Why is it so slow? Chang Rue frowned slightly. The order he gave was to finish the film editing by the end of the month so that he could edit some clips for publicity based on the edited film. And now the progress of the film editing is only halfway done. Mr. Chang, we only have about 200 million yuan left, and we have to set aside 100 million yuan for publicity. The remaining 100 million yuan is not enough for us to finish the editing in 1 month. Song Bo hurriedly explained. Chang Rue looked ugly when he heard this, thought about it, and then looked at the director of the editing department and spoke slowly. No matter what the reason, I'll give you half a month. Even if you have to work overtime, you must complete the film editing in half a month. Mr. Chang, most of the film editing is outsourced. Our editing department is only responsible for follow-up and some core editing content. Even if we have to work overtime, we can't ask those outsourcing companies. Song Bo explained, looking a little embarrassed. I don't care. I want to see the results in half a month. At the same time, edit some of the more exciting clips in the movie for me. I want to use it for publicity. If you can't finish it, pack up and leave. Chang Rue said, and turned to leave the editing department. His father said that for this kind of thing, as long as you put pressure on the employees below will naturally find a way to complete it in order to ensure their work. Song Bo looked at Chang Rue, who was leaving, and smiled bitterly. He had put a lot of pressure on the outsourcing company to complete the editing in 1 month. If you want the outsourcing company to work overtime to edit, you can only pay more money. But Chang Rue only asked for the duration, but didn't mention the increase in money at all. This is simply not feasible. But if he can't finish it, his job is over. He changed jobs because he saw the high salary. If he didn't work for long, he would lose his job. After thinking about it, he finally gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone to call several outsourcing companies. What do you mean by speeding up the work? I can't speed it up. It's already very fast. Some unimportant places don't need to be edited so seriously. This is almost the same, but the final effect is not good. It's not our fault. It's okay, you go and do it first. The call ended, song both side. No matter what, this job can't be kept, that it's better to deal with it first, get more salary, and look for other companies during this time. Thinking in his heart, he walked towards his office that I thought that this movie would be edited well. If the movie is a big hit, he, as the head of the editing department, will also have a good resume. Whether it is a job change or a salary increase in the future, it will be of great help. But now it seems that there is no way. Kyoto, Hanamaki Comedy Shinyu looked at several people in the team with a bitter smile. Brothers, Hwawan Comedy has been losing money for a year. We have found many investors, but they all think our team is too small and are unwilling to invest. So there is really no way. Shinyu, am sorry to everyone, but the fact is that if you have any good places to go, go and don't delay your future. Brother Shin, is there really no way? We can do without salary, as long as Hwawan Comedy continues to persevere. Chung Yuan spoke quickly that he really likes this team and really doesn't want to disband it. Chung Yuan, if you eat one person, the whole family will not be hungry. You can persist, but what about others? Others have to eat. Shinyu looked at Chung Yuan and sighed. If it hadn't been the case now, how could he disband it? Hwawan Comedy was established by him personally, but the fact is very cruel. In this society, if you don't have resources and no channels, no matter how talented you are, you will not have the opportunity to show it. I won't say much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. Shinyu hesitated for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and answered the call. Let us perform on the show. I'll discuss it with the people in the same team. Okay. There will be a reply soon. After a few simple conversations, Shinyu hung up the phone, looked up at the many eyes looking at him, and slowly spoke. A group company is holding an annual meeting and wants to invite us to perform in a comedy. The remuneration is very good. What do you think? There was silence. For a long time, Chung Yuan slowly spoke. Brother Shin, I want to try. Regardless of whether Hwawan Comedy is disbanded, we haven't performed on the show for a long time. This is an opportunity that I don't want to miss. And even if it is disbanded, it will be the last show before disbandment. As Chung Yuan's words spread, others in the Hanamaki Comedy team also spoke in agreement. Shinyu nodded when he saw that everyone wanted to take over this performance. First, I made a phone call and agreed to the performance invitation. After the communication was over, he looked at the team members on the field and spoke slowly. Whether it is our last performance or not, we must take this performance seriously and produce a quality work. Even if we disband after the show, it will be a reply to our hard work over the years. Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group Planning Department. The programs for the annual meeting are basically almost ready now, but the budget is not too high. Chun Xian looked at the final performance budget and frowned. Although they had lowered the price and found some less famous teams, the final budget still reached more than 10 million. Well, there should be no problem. I will give the budget to Mr. Wei later and see what Mr. Wei has to say. Yifeng thought for a while and spoke slowly. The most important thing now is that the venue issue is not easy to solve. I contacted the sports center, but the sports center has already made an appointment in advance for January 13th. It's really difficult to find a bigger venue here in Jiangcheng. I'll go to Mr. Wei to discuss it, and you can give me the budget. Yifeng thought for a while and finally left the office with the budget report. Chapter 1167, Selecting the Competition Base, Minister Zuya. Wei Yin took Yifeng to the reception area and then asked, Did something happen at the annual meeting? It's Mr. Wei. This is the budget report for hiring actors. It probably cost more than 10 million. I'm worried that the budget is too high. There is also the issue of the performance venue. The venue at number 13 at Jiangcheng Sports Center has been booked, but currently there is no suitable venue available in Jiangcheng. Yifeng briefly recounted the current preparations for the annual meeting. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin first read the report handed over by Yifeng. I will submit the budget report to Mr. Chen. I will get back to you if any adjustments are needed. The first thing that needs to be resolved now is the venue. The annual meeting is a very important event of the year for Tomorrow Group, and Tomorrow Group now has nearly 100,000 employees. excluding those who work outside the home and some who may not attend because of other matters. The number of people attending the annual meeting is at least around 60,000, that if there is not a good venue for holding the annual meeting, it will be too detrimental to the reputation of Tomorrow Group. But now, the only annual meeting that can accommodate 60,000 people is the Jiangqing Gymnasium, and other places are far behind. Wei Yin thought about it for a while, but couldn't think of anything good. Finally, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the manager group. Jiangqing Sports Center has been booked for the 13th. Do you have any other suitable venues for the annual meeting of the group tomorrow? There is power in numbers. Just because he can't think of it doesn't mean that others can't think of it. As soon as the message was sent, someone responded quickly. Li Shin. I don't really understand. Wang Maoyan, apart from the sports center, there shouldn't be much place in Jiangqing. Jiangcheng. I can take a closer look at the employees below. Peng Tao. There's a square here for pet employees, which can accommodate up to 10,000 people, that if there is really no other way, you can rebuild a temporary venue. Wei Yin looked at the replies in the group until he saw Peng Tao's message and nodded slightly that if you really can't find any suitable venue, you can only choose Peng Tao's suggestion, that he has also been to the square at the pet park. If it is based on the square, there is no problem in expanding it. But while thinking about it, I saw Mei Yun also send a message. Mei Yun. The construction of the competition base is basically completed, and the only thing left is the decoration of the lounges in the backstage, as well as the installation of seats in the stands. If the seats are arranged in the stands, there will be no problems. Wei Yan's eyes lit up when he saw the news about Mei Yun. If it could be used at the competition base, that would definitely be the best choice. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and called Mei Yun. The call was answered soon. Wei Yin didn't be too shabby and went straight to the point. What's going on at the competition base? Mr. Wei, I can't describe the specific situation. I also have time here. How about Mr. Wei come over and take a look? Mei Yun said slowly. Okay, then I'll go over there. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this, then hung up the phone and looked up at Yifeng. The Tomorrow Group's competition base is almost completed. Let's go there to take a look and see if it can be used as a venue for the annual meeting. Okay, Mr. Wei. Yifeng nodded. Then the two got up and walked outside the office. Tomorrow's event base, Mr. Wei. Mei Yin looked at Wei Yin walking over and said hello. Well, this is the head of the planning department of the group, Yifeng. Wei Yin nodded, then extended his hand to introduce Yifeng beside him. Hello, Mr. Mei. Yifeng quickly said hello. Hello, Minister Yi. Mei Yin also said hello, and then turned to look at Wei Yin. Then let's go in and take a look. Can. Wei Yin nodded. When he came over, he had already looked around the outside of the competition base. All the fences surrounding the competition base have been removed. Looking from the outside, the entire competition base is already under construction. The only thing uncertain now is what it looks like inside the base. Follow the May Games into the tournament base. Mr. Wei, the seats in these stands have not been installed yet, but the seats have been customized according to Mr. Chen's requirements. Wei Yin heard Mei Yun's introduction and saw the now bare stands to AT this time. There are only holes reserved for fixed seats in the stands, and there are no seats installed. With the width of the stands, there is absolutely no problem in placing the seats. Considering the size of the event base, there is absolutely no problem in accommodating 60,000 employees. After all, the competition base was built with a passenger capacity of 100,000 people, in addition to the stands. Wei Yin looked around at other buildings in the infield of the tournament base. The most eye-catching one was the big screen in the center of the stands. The large screen has a total of 12 sides, for each of large, medium, and small. There are stands facing the four directions of east, west, north, and south. The stands are also divided into 3 heights from bottom to top. The highest stand corresponds to the top one, which is also the largest screen. The middle stand corresponds to the middle screen, and the bottom stand corresponds to the smallest screen. In addition to the 3 stands, there is also an inner field at the bottom. Sitting in the inner field, you can directly see the scene on the stage, and there is also a corresponding large screen. He also participated in the design of the stage at the time. If it was just a competition base, there would be no need for such a design. After all, esports competitions are basically watched on a large screen. The inner field can directly see the stage, and the most you can do is to see the professional players closer. In terms of viewing experience, it may be better to have the top stand. The top stand has the largest screen, and you can see more clearly when watching the game. However, in order to create more value for the competition base, the design of the inner field was specially arranged that if there is no competition in the future, it can also be rented to some celebrities for concerts, which can also indirectly create some income for the Tomorrow Group. Yi Feng, who was following on the side, looked at the competition base in front of him, and the whole person fell into a state of shock that he knew that the Tomorrow Group had a competition base under construction, and he also knew that this competition base was in the east of the city, but he had never been there. Today, seeing the layout and size of the competition base, he was completely shocked that as a host, he has been to many stadiums of all sizes. But the only one that can compare with the main competition base in front of him is the stadium in Kyoto. Chapter 1168 Esports Room. Are all these big screens usable now? Wei Yin turned to look at Mei Yun. Of course it is possible. Everything about the equipment has been debugged and can be used at any time. Mei Yin nodded and said, "How about Mr. Wei? Can you use the venue for the annual meeting? Go and have a look backstage." "Okay, Mr. Wei, this way," Mei Yin said and took the lead towards the backstage of the competition base. "Come backstage." "Mr. Wei, this is the backstage lounge, but most of it has not been decorated yet." As Mei Yun spoke, he casually opened a lounge room. As Mei Yun said, the room was very empty, with no paint or floor tiles. Wei Yin walked around backstage, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "There is still more than a month before the annual meeting starts. Let the decoration team decorate some rooms first, and use them to put on makeup and rest for the actors who come to perform. There is no problem with this." "Of course there is no problem. Wang Yang is responsible for the decoration. We have been cooperating with him for so long. When the time comes, just ask him to send a few more decoration teams to come over and decorate." Mei Yun smiled and nodded as the decoration of Nana Coffee and Nanshi Takeaway began. The decoration team of Chunglin Decoration has become increasingly nervous. In addition, there are many other Tomorrow Group properties in Jiangxing that need decoration, which has caused the final finishing work of the event base to be slower. Now that the competition base is in a hurry to renovate, we can dispatch a few decoration teams from other places to decorate this side first. Wei Yin nodded, then turned to look at Yi Feng. "Minister Yi, what do you think of this competition base as the venue for the annual meeting?" "Mr. Wei, if this competition base cannot be used as the venue for the annual meeting, then there will be no place that can be used as the venue for the annual meeting." Yi Feng smiled and spoke. "The size and configuration of the event base basically perfectly meet the requirements of the annual meeting. In that case, it's settled here. If you have any other requirements for the competition base, you can communicate with Mr. Mei in the future." Wei Yin nodded. The venue for the annual meeting was settled, and most of the problems of the annual meeting were basically solved. "Minister Yi, just ask me if you have any requirements for the annual meeting, and I will fully cooperate with you." Mei Yun promised. "Then I'll be in trouble for Mr. Mei from now on." Yi Feng was relieved when he heard Mei Yun's assurance. Now the venue for the annual meeting has been settled. As for the actors on the show, Wei Yin will communicate with Mr. Chun to see if they meet the requirements. Just wait for news from Mr. Wei. The next thing that needs to be arranged is the seating and order of each company, as well as the performance sequence of each program, as well as the arrangements for the annual meeting activities. As long as you plan these in detail, there won't be any problems. If you have any trouble, just ask." Mei Yun smiled heartily. "Then that's all for today. Let's go back first." As Wei Yin said this, he led Yi Feng towards the outside of the competition base. When Mei Yin saw this, he did not leave. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and called Wang Yang, Tomorrow Esports Hotel, top floor. This is the esports hotel invested by Mr. Chun, and the tournament base is down there. Wang Yang took Ji Xiaowei to the window and pointed at the competition base below. Ji Xiaowei looked down in the direction of Wang Yang's finger and saw a very large competition base falling in front of her. "Mr. Chun, can you really make money by investing so much?" Ji Xiaowei spoke in confusion. Now the top floors of the esports hotel have been renovated. The decoration of the room, especially those with computer configurations, that he had just heard from Wang Yang that each of those computer configurations was worth 50,000 yuan. There are also different types of esports rooms, full of science fiction style, blue ocean style, pink girl style, and black horror style. There are single esports rooms, double esports rooms, and multi-person esports rooms. These sports rooms are even better than those in the short video that netizens decorated themselves. Can this esports hotel, with such a high investment, really make money back? I'm not sure about this, but I have talked with Mr. Wei. Next to the esports hotel is the event base. If there is an event, the people attracted will be game enthusiasts. Then there will definitely be many people choosing to stay in the hotel here. After all, how can a game enthusiast miss the esports room here? Computers with a configuration of 50,000 yuan and esports rooms of different styles, there is always an attraction. And since the configuration of the esports hotel is so high, the price of hotel accommodation will definitely be much higher. Although it will not be ridiculously high, it will definitely be higher than other esports hotels. It is also the competition base below. It may be rented to celebrities for concerts in the future. The spending power of celebrity fans is still very scary. If a star holds a concert here and all the tickets are sold out, do you think those celebrities will choose to stay in the esports hotel here? If there is a telescope here, they can completely see the scene below the competition base. Wang Yang briefly talked about what he discussed with Mr. Wei at that time. Ji Shui nodded when she heard this. She still didn't know much about the group, but since she could invest so much money, she must be able to make money. After all, no one would invest in a project that loses money. Wang Yang was about to continue speaking when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID and found that it was Mei Yun. So I quickly answered the call. Mei Yun's phone calls basically either have new business or there are problems with decoration. This does not allow him to be careless. Mr. Mei, do you have any plans? As for the events at the event base, the group will hold its annual meeting on January 13th and plans to hold it at the event base. The decoration of the backstage has not yet been completed. So I hope you will send more decoration teams over there to decorate the competition base first. Mei Yun briefly stated his request. That's it. Then I'll arrange for the decoration team to come over on January 13th. Don't worry, Mr. Mei. The decoration of the competition base will definitely be completed before the annual meeting starts. Wang Yang heard Mei Yun's words and hurriedly spoke. Well, it's okay then. As long as you know, I will personally follow up on the decoration progress at the competition base in a few days. Okay, Mr. Mei. Wang Yang nodded and put the hung-up cell phone into his pocket. Did something happen at the competition base? When Ji Xiaowei saw Wang Yang hang up the phone, she asked nervously. Chapter 1169 Wang Yang's preparation. Well, Tomorrow Group is preparing to hold its annual meeting at the competition base. But there is still a part of the decoration at the backstage of the competition base that has not been completed. Mr. Mei Yunmei called and asked us to send a few more decoration teams to finish the decoration at the backstage of the competition base as soon as possible. Wang Yang began to explain. Can it be completed within the specified time? Ji Xiaowei asked. Naturally, it can be done. Wang Yang spoke confidently. In fact, he didn't need to take the initiative to arrange it. He only needed to tell the headquarters about the matter. The headquarters will definitely be very active in dispatching decoration teams from other places. After all, as the business of Tomorrow Group gradually increases, 60% of Chunglin Decoration's business comes from the Tomorrow Group. Therefore, the decoration of the Tomorrow Group is now very important to Chunglin Decoration. Without the business of the Tomorrow Group, Chunglin Decoration would lose 60% of its income as early as 2 months ago. Chunglin Decoration headquarters issued an order that all decorations at Chunglin Decoration should be based on those from the Tomorrow Group. He doesn't have to worry about the renovations at the tournament base not being completed. It'll be great if it can be completed. Ji Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. There is no need to worry about the decoration of the competition base, but the Tomorrow Group will hold its annual meeting on January 13th, so there will only be more than a month left before the Tomorrow Group goes on annual vacation. We have to find time to visit Mr. Chun before the group's holiday tomorrow. Wang Yang slowly said that he would definitely visit Mr. Chun in the new year. Will Tomorrow Group take a holiday so early? Ji Xiaowei was a little stunned. That's natural. Tomorrow Group has more than a month of annual leave. Wang Yang nodded. He had been cooperating with Tomorrow Group for a long time, and his annual leave was always 1 month. It's such a blessing to be an employee of Tomorrow Group. Ji Xiaohui said with emotion when she heard Wang Yang's answer. She has learned in detail about the treatment of the Tomorrow Group. If Mr. Chun had not come to her to buy a car, even if her current position was a supervisor, the treatment would not be as good as that of a grassroots employee of the Tomorrow Group. This is natural, but we are also very lucky to have customers like Mr. Chun. Wang Yang smiled and spoke that he naturally knows that the employees of Tomorrow Group are happy, but why are they not? Without Mr. Chun as a customer, they would still be at the bottom of society. That's true. Yixiao nodded. Then shall we give out red envelopes this time? Of course, you don't have to worry about the red envelopes. I'll be in charge. Wang Yang spoke slowly. No, I could just do it myself. Yixiao hurriedly spoke. There's no need for the two of us to be so outgoing. Just leave it to me. Wang Yang smiled, and as the two of them interacted, their relationship became better and better. After the Chinese New Year this year, if nothing unexpected happens, we will meet each other's parents. Oh well. Ji Xiaohui nodded slightly when she saw Wang Yang persisting. Then I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Then I won't be polite. Wang Yang did not refuse when he heard this. Sanshua Games, Mobile Games Department, Conference Room. Su Yuan looked at the development progress of the mobile game and looked up at the many managers in the conference room. The development progress of the game is not bad. Just keep it up. Today is mainly to announce the company's holiday. Su Yuan briefly explained the vacation plan that Mr. Wei mentioned last night. Many managers in the conference room nodded slightly when they heard Su Yuan's holiday plan. They are able to manage this position and have experienced at least one annual vacation, so there is no big surprise about the vacation plan. Okay, that's it. Your respective departments will announce the holiday. In addition, let's consolidate the time and location of each employee's return home during the holidays. Submit it as soon as possible, and the group will be responsible for reimbursing the travel expenses for returning home during the new year. That's all for today. Let's break up the meeting. Su Yuan said, got up and left the conference room directly. What? It's a holiday for more than a month from January 15th to February 20th. Is it true? Brother Wang, you won't lie to us. Yes, we know that the treatment of Tomorrow Group is good, but 1 month's annual leave is a bit exaggerated. I think 4 times the salary for overtime work is even more exaggerated. Moreover, after overtime work and paid days off, all are paid breaks. It's too exaggerated. The manager, who was called Brother Wang, looked at the employees, who looked in disbelief, as if they had never seen the world. But I don't want these employees to question it. These employees joined the mobile game company after it was established, and I have only been in the company for a few months, and I don't know much about annual leave. After thinking for a while, he explained patiently. If you don't believe it, you can ask Brother Zhao if he took a year off last year after working for a year. There is also annual leave, which is one of the benefits. The biggest benefit is at the annual meeting. After hearing this, several new employees turned to look at Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao nodded upon seeing this and briefly talked about last year's annual vacation. Only in this way did several employees believe it, and they all showed excited expressions. The last time they had such a long vacation was when they were in school, during the winter and summer vacations, since starting work. They have not had the luxury of having more than a month of annual leave. By the way, Brother Wang, what are the greater benefits of the annual meeting? Several new employees asked curiously. Brother Wang looked at the curious new employee and said with a smile, there are many activities at the annual meeting, the first being various awards. We are new employees. We can't win those awards. A new employee asked, how is it possible? Tomorrow Group's activities are not divided into joining dates, such as monthly activities and competitions. After you join the group, you can participate, and the same goes for the activities of the annual meeting. Are you guys dating someone? Brother Wang said, then looked at the young people in front of him. Upon hearing Brother Wang's inquiry, several young people looked at one of them. Brother Wang, I have a partner. Is there any problem? Then the new employee saw this and asked nervously, is it true that the Tomorrow Group prohibits dating? That's not right either, that he saw several couples falling in love in the company. and it was an intra-office romance. Chapter 1170 Employee Discussion. There is no problem. It's just a pity. There is an award at the annual meeting, which is the single award. The bonus is 10,000 yuan. Brother Wang smiled and said, what he said was a pity, and he was also talking about himself. Not only does he have a partner, but he is also married. It is impossible to win this single award. Brother Wang, this prize is worth 10,000 yuan. Several other new employees said with disbelief that it was possible to earn 10,000 yuan as a single person. It would be too easy to get money. It's natural. The Single Dog Award has been around since the company's first annual meeting. Some old employees have already won the Single Dog Award twice. If you ask Lao Zhao, he has won the Singles Award twice. Brother Wang looked at Lao Zhao beside him. Many new employees looked at old Zhao with doubts on their faces. Lao Zhao is almost 40. Why is he still winning the single award? What are you looking at? I've been divorced for 5 years. Is there any problem with being single now? Lao Zhao said angrily. Brother Zhao, haven't you ever thought about finding one? With Brother Zhao's current conditions, it shouldn't be difficult to find one. A new employee said with a smile. What are you looking for? I'm living alone now. Wouldn't 10,000 yuan be worth it? Yeah, 10,000 yuan is too good. Are we planning to pay 10,000 yuan? Several new employees said with smiles on their faces that, of course, there was one new employee who didn't smile, the one who already had a partner. Brother Wang noticed the new employee and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. There's no need to be envious. If you make a good partner, you'll get corresponding awards after you get married. There will also be a couples hugging competition later. If you can win the championship, you will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. The new employee smiled slightly when he heard what Lao Wang said, that he is contented. After all, many people who want to enter the Tomorrow Group are unable to do so. At least he has entered. Brother Wang, let's talk about other benefits. Then let me tell you, there is a lottery event every year at the annual meeting, and you can all participate in this lottery. I heard that the first prize of this lottery is 5 cars worth 30 yuan. The second prize is 15 copies, worth 100,000 New Year travel funds. The third prize is 30 prizes worth 50,000 yuan. And other electrical and digital prizes. I would like to emphasize that if you don't want all the above prizes, you can exchange them for bonuses of equal value. Several new employees opened their mouths in shock when they heard Brother Wang's story. Brother Wang, if you win a car worth 300,000 yuan, will you really give 300,000 yuan? Are you questioning the credibility of Tomorrow Group? Whether it is an annual meeting or other activities, all the prizes will be successfully converted into cash as long as you win. So far, I have never heard that the employee failed to redeem the money successfully. Brother Wang said with a proud face. This is the pride of being an employee of Tomorrow Group. When several new employees heard Brother Wang's story, they all showed longing expressions. They were already looking forward to the start of the annual meeting, that it would be really cool if I really won the first prize at the annual meeting. Not to mention the first prize, just draw the second prize, and the third prize is not bad either. Stop fantasizing. There are tens of thousands of people attending this year's annual meeting. It's too difficult to win the first prize. It's time to work. Everyone goes to work. If I see anyone fishing, don't hang out with my group. Brother Wang looked at the time and then waved his hand. Don't worry, Brother Wang. You will never take advantage of others. You have plenty of time to play after you get off work. There is no need to fish for fun while at work. That's right, in the past, when I was fishing at work, I spent all my time on work. If I was fishing when I wasn't working, I didn't have any time for myself. Several new employees ran to their workstations with smiles on their faces and then began to work seriously at the same time. Such scenes occur in various companies under the Tomorrow Group. The next day, Tomorrow Group President's Office. Chinmo looked at the budget that Shinro sent over. The entire budget includes year-end bonuses, year-end project bonuses, employees' fares home for the new year, employees' New Year gifts, and annual meeting event rewards. The entire budget requires a total of 2.75 billion. Not bad. Chinmo nodded with satisfaction. At the end of November, he originally invested 500 million yuan in the scientific research team of the real-life game project, but he already had an additional investment of 300 million yuan. But he never expected that the championship uniform would directly earn him 750 million yuan.so that at the end of November. His additional investment of 300 million yuan is gone, and there is still 450 million more system funds. According to the current income of Tomorrow Group, he had almost 3.2 billion in income in December. In other words, by the end of December, he still has 3.65 billion in funds. However, the budget for year-end bonuses has a total capital consumption of 2.75 billion, but he just has 900 million left. 900 million system funds. Chen Mo smiled slightly. This did not include the budget for the annual meeting. This year's annual meeting invited several celebrities to perform, which would consume at least 100 million yuan. In this case, there would be 800 million yuan left. Not bad. The remaining 800 million yuan can be spent when we return to work after the new year. The team investigating the inheritance of traditional Chinese culture has made some progress now, and we can invest after the new year. A large amount of money can definitely be invested. Chen Mo smiled and thought, preparing to play games to relax. The new year is coming soon, and there is no pressure to settle accounts. The income for December has also been planned for consumption. In this case, it would be a great pity not to play games. Just as he nodded, the door of the office was knocked. Soon, Wei Yin pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, this is the budget report for the annual meeting. Please take a look. Wei Yin walked to the desk and handed the annual meeting budget information in his hand to Mr. Chen. Has the budget for the annual meeting come out? Chen Mo took the annual meeting budget and then opened it to read it. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked up at Wei Yin. I looked at it. There is no venue rental in the entire annual meeting budget. Is it not included? Mr. Chun, Jiangqing Sports Center has been booked on January 13th. And here in Jiangqing, there is no good place for Tomorrow Group to hold the annual meeting. They're all too small. But fortunately, the event base has been built, so we use the event base, so there is no money spent on the venue. Wei Yin explained. Chen Mo frowned when he heard Wei Yin's explanation. He didn't expect that the event base had been built. In this case, if you want to consume more system funds, you still have to make a fuss about the program actors. The annual meeting only cost him 10 million yuan, which is too little. After thinking about it, he looked up at Wei Yin. Chapter 1171 Publicity Issues. I watched the performances at the annual meeting, and all the invited star actors are not very famous. The annual meeting is to show the hard work and success of all the employees of Tomorrow Group in a year. If we don't invite a few well-known stars, it will be difficult to show the strength of our Tomorrow Group. We still need to invite a few well-known stars to the annual meeting. Now these programs will not change, and we can invite a few more big stars. Funding is not a problem. I will take out 100 million yuan for the annual meeting. The current budget has just reached 10 million yuan. The remaining 90 million yuan can be used to invite those well-known stars. Chen Mo looked at Wei Yin and said seriously, thinking about it, and emphasized again. Also, if we invite those famous stars, we can just negotiate with them and let them come to perform. Don't promote their performances at Tomorrow Group on your personal Weibo or other social accounts. You should know that those big stars have many fans. If those big stars come to promote, many fans will come in, which will greatly affect the progress of the annual meeting. Also, don't do any live broadcasts for this year's annual meeting. It will affect the employees' experience of watching the annual meeting. It may also attract fans who are closer to the event base, which will affect our annual meeting. If too many fans gather, it is likely to cause traffic jams. Just record a video as a record of the group's activities. Inviting stars to perform can indeed consume more funds, but there are also many side effects. That is influence. If those stars who come to perform promote on their Weibo accounts, then his Tomorrow Group will become famous. But fortunately, the reason he just thought of not letting stars promote is reasonable, and the fact is that the influence of stars is very large, and fan star chasing may indeed lead to too many fans gathering at the event base. This will affect the holding of the annual meeting and the traffic jam nearby. Wei Yin nodded after hearing what Mr. Chen said. I understand, Mr. Chen. I will deal with it as soon as possible. Well, then deal with it as soon as possible. Make a budget and report it again. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wei Yin responded, and then prepared to get up and leave, but soon thought of something. By the way, Mr. Chen, the employees who can attend the annual meeting this year have been counted, a total of 63,000 people. If there is still a lottery for this year's lottery, it may take a long time for more than 60,000 people to draw. I think it is better to prepare an electronic lottery for this year's lottery. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. In previous years, the number of people in the group was not as large as it is now. Even if one person went up to draw the lottery, it would not take too much time. But this year is different. More than 60,000 people went up to draw the lottery one by one, and it might take several hours to finish. Chen Mo's heart tightened when he heard Wei Yan's words. As long as there was an electronic lottery, how could he cheat? But if we don't use electronic lottery, it will definitely take some time to follow the previous lottery method. After thinking for a few breaths, I came up with a solution. Electronic lottery is still not advisable. It lacks interaction. We still have to use the previous lottery method, but we need to make some adjustments. First, prepare the lottery tickets for more than 60,000 people. We can prepare more basic lottery tickets appropriately to avoid some employees having no lottery tickets due to some unexpected things at the end of the lottery. Finally, there was only one lottery box before. This time, we should prepare more. The stage of the event base is also quite large, so we should prepare 100 lottery boxes. Then when the lottery environment starts, put the prepared lottery tickets into the prepared 100 lottery boxes in front of all employees. This will also let those employees know that the 100 lottery boxes are the same, and there is no idea that different lottery boxes will have different prizes. Even if there are more than 60,000 people and 100 people draw at one time, the lottery can be finished quickly. Chen Mo secretly thought that he was smart. In this way, he could still cheat and would not let the lottery process consume too much time. Okay, Mr. Chun, then I will find someone to arrange it as soon as possible. Wei Yin thought about it. It really wouldn't take much time for 100 people to draw at the same time, as expected. Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun, but he has been imprisoned in his thinking and has been thinking about using electronic lottery. Okay, that's all, go and get busy. Chen Mo thought for a while, confirmed that there was no more arrangement, and waved his hand. After watching Wei Yin leave, he couldn't wait to open the computer next to him and open Freedom War. The things before the new year are basically all arranged, and now I can play games with peace of mind. Wei Yin left the office but did not return to his office, but went downstairs and went straight to the planning department, that he is just a manager of a game company, and he was just a salesman before. Even if he wants to find a star, he has no way so the matter of finding a big star should be handed over to Yifeng in the planning department. After all, Yifeng has been a host for many years, so he must have some ways that he came to the door of the planning department, knocked on the door, and then opened the door and walked in. Mr. Wei, you are here, come and sit here. When Yifeng saw that it was Wei Yin who came in, he hurriedly took him to the reception area. When he was about to make tea, he was stopped by Wei Yin. Don't be so polite. I'll leave after I finish talking about things. After hearing this, Yifeng finally took a cup of warm water and put it on Wei Yan's table. Boss Wei, is it about the annual meeting budget? Yes, I just came out from Boss Chun. Wei Yin nodded. What did Boss Chun say? Will the budget be very high? Yifeng asked nervously. This annual meeting planning is the biggest work of his work this year, and he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on Boss Chun. Wei Yin saw Yifeng's nervous expression and words, and his expression was slightly strange that why Yifeng saw Wei Yan's strange expression, and his heart sank that I asked Boss Chun not satisfied with my design plan. Chapter 1172 Sand Table Wei Yin pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. The plans for the annual meeting need to be changed, but it's not that the budget is too high, it's that the budget is too low. The budget is too low. Yifeng was stunned when he heard Wei Yan's words. This was the first time he heard that the boss was dissatisfied with the plan because the budget was too low. The bosses outside are eager to have a lower budget, but why are they doing the opposite when it comes to the Tomorrow Group? But looking at some of the things I have seen in the Tomorrow Group since I joined the Tomorrow Group, this matter seems very reasonable. Yes, the budget is too low. Mr. Chen said that the celebrities invited to the annual meeting are not well known and do not fit the current identity of the Tomorrow Group. Therefore, the idea is to invite some well-known stars based on the original opportunities. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. Mr. Wei, the appearance fees of those well-known celebrities are very expensive. Mr. Chen understands this, so Mr. Chen has given a total budget of 100 million. The previous plan consumed 10 million, and now there is still 90 million to hire well-known celebrities. Do you think it is enough? Yi Feng had just come to his senses and was stunned again when he heard Wei Yan's words that he originally thought that the budget of 10 million was already high, but when Mr. Chen came to him, he not only thought that his preliminaries were too low, but also directly added a zero after him. 10 million directly turned into 100 million. At this time, he was deeply aware of Mr. Chen's arrogance. Ministerie. When Wei Yin saw Yi Feng was silent for a long time, he called out that Yi Feng quickly came to his senses upon hearing the sound. Sorry, Mr. Wei. I was a little distracted when I heard the budget given by Mr. Chen. It doesn't matter. I just don't know that 90 million in funds should be enough to invite well-known stars to perform. Wei Yin smiled and waved his hand. He had seen Yi Feng's expression too many times. Even at the beginning, he had this expression many times. Mr. Wei is enough. 90 million yuan is enough to invite several well-known celebrities. Yi Feng support. It's enough. But Mr. Chen also has requirements for the celebrity performances this time. Those celebrities are not allowed to promote their performance at Tomorrow Group on their social accounts. Wei Yin spoke with emphasis that Yi Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but soon figured out the reason. The annual meeting is the Tomorrow Group's own event. If those celebrities promote the performance on social platforms, it will definitely attract many celebrity fans. I understand, Mr. Wei. Well, there's nothing else to do then. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Wei Yin said, got up, and left the planning department's office. Then he returned directly to his office. After entering the office, he saw Li Shun standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office that he was looking down at the sand table next to the floor-to-ceiling window. That sand table came after he contacted the scientific researchers in the Taklima Desert. The current situation of the entire Taklima Desert is marked on the sand table. You're back. Li Shun looked at Wei Yin, who came in, said something, and then continued to look at the sand table on the table. When Wei Yin saw this, he didn't say anything and walked over directly. How's it going? What do you think after watching it for so long? The more I know about the desert conditions, the more difficult I think the desert oasis plan will be. Li Shun said with a solemn expression. Before he knew much about the Taklima Desert, he thought that all he needed to turn the Taklima Desert into an oasis was sufficient funds. But the more he learned about it, the more he realized how difficult the Taklima Desert was. Indeed, we thought it was too simple before. Wei Yin heard Li Shun's words and nodded in agreement. One of the biggest difficulties in turning a desert into an oasis is the shortage of water resources. If a large amount of groundwater is extracted to change the conditions of the desert, a huge amount of groundwater is required. Today's exploitation of groundwater at any cost is likely to damage the local ecological environment. Therefore, there is no way to exploit groundwater unlimitedly and without enough water resources. It is basically impossible to turn the entire Taklima Desert into an oasis. But turning a desert into an oasis is a long process, so there is no need to rush it. As long as they find profitable projects in the process of sand control, there will be no problem. It will not cause Mr. Chen to lose too much of the 10 billion he invests every year. Wei Yin looked at the sand table of the Taklima Desert on the table, and then drew a circle at the edge of the desert. The Taklima Desert is mobile. Because of the wind, the Taklima Desert is gradually expanding every year. We have also discussed this matter with Professor Zhuo Wintao of the National Academy of Sciences. However, in order to prevent the expansion of the desert, the Academy has now drafted a plan to lock down the desert. We didn't have any ideas about desert control before, so we might as well start from this point. Li Shun heard Wei Yan's story and then smiled and spoke. Brother Yin, since we have a plan, we might as well explain it in detail. After 3 years of contact, he knew that Wei Yan's words meant that he already had a plan for the Desert Oasis project. Even if there is no detailed plan, at least there is a prototype of a plan. Wei Yin smiled when he heard Li Shun's words, and then walked to the guest area aside, and he was skilled in a pot of tea, and Li Shun followed him politely down on the coffee table in Hike District. There is a map of the Taklama Desert. After Wei Yin poured a cup of tea for herself and Li, she said on the map, "We don't understand the governance of the desert at all, so professional things still have to be handed over to professional people to deal with it. Since you want to control the sand, the first thing to do is to prevent the desert from expanding. I feel very important for this locking project. In the process of chatting with Professor Zhuwen Tao, I probably learned about the plan of this project. The perimeter of the Taklama Desert is more than 3,000 kilometers, and the lock edge is to build a grass grid to plant drought plants. Establish an isolation zone on the edge of the desert, which will block the spread of the desert. And in some areas with water resources, this isolation belt can be planted with crops such as sand dates, wolfberry, red dates, walnuts, etc. These crops have certain economic value. Wait until mature. You can sell it all, bringing a certain amount of benefits to Tomorrow Group. Also, you can also plant some trees and other trees. After the forest, you can put pasture in the forest, and the feces of animals can increase the nutrition of the land and make the land more fertile. Wei Yin talked in detail. During this time, he made a plan based on the Taklama Desert. Of course, this is just a plan. Can you implement it? You still have to wait until the actual situation of the Taklama Desert can make a decision. Without reaching the Taklama Desert for actual inspection, any plan made is to talk about soldiers on paper. Chapter 1173 Community Sales. That's okay, Brother Yin. I've already made such a detailed plan before going to the desert. Li Shun heard Wei Yan's words and praised them without hesitation. You kid, stop praising me. What's going on with the business trip team now? Wei Yan looked at Li Shun and shook his head and smiled. This time the team has a total of 50 people, and the managers of each company have joined voluntarily. As for the grassroots employees, the Scientific Research Institute will be responsible for recruiting them. After all, we are recruiting in Jiangcheng, and the employees we recruit have no experience in desert control. It would be too time-consuming to have to train there. The employees recruited by the Scientific Research Institute all have work experience in desert control. Once they join the company, they can start working, Li Xin said. The purpose of taking 50 managers from various companies is to manage the team in the desert. Moreover, if we take too many people there, we still don't know the specific conditions of the desert. If we take too many people there, we will not be able to arrange even the simplest accommodation. Okay, copy some of the desert control information provided by the Scientific Research Institute, and then send a copy to the managers so that they can learn more about the desert control situation. Otherwise, you will still need to learn when you get to the desert. If you learn the theoretical knowledge in advance, your work there will be smoother. Wei Yin reminded him. This has been done a long time ago. It's just that Mr. Chen doesn't seem to have given any definite news on when we will go there after the Chinese New Year. Li Xin asked. There's no rush. I'll just ask Mr. Chen when I get the chance. Now we're ready to go to the desert. We can set off at any time as long as there's time. That's true. I'll go back and take a closer look at the situation on the other side of the desert later. This is the biggest project of Tomorrow Group at the moment, so we definitely need to plan it carefully. Well, with an annual investment of 10 billion, Mr. Chen has already spent a lot of money on this project. We can't let Mr. Chen down. The two were sitting in the office, drinking tea and talking about the desert. During the conversation between the two, Mei Yun in Tomorrow Community was also in a happy mood. Please polish it a little for me. A group of customers will come over later. Mei Yun directed the property staff to wipe the real estate model at the sales office. Although these real estate models are cleaned every day, in order to give a good impression to the customers who come today, they must be cleaned more carefully. After walking around the sales office and the park to confirm that nothing was missing, he nodded with satisfaction that he raised his wrist to check the time and found that it was already the appointed time. So he returned to the sales office. Before long, a group of people walked into the sales office together. Upon seeing this, Mei Yun quickly stood up and went to greet him. Miss Su, you are here. Please come in quickly. Mr. Mei, you're welcome. Su Huijun smiled, then pointed at the group of people behind her and introduced them. These are all my friends. There are a lot of them, so I won't introduce them one by one. After seeing the community where I live, they're also planning to come over and buy a set. Hearing this, Mei Yun looked at the people behind Su Huijun and did not count them, but there must be at least 30 people. If all these people buy the houses in Tomorrow Community, then about half of the remaining houses in Tomorrow Community will definitely be sold. In that case, I will first take you to take a look at the real estate model at the sales building, and then walk around the community. Mei Yun hurriedly spoke. That's no need. They all know the environment of tomorrow's community. Go directly to the real estate model. Point out those houses that have not been sold, and then show them the panoramic view of those houses. If you like it, buy it today. Su Huijun said straight to the point that she had been staying in Tomorrow Community for 2 or 3 days, that in the past 2 or 3 days, she has posted all the environment and various facilities of Tomorrow's Community on her social software. And although these people behind her were just introduced as friends, they were only polite. Some of the people behind her are her friends, some are partners of the company, and some are people she met at a sister party. But these people all have one thing in common. That is, they have money. After seeing the various environments she posted in Tomorrow Community, these people all expressed their desire to buy a set. The price of a house in Tomorrow Community is 20 million, which is an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is nothing in their eyes out of those people behind me, who doesn't have a few properties in their hands. Then everyone come with me. Mayan didn't say much after hearing this, and took the lead directly to the front of the real estate model at the sales office, while pointing out the houses that were not yet for sale. After the introduction, they arranged for the property management staff to bring over the platform with a panoramic view of the house. There are 20 tablets in total, so 2 people can only watch one tablet at the same time. The people brought over by Su Huijun reached out to take the tablet, then walked to the seats in the lounge of the sales office and sat down, and began to view the panoramic videos of each house. Seeing this, Mayan arranged for the property staff to quickly prepare some disposable paper cups, and then poured the prepared tea into each paper cup. Although this tea was not given by Mr. Chen, he also took out a tea that he usually drank. After all, these people in front of him have seen the world, so it is necessary to get some good tea. Mayan took Su Huijun to a seat nearby and sat down. Ms. Su, you have been living in Mingri community for 2 or 3 days. The service in our community is still satisfactory, right? Mayan asked with a smile. The service is the best among all the communities I have seen in Jiangxing. Another point is that the artificial lake in your community is really well designed. I started to prepare to move to Mingri community. My family member was not willing to move. I just moved here for 2 days and fell in love with it. It's not that I like this place, but I like the artificial lake. Now I go fishing there after work and go back to the room to rest when I am tired. If I wanted to go fishing in the past, I had to go a long way. Sometimes I couldn't see anyone all night, and sometimes I was worried that something might happen outside. Now it's good. I know he is fishing in the artificial lake, and your property people are on duty there. I am not worried at all. When I have time, I go to the activity building with my sisters to do yoga, swim, and play mahjong. Chapter 1174 Film Editing Su Huijun said with a relaxed look that since she moved to Mingri community, her life has been much smoother than before. By the way, the Nanchi takeaway you recommended to us is really good. I have ordered it every day recently, and the taste is no different from those star-rated hotels. And when I am bored, I can watch the cooking process on my mobile phone, which is also very reassuring. My wife likes it even more. When she is tired of fishing, she can just order a takeaway and send it directly to the artificial lake. I have recommended this takeaway to many friends around me, and they all nodded their heads and praised it. It's just that such a good takeaway platform, I didn't know anything about it before. With this takeaway, why should I go out to eat? I can eat star-rated food at home. Why should I go to a star-rated hotel? As long as Ms. Su is satisfied, Mayan couldn't help but smile when he heard Su Huijun's words as for the matter of Nanchi takeaway. He just mentioned it casually. Of course I am satisfied. There is one more thing. I brought 38 people today. I don't know how many people will be able to make a deal. The one in my family recently met some fishing friends, all of whom are rich people. Maybe there will be a group of people coming. Su Huijun nodded and then spoke. Her husband has been talking about it these past 2 days. The artificial lake is very good, but it is a bit boring to fish alone. I am promoting the Tomorrow community to those fishing friends and asking them to come and buy a house. Thank you very much. Mayan was happy. Isn't this just helping to introduce customers? As long as there are another group of customers like today, the houses in the Tomorrow community will basically be sold out. The two chatted with each other, and the people who were looking at the house in the lounge also discussed it enthusiastically. There are even 2 people who like the status of a house at the same time. In order to grab that house, they started bidding on the spot. The bidding for the 20 million house stopped at 50 million. However, Mayan did not sell it for 50 million. After all, the houses in the entire community were all 20 million, but this one was sold for 50 million. It was unreasonable. Time passed by little. Soon, the people who came to see the house made a decision. A total of 38 people came to see the house, and 36 people paid the deposit on the spot to book the house. The other 2 people did not refuse directly, but went back to communicate with their families. Mei Yin sent everyone away with enthusiasm, and then drove to his office in the unmanned real estate office building in a happy mood. This time, 36 people ordered houses, and some people even ordered 2 sets directly. 2 days ago, 7 people from Su Huijun bought houses in the Tomorrow community. Overall, 50 houses were sold. Half of the remaining 100 houses were sold directly. As long as all those who ordered the houses paid, the total income would be 1 billion. If what Su Huijun said is true, then there will be a batch of houses sold in the Tomorrow community next. Moreover, with the end of this year's annual meeting, the year-end bonus and year-end bonus will be paid out, and there will definitely be some employees who will buy houses in the Tomorrow community. After all, this year, the Tomorrow Group has expanded many industries, has many more managers, and many people have been promoted. Several people have come to him to order houses in the Tomorrow community. For example, Li Mauda from the security company, Wang Maoyan outside Nanxi. In this way, the Tomorrow community is almost sold out. Mei Yin smiled and thought, then got up and left the office that he communicated with Wang Yang today. Today, the event base has begun to speed up the decoration, and he wants to go to the site to take a look. In mid-December, Blue Film Entertainment Luo Xiao stepped into the editing department. "Hello, Mr. Luo. Well, I read the report. Has the movie been edited?" Luo Xiao looked at the head of the editing department and asked. "Yes, Mr. Luo, it has been edited. Turn it out for me to see. Send it to my account. I will go to see it." "Okay, Mr. Luo." The head of the editing department nodded, and then sent the edited movie to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao saw that the movie had been sent over, so he left the editing department directly. However, he did not return to his office, but went downstairs to the animation department. Entered the manager's office of the animation department. "Hello, Mr. Luo." The department manager saw Mr. Luo coming in and hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Well, how is the progress of the animation production?" Luo Xiao nodded and then sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Mr. Luo, director who has already formulated the script for the first season of the animation at the beginning of the month. We have started to produce the animation script during this period. The first season of the movie is expected to have a total of 24 episodes. However, there are many things to prepare in the early stage of production. At present, only the production of the first episode has been completed. The department manager truthfully described the progress of the animation production. "If all 24 episodes are completed, how long will it take?" Luo Xiao continued to ask. "If all 24 episodes are completed, it will probably take until the end of June next year." The department manager replied that he had already estimated the progress and didn't need to think about it. "Okay, keep it up. Remember, this is the first animation of our Blue Film Entertainment, so no matter what, even if the progress is a little slower, the quality must be guaranteed to me." After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he left the office and returned to his own office. Turn on the computer and click directly on the edited movie. The movie started playing, and Luo Xiao smiled from time to time. The early stages of the movie are relatively brisk, but as the movie progressed, it gradually became silent, and I began to be attracted by the love and hatred in the plot, and I couldn't help but feel a little bit of emotion in my heart. Some words also made him think deeply, especially those words full of helplessness made him deeply feel that fate had tricked him. "I can't love you if I put on the tight band, and I can't save you if I put off the tight band." Yes, isn't this life? Life is never smooth sailing. There are more hardships and choices. Love is sweet, but also bitter. There is also the monologue of the Monkey King at the end. "There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I only regretted it when I lost it. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God could give me another chance." "Why?" Luo Xiao let out a long sigh and sat back on his seat in silence for a long time, that he didn't know how to evaluate this movie for a while. You may say it is good, but if you don't look at it carefully, it will give people a feeling of confusion and the main line cannot be found. But when you really look into it, it's a different feeling. The various plots inside are very thought-provoking that he even had the urge to watch it again. Chapter 1175 Song Bo's Tension Luo Xiao carefully recalled the plot of the movie just now. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this movie was very meaningful. As for the movie editing and the special effects of the movie, there is absolutely no problem. I just don't know if this movie will be popular when it is released. Luo Xiao shook his head. Now the theaters have been contacted. After all, there are two movies in front of Wandering Blue Star and Demons of Conquering. Blue Film Films is already a good sign in many theaters. As long as someone is sent to communicate, although the schedule may not be the best schedule for every theater. But the overall schedule is much better than the initial Demons of Conquering. At that time, Demons of Conquering was a new movie and a new company. No theater believed them at all. The final schedule was all midnight shows, and the number of shows was very low. Luo Xiao thought in his heart, and then made a few phone calls to confirm the theater. Nanrue Coffee, in the office. Chang Rue paid attention to the recent situation of Nanrue Coffee, confirmed that it was the same as he expected, and then got up and walked out of the office with satisfaction. Today is the time when he invited the film to be edited, and he wants to go and see the results. Arrived at the editing department and walked in directly. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Song Bo hurriedly greeted Chang Rue when he saw him coming in. "Well, how is the film editing going?" Chang Rue looked at Song Bo, who was coming up, and asked coldly. "Mr. Luo, it's all edited." Song Bo hurriedly said, "Is the editing done?" "Well done." Chang Rue smiled a little when he heard it, and then patted Song Bo on the shoulder. "Play the movie and let me see the results." "Okay." Song Bo hesitated when he heard it and couldn't help feeling guilty in his heart. He knew very well how the movie was edited. If Chang Rue saw this, would he still be able to get his salary this month? "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Chang Rue looked at Song Bo, who was a little hesitant, and asked with a frown. "Mr. Chang, there is no problem, but this editing department is a bit messy. I think it would be better to play it in other quiet places." Song Bo hurriedly spoke when he heard it. "Yeah, that's right. Then let's go to my office." Chang Rue felt that there was some truth in what he said, then turned around and left the editing department and went straight to his office. Song Bo secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he saw this, and then hurriedly followed him. Enter the office. Chang Rue sat directly on the boss chair, looking at Song Bo, who followed him in. "You do it." "Okay, Mr. Chang." Song Bo nodded, then walked aside to operate the computer in front of Chang. RUI.IT was quickly debugged, and the movie started playing. But he stood nervously aside. "Well, the special price is not bad." As the movie continued, Chang Rue looked at the special effects of the movie and couldn't help but praise it. Song Bo was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he soon figured out the reason. The special effects in the front of the movie were all done seriously, and those battle scenes were indeed very good. The clips that were not well edited were in the second half of the movie. "I hope you can't see it," Song Bo prayed in his heart. But he didn't expect that Chang Rue receive a call just after watching 1/3 of the movie, and then he turned off the movie directly. "It's okay. The movie editing is pretty good. I have contacted the theater, and it will be released during the Spring Festival. Also, edit some of the wonderful clips in the movie for me to promote it," Chang Rue said, and then stood up and walked out of the office, talking as he walked. "Wait for me at the hotel. Don't leave today." Song Bo stared at Chang Rue's back in a daze and could vaguely hear the delicate female voice coming from the phone. That's it." Song Bo showed a relaxed smile on his face. As long as Mr. Chang didn't find any problems, there would be no problem. As for the wonderful clips of the movie, it would be easier. The first half of the movie was well edited, and there was no problem at all. Just edit some movie clips in the first half. Promotion? Just choose a few places with gorgeous special effects or exciting plots. Song Bo thought to himself, and then left the office. When the movie is released, his salary will be in hand, so he won't think about the future. However, during this period of time, he can pay attention to other companies. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chun Mo looked at the report of No Man Real Estate and took a deep breath that he thought there would be no income this year. But he never expected that No Man Real Estate, which had been silent for a long time, actually sold 80 houses in Tomorrow Community, that he remembered that there were only 100 houses left in Tomorrow Community. Now 80 houses were sold directly. Basically, all the houses in Tomorrow community were sold out. Mei Yun, this guy, and Su Yining from the garment factory. Chinemo muttered a few words, and the report said that the client was introduced by Su Yining from the design department of the garment factory. At first, there were only a few people, but those few customers were all wealthy people. After knowing the house in Mingri community, they began to buy at 80 houses. One house is 20 million. So the total is 1.6 billion. He said that there was something wrong with the growth of system funds in recent days. It turned out to be here. The original plan was to save 900 million funds by the end of December. Now with the income of 1.6 billion, there will be 2.5 billion remaining funds by the end of December. 2.5 billion. Difficult, Chinemo frowned, thought about it, and then thought of Johan Agricultural Base. This year, Johan Agricultural Base can still invest a batch of funds. If it is operated well, it should be able to consume a large amount of funds. Well, I will wait until the new year to go back and make additional investments in Johan Agricultural Group. Chinemo thought to himself, then opened the drawer and took out a booklet. He found Mei Yun's name and drew a big cross behind it. Then he turned to the latest page, wrote down Su Yining's name on it, and crossed it out. Another employee entered the list of the old six. Alas, he sighed helplessly, but now the Tomorrow community has been sold out. Even if all the remaining 20 houses are sold, it will be 400 million yuan in revenue. So there is no need to worry about any more income from the Tomorrow community. Chinemo thought in his heart, and no longer thought about the income this time. His eyes fell on the computer game again. In addition to the Johan Agricultural Base, there are still many places that need investment after the Chinese New Year, so there is no need to be so anxious. But just as he was about to start the game, the office door was knocked. Chapter 1176. Fierce competition. Chinemo looked up and saw Li Maud open the door and walked in. What's the matter? Looking at Li Maud, who came in, Chinemo asked. Mr. Chun, the security personnel will be trained at the end of the month. But how should they be allocated? I have communicated with the managers of each company. 300 security personnel are not enough. Li Maud walked to the desk and asked. Now Tomorrow Group has a lot of industries, and only 3,000 security personnel are not enough. Have you made a distribution plan? Chinemo looked at Li Maud and asked. Yes, this is the distribution plan I made, Li Maud said, and handed over his distribution plan. Chinemo took the plan submitted by Li Maud and took a brief look. I found that if everything was done according to the plan, 3,000 security personnel would not be enough. Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows, thought briefly, and finally spoke. The security personnel of Chongfeng Clothing, Jinhao Canned Food, and Pet Park must be fully equipped. Then there is Nana Coffee. The previous plan was to equip one coffee shop with 4 security personnel, and they would work in shifts and pairs. But now there are not enough security personnel, so we will arrange 2 security personnel first, and the 2 will take turns. When there are enough security personnel in the future, we will make up the security personnel. As for other companies, we will equip them with half of the security personnel we had before. This allocation should be enough. Chun Mo briefly talked about the allocation plan. Garment factories and Jinhao Canned Food are both physical factories, so security must be better. It's easy to lose some materials, but there are many workers living in the factory, and it would be bad if something unexpected happened. The same is true for Nana Coffee, which has to receive different customers every day. There will definitely be some unreasonable or emotionally unstable customers, so arranging security is inevitable. As for other companies, they just set up a security department in the office and arrange a few security personnel to go in first. When there are enough trained security personnel in the future, the security personnel of those companies can be supplemented. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Ma nodded and was about to get up and leave, but he was stopped by Mr. Chun. Don't recruit 3,000 security personnel for the next batch. The scale of Tomorrow Group is getting bigger and bigger, and more security personnel will be needed in the future. For the next security personnel training, just recruit 10,000 people directly. Chinemo looked at Li Maud, who stood up and said, directly training 10,000 security personnel can increase the consumption of salary. Li Maud was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly responded. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll get busy then. Yeah. Chinemo nodded, watched Li Maud leave, waited for a while, and saw that no one came in again. So he started the game directly. Time up by little, the publicity of Magic City Fortress was overwhelming, and Magic City Fortress was present on all video platforms. Especially on short video platforms, you can see some videos about Magic City Fortress almost every few videos you watch. Some people have even started to speak out that Wandering Blue Star has reopened a new charter for Chinese science fiction movies, and Magic City Fortress will bring Chinese science fiction movies to a new height. And after Magic City Fortress, Long Journey 2 is also scheduled to be released during the Spring Festival. Because of the popularity of Long Journey 1, Long Journey 2 has brought some traffic and attracted a lot of attention. Blue Film and Television. Luo Xiao frowned as he looked at the publicity about Magic City Fortress, that if the popularity of Magic City Fortress or Long Journey 2 is higher, the impact on Dream Journey to the West will be greater. After all, when the movie is released, the first reaction of the public is to choose to watch the two popular movies in front of them. On the contrary, because of the lack of publicity, The Dream of the West is definitely not as good as the two movies in front of him. He didn't know what the fortress of the Magic City was like. But Long Journey 2 was starred by Wang Chong. As an actor of Blue Film, he also went to learn about the movie Long Journey 2. Wang Chong's answer was that the overall movie was still very good, with many funny moments. That if the movie is good, coupled with the current popularity, then the box office will definitely not be too bad. That if the Fortress of the Magic City is the same, then the competition for The Dream of the West this year will be too great. And there are other movies released, and it is hard to guarantee that there will not be a dark horse. The most important thing is that among all the movies released during the Spring Festival, only The Dream of the West has not yet made any publicity. The competition is a bit fierce. Luo Xiao sighed. Buzz, the mobile phone on the desk, suddenly rang. I took a look at the caller ID and found that it was Du Ziding calling. Answer the phone. Soon Du Ziding's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Luo, I heard that the movie you shot this year is going to be released during the Spring Festival. I don't know if it's edited yet. I'm going to promote it on Hoota Live. When Luo Xiao heard Du Ziding's words, he immediately felt like he was helping someone in need. Now that The Dream Journey to the West has no promotion, it lacks competitiveness compared to other movies released during the Spring Festival. Although the promotion of Hoota Live is not as good as the full network promotion of other movies, it is better than nothing. And as long as The Dream Journey to the West can be liked by the audience, then with the basic audience of Hoota Live, it can be spread quickly. Luo Xiao thought in his heart, and then hurriedly thanked him. I'm worried about the movie here, so I won't be polite. I'll trouble Mr. Du. What's the trouble? Just tell the anchor of the platform and let them promote it. It's also good, Du Ziding said indifferently. Now his father's group has begun to produce mobile phones that can play extreme survival mobile games. When extreme survival mobile games are launched, their mobile phones will definitely usher in a wave of sales. In addition, there is the cooperation between the club and Sanshua Games, the cooperation between Tianda Cinema and Blue Film Films, and Haha Bike, in which Mr. Chin invested in technology. The connection between their company and Tomorrow Group is getting closer and closer. IT is a mutually beneficial relationship. Using Hoota Live to help promote it is nothing at all. Okay, I just called to ask. Since it is confirmed that the movie will be released during the Spring Festival, I will arrange it now. Du Ziding didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. Chapter 1177. They are also a soldier. At the end of December, Chinemo stood on the first floor of the group building, looking at the 10 security guards in front of him. All security guards have been trained, and today is the time for assignment. The 10 security guards in front of him are the security guards of the Tomorrow Group building arranged by Li Maud. Who is Su Hao? Report to Mr. Chun. I am Su Hao. Su Hao, who was standing at the front, stepped forward and reported loudly. Well, after today, you will be the security captain, and the security of the group building will be left to you. Chinemo looked at Su Hao, who came forward, and nodded that Su Hao was recommended by Li Maud, and these people were the winners in the final competition. Shinro, you come to arrange it, and by the way, tell them about the treatment of becoming formal employees. As he said, he kept Shinro. Follow me, everyone. Shinro looked at the 10 people in front of her, and then took the lead to walk inside. Soon they came to a security room. This security room is where you will rest from now on. As he said this, he opened the door of the security room and walked in. At this time, The desks and computers in the security room were fully equipped. After a simple count, there were more than 30 workstations. Because of the shortage of security personnel, there are only 10 of you responsible for the group's security at present, so you can choose these workstations by yourself. You can play with the computers at the workstations, but you can play as long as you don't delay your duty. Work clothes and work badges have been prepared for you on the table over there. You can go to the Tomorrow Canteen for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with your work badge. I will take you to find out the location of the Tomorrow Canteen later. Let me tell you about the treatment you will receive after you officially join the Tomorrow Group. Before, your salary was 6,000 yuan, and with various welfare subsidies, it is about 10,000 yuan. Now that you have become a formal employee, your treatment must be improved. The current improvement is to double the original basic salary. So your salary will be 12,000 yuan in the future. If you count various welfare subsidies, you can get about 16,000 yuan, and you will enjoy all the welfare rewards of the Tomorrow Group. Shinro looked at several security personnel and spoke slowly. The security personnel were also delighted to hear about the welfare benefits after becoming a regular employee to ASA trainer. I was already very satisfied with my monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Now that I have become a regular employee, my basic salary has doubled. I am so happy. And they also know the various benefits of Tomorrow Group. As long as they become regular employees, they will get different salary increases according to their working hours. The 16,000 yuan in front of them is just their current initial salary. As long as they don't make any mistakes in the future, their salary will only get higher and higher. Well, that's the way it is. You get ready here and try on your work clothes. Captain Su Hao, your office is not here. Shinro glanced at Su Hao and left the security studio. Seeing this, Su Hao hurriedly followed behind, and there is another office next to the security department. Shinro opened the door and walked in, looking at Su Hao, who was following behind. This office is where you will work in the future. As the captain of the security team, your salary is 20,000. Including various welfare subsidies, the total salary is about 25,000. The work clothes are on the desk. Try them on. I will show you the Tomorrow Canteen later. Shinro looked at Su Hao and said, Assistant Shin, I know where the Tomorrow Canteen is. I will take them to see it later. I won't bother Assistant Shin. Su Hao hurriedly spoke. When I came here today, I just passed by the Tomorrow Canteen. Okay, then you will take them to get familiar with it later. Today you will be officially employed. As the captain of the security team, you will be responsible for the duty. After Shinro finished speaking, she left the security studio directly. Today is the last day of December, and there is no holiday for the new year, so there are many things she needs to deal with. Nanhu City, in a military unit. Zhou Yang looked at the 8 people in front of him and felt a little emotional. Unconsciously, several months have passed, and now it is officially the end. After 4 months of training, you have all passed the final assessment and graduated successfully. Congratulations. And after today, you are officially discharged. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, Master Ning took the discharge certificate and handed it out one by one. Zhang Lan looked at the discharge certificate in her hand and felt proud. The pride of being a Chinese soldier. Others also looked at the discharge certificates in their hands, feeling happy and reluctant. The happy thing is that they have successfully retired. The reluctant thing is that they are going to separate from now on. I have heard that comradeship is precious before, but I have no experience. But now, after 4 months of training together, they deeply understand the preciousness of this comradeship. They have only trained for 4 months, and those real soldiers have to train for at least 2 years. There are no banquets in the world, and the fate between us is here. Picking up your car, you have been waiting at the door of the army. You can pass. Report instructor. Zhang Lan held a certificate in his hand and shouted a last report here. Explain. Zhou Yang turned to look at Zhang Lan. We have already compiled the song. We want to leave this song before leaving. Zhang Lan quickly spoke. The lyrics of this song were created by 8 people, and the arrangement was done by her own. The song was completed 2 days ago, and they have also become familiar with the songs in the past 2 days. Can. Yo Yang Nodet. The name of the instructor is Glory. We think that every soldier is glorious. Our years are good. They are moving forward. Zhang Lan said loudly, and then looked at the people around him and began to sing. Hour. The singing sound slowly sounded on a quiet training venue that everyone's eyes could not help but flash the training scene for 4 months. The initial complaints, pain, and difficulty of the last adaptation, except to the last recognition. There are hardships, collapse, tears, but also have happiness and satisfaction. The scene of the scene is quickly played like a movie in my mind that in the end, all this scene turned into a deep memory. Maybe many years later, they recalled the scene trained in. The army that I will smile proudly, they used to be a soldier. Chapter 1178 Talent. The song ends. Everyone stood quietly, without any movement that I don't know how long it took. Zhou gently scratched the corners of his eyes with his fingers, and then said with a smile, "It's time for you guys to leave. We've accepted the song. It's very nice. Thank you." When those soldiers are training, they have a new song to sing. Everyone came to their senses after hearing instructor Zhou Yang's words. After saluting in unison, they walked silently towards the gate of the army. They had already packed their luggage before coming here, and now it was taken away by the program team in advance. When we arrived at the army gate, a car was already parked at the gate. Several people got on the bus and turned to look inside the army. They saw two instructors, Zhou Yang and Master Ning, looking at them from a distance and waving their hands at the same time. Everyone in the car remained silent. After a while, perhaps it was due to the bumps in the vehicle, that everyone gradually came out of their separation emotions. "Guys, please leave the army. We will be separated later." Lee looked at the people in the car and said with a smile, "The current car is a military car and will take them to an intersection before entering the city. There are already people waiting over there, and they will separate there. There is no such thing as a banquet that never ends. Sooner or later, we will all part ways." Tao Yu said with emotion. Others also spoke one after another. Everyone has gotten over the emotion of separation, and everyone is not so sad at this time. Soon the vehicle stopped. Several people got out of the car and saw people waiting not far away, as well as vehicles parked aside. "Sister Lan." Lu Shui saw Zhang Lan getting off the car and walked over quickly. "Well, are you prepared for what I asked you to prepare?" Zhang Lan looked at Lu Shui and asked. "Sister Lan, everything is ready." Lu Shui said, took out several signed photos, and then handed them over. Zhang Lan took it and opened it, looked at it, and then walked to Li. "Brother Yi, this is my signed photo," Zhang Lan said and handed over the signed photo in his hand. When he entered the army, Li asked her for an autograph photo, and she naturally had to honor her promise. During training, Li also said that his daughter liked her very much, so last night, she asked Lu Shui for her autograph photo over the phone. Li reached out to take it, looking at the signed photo in his hand, with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Captain Lan. With these signed photos, my daughter should be very happy." "Brother Yi, we have all retired, so don't call us captain." Zhang Lan shook his head. There was nothing he could do in the army. But now that she has retired, it would be bad for Li Yi to call her captain again. After all, Li Yi is considered a senior in the entertainment industry. What's the point? You're the captain in the army, and you're still the captain even after you retire. Li Yi smiled indifferently, but you said that your group has a security training. You are so powerful because you are in security training. I'm a little curious that if I have a chance to go to Jiangcheng, I would like to go and see it. Brother, he comes to Jiangcheng, so I have to entertain him well. Zhang Lan said politely, then chatted with a few other people for a while, and then got into a car parked not far away with his assistant Lu Shui. Report on the recent situation and the program team's affairs. Get in the car. Zhang Lan looked at Lu Shui and said, "Sister Lan, I have communicated with the program team that the first episode of the program will be broadcast on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Also, the program team wants Sister Lan to go back and record the songs she wrote in the army, and they will edit them into the program." Lu Shui said, "It's okay if you want songs. How can we negotiate the price?" Zhang Lan asked. The song was created by her and 7 people from another show. When she signed the contract with the show team, there was no stipulation that the works created in the show would be owned by the show team. Therefore, if the program team wants to use songs, they must show sincerity. The program team wants to hear the results of the recording before making a decision. "Yes, I understand. I will discuss the price in person." Zhanglan nodded. She was still very confident about this song. She considers it to be the best song she has ever written. Moreover, 8 people wrote the lyrics for this song together, so we still had to communicate with the other 7 people. What's going on with the group? The latest situation is that tomorrow is the New Year's Day, so we have a holiday. It will be on the 5th, a total of 5 days of holiday. After returning from the holiday, the company's annual meeting will be on the 13th. This year's annual meeting will be full of celebrity performances. I heard from people within the company that the stars of this performance include teacher Li Ying and several other well-known stars. And Wang Jie, that's a first-tier singer. Watching the company's annual meeting feels like watching a concert. Lu Shui said with some excitement that Wang Jie is his favorite singer and he can be considered a fan. This annual meeting has invited so many well-known celebrities. Didn't the singers from our music department come on stage? Zhanglan was a little confused. The music department had ready-made singers. It would be enough for the singers from the music department to sing after the year. Moreover, the contestants of The Voice who joined Blue Film Music have participated in some programs and are now somewhat famous. I don't know about this, but I heard that after last year, many of the performances were rehearsed by company employees themselves, but this time employees are not allowed to rehearse the programs. Lu Shui said, "Well, I understand." Zhanglan nodded that I guessed that Mr. Chen was worried that the company's employees would be too tired from rehearsing every day. The flight tickets have been booked. We will return to Jiangxing tomorrow. Everything has been booked. The flight will be at noon tomorrow, and we can arrive in Jiangxing in the afternoon. Good. Zhanglan nodded, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shinro, saying that he would return to Jiangxing tomorrow. Tomorrow group, president's office. Chinemo sat at his desk, chatted with his parents for a while, and then hung up the phone that he sat back on the boss's chair and browsed short videos out of boredom. But every time I watch a few videos, I can see a movie promotion about Magic City Fortress. Looking at the movie promotion clip in the video, coupled with the name Magic City Fortress, some netizens commented. The feeling of familiarity became stronger and stronger at this. Why does this look so much like the Shanghai Fortress in a parallel world? He clearly remembered a saying that was circulated after the screening of Shanghai Fortress in his previous life, that the wandering Earth opened the door to domestic science fiction movies. And Shanghai Fortress closed the door to domestic science fiction and died of drought. Chinemo sighed in his heart, and then showed a trace of envy that it would be perfect if Luo Xiao and Wang Bin could make similar movies. Chinemo suddenly had an idea and started to turn on the computer to search for information that he wanted to see who took the photo of Magic City Fortress. Chapter 1179 Xiangshan. After half a while, Chinemo watched the found information and fell into silence. The last information shows that the last investor in Magic Courtade Fortress turned out to be Chong. It turned out that this talent turned out to be his good ally. It's a pity. If it is someone else, he can draw it closer to his own group. But Chong Rui is impossible. However, the director of this movie and the person in charge can pay attention to see if you can dig over. Chinemo thought in his heart, but the specific situation still had to wait for the movie to be officially launched to make a decision. Maybe what is the difference between the Magic Courtade Fortress of this world? Maybe it is an explosion. After confirming that it is a bad movie, go to dig the person in charge. But now many movies have begun to promote, and the movies on the blue film and television should be edited. That I don't know how this movie was this time. He didn't have any participation this time, and he couldn't solve his meaning and then shoot an explosive movie. Chinemo thought in his heart, and then called Luo Xiao to let's look at it. After half a while, the door of the office was knocked, and then Luo Xiao opened the door and walked in. President Shun, the movie has been sent to your mailbox. Luo Xiao walked in front of the desk and said, "Well, you sit first." Chun Emo nodded, stretched his finger at the seat in front of the desk, and opened the mailbox to find Luo Xiao's email. Find the video and click on the play. Soon the movie started to play, with the advancement of the plot of the movie. Chinmo's eyebrows gradually locked up. How can this movie familiar? Isn't this a big journey to the previous life? This. Chun Emo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and continued to look patiently. Until the end of the movie, it has been confirmed that this is the big journey of the past life, and it was placed together in 1 or 2. President Shun, is there any problem with the movie? When Luo Xiao saw the movie, He didn't speak for a while and asked a lot. It's okay. Who is the director of this movie and who wrote the script? Chunimo looked at Luo Xiao and asked. President Chun, the director of the Dream Westward Journey is Huang Ying. The script is basically written by Hu Bian. Luo Xiao replied. Huang Ying, Hu Bian. These two people are the new director he chose before, but he obviously did not have any participation in the script and why he could write such a script. Chunimo exhaled deeply and looked up at Luo Xiao. It's okay, you go back first. Okay, Chun. Luo Xiao heard the words and got up and left the office. Watched Luo Xiao's departure. Chun Maguang once again fell on the computer that had been suspended on the computer. After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of something. When The Journey to the West was just released, there were not many box office that IT is a future thing. Then Big Dream Journey to the West is the same in this world. Chun Mo has some expectations in his heart. Maybe not the worst situation, but Hu Bian and Huang Ying are also. The sixth old. Even The Journey to the West has been made, and there are any movies that can't be made. Open the drawer on the side, take out the booklet, write the names of the two people of Hu Bian and Huang Ying on the latest page, and draw a fork in the back. The old 6 employees added 2 more, and none of them stopped. New AtoZ Tomorrow Group will not have a few talents he needs. Chunimo sighed for a long sigh. But he no longer thought about the big dream Journey to the West. Maybe dream. Journey to the West is the same as the previous life. There are not many box office when the movie is released, rather than getting 2 games. When the movie is really screened, you know that if the box office is really bursting, just find a way to spend money. After the new year, there is still a lot of money to spend money, so don't worry. Tomorrow is New Year's Day holiday. When 5 days of holidays, you can find a place to play. When you go home and wait for the New Year leave, just go back. Thinking in my heart, I turned on the phone and found any places to play nearby. Thinking. The mobile phone on the side suddenly rang, picked up the phone and found that Wang Yang was beaten. Wang Yang. Seeing the caller ID, Chunimo answered the phone without hesitation. Now, all the decoration items of Tomorrow Group are handed over to the people below. So basically, they will not communicate with Wang Yang. Basically, Wang Yang was able to call him directly, and he was about to celebrate the new year. Basically, you can confirm one thing. Wang Yang was ready to give him money. As the phone was turned on, it really was the same as what he thought. Wang Yang's call was the time for appointment and was ready to visit him. But tomorrow will be on vacation. He just sets time to work on number 6 that he is too satisfied with Wang Yang. Those who know me, Wang Yang also. Night. Chun Mo ate the dinner given by Yang Duowu in the restaurant. Brother Chun, rest tomorrow. Do you want to go out to play? Yang Duo sat in front of the table and looked at Chun Mo curiously. Well, I'm going to Xiangshan and climb a mountain. Chun Mo nodded. There are 5 days of holiday on New Year's Day. It would be boring to stay at home all the time. Xiangshan is a famous mountain near Jiangcheng. More importantly, there is a temple on the mountain. I heard that the temple is very famous and it is very effective to make wishes. He plans to go and see it and make a wish. For more than 2 years, he has not converted the funds in full, so he can only think about metaphysics. Regardless of whether it works or not, it is better to believe it than not. Brother Chun is going to Xiangshan. Tomorrow my mother will take me to Jinshidan in Lianhua City to play. Yang Duo said with some disappointment. She also wanted to invite Mr. Chun to go out with them, but Brother Chun already has an appointment, so there is no way. After dinner, Chunimo sent Yang Duo to the door, watched Yang Duo get on the elevator, and then closed the door and went back to the house to enter the gym, that he also had to check in at the gym. Although the exercise was very tiring, his physical fitness improved a lot after a long time of persistence. That he was not fat originally, but he had not exercised much. Now he has been exercising for such a long time and has begun to have abdominal muscles. Looking at his abdominal muscles in the mirror, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. The next day at noon, Chunimo had a simple meal and left home directly. Came to the underground garage and drove straight to Xiangshan. About 2 hours later, Chunimo parked the car at the foot of a mountain. Xiangshan was ahead and driving was not allowed. Locked the car door and left the parking lot directly. Just as he was about to rush to Xiangshan Mountain, his eyes looked at the river on the side. The river water has been seriously polluted. If you get closer, you can still smell a little unpleasant odor. Chapter 1180 Prayer. Looking at the turbid river water, Chunimo couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first came to Jiangxing to go to school, he had been to Xiangshan once. The river water at that time was much cleaner than it is now. There is no smell when you get close, and you can even see fish. But just a few years later, the river water has been polluted to this extent. This kind of scene, this is not an isolated case, but is the case for many rivers around the city. With the development of society, factories of all sizes are established, and more sewage is discharged. Chun Mo walked along the river and looked at how the originally clean river water had turned into this, and he had some thoughts in his mind. There have been some changes to the rules for charitable funding since the last system upgrade. 0.1% of the income can be injected into the charity fund account. He has already arranged a system to automatically transfer 1% of the income into the charity account. With the income during this period, more than 100 million in funds have been transferred, and in addition to the additional funds of more than 400 million during settlement, as well as the original remaining funds. There are already more than 500 million in the charity fund account that he had wanted to find a charity thing to do before. After all, it would be too wasteful to keep so much charity funds in the account. But when I saw the polluted river water in front of me, I had some ideas. Instead, we can build a river water purification project to purify all the sewage before discharging it outwards. That's it. This project is very large, and it is not just a matter for Jiangxing. If it is to be done, it must be expanded to the whole country, that we can start in Jiangxing and expand outward little by little after results are achieved. After all, more than 500 million charitable funds are not enough to develop this project nationwide. But there is no need to rush. With the group's current profit status, at least 400 to 500 million yuan of charity funds must be accounted for each year. That is, take it step by step and figure it out slowly. Chun Mo climbed up the fragrant mountain step by step. After 3 months of training, he still had no problem climbing the mountain. And if you are sincere, it will work. It would be too insincere to take the cable car up. I bought a ticket at the ticket office and rushed to the top of Shangshan Mountain. Tomorrow Community. Li Shin looked at the manager group and found that Mei Yun had sent a message. He said that the construction of the group office building in the east of the city has been completed, and he is currently communicating with Wang Yang about the decoration. Is the office building going to be renovated? Li Shin thought for a moment, and then thought of the green plants in the group's office building. Others in the group didn't know, but he knew that there were talismans in the soil of those green plants. It was he who went to Shangshan Temple to pray for blessings and consecration. Although these things are not scientific, they are also for good luck and psychological comfort. Previously, this building had only 10 floors, and no company could operate it for more than half a year, but now the Tomorrow Group has been operating for 2 years. Not only did it not go bankrupt, it actually expanded even more. He didn't know if it had something to do with those talismans. But if he asked for some more talismans, he would give them to Wang Yang and put them in green plant pots. During decoration, if it works, great. If not, is it for good luck? Li Shin thought for a while and then made a decision. I just have a rest today and have nothing to do, so I might as well go for a walk to Shangshan and ask for some talismans. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Since he was going to ask for a talisman, he must go there with some sincerity. The last time he asked for amulets, he arranged for a pig's head to be offered as an offering. This time, he had to arrange a pig, and the fragrance. After all the blessing matters were arranged, Li Shun also took the elevator to the garage and drove straight to Shangshan. Chun Mo walked up one step at a time, but saw from a distance that there was a person in the distance. Every time he walked up a step, he knelt down once, and then walked up another step and knelt down again. This sincerity leads to wisdom. But does it really have to be this way? If you are like this, how can you show my sincerity? Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps and passed the man just now. I am sincere and wanting to get rich, so I don't need to do anything extra. An hour later. Then we climbed to the top of the mountain. At this time, many people came to pray and were queuing up on the top of the mountain. Chun Mo also walked over directly and lined up at the back. As the individual prayer ended, it was Chun Mo's turn to pray. Donor, how much incense money do you want to donate? As soon as Chun Mo walked in, the monk at the door looked at him with a smile. Donate incense money. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, looked at the donation box beside him, and then said apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't bring any cash today." It doesn't matter. If the donor really wants to show his sincerity, he can scan the QR code to pay. The monk pointed to the side of the donation box. Chun Mo looked over and quickly noticed the QR code next to the donation box. Forehead, can you also scan the QR code to donate incense money? Chun Mo looked up at the monk in front of him. Excuse me, Can Buddha also receive money through QR codes? Donor, this is wrong. These money are all external things. The most important thing is whether everyone is sincere. No matter how much cash or scan code, it is the same. There is no difference. The monk smiled and said. After hearing this, Chinemo stopped asking. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 10 yuan. Then he walked to the Buddha statue inside, looked at it carefully, and then bowed, silently reciting his wishes in his heart that I don't know if it was an illusion, but the room that was originally shining with golden light became a little dim. After making a wish, Chinemo turned around and left the Buddhist temple. Then he walked around Xiangshan. Xiangshan has more than just temples, but also many natural landscapes. Just outside the temple, you can see many people starting to set up tents. These people are going to spend the night on the mountain and watch the sunrise and sunset. Chinemo walked step by step to the observation deck on the top of the mountain. The view here is the best in the entire Xiangshan.it, is also the best place to watch the sunrise and sunset. The time is not yet up. When it is about to sunset later, this place will be full of people. Climbing up to the top and looking far away, Chinemo couldn't help but think of a poem. I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the mountains. After living in the city for a long time, looking at the mountains at this time, he felt a little relaxed and happy. After staying on the top of the mountain for a while, Chinemo turned around and walked down the mountain. He saw an old Taoist in green standing and sitting under a green pine in the distance that a Taoist priest appeared near a temple. Chinemo felt interesting and walked over curiously. Chapter 1181. The saints ordered Chinemo approached and saw the Taoist priest taking a nap on a stone next to a green pine tree, with a flag standing next to him. There is only a simple word count on the flag. There were people walking around from time to time. They just looked at him briefly and walked past the old man. Chinemo thought for a moment and finally said hello. Taoist priest, what's the algorithm? The old man slowly opened his eyes and his gaze fell on Chinemo. What do you want, little friend? Kai, what's the price? I tell fortunes and let it happen. I just tell you what your mood is like. The old man smiled and looked like he didn't care about money. I don't have cash. How about scanning the QR code to pay? Chinemo asked. I don't have a payment code. Since I don't have money, I can use items. The old man swept Chinmo's body. Chinemo was stunned for a moment. The Taoist priest in front of him looked completely different from the previous temple. In contrast, he preferred the style of the Taoist priest in front of him, rummaged through his pockets, and finally looked at the watch on his wrist that he bought this for himself through system funds. It would be unreasonable for a boss not to have a decent watch. But now there are no items to provide, so just use this watch. Anyway, it's not my own money spent, so I don't feel bad that I just don't know if the system will allow it. Chinemo thought to himself, then tested the system and found that the system had no intention of blocking it. In this case, he was not polite. Casually took off the watch and handed it to the old man opposite. I don't have anything, so I'll just use this watch. After giving this watch away, he can buy a new one. As the president of a group, how can he not have a watch? Moreover, the group has expanded a lot compared to before, so it is reasonable to change the watch to a higher-end one. Chinemo thought in his mind. The old man took the watch and then took out a few copper coins. After several hexagrams, the old Taoist looked at the hexagram shown on the copper coin and looked puzzled. He had never seen such a hexagram before. Think for a moment, he picked up the copper coins again and made a divination again, and found that the divination was still the same as before. The old Taoist raised his head and looked at Chinemo, then pinched his fingers that a breeze blew leisurely, and the old Taoist had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chinemo with some surprise. Taoist priest, do you have any questions? Chinemo looked at the old Taoist expression and couldn't help but mutter. Shun Shun is nagging. What is the result? The old man gradually came back to his senses, then took out the watch from his arms and handed it to Chinemo again. My little friend, this fate cannot be said or explained. Chinemo looked blankly at the watch that was returned and could still operate it like this. When he came back to his senses, he found that the old man had walked away with the flag. What's going on? Chinemo was speechless for a while, put the watch on his wrist again, and walked down the mountain. The money was not spent. It's so uncomfortable. Far away, the old Taoist murmured as he watched Chinemo leave. The destiny of a saint. Isn't this the legendary destiny? How can it really exist? It's better not to get involved in karma, but I feel uncomfortable after discovering the saint's order and ignoring it like this. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed, then counted on his fingers and looked to the northwest. Northwest, just take a trip. The old man straightened his green shirt, then looked at the flag in his hand. Feeling that it was a bit intrusive, he threw it directly into the trash can nearby and then walked towards the cable sea. As we get older, we can no longer climb the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Li Shun parked the car in the parking lot and waited quietly. Half an hour later, a box truck parked not far away. Li Shun looked through the car window, and his cell phone rang in his pocket. Pick up the phone. After confirming that the box truck in the distance was the one he wanted to wait for, he opened the door and walked out. People began to get off the box truck in the distance. All of them were strong men. The only thin man with glasses, wearing casual clothes, directed the group of strong men to open the door and unload the goods. "Hello, Mr. Li." When the man with glasses saw Li Shun coming over, he hurriedly said hello. "Well, are you ready with everything I asked for?" Li Shun nodded and looked inside the truck. He saw a pig tied to a wooden frame. Several strong men were carrying the pig and the wooden frame under the car, just like carrying a sedan chair. Li Shun took a brief look to confirm that everything he requested was ready, then turned to look at the man with glasses. "Well, there's nothing wrong with the preparation. Once the blessings are finished on the top of the mountain, the money will be transferred to you." After Li Shun said something, he asked the man with glasses to direct several strong men to carry the pig up the mountain, but he turned around and returned to the car. There was water in the car that he bought for the workers. At the foot of the mountain, Chinmo walked to the parking lot and looked at the group of people in the distance with surprise that I saw several strong men carrying a pig and rushing towards the mountain. There really are people who give away pigs. He had only heard of this kind of thing before, but never expected to actually see it. "What kind of wish are you making? Making such a huge undertaking?" According to the monk at the mountaintop temple, this is very sincere. Chinemo sighed, then opened the door and entered the cab, started the car and drove out of the parking lot at the same time. Li Shun closed the trunk and quickly chased in the direction of the team carrying pigs. He saw a black G-Class leaving the parking lot from a distance. "It's the same car as Mr. Chen's." Li Shun muttered, but didn't think much about it. There were so many similar vehicles. Soon he caught up with the team carrying pigs in front, handed the water to the man with glasses, and asked him to distribute it to the strong men when they rested. 2 hours later, the team finally arrived at the top of the mountain. A monk had been waiting at the door of the temple early. When he saw Li Shun and others coming, he greeted them. "Please come this way, Mr. Li." For such a sincere pilgrim, they naturally had to treat him well. Seeing this, Li Shun followed directly. As for the worship matters, there would naturally be other people to handle them, and he didn't need to worry about them. Then, under the guidance of the monk, they entered a Buddhist temple, and Li Shun once again showed his sincerity. Directly in front of the monk, he stuffed 10,000 yuan into the donation box. After showing sincerity, it was time to pray. Under the monk's command, Li Shun completed the blessing and consecrated the talisman paper he bought. Half an hour later, Li Shun left the temple with the packaged talisman paper and paid the money to the man who was waiting outside. "Mr. Li is generous." The man with eyes looked at the amount in the account and flattered him generously. Li Shun said a few polite words, then bought a cable car ticket and took the cable car down the mountain. Back to the parking lot, sat in the car, and took out his mobile phone to call Wang Yang. Chapter 1182. A piece of white prev is identical to table of contents. Google. Now that the talisman paper is ready, it is natural to put it in the flower pot of green plants. However, the building has just been completed, and even if it is renovated, it is not yet time to put in green plants. That'd be why the time the decoration was completed and green plants could be placed. He had already set off for the Taklima Desert that time. Even if I wanted to place the talisman, there was no way so we can only communicate with Wang Yang first, put the talisman paper there, and when the time comes to place the talisman paper, Wang Yang can put it in. Tomorrow Group has been cooperating with Wang Yang for so long. He believes that Wang Yang is still willing to do this. The call will be answered soon. We briefly discussed the matter and finally agreed to meet at the fishing area of the artificial lake. Tomorrow community, artificial lake, you're here. I am coming. Where's the stuff? Here's the money. Ji Shaohui looked at the two men in front of her and rolled her eyes speechlessly. she finally understood the man's words that caused the boy's death. They are both managers, so two people can still engage in such childish dialogue. Then I'll leave it to you, don't forget it. Li Shun put away his joking expression, and then handed all the talismans in his hand to Wang Yang. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang carefully put away the talisman. Although he didn't believe in such metaphysical things, in any case, this was also the arrangement of the Tomorrow Group manager, and he must handle it well. Aishin saw Wang Yang put away the talisman paper and looked at Ji Xiaowei sitting beside him. Then he wisely got up and left. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ji Xiaowei saw Li Shun leaving, and then looked at Wang Yang curiously. Do you think it's really useful to go to the temple to pray? Have no idea. Wang Yang shook his head. But the big shots in that kind of group basically believe it more or less. As the decoration business continues to expand, the level of his exposure has also become much higher, that I found that many wealthy bosses have an attitude of preferring to believe in metaphysical things rather than believing in them. That's it. How about we go to Xiangshan to pray for blessings tomorrow? Ji Xiaowei said with expectation. Well, let's go there together tomorrow. We'll just go shopping during the holiday. Wang Yang nodded. Night, tomorrow community. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan's wheat-colored skin and said jokingly, You went out to participate in a variety show, and why did your skin color change? This variety show is in the military, which is a very serious place. We are not allowed to apply various skincare products, so it is normal to get tanned. Zhang Lan didn't pay much attention to Shunro's joke. She was already prepared when she decided to participate in the variety show. How about it? How do you feel about recording this show? If it is played, will it be a hit? Shinro asked. I don't know. This is a very real military camp show. Even if we are all celebrities and public figures, we will not get any preferential treatment in the military camp. But reality will lack some suspense and interest, and it is not as good as some variety shows with scripts. But there is no precedent for participating in this variety show before, so I'm not sure whether it will be popular. Zhang Lan shook her head. She was not a variety show planner, so she didn't understand the variety show market. Well, then we can only wait and pay attention to the number of views when it is released. But I think reality is often the most touching. The military, in particular, needs reality so that the audience can understand the situation of the troops and the soldiers who have trained so hard. Shinro said slowly. By the way, when the show will be released, I can talk to the managers and ask them to mobilize the company's employees to support it when the variety show is released. The show will be released on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Just mention it. There is no need to force those employees to watch it. Those who are interested can just watch it. This is natural. There has never been an example of forcing employees to do something in Tomorrow Group. That's true. Zhang Lan smiled and said that Tomorrow Group gave its employees ample freedom. Even actors and singers who have signed a contract with Blue Picture Entertainment can directly apply for resignation and terminate their contracts if they no longer want to stay with Blue Picture Entertainment. That I end the contract. There are no sky-high liquidated damages. As long as you want to leave, you can apply for it anytime. Of course, the only premise is that nothing is done to harm the interests of Tomorrow Group. This is much better than most entertainment companies on the market. Some entertainment companies even make money by charging sky-high liquidated damages. Let's not talk about the show. Now that the show has been recorded, what are your plans next? Shinro asked. I composed a song with 7 other people in the military camp. I need to record the song in the next 2 days and then send it to the variety show. This song is pretty good, but we can negotiate a good price. Also, for the singers in the music department, I have to find resources and arrange their schedule for next year. In addition, it's not long before the holiday. I plan to concentrate on writing and write a new song. That's about it. Zhang Lan briefly talked about the next plan. Shinro nodded. Zhang Lan's eyes suddenly flickered, and she looked at Shinro. Xiaoro, I feel that your figure is better than before, and some places seem to be bigger than before. Check it for me quickly. As she said, Zhang Lan threw Shinro on the sofa. Shinro exclaimed, and then began to resist. The two of them tore on the sofa. Both of them were wearing nightgowns, and the nightgowns were all rolled up when they were torn. Pieces of Snow White. I don't know how long it took. The two of them lay on the sofa panting. Tired, tired, don't play anymore. Zhang Lan shouted twice. She thought that after training in the army for so long, it would be easy to take Shinro back. But when they tore, they found that Shinro's strength was much greater than before. Although she couldn't beat her, she definitely had the strength to resist. And they were just playing around, and it was impossible for them to really use force. If you keep making such a fuss, I won't play with you anymore. Shinro sat up from the sofa and glared at Zhanglan and began to tidy up her nightgown. Oh, you forgot your good sisters when you had a lover. So sad. Zhanglan made a crying expression. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a lover. Shinro quickly refuted. Really? I don't know who wrote a little notebook. Do you want me to tell you what's on it? Shinro was embarrassed and annoyed. Seeing that Zhanglan was about to tell her, she threw Zhanglan onto the sofa. The two started fighting again, and it was Snow White again.
Chapter 1183 Mr. Chen's Foresight Brothers, the lottery will start in 10 minutes. This time it's 100 movie tickets for Journey to the West. A Dream of Journey to the West is the latest film produced by Blue Film Films. You may not be familiar with Blue Film Films. But if I say that both The Wandering Blue Star and The Legend of the Demons were filmed by Blue Film, everyone should understand. The movie will be shown during the Spring Festival. Jiang Jiu said this while playing Freedom Fight. Since the game event ended, they had a free period for a while, so they had more time to play Freedom Battle. Although I didn't win the championship in the final, I only got runner-up. But that's how esports competitions are done. If you make a mistake, you give the opportunity to the other team. If he had directed the game better in the last match, the result would have been different. But there is no medicine for regret, and no matter what the situation, he will still make that decision. Their only failure at that time was that their guns were too weak and they failed to hit the enemy, but there is no point in thinking so much now. We can just wait and win it again in the next game. As Jiang Jiu's words were heard, a heated discussion began in the live broadcast room. IT turns out to be the production company that produced Wandering Blue Star and The Legend of the Demons. I am looking forward to it. Blue Films has shot 2 hit movies, so why is there no news about the new movie after it was shot? Yes, other movies are being promoted very hotly now, and The Fortress of Magic City can be seen almost every day. I was still hesitant about which movie to watch before. If I win the prize, I will watch Journey to the West by Blue Film. I'm so confused. There are so many movies I want to watch this year. Yeah, after watching those promotional clips of that Demon City Fortress, it feels very good, and it is said to be a movie better than Wandering Blue Star. I kind of want to watch it, and Long Journey 2 is also good. It is also a good comedy to watch during the Chinese New Year. I am also confused. A game is over. Jiang Jiu looked at the barrage, then spoke with a smile. The lucky draw has started. If you want to participate, you can post a comment. I'm starting the countdown and taking screenshots. 3, 2, 1, congratulations to the 10 viewers in the screenshot for winning the awards. The management will contact you later. Recognize the management of the live broadcast room, and we will not charge you any fees. Those who ask you to pay are all scammers. Okay, I'll continue with the lottery. 3, 2, 1, okay, the list of 100 winners has been drawn. Brothers who didn't win don't need to be disappointed. The draw will continue in an hour. Jiang Jiu said this while starting a new game. At the same time in Hut Alive, many big anchors are promoting the Dream Journey to the West inside the Tianga Club office. I don't know if Blue Film's Dream Journey to the West will be a big hit this time. After Du Ziting paid attention to the promotion of the Dream Journey to the West by the various anchors on Hut Alive, he slowly spoke. I'm not sure, but even if it doesn't become a big hit, the quality of the movie will definitely not be too bad. Anyway, I have arranged for Tianda Films to give Journey to the West a better screening schedule. Chen Song smiled. He and Du Ziting had played guest roles in the crew of Blue Film Films. Even though their characters did not have many scenes, however, the crew still takes it very seriously, and if the performance is not up to standard, it will still have to be reshot. They took many shots before they passed the test. With such a serious attitude, we can judge that even if it won't be a hit, it won't be a rubbish movie either. We have done everything we can with the film, and we can only wait for the final result to be released. Du Zitang spoke slowly, then changed the subject. As Mr. Chen said, many people have already invested in the bicycle project. Our Haha bicycle now has many competitors. Yes, there is now a bicycle park in Zhangcheng. Because there are no parking restrictions, it has quickly been accepted by the public. On the contrary, our Haha bike lost its advantage instantly because of the parking location regulations. The originally profitable status has fallen into a loss. Even when we were promoting membership users, some people have started to withdraw their membership deposits. Chen Song said with an unhappy look on his face. He also strolled around Jiangqing these days and basically saw new bicycles in every street and alley. These bicycles do not have fixed parking locations and can be parked anywhere within the operating range of the bicycles. Even if their haha bikes are within the specified range, they will have fixed parking locations, and people can only change bikes at the fixed parking locations, otherwise you will have to pay a parking fee. In this comparison, their haha bike has no advantages at all. Is this what competition is? If someone wants to refund their membership deposit, then refund it. Don't make any excuses. We have already anticipated the loss. Even if you lose customers nowadays, you should not leave them with the impression that you have no credit and will not return your deposit. Du Ziteng spoke calmly. He had anticipated this long ago and would not be surprised at all. Well, I've arranged for someone to cancel the parking. But if the competition continues like this, we, haha bike, will never have an advantage in parking. Chen Song said with some concern that if he were allowed to choose, he would definitely choose a bicycle that could be parked anywhere. After all, that would be more convenient. That's for sure, but do you think those bikes will always be parked randomly like that? Du Ziteng smiled. Although new bicycles can be parked anywhere, some chaos has also occurred, that is, bicycles can be seen everywhere. Some bicycles are parked in very obstructive places, blocking the road. Besides, the bicycles that can be seen everywhere are also very detrimental to the city's appearance. In the long run, someone will definitely ask them to make corrections. If it really doesn't work, we can also act as a pusher, so there is no need to worry about bicycle parking. What we need to do now is to maintain our existing old customers and ignore those who want to return their deposits. But we can give some coupons to those who haven't returned their deposits, and after a certain period of membership, they can also upgrade to a higher level membership. The higher the membership level, the more benefits you will get. Du Ziteng briefly expressed his thoughts, and now that more and more people are investing in bicycle projects, there will definitely be more and more problems. At this moment, he believes that word of mouth is more important than anything else. Yeah, if those bicycles are always parked randomly, it will indeed affect the city appearance. No wonder Mr. Chen keeps asking for a designated parking spot. It turns out he had anticipated this. Mr. Chen is really amazing, Chen Song said with admiration. Chapter 1184 Red envelope amount. So for the bicycle issue, we just need to provide enough funding. It's better to focus on mobile games now. The Extreme Survival mobile game will be launched in March, and we also need to do a good job of publicity after the new year. If nothing unexpected happens, the Extreme Survival mobile game will be our Tianga's most profitable project. Du Ziteng spoke slowly, and nowadays, the Extreme Survival PC game has become a phenomenal game. In addition, Sangshui Games has been working hard to crack down on plugins, and the gaming environment is getting better and better. More and more people choose to play the game Extreme Survival. Some time ago, he conducted a census of Extreme Survival mobile games. Many people are willing to try playing Extreme Survival mobile games. With the popularity of smartphones, the number of people playing mobile games now far exceeds the number of people playing PC games. During the survey, it was found that many people knew about the game Extreme Survival, but had never played it because it was inconvenient to use a computer, but they often use their mobile phones to watch live broadcasts about Extreme Survival, and they would be very willing to play it if Extreme Survival was released as a mobile game. In the census, such people account for a large base. So he believes that as long as the mobile game is launched, many people will choose to play it. Yeah, we'll start promoting the Extreme Survival mobile game after the new year. Chen Song nodded. Now a lot of promotional resources are occupied by the movies that will be released during the Spring Festival. If we promote it now, the effect will be greatly reduced. There is about a month left for post-New Year promotion, which is enough. Du Ziteng nodded. January 6 Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chen Mo sat in his office and took a quick look at the status of each company under the group. After confirming that nothing unexpected had occurred, he put the information aside. I looked at the time and found that it was almost 10 o'clock, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. By this time, Wang Yang will be here soon. Boom boom boom. Just as I thought of this, there was a knock on the office door, and then Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei walked in. Chen Mo looked at Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei coming in, as well as the gift box in Wang Yang's hand, and stood up to greet them with a smile. Do it over here. The two were brought to the reception area and a cup of prepared tea was poured for them. Mr. Chen, we can do it ourselves. Wang Yang hurriedly took the tea handed over by Mr. Chen. After taking a quick sip, he handed over a few gift boxes that were placed aside. Chen Mo took a look and knew that Wang Yang didn't need to explain anything, as these gift boxes were all prepared by Wang Yang's company. The last time he checked, these gift boxes were not cheap either, costing probably hundreds of thousands. Of course, compared to these gift boxes, he still prefers Wang Yang's red envelope. The money inside was his favorite. Small change. Mr. Chen, these gift boxes are given to Mr. Chen by me on behalf of Changlin Decoration. By the way, I would like to wish Mr. Chen a Happy New Year in advance. Ah, you're so polite. Chen Mo spoke with a smile, but took the gift box without hesitation. Well, these two red envelopes are prepared by Shell Wei and I for Mr. Chen. Wang Yang said this and handed over two red envelopes that he had prepared in advance. Drink tea, drink tea. Chen Mo took the red envelope and happily filled their teacups, then he looked at Ji Xiaowei. By the way, the Tomorrow Group is expanding again, and there are many new managements. We will go to your store in a few days to purchase a batch of cars. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your care. Ji Xiaowei thanked him and said that her current achievements were all thanks to Mr. Chen across the table. Don't be so polite. It doesn't matter where you buy a car. But we have cooperated so many times, so I feel at ease buying from you. Chen Mo said with a smile, but he thought to himself, he was not sure about other places, but I can get a red envelope from you. Mr. Chen, I will definitely strictly control the quality of the vehicle. Ji Xiaowei quickly spoke up to make the promise. Chen Mo smiled when he heard this. The quality of the car is the most basic. If the car comes out of Ji Xiaowei's forest store, there will be quality problems. Even if you give him a red envelope, he won't use it. After all, the quality of the car is a matter of life and death, and he cannot ignore life for the sake of money. 2 cups of tea time. Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei got up and left the office, taking a few boxes of tea with them. Go and count the companies under the Tomorrow Group to see how many people meet the requirements for car allocation. After the statistics are completed, find Ji Xiaowei to order a vehicle. Chen Mo looked at Shinro, who came in and started to make arrangements. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll handle it as soon as possible. Shinro nodded. By the way, are you ready for the lottery? Mr. Chen, I have discussed this with Mr. Wei, and the lottery tickets for the day after tomorrow's draw will be ready. Okay, I get it, go ahead and do your work. Chen Mo waved his hand. It was now the 6th, and the annual meeting would be on the 13th, not counting today. There are still 7 days until the annual meeting begins. 2 of the days are Saturday and Sunday. After watching Shinro leave, Chen Mo stood up from his chair and notified Yang Dehayat he was going to the bank to transfer the red envelope prepared by Wang Yang to his personal account. Mr. Chen, the bank is just across the street, but vehicles can't get through there. Yang Dehai slowly parked the car on the side of the road, pointed at a bank in the distance and started talking. Well, wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon. As Chen Mo said this, he opened the door, got out of the car and headed straight towards the bank. Enter the bank. Chen Mo took out the bank card Wang Yang gave him and checked it. This time, the red envelope Wang Yang gave was bigger. The last gift was 660,000, and this time it has increased to 880,000. Ji Xiaowei's red envelope was as much as 88,000 yuan. The total amount of red envelopes for the two of them is 968,000, almost 1 million. This Wang Yang is indeed the person who understands him the best. Chen Mo smiled and then transferred all the money to his personal account. I took a quick look at my personal financial account. At the end of the last time, his personal funds were 5.05 million, but he could also take 1% of the income from the songs he sang for Zhanglan, which also increased his income by hundreds of thousands during this period. At this time, there are also the red envelopes sent by Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei. His current personal assets have reached 6.21 million. My personal assets have reached more than 6 million, and after accumulating for a period of time, it will soon exceed 10 million. Chen Mo smiled. No matter what, he had assets worth several million. However, if he operates well in this settlement cycle, he still has a great chance of settling hundreds of millions of funds. Chen Mo thought to himself, returned to the group office, turned on the computer happily, entered Freedom War, and started playing. The new year is coming soon, so it's time to relax. Chapter 1185 Mr. Chen's Black Technology. Now Freedom War completed a season update before the new year, and now all ranks have been reset. He had just finished a requalification match, a 10-game qualifying match, lost 2 games, and was finally requalified to Gold 2. As more and more players join Freedom War, there are also more powerful players. It is no longer as easy for him to play as before. In addition, the newly developed AP and EZ have gradually been discovered by many players, and the official game side has also made adjustments to EZ, so now it no longer has the dominance it had before, especially in the early stages. It is already very difficult to get up because you are targeted by some people who know how to play. It's just that the speed of its spread is too fast. Not long after it was developed, many people have already started playing IT. IT should be because of the increase in players. Chen Mo thought about it in his mind, but he didn't care much. Since EZ couldn't be played anymore, he would try another hero. When playing EZ, he was always landing against shooters, and he also noticed a hero, Little Gunner. This Little Gunner has basically the same skills as the Little Cannon in the previous life of League of Legends. Q increases attack speed, W moves to kill and refresh, E continuously loses blood, and her knocks back skills are easy to say. He also took a special look at the attribute bonuses of the skills. Except for the Q skill, the other 3 skills have very high AP attribute bonuses. This made him think of the AP Tristana that was very popular in his previous life. At that time, the AP Tristana in the middle lane could be said to be a killer of squishy targets. Since EZ can't be played anymore, will he change to another hero? Chen Mo smiled and chose the Little Gunner to go to the middle without hesitation. Of course, this move also caused dissatisfaction among teammates. If you are a shooter and you go to the middle, you are going to lose. In this regard, Chen Mo didn't care. When your cognition goes beyond the current version, you will face a lot of doubts. IT was so before and it will remain so, all you can do is ignore it. Soon the game begins. I chose AP for both inscriptions and equipment. When I reached level 2, I used the W skill directly on the opposing assassin, and then used 2 E skills. The assassin's basic health is not very high to begin with. After using this set of skills, his health bar is directly reduced to 0 when he goes home. Soon, 3 ES came from the opposing mid lane. Chen Mo ignored it and went home to buy new equipment. The opponent's mid laner just came back and was sent home again. Can you understand the perversion of AP Tristana? As the kills increased, teammates also discovered the problem. Why was this AP Tristana so abnormal? At the same time, Tianga Game Club. As usual, after finishing his work, Jin Song turned on his computer to play a few games. In the qualifying match a few days ago, he asked Zhang Jiu to help him play, and after 10 wins in 10 games, he was directly ranked Gold 5. He started out as Gold, which is a very high starting point. If he works hard, he might be able to reach Platinum on his own. I've only been playing for 2 days, and I've been hovering around Gold 5. I don't even have any victory points anymore. If I lose one more game, I'll go back to Silver. He was just thinking about asking Zhang Jiu to gain some more points and then playing on his own. He didn't want to drop to Silver. He had just logged into the game when he discovered that Mr. Chen was online and had already started the game. You can watch the game and see that the AP and EZ developed by Mr. Chen before no longer have any advantages, and are not very useful if you want to gain points. I wonder if Mr. Chen has developed any new hero gameplay, Chen Song was thinking in his mind, and had already clicked on the friend watching button, enter the game. Then I found out that Mr. Chen was playing the little gunner, but he was in the middle lane. A little unusual. Jin Song keenly noticed the abnormality, and skillfully clicked on the data panel. He soon noticed that Mr. Chen's little gunner was equipped with AP equipment. Is there any new technology? I don't know what the effect will be. Jin Song was a little excited and began to watch the battle seriously. He soon noticed the power of AP Tristana. Use W to move to the person's face, activate E skill, and then use a big move to push the enemy away and kill him instantly. After killing a person, the W skill will be refreshed. If there are many enemies, it will just jump away. Even in the later stage, when all the equipment is ready, you can directly use W to jump into the faces of the 3 opponents. 1v3, triple kill. This is too perverted. Mr. Chen's black technology is awesome. Chen Song was already eager to try it out, but when Mr. Chen's game was over, he simply quit watching. He couldn't wait any longer. He wants to play. Tomorrow group in the president's office. Chen Mo sneezed unconsciously, wiped it with a tissue, and continued playing. 2 hours passed. Chen Mo looked at his undefeated record, feeling happy, and prayed in his heart that the news of AP Tiny Gunner wouldn't spread so quickly this time. He wants to play for a while longer. I glanced at the time and it was almost time to get off work, so I turned off the computer. I called Yang Dahai to inform him, although it was not yet time to get off work. As the president of the group, there was nothing wrong with him leaving early. I have a more perfect esports room at home, so it will be more comfortable to play games at home. In the car, Chen Mo was boredly scrolling through short videos on his phone when he was soon attracted by a promotional video for a variety show. We are met. Of course, it's not that he is interested in this variety show, but isn't this the variety show that Zhang Lan participated in before? I didn't realize it had already been recorded. I took a quick look at the promotional video and also saw Zhang Lan in it. The video shows several stars training hard, making the stars who seemed a bit high and mighty before seem more real. See this training mode in the place where the training takes place. Chen Mo quickly thought of a variety show in his previous life that was similar to this one. A real man. When this program was broadcast, it was very popular. Chen Mo began to feel worried. If We Are Men became popular, wouldn't it mean that Zhang Lan would also become popular? Zhang Lan has become famous, and the most direct impact is that her income will definitely increase. See you on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Chen Mo looked at the advertised broadcast date and silently wrote it down. Now that's better. The film A Dream of Red Mansions will be released during the Spring Festival, and the variety show in which Zhang Lan participated will also be released on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. They all have the potential to become popular. I have a headache. He is not so eager to lose money now, but he shouldn't make money this way either. My heart can't take it. This is what happens if the movie and variety show become a hit. How much more income will he increase? By the end of December, excluding various bonuses and benefits, the system had accumulated 2.5 billion yuan in funds. Now we have entered January. If nothing unexpected happens, the lowest income in January will be 3.2 billion. Until the end of the year, he has accumulated 5.7 billion yuan in funds. If the movie becomes a big hit again, he Chapter 1186 Wastewater Treatment Project. Chen Mo put away his phone expressionlessly. He had become more open-minded about the profit of Tomorrow Group. Or rather, I am numbers. His funds increased. He also thought of many places where he could spend the money. There is no need to lose money now. As long as it is obvious that you can make money and there is a chance of losing money, it can be a longer cycle of, for example, investment in Laolu Massage, Desert Oasis, and other projects. Mr. Chen is here. While meditating, we have arrived at the underground garage of Tomorrow Community. Chen Mo opened the door and got out of the car, then entered the elevator. Just as he reached the door, he saw a delivery box at the door. It should have been delivered by the property management staff. He would occasionally buy some things online, and the property people knew he lived here, so when the package arrived, he didn't need to go pick it up. The property staff will personally deliver the express upstairs. He knew what the express delivery was. It was the fruit of the black bitter fruit treat. He checked the information reported by various companies some time ago, and also saw the information of Johan Agricultural Base. The black bitter fruit trees have been planted for more than a year now, and they should be mature and bear fruit next year. The results are coming. Now that the fruits are about to bear fruit, he will definitely buy some to taste. He had only looked up information before and knew that this black bitter fruit tasted very bad, but he was not sure to what extent it tasted very bad. If the food is really unpalatable, then after returning home, For the new year, he will probably have an idea of a direction for the investment in the Johan agricultural base, take the express box and open the door to enter. He simply changed his clothes, opened the express box, and took out a black bitter fruit. Looking at the appearance of the black bitter fruit, it is gray-black all over. Just looking at the appearance, it has no appetite at all. I just don't know how it tastes, Chen Mo thought to himself, took out a few more fruits, and went into the kitchen to wash them. Back to the living room, I looked at the black bitter fruit that had been washed. Chen Mo picked up one and took a bite, then his expression instantly came together. It's too bitter. This feeling is more bitter than taking medicine. Chen Mo put the black bitter fruit on the coffee table with a painful look on his face. With no intention of taking another bite. He didn't know why some people still took out this kind of thing to sell. Can it really be called fruit? The black color makes me lose my appetite, and it tastes bitter when I take a bite. Will anyone really buy this fruit? He was beginning to have doubts, but soon Chen Mo started laughing. Isn't this the result he wants? The worse it tastes, the harder it will be to sell. It's impossible that anyone likes such a disgusting fruit. In that case, then there will be more options for investing in the Johan agricultural base. The original plan was to expand some more greenhouses and grow fruits across regions. It now seems that we can invest more in the black bitter fruit trees. Nowadays, black bitter fruit trees are planted on two sides of the mountain, with a total of about 20,000 trees. This time when I go back, I can rent a few more orchards and plant black bitter fruit trees in them all. 20,000 are definitely not enough. This time we need at least 100,000. Orchard renovation, worker recruitment, and greenhouse expansion. This time, the Johan agricultural base will definitely spend a huge amount of money. Chen Mo smiled slightly. If it weren't for the limitations of the system, agriculture would be a bottomless pit that consumes funds. He can completely rent out unlimited land to consume funds. What a pity, Chen Mo sighed. There is already an opportunity for the Johan agricultural base project, and what remains is the public welfare project for sewage treatment. During this period, he also learned some professional things about sewage treatment in detail. There are 3 operating models for sewage treatment plants. The first one is government investment in self-construction. The second type is franchising, where individuals invest and obtain a license, which is private. The third method is to lease it out after construction, which means investing in the construction of a sewage treatment plant and then leasing the entire factory out. The first one has nothing to do with him. He doesn't want to make money from this project, so the third option is definitely not within his consideration. Finally, the second private model remains. He first needs to obtain permission from the government, which is easy. Tomorrow Group has expanded so much that it has dealt with the government many times. The development of Tomorrow Group has driven the economic development of Jiangcheng. If he wants to invest in a sewage treatment project, the government will definitely support it. After all, there is no city leader who does not want his or her urban environment to change. These are all political achievements, and since Tomorrow Group is funding this project, we will definitely be happier. But he is a little confused at the moment. That is the current sewage treatment plant, which can be defined as a public welfare project or as a private industry under the Tomorrow Group. Of public welfare projects can only be invested with public welfare funds, so the revenue of the sewage treatment plant can only be counted as public welfare funds. It will not be counted as system funds and will not be involved in the settlement. The advantage is that no matter whether the sewage treatment project is profitable or not in the future, it will not affect his settlement. The disadvantage is that there are only 600 million yuan in public welfare funds at present, and a part of the funds must be reserved to maintain other public welfare projects. Therefore, the funds that can be invested in sewage treatment projects will not be too much. In essence, this sewage treatment plant will not expand too quickly and can only wait for public welfare funds to increase little by little. If the charity funds are to increase rapidly, Tomorrow Group needs to make more profits. This is contrary to the purpose of his business. He will suffer a loss, and even if he doesn't lose money, he will make less money. By defining the sewage treatment project as a private industry of Tomorrow Group, he can use system funds to develop rapidly. The advantage is that it can quickly consume system funds. The disadvantage is that if the sewage treatment project is profitable, it must also be calculated into the system funds, which will ultimately affect the settlement success rate. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa and fell into deep thought. After a while, he took a deep breath and made a decision. He still chose to take a risk and define it as a private industry. Tomorrow Group has more and more profitable projects and its profits are increasing, although he already has several projects that can consume funds. In order to settle more personal funds, it is better to have more projects that consume system funds. Moreover, if we only use the several hundred million yuan of public welfare funds, it will take a long time to truly improve the water quality and see clear river water. If he wants to improve water quality on a large scale, he will certainly have to invest with system funds. As for profitability, the profit model of a sewage treatment plant is basically the sale of tap water, and the price of water can only fluctuate so much. He has no choice but to increase investment in equipment and other aspects, and even if he makes a profit in the end, it won't be much. Chapter 1187 Annual meeting begins, and in the process of understanding, he also learned one thing: the water treated by the sewage treatment plant is the tap water for residents. There's everything in that: sewage, feces, dirt, and all kinds of industrial wastewater. A lot of the tap water used by residents is made from this purified water. He has seen some videos of sewage and sewage treatment plants, and knows that the water is drinkable after treatment. But when I think that the water I drink is Purified from sewage, I still feel a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, he'll use the purified water to start a beverage company. Then, through beverage packaging or the company's homepage, we will emphasize the source of sewage from which the water in those beverages is produced. In this case, if it is sold, not many people will choose to buy it again. After all, even though the water has become very clean after strict filtration, if those people knew that the water was purified from water containing feces, who would choose to drink it? Even though it is clean and hygienic, it is still disgusting. Chenemo smiled slightly. He was very confident about this idea. He brought his own people, and knowing that those drinks were purified with water containing feces, they would definitely not choose to buy them. Even if they want to drink beverages, they will choose other brands. Thinking in my heart, I got up, changed into fitness clothes, went into the gym and started exercising. Working out was painful at first, but as he continued, he found that it was addictive. Even if I am extremely tired when working out, I will still want to work out. The next day, after working out, I came to the living room and found Yang Duo already sitting at the dining table in the living room. The dinner she brought up from downstairs was already placed on the table. Brother Chen, you finished your exercise. Here's the dinner I brought for you. Come eat it quickly. Yang Duo shouted happily when she saw Chen Mo coming out. Well, have you eaten? Chen Mo wiped his hair. He had just finished exercising and took a shower. I've finished eating, Brother Chen, you can eat by yourself. Yang Duo spoke. Chen Mo nodded, then sat down at the table and started eating. After dinner, I packed up briefly and headed towards the esports room. Seeing this, Yang Duo took a step forward and followed. How long do you want to play today? Chen Mo looked at Yang Duo who followed him and asked with a smile. 2 hours. Mom can let me play for 2 hours. Yang Duo stretched out her fingers and compared, her face full of excitement. Brother Chen's esports room is so cool. She wants to have one too in the future. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this and didn't say anything more. Yang Duo is relatively obedient. She usually plays for 2 hours and really does play for 2 hours, and since Dong Hong and the others agreed, he didn't have to worry that Yang Duo was playing in his esports room would affect her studies. Enter the esports room. Yang Duo found her own little chair, turned on the computer skillfully, and started watching the cartoon that she had not finished watching last time. Occasionally, I would play some single-player puzzle and exploration games that Chen Mo downloaded for me. He did not let Yang Duo play online games like Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight. These games are highly competitive and can easily arouse people's competitive spirit and lead to addiction. However, those large-scale standalone exploration games are not only harmless to children, but also have certain benefits to it. Can develop children's logical thinking ability. Moreover, these standalone games are much less addictive. Therefore, playing this kind of games is beneficial to the growth of children. As for Yang Duo, he did not see her academic performance decline because of playing games. Instead, she has always been among the top 3 in the class. 2 hours later, Yang Duo took the initiative to leave the esports room. Time goes by day. Soon it was time for the annual meeting, the backstage of the competition base. Have you arranged the seats, cameras, and the division of positions for each company? Wei Yan walked up to Yi Feng and asked. Boss Wei, everything is ready. The locations of the tournament bases were distributed to managers of various companies a few days ago. The seats at the event base are also divided into corresponding areas. As long as the people from those companies are brought to the event base, they can quickly find the location of their company. Yi Feng spoke slowly. He has made sufficient preparations for this annual meeting. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Yan nodded. He could see that Yi Feng was very serious about this annual meeting. Have all those actors and stars arrived? There are still 2 who haven't arrived yet, but they are on their way and will be here in about 10 minutes. Well, I'll leave the matter here to you. I'll go take a look at other places. Wei Yan said this and walked towards other places. Outside the competition base. One bus after another stopped in the parking lot, and then a group of people got off and stood up in an orderly line in the open space of the parking lot. This is the competition base. It's so big. I learned that this competition base can accommodate more than 100,000 people at most, and its size is comparable to the Kyoto Stadium. Our group is really financially strong. We have built such a large competition base. Next year's official game competition should be held here. You can come and have a look then. The financial resources of Tomorrow Group have always been very strong. I heard that the bonus has increased a bit this year. I've heard about that, too. I heard that the lowest bonus seems to be 200,000. My previous job was year-round and I worked so hard, but I couldn't make 200,000 a year. Now I can get 200,000 just in bonuses. It's really great. Yes, it's a pity that I joined Tomorrow Group too late. The first 2 batches of employees who joined Tomorrow Group have now become leaders, and leaders get more bonuses. Project bonuses, plus year-end bonuses, plus daily salary, it must be more than 1 million a year. That's right. As long as you can become a team leader in Tomorrow Group, your annual salary will be at least 1 million. If you are the team leader of Sangshui Games or Woling Short Video, your salary will be even higher. You are only concerned about salaries. Don't you know that there will be many celebrity performances at this year's annual meeting? I heard that there are several well-known stars, Wang Jia, Li Ying. They are all top singers. Now they are coming to our annual meeting to perform. It is really a surprise. What do you know? Money talks. As long as the money is in place, few singers would refuse it. What's the difference between this and a concert? Chapter 1188 Concert. A group of employees looked at the competition base in front of them and began to discuss in low voices. As the company's personnel inventory was completed, they began to enter the competition base in an orderly manner. The seats in our garment factory are in Area 6. Just find Area 6 and sit down. The person in charge at the front row gave the command loudly. Employees from other companies also began to enter the competition base. At the same time, another bus stopped and a group of children got off. Is this the competition base built by Brother Chen Mo? It's really huge. Are we just here to watch the annual meeting? But what does the annual meeting look like? Such a large building, could it be hiding aliens? Nonsense, this building was built by Brother Chen Mo, how could there be aliens here? Young Ju listened to the children's discussions with a smile at first, but when she heard about aliens, the smile gradually disappeared. She has become allergic to the word alien. The main reason was that after Mr. Chen visited the orphanage last time, one of the children became obsessed with aliens. In order to find aliens, I read all the children's books on astronomy in the orphanage. She was quite pleased about this, and even bought a few children's astronomy books to encourage them. No matter what, it is a good thing for children to be studious and curious, but later on, things were different. Whatever the child saw, he thought there were aliens. She didn't think it was a big deal, but the key point was that there was another child next to that child who insisted that there were no aliens. So the two of them often argued about whether there were aliens or not, and if there was no result, they would ask her to solve the problem, and she couldn't say that the absence of aliens dampened the child's enthusiasm. Even though there were no aliens, the child read a lot of astronomy books in order to find aliens, which was also a kind of growth, but we can't say there are aliens, because that would be biased towards another student. After all, he didn't know whether there were aliens in the entire starry sky. Once or twice, she made up a few excuses to get away with it. At that time, the two little guys seemed to be at odds with each other, asking her every day if there were any aliens. She said yes, and a child asked why and where he saw it. She said no, and the other child asked, why not? Is it really not? Is it really not? And then he looked very disappointed, which made her very unbearable. This gave her a headache. Sometimes she would even hide away when she saw the two children. We entered the competition base and found the orphanage area. We arranged many children to sit down and then we breathed a sigh of relief. Backstage of the event base, Li Ying, teacher Wang Jia, this way please. Zhang Lan looked at the two people in front of her with great respect. These two people are both seniors, and they are now very powerful in the music field. There is no need to say much about Li Ying. She is her mentor in the voice of China. Wang Jie debuted through a singing talent show and has now released many popular songs. Zhang Lan, I will sing against the war at the annual meeting later. I have already discussed the copyright issue with the platform. Wang Jia looked at Zhang Lan and spoke. He really likes the song Reverse War. For some reason, he feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it. So after Reverse War became popular, he contacted the music platform and discussed the copyright issues. Yeah, actually, if I were to sing Reverse War, it would still lack a bit of momentum. It might be better if you were to sing it, Brother Jia. Zhang Lan smiled. She also knew about the copyright issue of the songs. Once a song is put on a music platform, other singers who want to sing it can negotiate with the music platform about copyright issues. As long as you pay the copyright fee, you can sing that song. The cover songs will also be put on the current music platform, and she can also take a portion of the income. Of course, there were some buyout contracts, but she rejected all of them. In this regard, unless there are some special circumstances, she basically has no objection to others purchasing copyrights. No one can resist money, and the same was true for the song Reverse War. When she sang it, it indeed lacked some momentum. Soon, several people came to a lounge. Brother Jia, this lounge is yours. Someone will come over to communicate with you during the performance. Okay, Wang Jia nodded, then opened the door and walked into the lounge. Seeing this, Zhang Lan took Li Ying to another lounge. Teacher, this lounge is yours. I have other things to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you, mentor. Zhang Lan said apologetically. Well, just do your thing and don't worry about me. Li Ying waved her hand and spoke indifferently. After Zhang Lan left, he looked around the lounge in front of him. Feelings in my heart, this competition base is really luxurious. The base is so big and even the lounge is decorated so well. Thinking room, there was a sudden knock on the door of the lounge, and then Wang Jia opened the door and walked in. Isn't teacher Li Ying disturbing you? Do not bother. Li Ying smiled. This competition base is really well built. Wang Jia sighed. It's really nice, but it's a pity that it's a competition base. I really want to hold a concert here. Li Ying echoed, and when he came in just now, everyone in the spectator seats of the competition base also saw it. Whether it is the size of the competition base, the layout of the viewing seats at the competition base, or the screens. If a concert is held here, the effect will definitely be great. Moreover, the capacity of the tournament base is sufficient and more tickets can be sold. When he holds concerts in other places, they can only accommodate more than 30,000 people, there are only so many. Tickets that can be sold, but it's different when holding a concert at the competition-based IT is entirely possible to sell more tickets and make the concert more effective. That's not necessarily true. Although this tournament base is used for gaming competitions also have an off-season. It's impossible to hold competitions every day. We can wait until the competition base is vacant and contact them to see if we can hold a concert here. Wang Jia spoke up. Yes, that's true. I'll ask Zhang Lan later. Li Ying nodded. She was currently on a national tour and was already halfway through her tour. We are planning to do this in the north. If possible, we can hold a concert at the competition base. At the same time, outside the competition base. A black G-Class slowly stopped in the parking lot. PS. I wish you all a happy new year, peace, and joy in the new year, make a fortune, get rich quickly, get rich quickly, get rich quickly. Chapter 1189 La Lu program. Chen Mo opened the door and got out of the car. Looking around at the competition base, I found that the competition base at this time had changed a lot compared to when I came here during the day. When I arrived during the day, I just felt that the competition base was huge and spectacular, but now it seems to be a different scene. The competition base is now flashing various lights, illuminating the surroundings like daytime. Hello, Mr. Chen. When observing, Wei Yan came over from somewhere. Well, how's the preparation going inside? Chen Mo turned and looked at Wei Yan. Mr. Chen, all the company employees have arrived, and the actors are also here and are preparing in the back. Wei Yan said this and took out his cell phone to check the time. The annual meeting will start at 7 p.m. There are still 15 minutes before it starts. Mr. Chen will need to go on stage and give a speech then. Okay, I understand. Take me in. Chen Mo nodded. Giving a speech on stage was something that needed to be done every year at the annual meeting, but he didn't plan to say much, just a few simple words would be enough. As for saying some words that implied that employees were working negatively, he was too lazy to say them. He found that saying those things was of no use at all during this year. He occasionally visited some studios to observe the work status of the employees, and basically could not find any employee who was slacking off at work. This was completely contrary to his previous assumptions. So if that was the case, he wouldn't say those words. Mr. Chen, follow me. Wei Yan said this and took the lead to walk into the competition base. After entering the backstage of the competition base, we soon arrived at a lounge behind the stage. Hello, Mr. Chen. Several company managers and the host Yifeng and his wife saw Mr. Chen coming in and hurriedly greeted him. Well, are you all ready? Chen Mo looked at them and nodded. Mr. Chen, everything is ready, let's go on stage first. Yifeng spoke slowly, and then left the lounge with his wife Chen Xian. Just now they had been waiting for Mr. Chen to come over. Now that Mr. Chen has come, they naturally have to go on stage. Mr. Chen, let's go this way. Wei Yan saw Yifeng and his wife leaving the lounge, and he also walked outside with General Manager Chen. At the same time, several other managers in the lounge also followed behind. Under the guidance of Wei Yan, they soon arrived at the VIP seats in front of the stage, from where they could clearly see the performance on the stage. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo had just sat down when he discovered that the person sitting next to him was his assistant Shen Rou. As we took our seats, the host on the stage began his speech. The three-dimensional sound instantly reaches everyone's ears. Even if you are far away from the stage, you can clearly hear the host's words. The large screen directly in front also allows everyone to clearly see the scene on the stage. Yifeng held the microphone, looked at the people in the audience, and shouted passionately. Please invite Mr. Chen to come to the stage and speak. As the words were spoken, warm applause instantly rang out throughout the entire competition base. Listening to the warm applause, Chen Mo slowly stood up from his chair, and then walked towards the stage step by step. He came to the stage, took the microphone handed to him by Yifeng, and looked towards the audience. He still spoke in such an environment. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Mo. As soon as the words were spoken, the applause that had just faded away rang out again. Chen Mo smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to press down. The enthusiastic applause stopped instantly. I won't say much. Today is the annual meeting. I hope everyone has a good time. After saying that, he waved towards the audience seats and then handed the microphone to Yifeng, who was standing beside him. Yifeng stared at Mr. Chen in a dazed eyes. That all, he knew that Mr. Chen would not speak for too long. In previous annual meetings or some large-scale events, Mr. Chen would only speak for a short while and then finish. It was totally different from the speeches by leaders of other companies, some lasting half an hour and some lasting 2 hours, but Mr. Chen's speech today was too brief. There is really not much to say. I can finish it in just one sentence. I in the audience. After Mr. Chen finished speaking, a discussion broke out. Is that all? I'm about to doze off, so you're done? Don't normal speeches by leaders usually take at least an hour? Yeah, at my previous company's annual meeting, my boss spoke on stage for an hour and a half. It was so boring. You are all new here this year. You don't know Mr. Chen's personality. When Chen Mo speaks on stage, it never lasts more than 5 minutes. You compare other companies with Tomorrow Group, how can they be compared? But Mr. Chen said too little today. He finished his speech in just one sentence. What do you know? Mr. Chen wants us to watch the show as soon as possible. This year's show is full of celebrity actors. Dancing Jackie Chung is singing tonight. I am a fan of Danny Chung. I am so happy. Chen Mo ignored other people's thoughts, walked off the stage and returned to his seat. Mr. Chen, drink some water to moisten your throat. As soon as I sat down, Shinro opened a thermos cup and handed it to me. Chen Mo took a look, then took the thermos and took a sip. Slightly sweet, it's honey water. When Yifeng saw Mr. Chen return to his seat, he started the next step, show performance. After a speech, the first show began. The first program was a performance by a not very famous singer. As the song rang out in the competition base, it instantly attracted everyone. Although the singer is not very famous, his singing skills are still very good. After singing 2 songs in a row, the next program began. Yifeng picked up the microphone and shouted loudly. Now let's welcome the crosstalk performance, the happiness of the employees in the VIP seats. Chen Mo frowned when he heard the name of the program. This name, it sounds very old-fashioned. Soon 2 crosstalk performers came onto the stage. Do you feel happy being an employee? Not happy? Why? No overtime pay, no holidays, no rest, and still have to depend on the boss's mood. How can you be happy? But I am very happy as an employee. Why? Because I am an employee of Tomorrow Group. How come the employees of Tomorrow Group are happy? Then let me tell you about it. Everyone, tell me, are you happy or not as an employee of Tomorrow Group? The crosstalk artist looked towards the audience and asked loudly. Happiness. The entire competition base responded instantly, loud and sincere. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth twitched unconsciously. He had already invited celebrities to perform on the show, so why was there still such a show? Last year I loved working, this year I made a happy one. The 6th show. Isn't this just making things more difficult for him? He turned to look at Shinro, who was sitting next to him. What's going on with this show? Chapter 1190, Single dogs will have their prices increased. When Shinro heard Mr. Chen's question, she thought that Mr. Chen was very satisfied with the program. So he quickly spoke. I heard that these 2 crosstalk artists wrote a new crosstalk for this annual meeting. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head speechlessly. The crosstalk ended, and then there was a dance show. Time passed little by little, and the performance was halfway through. Yifeng walked onto the stage and announced the next show. Next, please welcome Wang Jia to sing Reverse War. After that, Yifeng quickly walked off the stage with the microphone. Wang Jia walked onto the stage wearing a very cool outfit. There were also some cool cheers from the audience. As a very famous singer, he naturally has a lot of fans. The singing soon began. As expected of a famous singer, it sounds so good. Although Zhang Lan's version of Ni Zhan sounds good, I like it better when Jia Ge sings it. Yes, me too. I am not a fan of Wang Jia, but I just think that listening to Wang Jia's singing is more interesting. Yes, Zhang Lan's performance of Against the Odyssey lacked some momentum, while Wang Jia showed the full momentum. Soon the song ended. Wang Jia sang 2 songs in a row. Thank you, brother Jia, for bringing us the song. The next show is the skit I Love Working Overtime. Yifeng held the microphone and spoke. Chen Mo couldn't help but spit out the honey water he had just drunk. An old 6th show, he was also given 2 old 6 programs. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Seeing this, Shinro hurriedly patted Chen Mo on the back. Fine. Chen Mo waved his hand indifferently, his eyes fixed on the skit on the stage. Inside the competition base, laughter could be heard from time to time. Chen Mo felt very upset, so he just called employee Lao Lu how to invite an actor, and also Lao Lu. Haha, this skit is so funny. It makes me laugh to death. This is the most interesting annual meeting I have ever seen. Yeah, I should have recorded it earlier. What kind of gala is there to watch during the Chinese New Year? Playing this directly is no better than the Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala is really boring now. The skits are not funny. We just eat dumplings together every year. This annual party is not as good as the Spring Festival Gala. Time passed little by little. The show is coming to an end. Yifeng walked to the center of the stage and looked towards the audience. Is the program at the annual meeting good? Nice. Do you want to continue watching? Think. It's too late to watch it now. I can only wait until next year. But the annual meeting hasn't ended yet. Next is the awards ceremony of the annual meeting. The sound fell. Enthusiastic cheers instantly rang out at the competition base. As for the awards ceremony of the annual meeting, even the new employees have heard about it from the old employees. There are many awards at the Tomorrow Group's annual meeting. Basically, as long as you are an employee of Tomorrow Group, you can get rewards. Everyone, please be quiet. I will announce the awards and the list of winners. The first award is the Best Leader Award. They worked hard regardless of the weather. They sweated. There are 100 winners and the prize money is 30,000 yuan. The heads of each company can come on stage to receive the list of winners from each company. Arrange employees from your own company to go on stage to receive the award. As Yifeng finished speaking, each company set a person in charge to collect the list. Basically, this is the process. Those who won the awards already knew what awards they had won. So soon 100 employees came on stage to receive their awards. Each person received a certificate of honor and a bonus of 30,000 yuan. In order to make the awards ceremony more impactful, all prizes will be given out in cash this time. The suitcase placed a little behind the stage is full of cash. Really, when the suitcases were opened and the cash inside was distributed to each winner, exclamations from the audience were heard again. I'll go find the cash directly. This is too shocking. Just now I was wondering what they were doing pushing those suitcases onto the stage, but I didn't expect they were filled with cash. Didn't you question whether the bonus would be paid out before? Are you still questioning it this time? I've already told you that Tomorrow Group is not short of money. Soon, the Best Runner Award ceremony has ended, other awards were then presented. The next award is the Bachelor Award. Don't worry about being single, and don't feel inferior because you're single. We all have the right to choose our own lives. We are single and we are free. Now we will give out the Single Dog Award, one for 14,321 people, with a prize of 20,000. The heads of each company can organize it. While there was another commotion this time, not only the new employees exclaimed, but even the previous old employees exclaimed. It's just because the price of the Single Dog Award has increased. It was 10,000 yuan before, but this year it has increased to 20,000 yuan. Haha, this year's singles actually have 20,000 yuan. I'm lucky to remain single. Me too. My family arranged several blind dates for me this year. Luckily, I stuck with it. Wow, I got cheated on last month. It's been a month since we broke up, and I still can't get over it. Now I feel much better. Because there were too many people, they started to receive the awards in batches. Groups of people returned to their seats excitedly, carrying with them the honorary certificates for being single and 20,000 yuan. I've already got 3 bachelor certificates, my goal is 10. I'm only 2, so it's a little late for me to join Tomorrow Group. I can't get it. It's the sorrow of married people. Why are you so sad? You will be awarded the Model Couple Award later. Soon the Single Dog Award was presented. Ye Feng continued to present the next award. Model Couple Award. As the saying goes, a harmonious family brings prosperity. A harmonious life for a couple makes them happy, which can also affect their work. Model Couple Award, a total of 3,472 couples. Soon the Model Couple Award ceremony was over. Vision 5.0 Award, 0 overtime bonus. Awards were presented one after another. Ye Feng watched the suitcases being opened and emptied. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Tomorrow Group is really generous. With the last award presented, the award ceremony ended. Ye Feng held the microphone and looked at the audience, but everyone in the audience was smiling happily. If it were an annual meeting at other companies, the employees would have been drowsy after such a long time. This is the charm of money, everyone, please be quiet. The award ceremony is over, but the annual meeting is not over yet. We still have one last step, which is the lucky draw. Chapter 1191 Grand Prize. Old employees who have attended the previous 2 annual meetings of Tomorrow Group should all know what this lucky draw is about. But this time, there is something different. The prizes have changed a lot this time. Let me briefly talk about a few of the big prizes. Currently, the first prize is a car worth $300,000. The winner can choose the make and model of the car, as long as it meets the price. There are 5 first prizes in total. The second prize is a Spring Festival travel fund worth 100,000 yuan. There are 15 second prizes in total. The third prize is a lottery ticket worth 50,000 yuan, and there are 30 of them in total. In addition, there are many other digital electrical product rewards. Of course, there is one more thing. If any of you do not want any of the prizes, you can exchange them for cash of equivalent value. Okay, that's all about the prizes. Now, please invite Mr. Chen to come on stage to draw the lottery and wish us a good start in this lottery. Yi Feng shouted loudly, holding the microphone. Warm applause and shouts instantly rang out at the competition base. After this annual meeting, the sense of belonging to Tomorrow Group among those employees who had just joined Tomorrow Group soared. How can this be an annual meeting? This is just giving them benefits. It is such a blessing to work in Tomorrow Group, and now even if someone offers them 3 times the salary, they still won't go. Being someone else's grandson won't make you happy even if you make money. It's different in Tomorrow Group. All systems of Tomorrow Group respect the choices of their employees. They don't have to bow and scrape like grandchildren, they get paid for their own labor. This is the real work. Shen Mo listened to the applause and cheers from the competition base, stood up and walked towards the stage in front. This time, there were 100 lottery boxes placed around the stage. A staff member took a bag of lottery tickets and poured them into the 100 lottery boxes. I in the audience. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mr. Chen, who came on stage to draw the lottery. What do you think Mr. Chen will get this time? How could I have guessed? I think it should be first prize. How do you know for sure it's first prize? I'm an old employee of Tomorrow Group. You may not know that whenever there is a lottery like this, Mr. Chen always wins the first prize. Is this true? Really? I'm also a veteran employee. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen who drew the lottery, I would have thought it was cheating. Yeah, I even suspected cheating. How could it be cheating? Mr. Chen is the president of the group. He has no money to ask for. If he gives out less benefits, I don't know how much money from the first prize can be saved. That's right. Mr. Chen, the president of such a large group, would be short of a first prize? I think it's not that Mr. Chen cheated, it's that Mr. Chen's luck is too strong. Tomorrow Group has only been established for more than 2 years. Think about it, who can make a group so big in more than 2 years? In the audience, a group of employees looked at Mr. Chen on the stage and talked in low voices. Chen Mo walked to a lottery box in the center, and in front of everyone, he slowly reached his hand into the lottery box. He simply stirred it, then pulled his hand out and handed the ticket to Yifeng, who was standing beside him. Yifeng took the lottery ticket, then opened it in front of everyone. When he saw the words on the ticket, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke. Let us congratulate Mr. Chen for winning the first prize and a vehicle worth 300,000 yuan. One first prize again. Yifeng was filled with emotion. He had hosted so many raffles and he found that Mr. Chen always won the first prize. This made him feel a little unbelievable. Mr. Chen is really lucky. Who is Mr. Chen? He must be very lucky. That's right, otherwise how could Mr. Chen establish such a large group? In the VIP seats, several managers looked at the lottery results and discussed in low voices. Wei Yan looked at the lottery results on the stage with a thoughtful look in his eyes, but he quickly smiled and said nothing. Chen Mo looked at the first prize ticket and returned to his seat with a smile. As for collecting the prize, he was not in a hurry. He can't just deny it to himself. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for setting a good example for us. Now, please invite the heads of each company to organize their company's people to come on stage to draw the lottery. Yifeng picked up the microphone and announced loudly. Soon, 100 company employees walked onto the stage, stood in front of 100 lottery boxes, and then drew their own lottery tickets. During the third round, someone won the first prize. The man was a longtime employee of the company and had a car at home, so he chose cash and took a suitcase directly. In the fourth round, 2 third prizes and 1 second prize were drawn. As the grand prize was drawn and the cash could be collected in person, the entire tournament base fell into a frenzy. There is excitement, envy, and anticipation. After all, even though the welfare benefits of Tomorrow Group are very good, the first prize of 300,000 is still very attractive. Chen Mo looked at the employees drawing the lottery on the stage. Each of them had a bright smile on their face. He could feel the employees' genuine happiness. He was a worker in his previous life and had experienced all those low-level experiences. In order to keep this job, I am scolded by my boss, have to work overtime without overtime pay, and it is difficult to even ask for leave during the New Year and other holidays. He saw many married people who threw away their dignity in order to earn money to support their families. There is more and more cheap labor, and the people at the bottom are becoming more and more squeezed. Even if you make a lot of money, you won't feel much happiness. No holidays, no rest, but the employees of Tomorrow Group are different. They receive the treatment they deserve, the respect they deserve, and a certain amount of free time. Even those benefits were originally set up because he wanted to spend more money, but if one day he really has a lot of money and successfully converts a lot of personal assets, he does not plan to make any changes to the benefits of these employees. Today, Tomorrow Group has grown to a large scale, and coupled with the treatment of its employees, it has attracted the attention of many industries. As his industry continues to expand, it will definitely affect the interests of many people, just like those companies that moved out of the industrial park before. If those companies were strong, would they move away so easily? They simply moved away because they felt they had no way to compete with him. There is also Starbucks. In the process of competition with Manhwa coffee and non-Rue coffee, Starbucks has closed many stores. It's all competition. Chapter 1192 Travel location. In the whole of China, there are too many corporate groups that can compete with him. As long as he expands more industries in order to make losses, he will sooner or later compete with the interests of more groups. By that time, commercial war will definitely be inevitable. Business war. Chen Mo frowned slightly, then relaxed. Wouldn't that mean we would have more good allies? Mr. Chen, are you okay? Shenro noticed Chen Mo's changed expression and shouted out with some concern. Fine. Chen Mo waved his hand when he heard that, and looked at the laughing employees on the stage, feeling a sense of responsibility in his heart. These are employees of Tomorrow Group. Time passes, the lottery ended very quickly. Even though there were only so many grand prizes, besides feeling disappointed, I was also happy that I didn't win the grand prize. Yifeng looked at the employees who had returned to their seats, picked up the microphone and started speaking. The annual meeting has ended here, and we will officially have a holiday starting tomorrow, but there is still an activity tonight, which is a big team building. The buses are already waiting at the entrance of the event base. The heads of each company can organize their employees to get on the buses and prepare. As Yifeng spoke, the staff in the auditorium were organized to walk out of the competition base little by little. Seeing this, Chen Mo also stood up and walked outside, but he did not go through the main entrance of the competition base, but the VIP channel backstage. I won't go to the team building. Just arrange it according to the requirements. Chen Mo turned around and looked at Wei Yan, who was following behind him, and said, Okay, Mr. Chen. Wei Yan nodded, then sent Mr. Chen to the parking lot outside the event base, and went back to continue organizing the team building activities. Chen Mo sat in the car and thought about what to do after the holiday, and now he has more than a month of vacation. How should he arrange it? My parents have lived in the county town all their lives and have rarely been out of the house, so I could take them out to play for a while. It's too far away now, and the Chinese New Year is very close. So it's definitely inappropriate. Chen Mo thought about it and took out his phone to look for some places to visit. Places that are too tiring are definitely not an option. After all, my parents are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go to places that are too tiring. The next day, early morning, after Chen Mo talked to his parents on the phone, he said he would go home today and then hung up. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, and then Yang Duo opened the door and walked in with a lunch basket. Brother Chen, it's time for breakfast. Yang Duo changed into slippers and put the food basket on the dining table. Seeing this, Chen Mo walked over, took out the breakfast from the basket and placed it on the dining table. Brother Chen, are you going home today? Yang Duo leaned on the seat and asked with her head tilted. Yeah, we'll go back after breakfast. Chen Mo nodded. Then Duo won't be able to see Brother Chen for a long time. Yang Duo said with some frustration. If you miss me, you can video call me. Chen Mo looked at Yang Duo and spoke with a smile. Yang Duo was very different from the other children he usually met, and was a little too sensible. Well, I still have to wish Brother Chen a happy new year. Yang Duo nodded happily. Breakfast was finished soon. Chen Mo cleaned up the dining table and then prepared the things he was going to take home. Because he would be home for more than a month, he prepared a lot of clothes for changing. There are also some gifts, most of which were sent by Wang Yang on behalf of the company. That he didn't like it very much, but it was nice to take home. I had just packed my luggage when the doorbell rang. Chen Mo walked to the door and opened it. I found that it was Yang Dahai and his wife standing at the door. Mr. Chen, Duo said you will be back soon, so we came to help carry the luggage. Yang Dahai spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Mo turned to look at Yang Duo and found that Yang Duo raised her arm, revealing the phone watch on her arm. Well, there is indeed a lot of luggage. It's all over there. Chen Mo did not refuse Yang Dahai's request, and pointed to the packed luggage in the living room. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yang Dahai nodded, put on shoe covers first, walked to the living room, selected the largest luggage, and walked towards the elevator. Dong Hong also took 2 pieces of luggage and followed behind. Seeing this, Chen Mo picked up the only 2 remaining pieces of luggage. Yang Duo followed behind, jumping and skipping. Soon we arrived at the underground garage. Yang Dahai put all the luggage in the trunk. Mr. Chen, just as I closed the trunk door, Song Xia walked over from a distance. Just like before, she went to her sister's place first, and then went back to her parents' home with her sister. Well, put the luggage in the trunk. Chen Mo opened the trunk again and put Song Xia's luggage in it. He was used to Song Xia taking a ride back, and the drive home wouldn't be so boring if I had someone to talk to on the way. After everything was ready, they both opened the door and got in the car. Mr. Chen, take care, goodbye. Brother Chen. Chen Mo rolled down the car window, waved his hand, then started the car and drove out of the garage. Baiming County urban area, is the food ready? Yang Xiulian looked at Chen Jingrui and asked, everything is ready. Chen Jingrui was sitting in the living room watching TV and answered. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiulian walked into the kitchen worriedly to check and make sure that all the dishes her son liked were prepared. After checking the seasoning area, I found that some of the seasonings were gone, so I left the kitchen directly. I'm going out for a while. You've been busy all morning, what else are you going to do? Chen Jingrui looked at Yang Xiulian, who was hurriedly changing clothes, and asked. We don't have much soy sauce left. I'll go buy a bottle. You go wash the vegetables. Yang Xiulian said something, then opened the door and left. Chen Jingrui watched TV, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. On the highway, Chen Mo thought about taking his parents on a trip. He looked around yesterday but hadn't decided where to go. You can ask Song Xia for advice. If I were to take my parents out for a trip, do you have any good places to recommend? After hearing this, Song Xia thought about it and then spoke. You can go to Kyoto to have some fun. After all, the older generation still has a great yearning for the capital. You can go to places like Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City, and the Great Wall. Kyoto, Chen Mo nodded. It was indeed a good choice. He also looked for a few places yesterday. You can go back and ask your parents to see what they think also. Now that he has personal assets of more than 6 million, he can reveal his situation to his parents. The vehicle drove slowly. Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Song Xia. Have you passed your driver's license? Chapter 1193 Confession. When Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's question, her body stiffened. The driver's license had become a demon in her heart. She had taken the test for almost 2 years but still failed. If Mr. Chen hadn't asked her to pass the test, she would have given up the idea of getting a driver's license. Mr. Chen, I'm still taking the test. What subject did you pass? Chen Mo had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that after such a long time, Song Xia still hadn't passed the driving test. Mr. Chen, you still have to take the second test. Song Xia looked very unnatural. She had obviously been trying very hard to learn how to drive, so why did she fail every time she took the test? Then keep going. Chen Mo nodded and continued to take the test. If he failed, Song Xia turned her head to look at Mr. Chen and sighed helplessly. She really wanted to give up. The vehicle drove slowly towards afternoon. Chen Mo slowly parked the car in front of his second aunt's house, unloaded some gifts, chatted with his second aunt's family for a few words, then started the car and drove towards his home. Enter the underground garage in the urban community. I parked the car slowly, picked up 2 pieces of luggage and walked towards the elevator, and would pick up the remaining luggage later. Enter the elevator and head straight to the top floor. The elevator opened and the door of my home appeared before my eyes. Knocked on the door. Soon the door opened and my mother came out. Mom, I'm back. Are you tired from the journey? Old Chen, come out quickly, your son is back. Yang Xiaolian shouted into the room, then hurried forward to take the luggage from Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked in, changed his slippers, and walked towards the living room. My father also came in from the kitchen at this time. Dad Chen Mo greeted him, then took his luggage and went into his room. The house is newly bought, and both the number and area of the rooms are much larger than before. I took out the clothes I brought home and hung them in the closet one by one. My parents had already prepared bedding for the bed. Xiao Mo, you must be hungry after driving all the way. Come out and eat. I had just packed my luggage when my mother's voice came from outside. Chen Mo responded, then went to the bathroom to wash his hands and went to the restaurant. He found that the table was already filled with food, mostly what he used to like to eat. Come and eat, the mother waved. Let's eat together. Chen Mo said that he definitely couldn't finish a whole table of food. Hearing this, the parents also sat down at the dining table. Eat this, try this too. You liked it very much before. This piece of meat is good. Yang Xiaolian kept putting food into Chen Mo's bowl. Soon the meal was over. Chen Mo wanted to help clean up, but was pushed directly into the living room. Why do I need your help? I've been driving all day, take a rest. When Chen Mo heard his mother's words, he felt deeply moved. He thought that this treatment would only be for the next few days, and it would be time for a different statement after a few days. Thinking about this, he went to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Wait until my parents finish cleaning up in the kitchen. Chen Mo invited his parents to the living room and told them about his idea of taking them on a trip. There are several locations to choose from. Where do you want to go? Since you are taking your parents out to play, you must choose a place they want to go. It's almost the new year, so let's not go out. Besides, this trip must cost a lot of money. What are you going to spend that money on? When Yang Xiaolian heard her son's words, she shook her head without hesitation. Yeah, we're old now, so we won't bother with that anymore. Chen Jingrui echoed. When Chen Mo heard his parents' words, he sighed inwardly. Based on his understanding of his parents' personalities, he had already anticipated this answer before he said it. Trouble, don't worry at all, I will arrange all the itineraries, you just have to follow along. As for money, you don't have to worry about it. Chen Mo paused here and then continued. Because the previous cooperative company made a lot of profit, I also invested in several companies, and now the profit is pretty good, so you don't have to worry about the money. You invested in the company? When Yang Xiaolian heard that her son had also started a company, a hint of surprise appeared on her face, then a hint of worry appeared. Is this a good investment? The economy has been bad in recent years, and I've heard at work that many company owners have gone bankrupt. Don't worry about that. My mother has invested in a gaming company and an agricultural company. Game companies are currently making very good profits, so there is no need to worry at all. They will basically not go bankrupt. As for the agricultural company, you should all know it. It is the Johan Agricultural Base in Daytown. Chen Mo spoke slowly. He did not say directly that he had become the boss of a group company, as that would have been too shocking. It would be better if he revealed a little bit first and let his parents accept it little by little. The game company can reassure parents that it is profitable and they don't have to worry about losses or bankruptcy. The reason why I mentioned the agricultural company was to persuade my parents to work at the Johan Agricultural Base. You own the agricultural company? When Chen Jingrui heard his son's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, Johan Agricultural Base is very famous in Baiming County, and the welfare benefits there are impeccable. How could he not have imagined that this agricultural company with good benefits was actually run by his son? No wonder several relatives in the family were able to easily get jobs at Johan Agricultural Company. They thought it was just luck before, but now they think it must have been arranged by Chen Mo. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Get confirmation. Chen Jingrui and Yang Xiaolian looked at each other, both showing expressions of disbelief. Their son is now the owner of a company. No, he is the boss of two companies. Is this still the son they know? How did he become the boss of the company without them noticing? At this point, the two still couldn't believe it. Chen Mo smiled when he saw the expressions of his parents, then spoke. So you don't have to worry about money. Traveling doesn't cost much, so just choose a place to travel. Chen Jingrui and Yang Xiaolian hesitated for a moment after hearing their son's words, and then began to discuss. After a while, after discussion, we came to the conclusion that Kyoto was chosen. Chen Mo nodded, then took out his mobile phone to start booking tickets online. Tickets are hard to buy at this time, but if you spend a little more money, plane tickets are still easy to buy. Isn't the money I usually save just for this time? I have booked round-trip air tickets and a hotel in Kyoto. We set out the day after tomorrow and have a week's time, which is enough to cover most of the famous places in Kyoto. When we return, it will be the Little New Year in the north. Chapter 1194, Departure for the journey. One day later, don't you need to bring some food? I think the journey might take a long time. How do you like my dress? Does it look good? Old Chen, I'm asking you. Chen Mo sat in the living room, watching his parents busy at work, and smiled slightly. I picked up my phone and looked at the time, and knew it was almost time to leave. You don't need to bring anything. I have arranged everything here. All you have to do is have fun. saying he stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing this, the parents hurriedly followed behind and came to the underground garage. After his parents got in the car, Chen Mo started the car and drove out of the garage. There is no airport in Baiming County, and even Jinyang City above Baiming County does not have an airport. The nearest airport is in Jiangcheng. So he had to drive to the train station, then take the high-speed rail to Jiangcheng Airport, and then fly to Kyoto. In fact, he could have bought a high-speed train ticket directly to Kyoto, but his parents had never been on a plane, so he wanted to take them to experience it. Moreover, his parents have always been very concerned about the game company, so he also took his parents to visit the game company. Otherwise, his parents would worry all day long about his investment failures and bankruptcy. We got on the high-speed train on time, because my parents hadn't traveled far for a long time. In their impression, the train they took was still the same green train as before. So after entering the high-speed rail, I was very curious and cautious. "Old Chen, take a picture quickly." The mother stood at the door of a high-speed train carriage and posed, and asked the father to take the photo. "What's wrong? The picture is so blurry. Your photography skills are terrible." After the photo shoot was over, the mother came forward to see the results and muttered quietly, "It's because the pixel of the phone is not very good, so the picture turned out like this." The father excused himself. Chen Mo followed beside them and heard the two people whispering. He then looked at his parents' cell phones, which seemed to have been used for several years. Many features are outdated. After finding a seat, Chen Mo first arranged for his parents to sit on their chairs, and then he sat in his own chair. I saw my parents taking photos with their mobile phones, and they seemed to be interested in everything. Chen Mo thought about it, then took out his cell phone and sent 2 messages. Jiangcheng train station. Chen Mo walked slowly out of the station with his parents, but before they had gone far, a car stopped in front of them. Then the car door opened and a woman walked out of the cab. Mr. Chen Shenro looked at Mr. Chen standing on the side of the road and quickly greeted him. Then he looked at the other 2 elderly people. His heart beat faster unconsciously and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. These are Mr. Chen's parents. "Hello, auntie." "Hello, uncle." She had recently received a message from Mr. Chen, asking her to help buy a digital camera and 2 new Hualing mobile phones, and then to pick him and his parents up at the train station. She came over immediately. "Mom, this is my assistant Shenro." Chen Mo looked at his confused parents and introduced himself to them. When Yang Xiulian heard Chen Mo's introduction, she instantly thought of something. "Assistant Shenro," she said. "Why, she looked so familiar. Wasn't this the girl who called Xiaoma before and invited him to see a movie? She looks really good, a bit like the star on TV." No wonder Xiao Mo refused. No matter how many people she introduced him to, none of the girls he introduced to me are as good as this one. He has a good appearance and speaks in a confident and graceful manner. "Really good." Yang Xiulian nodded secretly. "Get in the car." Chen Mo ignored his parents' thoughts and opened the car door and invited them to get in. Seeing this, Shenro hurriedly sat in the driver's seat and slowly started the car. Before she came over, Mr. Chen had already explained some things to her. She also knew what Mr. Chen was going to bring to the game company for a visit, and at the same time he was going to hide some things. "Mr. Chen, the things you want have been bought and are in the back seat." "Okay, thank you." Chen Mo nodded, turned his head and looked at the back seat, where he saw several packaging boxes between his parents. "Mom, Dad, that's the phone I bought for you too. I'll help you change the SIM card and you can use the new phone." "Why buy a cell phone? Your dad and I have good cell phones. What a waste of money." The mother couldn't help but complain. "The pixels of these 2 phones are very good, so the photos taken while playing will be very clear." Chen Mo spoke. "Sure enough, after hearing that the new phone had good pixels, my mother moved her lips twice and then said nothing more." Chen Mo smiled secretly, then unpacked the phone. "I took out my parents' SIM cards from their old phones and installed them in their new ones. I also briefly taught my parents how to operate the new phone." The last item was a digital camera that he asked Shenro to help buy. No matter how good the pixel of a mobile phone is, it will definitely be better to take pictures with a professional camera. After finishing the digital camera, I gave it to my father. During this trip, the responsibility of taking photos of my mother will definitely fall on my father's shoulders. "Mr. Chen, we're here." Shenro slowly parked the car in front of the entrance of Tomorrow Building. Seeing this, Chen Mo took his parents out of the car and walked into the building. "Mr. Chen, I'll wait downstairs." Shenro spoke up, saying that she would have to take Mr. Chen to the airport later. Chen Mo was about to nod when he heard his mother speak first. "It would be a shame to let you wait downstairs. Why don't you go up with us? You are Xiaomo's assistant, so you must know a lot about the company. Why don't you introduce him to us? Xiao Mo is a rough man, so he is definitely not as detailed as you." Shenro did not answer immediately after hearing this, but turned to look at Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo nod, she agreed. "Okay, auntie. Let me introduce the company to you later." After the conversation, the 4 of them walked towards the elevator together. Because they were on holiday, they didn't see many employees along the way. Soon they arrived at the floor where Sangxue Games was held. "Auntie, this is Mr. Chen's company, Sangxue Games. It has 3 floors of office buildings, and each floor has different departments." Shenro patiently explained some of the situations of Sangxue Games. At the same time, with the secret hint from Mr. Chen, she also talked about the future prospects of Sangshue Games, which basically would not go bankrupt, although she didn't know why Mr. Chen did this, since it was Mr. Chen's request. She just did it. During the visit, Yang Xiulian looked at Shinro from time to time. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. Xiaoro, do you have a partner now? Chapter 1195. Taking a plane. When Shinro heard her aunt's question, she was stunned for a moment, and then a blush flashed across her face. She was not a fool. When her aunt asked her this question, she naturally understood why. He secretly glanced at Mr. Chen, and seeing that he didn't react, he answered in a low voice. Auntie, I haven't been in a relationship yet. When Yang Xiulian heard that Shinro was not in a relationship yet, she instantly relaxed and walked to Shinro and continued to ask. Where is your hometown? Shen Mo was walking nearby, and when he heard his mother asking about this topic, he quickly spoke up. Mom, you're checking my household registration. You're already at my company, why don't you take a good look around? He knew Shinro's background, so it was obviously inappropriate to talk about it. I think Xiaro and I are quite compatible, so what's wrong with chatting? Right, Miss Xiaro. Yang Xiulian replied, then looked at Shinro with a smile on her face. Shinro smiled when she heard this, and then spoke. Auntie, I am an orphan. I grew up in a nursing home in Zhangcheng. If I were to say my hometown, it would probably be the nursing home in Zhangcheng. I had already accepted the identity of being an orphan when I was in school. So she had no discomfort in discussing her background. Oh, Xiaro, I'm sorry. Yang Xiulian smiled apologetically. She didn't expect that this girl had such a background. It's okay, Auntie. Shinro smiled and shook her head. Several people continued to tour the company. After being silent for a moment, Yang Xiulian became active again, walking with Shinro and chatting about family matters. Half an hour later, after touring the entire game company, they returned downstairs and Shinro drove straight to the airport. Xiaro, if you have anything to say, just come to Auntie. Yang Xiulian said with a smile while holding the phone. She just added Shinro's contact information. After getting to know her, he really liked this girl. If I wasn't worried about being too presumptuous, I would have invited him to travel with me. I know, Auntie. Shinro smiled. She never thought that she could add Mr. Chen's mother's contact information. Then I'll go back first. Go slowly. Chen Mo waved, watched Shinro drive away, then turned to look at his parents. You have all seen the company, right? You should be relieved now. The company is doing very well now, but we still have to be careful. Many people have said that the economy is bad now and starting a business is very risky. Yang Xiulian nodded. Even though she saw the situation in the company just now, she still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, I will pay attention. What we are thinking about now is how to have fun in the next few days. There will be no problems with me managing the company. Chen Mo nodded, and then prepared to take his parents into the airport. Check-in and security check both take time. Wait a moment. Yang Xiulian paused. Take a picture of your dad and me, and take a clear picture of the airport building behind us. Saying, he then pulled Chen Jingrui to stand at the entrance of the building. Seeing this, Chen Mo took the digital camera from his father and started taking pictures. After taking one photo, he changed several poses in succession. After the two of them finished taking photos, they took a few more photos individually. Chen Mo looked at the digital camera in his hand. He originally bought it for his father, and asked his father to take pictures, but now it seems that I will have to be the photographer for this week's trip. The three entered the building, because my mother is curious about everything and finds everything new and novel. The camera in his hand basically never stopped. The trip hasn't even started yet, but there are already dozens of photos in the camera. Check-in and security check. Finally we arrived at the departure hall, but because I bought a business class ticket, there was a corresponding waiting room, so I didn't have to wait in the departure hall with others. Arrived at the departure lounge, there was still some time before boarding. Chen Mo asked the staff for 3 lunches. I left home in the morning but haven't had lunch yet. Son, I heard that buying food in the airport is very expensive. Yang Xiulian walked up to Chen Mo and whispered. Mom, this lunch is free, just eat it without worry. There are some snacks over there, you and my dad can see if there is anything you want to eat, and you can take some. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain, it's free. Yang Xiulian nodded when she heard this, and then called Chen Jingrui to go choose food together. Not long after, Chen Mo saw his parents coming back with a lot of food. Lunch was also delivered at this time. Not long after lunch, airport staff informed them that they could board the plane. Chen Mo brought his parents and followed the staff to check tickets and register. After entering the plane, Chen Mo spoke up to remind him. Mom, I need to put my phone on airplane mode later. Can I take a photo then? Yang Xiulian asked. She didn't care about the flight mode, but she really wanted to take some photos after the plane took off. You can take pictures. Chen Mo nodded. After everyone was on board, the plane began to move slowly, ready to take off. The parents looked out of the plane with curiosity. After a sprint in turbulence, the plane took off successfully. If your ears are uncomfortable, you can chew them and it will help. As the plane continued to climb, Chen Mo spoke up a reminder. As the plane flies higher, the air pressure felt by the eardrum is constantly changing, which can cause a certain amount of discomfort, especially when it's your first time on a plane. As the plane reached its highest point, it gradually calmed down. The mother then started taking pictures of the scene outside the plane with her mobile phone. 3 hours later, the plane slowly landed at Kyoto Airport. Chen Mo took his parents out of the airport and got into a car that had been booked in advance. Of course, taking photos is a must along the way. Son, where are you going to play today? After getting off the plane, both parents were extremely excited. Well, we've been traveling all the way today, so let's take a rest for a night and make some plans for our trip. We'll start our trip tomorrow. Chen Mo spoke. I have been traveling all day today, and it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so it would be better to take a break. Arrived at the booked hotel soon. Son, this hotel must cost a lot of money. The mother asked nervously as she looked at the luxurious hotel decoration in front of her. Under normal circumstances, she might not even enter such a place, because you can tell it's expensive just by looking at it from the outside. It's okay, Mom. You and my dad can have fun these few days. Don't worry about the money. I'm here. Chen Mo took his parents into the hotel, communicated with the front desk, and then rushed straight to the booked room with the door card. He ordered 2 sets in total. 1 set for yourself and 1 set for your parents. We didn't book something luxurious like a presidential suite, but we didn't book something too bad either, just a mid-range business class. Chapter 1196 New Year's Eve dinner. I first took my parents into the room, taught them in detail about some of the electrical appliances in the room and how to use the door card, and then returned to my own room. The 2 rooms are adjacent, so if his parents encounter any problems, it is very easy for him to come over. Chen Mo returned to his room and packed up briefly. He did not bring any luggage this time. He planned to take his parents to the mall the next day or the day after tomorrow to buy some new clothes. After packing up, I found a piece of paper and listed some places to visit in Kyoto. Let parents make their own choices about where to go for fun. After listing the contents, he got up and left his room and went to his parents' room. Mom, this is a place to visit in Kyoto. Take a look and see where you want to go. Saying, I handed the attractions I just listed to my parents. The parents took the paper and read it carefully. Soon, the place where the parents wanted to play was chosen. Chen Mo looked at the travel attractions chosen by his parents: Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, some of the more famous attractions in Kyoto. There is also a national flag-raising ceremony, which has time requirements and you have to line up early, otherwise, if you go too late, you will definitely not be able to see it. Chen Mo thought about it and got up and went back to his room. Looking at the attractions chosen by my parents, I started planning. It is impossible to visit all these places in one day. So you need to plan where to go and when. After planning the places to visit every day, I start to arrange the places to eat every day. Now that you are in Kyoto, you must visit the attractions and try some of Kyoto's special foods. Start searching for some of Kyoto's more distinctive foods and make arrangements based on their locations. If you are going to the Great Wall today and this restaurant is relatively close to the Great Wall, then you can go there for dinner. An hour later, Chen Mo looked at the 7-day travel plan he had prepared, nodded with satisfaction, and then sent the schedule to his parents. Everything is ready, just waiting to start the journey tomorrow. Look at this photo. This is a plane. This was taken from a plane. This is the cloud. It's the cloud we're looking at below. And this photo, this is Tiananmen Square. And this, the Forbidden City, and here are photos of the Great Wall. Chen Mo walked out of the room and looked at his mother and several relatives who came to visit, flipping through the photo album. This is not the first time this has happened. Since returning from Kyoto, whenever someone came to visit, my mother would take out the photo album and show them the photo album. During the 7-day trip, he took hundreds of photos. Despite some screening, more than 100 photos were finally developed. After saying hello to a few unknown relatives in the living room, he returned to his room. Xiaolian, Xiaomo is so successful now, it's time to consider your lifelong affairs. A relative in the living room spoke up. That's for sure. Yang Xiaolian nodded and said, my brother has a girl who is about the same age as Xiaomo. How about introducing them to each other? That's not the case. Xiaomo said that he is in the rising period of his career now, so he won't consider the relationship between men and women for now. We're not young anymore, and we don't have to date each other, we just want to get to know each other. No, you know, kids nowadays are very rebellious. I've arranged it before, but it ended up being very unpleasant, so I let it go. I'll let him handle his own affairs. Yang Xiaolian shook her head. If it was before, she might still ask the girl about her conditions and then think about it, but now it's totally out of consideration. She has always been thinking about that girl Shenro, but his son is not smart at all. They have been together for such a long time, but he doesn't have any feelings for her. During this period, she occasionally chatted with the girl, trying to test what the girl thought of her son, but after testing for a long time, she didn't get any results. Since you're not in a hurry, forget it. The unknown relative in the living room shook his head in disappointment. However, Chen Mo did not hear these things. He just felt that his ears were much quieter after coming back this time. My parents never said a word to urge me to get married. Could it be that the travel worked? Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. It seems that he should find more opportunities to take his parents out to play in the future. Time goes by day. Soon the new year is coming. This year's New Year celebration was different from previous years. In order to invite all the close relatives to our home. It's more lively when everyone celebrates the new year together. Chen Mo stood on the rooftop, looking at the fireworks in the distance. There were a few children dancing in the distance. These children are all from his brothers and sisters. Seeing that there were a few adults watching on the rooftop, Chen Mo went downstairs and returned to the living room, where a group of people were playing mahjong and poker. From time to time, happy laughter could be heard. This kind of happiness had never been seen before. When I went to pay New Year's greetings in the past, even though they all smiled, I could still feel the fatigue in their eyes. It's completely different from the complete relaxation I feel now. It might be because he secretly arranged some of these relatives' families to live in the Johan Agricultural Base. After all, the treatment at Johan Agricultural Base is the same as that at Tomorrow Group. With such good treatment, the pressure of life will naturally be much less, and one will naturally feel happier. He glanced around the living room and soon noticed that he was currently holding 2 photo albums and showing them to other people. This is probably what a family reunion is all about. Chen Mo looked at the scene in front of him and smiled slightly, then walked to the mahjong table. I kept asking him to come over and play, but he refused. Now that I see him, I feel a little itchy. Xiao Mo, play for a while. Good. This time Chen Mo did not refuse and sat directly at the mahjong table. He is not very good at playing mahjong, but the mahjong played by his family is not very big. It is just for entertainment. It doesn't matter if he loses a little money, he just wants to have fun. Who another win, all the same color. Xiao Mo, didn't you say you didn't know how to play? Why do you always lose? I really don't know how to play. Maybe I'm just lucky. Chen Mo smiled a little embarrassedly. He was prepared to lose money, but he didn't expect to be so lucky. After playing 10 games, he won 6 games. Time passed little by little. With a shout, all entertainment activities were paused. Stop playing, it's time to make dumplings. New Year's Eve dinner. Making dumplings is a custom in the north, and even though it was fun, everyone still took action and started making dumplings. There are so many people, the IT must be done with the help of everyone. The dumplings were wrapped quickly. Chen Mo came to the living room and was about to sit down and relax when he suddenly felt his cell phone vibrating. Chapter 1197. Employees read envelope amount. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone in confusion. After clicking on the message, he instantly knew what the message was. Wei Yen, I wish Mr. Chen a happy new year and a prosperous career. Transfer, 50,000. Li Shin, I wish Mr. Chen a happy new year and all the best. I will transfer 50,000 to you, Shin Ro, I wish Mr. Chen a happy new year and good luck. Transfer, 50,000. Song Xia, I wish Mr. Chen a happy new year and good luck. I will transfer 50,000 to you. Look at the blessings one by one, and the transfer records behind them. Chen Mo smiled with relief. These guys still had some conscience. The transfer amount was increased from 20,000 to 50,000. She opened each chat box with a smile, accepted the transfer, and replied with a happy new year. A few minutes later, all transfers have been received. Chen Mo did a simple count and found that there were 37 people who transferred money for New Year's greetings, including all the managers of Tomorrow Group and some employees with older information. For example, Zhang Lan, Zhao Bowen. There are 37 transfers, each for 50,000 yuan, so the total is 1.85 million yuan. His personal assets had accumulated to more than 6 million before. Although it cost some money to take his parents on a trip, he only consumed a few 100,000 of his personal funds, and now, including the transfer of 1.85 million he just received, his personal funds have reached 8.13 million. More than 8 million. If he accumulates more, even without settlement, he will have assets of 10 million. It's not easy. Buzz thinking room. The cell phone rang again, but this time the phone was in his hand. Chen Mo immediately saw that the person calling this time was Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, what is he calling for? I was confused, but I still answered the phone. What's up? Mr. Chen, today is the premiere of A Dream Journey to the West. Are you ready to watch it? Luo Xiao's voice came from the phone. A Dream Journey to the West premiere. Only then did Chen Mo realize that today was New Year's Eve, the premiere of the Spring Festival movie. He actually forgot about this matter, but even if you want to watch it now, it's too late to buy tickets. Today's tickets are probably sold out. Besides, the people at home were having a New Year's Eve dinner together, so he couldn't just go out like that. Another point is that he has already watched A Dream of Journey to the West once. The only thing that is difficult to be sure about is the current level of acceptance of A Dream of Journey to the West by the general public. If it's the same as in the previous life, when it's first released, many people won't be able to watch or understand it, then his investment was successful, but there definitely weren't many people watching. But if it can be accepted by future generations, then it will be troublesome. A Dream Journey to the West may become the third hit movie of Blue Film. Chen Mo sighed secretly. It was still difficult to judge the box office of A Dream Journey to the West. I hope many people don't understand and won't be able to accept it. I'm quite busy here and haven't had time to look at it yet. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone, and shouts were heard from the kitchen. The dumplings are ready, come and eat them. Chen Mo took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the movie. Today was New Year's Eve, so he had to be happy. I have to play mahjong later. At the same time, Jinyang City, in front of a cinema, Luo Xiao hung up the phone and turned to look at Wang Bin. Mr. Chen has something to do, so let's just look at it. Today is the premiere of A Dream Journey to the West, and as the person in charge of Blue Film Entertainment, they naturally have to pay attention to it. Let's go in, then. Wang Bin nodded. The two of them are classmates with Mr. Chen and live near Baining County. If they want to watch a movie, they have to go to Jinyang City. So I asked Mr. Chen if he would like to come over and watch a movie with me, but since Mr. Chen has something to do, they can just go and see him. Luo Xiao nodded and walked into the cinema with Wang Bin. Zhangcheng Tianda Films Shenro led a group of children to queue up and enter the cinema. Today was New Year's Eve, and he couldn't think of what to do with the children. Mr. Shen's movie was released today, so she booked a screening room and brought her children to watch a movie. There are 2 movies in total, one is an animation and the other is A Dream Journey to the West. Cartoons are for children, and Journey to the West is for increasing box office revenue. Sister Ro, is Journey to the West the movie produced by Brother Chen's company? Yes, wow, I can watch the movies produced by Brother Chen's company. Don't you all want to watch cartoons? Shenro looked at the excited children and asked. I don't like watching cartoons. They're for kids. I'm not a kid anymore. Yes, we are not children anymore. Several children from the orphanage spoke up. Shenro smiled slightly when she heard this. These children gave her a familiar feeling, very much like her when she was a child. At that time, she also felt that she was no longer a child but an adult and could help the orphanage. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Shenro's eyes, and then her gaze turned to the other teachers in the orphanage and instruct the children to sit down in their seats in the screening room. There are so many children in the orphanage that she definitely cannot take care of them all by herself, so all the employees of the orphanage who did not go home for the new year came together to watch the movie. Sister Shenro, many of these children will be going to elementary school next year, so we must make arrangements for them by then. Yang Ju sat next to Shenro and spoke slowly. For these children, going to school is the biggest problem. Well, don't worry about that. The school invested by Mr. Chen should be completed next year. By then, we can arrange for those children to study in Mr. Chen's school. Shenro said with a smile. Her concern for the orphanage is no less than anyone else in the orphanage. Ever since Mr. Chen invested in the school and established an orphanage next to the school, so that all the children in the orphanage can go to the newly built school, she has been paying close attention to the progress of the school's construction. Now the school will definitely be completed next year, and during the construction process, teachers are also being recruited. The teachers chosen are those who do boring short video live broadcasts of subject matters. Being able to conduct live teaching in boring short videos definitely means there is no problem with your professional ability. Now the school has found teachers for all grades in different subjects from elementary school to high school. When she had time, she also watched the live broadcasts of the anchors who were about to join the school, and they all had very good abilities. Once the school is built and decorated and all teaching equipment is ready, we can start recruiting students. The students from the orphanage should be the first batch of students in the school. Chapter 1198, The Dream Journey to the West is released. The school is almost built. That would be great. Yang Ju was delighted to hear this. With more and more children coming to the orphanage was becoming more and more crowded, and there was no way to take in any more orphans. When parents conduct poverty censuses now, they can only provide temporary relief to some of the orphans they encounter, and there is no way to take them back to the orphanage. But if the school invested by Mr. Chen is completed, all problems can be solved. She knew that the school invested by Mr. Chen could also build an orphanage, and its size would be several times larger than it is now, enough to accommodate more orphans. Well, I've been following the progress of the school's construction, and it's almost there. Shenro nodded. She was looking forward to the school being built and the orphanage moving there. While the two were talking, the theater suddenly went dark, and the big screen in front of it began to play advertisements. When Shenro saw the scene, she stood up and shouted, "Everyone be quiet, the movie will start soon." As Shenro's words came out, the screening room suddenly became quiet. All the children sat down obediently and looked at the big screen in front of them. Zhangcheng, in front of another movie theater. He Yunliang walked into the screening room with his wife and son. "Dad, I want to watch The Fortress of the Demon City, it feels really cool." The child said with a look of grievance. Several of his classmates were preparing to watch The Fortress of Devil City, but his father insisted on watching The Dream of Red Mansions today. How embarrassing. Tomorrow Daddy will take you to watch The Fortress of the Magic City, okay? Today we will watch Journey to the West first. He Yunliang looked at the child and comforted him in a low voice. What about Jiu 2 too? The wife looked at He Yunliang and asked. She wanted to watch Long Journey 2. Forehead He Yunliang was stunned for a moment, looked down at his son, and then spoke. Then let's watch Long Journey 2 tomorrow. Dad, you just said you were going to watch Devil's Fortress. The son protested. I'll watch Devil's Fortress the day after tomorrow. He Yunliang said without hesitation, thinking to himself, I won't make your mother happy. It's good enough that you want to watch a movie instead of doing homework at home. The wife smiled slightly and said nothing more. Son, no love anymore. While the three of them were talking, they walked into the screening room. He Yunliang found his seat and sat down. There are many movies released during this year's Spring Festival, and the competition is very fierce. There is a science fiction movie Fortress of Devil City which has an investment of 1 billion yuan. From the promotional video we can see that the special effects are very good and the fighting scenes are also very exciting. There is also Jiu 2 too. Jiu 2 1 was already a huge hit during the Spring Festival last year. With the word of mouth of Jiu 2 1 and the publicity, some people also wanted to watch it.at the same time. There are several other movies that are also very good after watching them through promotional clips. He originally planned to watch The Fortress of Demon City on the first day. After all, it was the first big-budget science fiction movie after The Wandering Blue Planet. It is also called by netizens as the existence of Zhao Yu's Wandering Blue Star. If he watches this movie and then writes a review, it will definitely gain some popularity. Or if he chooses to watch Zhou 22, he can also write a film review based on Zhou 214 comparison, which can also bring up some topics. And just when she was hesitating, she saw A Dream of Journey to the West, which he originally didn't care much about, but after seeing the production company of A Dream Journey to the West, he became uneasy. Produced by Blue Film Entertainment. He is very familiar with this company. The previous, The Demons Strike Back and The Wandering Blue Star, were both produced by this company. Unexpectedly, the third work has come out quietly, but this is normal. When The Demons Strike Back and The Wandering Blue Star were released, there was no publicity at all. After knowing that The Dream Journey to the West was produced by Blue Film Entertainment, he chose the movie The Dream Journey to the West without any hesitation. He had a feeling that this movie would bring him great benefits. At his insistence, the first movie he chose to watch during the Spring Festival was A Dream of Red Mansions. It wasn't long before the movie started playing. As the movie started playing, bursts of laughter began to be heard in the cinema. It turns out to be a comedy. He Yunliang smiled slightly. Just by looking at the title, he thought it was a fantasy movie. I just don't know which one is better compared to Zhou 22. He Yunliang thought about it in his heart, but as the plot progressed, he found that the movie did not seem to be what he imagined. This comedy also depicts love. He Yunliang frowned slightly. As a film critic, he knew one thing very well, that if a movie wants to express too many things, then it is very likely to become scattered because the content is too complicated. Is it possible that this time A Dream Journey to the West has no chance of becoming a hit movie? He Yunliang thought to himself, but he still watched the movie very seriously. However, after seeing the Moonlight Pearl travel back to 500 years ago and meet Zixia, the direction of the whole movie changed again. The entanglement of two relationships draws people into it unconsciously. Point one is your own love, the other is destined by God. Which one should you choose? At the end of the movie, Zizunbo faces the departure of his beloved. Zizunbo looked at the golden hoop in front of him and faced a choice. Point one is love, the other is responsibility, just like what the movie said. How can I save you without wearing a tight hoop? How can I love you with wearing a tight hoop? He sees so much in this film, he's more than just a comedy. And I want to express a lot of things in a humorous way. Soon the movie ended, there was silence in the screening room. He Yunliang looked carefully and found that everyone was still immersed in the movie. There were even some people who were silently wiping their eyes. It was clearly a comedy, but it made people feel very sad at the time. Just like in real life, many people are faced with the choice between responsibility and love. Most people are ordinary people. If they want to make more money, they will not be able to devote more time to their relationships. He Yunliang sighed secretly and went home to write a film review impatiently. He had a feeling that this A Dream of Journey to the West would definitely be a big hit. If you savor it carefully, this movie will give you a lot of insights and contains a lot of connotations. He quickly left the cinema with his wife and son and went to the underground garage. He wanted to go home quickly to write a film review. Chapter 1199 Feedback from The Dream Journey to the West. Let me drive. The wife saw the state of her husband and spoke. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. He Yunliang nodded. He could use the time on the bus to sort out the film reviews. At the same time, Jinyang City Cinema, Luo Xiao, and Wang Bin also walked out of the screening room with smiles on their faces. Even though they have all seen the movie once, the effect of seeing it in the theater is still very different from watching it on a computer. It's more immersive when you watch it in a movie, and after they finished watching the movie, they also observed the reactions of other people in the screening room. Overall, it is still very good. They weren't sure whether the movie would become a hit, but at least none of the viewers complained about it, and that was enough. Wait a little longer. The next show, Devil's Fortress, will be released soon. Luo Xiao glanced at the time and spoke slowly. A Dream Journey to the West is a movie produced by their own company, so they must pay close attention to it, but they are also very curious about the newly released Magic City Fortress. After all, during the promotion stage, the Demon City Fortress had already been rumored to be very mysterious. The investment funds are as high as 1,200 million more than Wandering Blue Star. Many people even say that the Demon City Fortress will surpass the Wandering Blue Star, and they have also seen the promotional video, and the fighting scenes in it are indeed good. Therefore, they were very curious about this Demon City Fortress and were ready to take a look. There's room over there. Wang Bin took a look and quickly noticed a row of empty seats in the distance, so he took the lead and walked over. They just sat down. A group of people came out of another screening room. Apparently the movie in that screening room had also ended. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked over curiously, wondering what movie these people were watching. Just looking at those people's expressions, it seems that this movie is not very good. What the hell, you're still claiming to surpass Wandering Blue Star? It's really ugly. The essence of the whole movie is just in those few trailers. This is a rubbish movie. The special effects in the latter part are too bad. I will definitely give a bad review when I get back. This is the worst movie I have seen this year. Rubbish movie. I should have watched Long Journey 2 earlier. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at each other when they heard the complaints from people leaving the theater. Should we still go and see it? The reactions of those people just now have fully demonstrated that the movie is not good. If someone says it's not good to watch, it may be because of the audience, but just now I'm afraid that 80% of people were complaining that the movie was not good, so that's not the audience's fault. I've already bought the tickets, so I'll go and take a look. I'm quite curious about what the filming of Devil's City Fortress was like, and why so many people are complaining about it. Wang Bin said with a curious look on his face. Well, wait a little longer then. Luo Xiao nodded. To be honest, he was also very curious. About 15 minutes later, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin walked towards screening room number 3. Not long after they entered the screening room, the movie started playing. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin began to watch carefully. However, in the early stages of the movie, they felt it was pretty good, and not as bad as those people said. Luo Xiao was a little confused, but soon he found something wrong. The tone of the entire early part of the movie is a disaster film, with everyone joining forces to resist the disaster. But as the plot progressed to this point, he actually discovered that the male and female protagonists had actually started falling in love, and that was described in great detail. In this kind of disaster film, the cruelty of war is not highlighted, nor are the hardships and resistance of human beings described. Instead, the focus is on describing love. This is really too incongruous. If you really want to shoot a love movie, there is no need to show it in a disaster movie, Luo Xiao secretly complained in his heart. He found the failure of this movie. As the movie progressed to the middle and late stages of the plot, he discovered another situation, that is the special effects in the later movies, which seem to be a lot more sloppy than before. What is going on with an investment of 1 billion yuan? The special effects are made like this. Luo Xiao was speechless. He finally understood why those people complained about this movie. Soon the movie ended. Luo Xiao silently took off his 3D glasses, turned to look at Wang Bin, and found that Wang Bin was also looking at him. Is this a movie that cost 1 billion yuan to make? Wang Bin said in disbelief that he felt he could film it with 200 million yuan, and it could even be better than the current one. Who knows? Luo Xiao shook his head. The two of them slowly stood up and walked out of the screening room, which was filled with complaints. It's a rubbish movie. It wants to surpass The Wandering Blue Planet. What are they thinking? I came here to watch a science fiction movie, but how come I ended up in a relationship? I just wanted to leave. It was too ugly. I just fell asleep. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin heard the complaints from people around them and smiled slightly. They knew the details of Magic City Fortress, which was the movie invested by the rival of Manhwa Coffee. Nowadays, movies are made very badly, so of course they are happy. Let's go, the movie is over, let's go get some skewers. Wang Bin said happily. Let's go and have a drink. Luo Xiao nodded. Jiangcheng in a neighborhood, He Yunliang sat in front of the computer, typing quickly on the keyboard. Soon after, he heaved a long sigh and looked at the edited review of A Dream of Red Mansions. After confirming that there were no problems, he sent it out. After sending is completed, I did a quick search for reviews of The Dream Journey to the West and felt relaxed when I found out that he was the only one who reviewed it. He is the first one again. I waited quietly for a while and simply refreshed the movie review I had just sent out. I noticed that some people have started commenting below. I knew that Brother Liang would definitely write a film review, but I thought it was for the Fortress, not Journey to the West. A Dream Journey to the West. Will this movie be released during the Spring Festival this year? How come I didn't know about it? Yes, I saw it, but I didn't care much about it. I watched Long Journey 2 today and felt it was very good. I plan to watch Fortress of the Demon City tomorrow. Don't go to see the Magic City Fortress. Don't go to see it. Yes, Fortress of Devil's City is a rubbish movie. I just came out of the movie. I also watched Fortress of Devil's City, but regretted it. The best part of the whole movie was the trailers. That's right, if you've seen the trailer for Fortress of the Magic City, don't go to see the movie, it's really rubbish. Chapter 1200 Trash Movie. He Yunliang was dumbfounded when he read the comments below the film review. There are not many film reviews written by him, and most of them are complaining about the movie Fortress of Devil's City. The fact that it has been criticized by so many people, especially under the reviews of other movies, is enough to prove that Fortress of Devil is a rubbish movie. No way. Didn't Magic City Fortress cost 1 billion yuan? They invested 1 billion yuan to make a rubbish movie. He Yunliang found it a little unbelievable. Thinking about this, I quickly searched for some reviews about the Fortress of Demon City. Sure enough, I saw 2 reviews about Fortress of Devil City and quickly clicked on them to take a look. The first thing I would say about this movie is, it's definitely a rubbish movie. Then a few points are listed below. A science fiction disaster film, but it was forced to be a romance film for me. The special effects were pretty good in the early stages, but were really terrible in the later stages. It's hard to imagine that these were special effects produced with an investment of 1 billion yuan. The actor's acting was also very bad. It was embarrassing to see me. Summarized, the movie is rubbish, not recommended. He Yunliang read both film reviews and found that the contents of the 2 reviews were basically the same. Everyone is saying that Fortress of Mordor is a rubbish movie. Is it that rubbish? He Yunliang couldn't help but feel curious, as he had seen some rubbish movies, but he has never seen a junk movie with an investment of 1 billion yuan. Why don't we go and have a look some other day? But I'm going to watch Long Journey 2 tomorrow. He Yunliang thought to himself. Jiangcheng in a luxurious village. Chang Roi looked at the film review of the Fortress with a grim expression. He never thought that the Fortress would be called a rubbish movie. How is this possible? He invested 1 billion, that is to surpass the existence of Wandering Blue Star. What's wrong, Roi? Chang Zai noticed that his son's behavior was a little unnatural, so he asked. What's the problem? A movie with a 1 billion yuan investment turned out to be garbage. Chang Zishan couldn't help but sneer. The movie invested by Chang Rui was released today, and she was also curious. I don't know what the movie invested by my younger brother will be like. Just when I saw the movie reviews, she couldn't help but think of a saying, you can't prop up a wall with rotten mud. Chang Rui is just a pile of mud. No matter what, he can't be helped to stand on the wall. Blue Films invested 800 million yuan to shoot a hit science fiction movie. You invested 1 billion and made a rubbish movie. It's really ridiculous when you think about it. Chang Zishan, stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. Chang Rui looked at Chang Zishan with anger. Am I wrong? Those audiences are saying that the movie is rubbish. Chang Zishan said indifferently, is there something wrong with the movie? Chang Zai heard the conversation between the two and knew that there was a problem with the movie shot by Chang Rui. You can find out by searching the reviews of the film Fortress of the Demon City. Chang Zishan spoke lightly and then started eating. Upon hearing this, Chang Zai took out his phone and searched for it, and sure enough, he saw the film reviews about Demon City Fortress. After finishing reading the film review, I took a deep breath. He knew that the 1 billion yuan he invested was lost. The only hope now is to have higher box office revenue and reduce the losses. He turned to look at his son, feeling slightly disappointed. Let's not talk about this, let's eat first. I won't eat it anymore. Chang Rui left his chair angrily and returned to the room. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, he asked angrily, Jia Fan, didn't you promise me that there would be absolutely no problem with the movie? What's the situation now? How come you turned a sci-fi disaster movie into a romance? Calm down, young Master Chang. This editor may have been writing romance scripts before, so some of his habits may not have changed. This is my oversight. Jia Fan said with an apologetic look on his face that he had not expected the movie to end like this, but it's not all his fault. How can we blame him for the poor quality of the editing? Chang Rui was filled with anger, but he had no way to vent it. After thinking about it, he hung up the phone and then called the head of the editing department. What's wrong with the editing? Why is the post-production editing so bad? Song Bo listened to Chang Rui's angry words on the phone and felt calm. He had anticipated this after the movie was released, so he was well prepared. Boss Chang, you are on a deadline, right? Then the normal production will definitely not be able to be completed according to your requirements. So I had to think of other solutions, and the solution I came up with was to lower the quality of the subsequent editing. There's nothing I can do about this. Song Bo said this in a helpless tone, even a little aggrieved. He doesn't want this either, but if you want to meet the deadline and don't pay him, it will be difficult for him, right? Letting the horse run but not giving it grass to eat, does that make sense? You don't need to come to work after the new year. You're fired. Chang Rui said angrily, then hung up the phone. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang again. Chang Rui answered the phone with a dissatisfied look on his face, only to hear a female voice coming from the phone. Mr. Chang, I just read some movie reviews and they don't seem very good. What should I do? I was already annoyed because of the movie, and now I became even more impatient when I heard the other party's words roll after a roar. He hung up the phone. Jiangcheng, in a residential area. Song Bo looked at the phone that had been hung up and felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. You were asked to rush the completion date without paying. This will be retribution. Trash movie. You want to surpass Wandering Blue Star? I don't know what you were thinking, and fired me. I had already prepared to resign, since I had already received last month's salary. As for this month's salary, it should be given. If it is not given, then I will take legal action. Song Bo smiled indifferently, and then started to eat the New Year's Eve dinner happily with everyone. Did anything happen? The wife asked worriedly. It's okay. I want to eat fried squid tomorrow. Good. The next day, urban area. Chen Mo slowly woke up from the room, picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner last night, we played mahjong until after 3 o'clock. I got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and finally sat down on the bed again. I suddenly thought of the phone call Luo Xia made last night. The Spring Festival movies started showing last night, but I don't know what the situation is with A Dream of Red Mansions, thinking in my heart, so I picked up my phone and started checking. Chapter 1201 Hot Movie Review. I found that there are not many reviews about A Dream Journey to the West. There are only 10 film reviews about A Dream Journey to the West. I found the most popular film review and clicked on it, and discovered that the entire review was full of praise for A Dream of Red Mansions. Why he knew this would happen, I don't know how other audience members reacted. Chen Mo found the comments below the film review and clicked on them to take a look. Hey, after reading 2 pages, he found that most of the reviews below A Dream Journey to the West were talking about the Fortress of Demon City, and they are all negative reviews. Look at those comments. As expected, the Fortress of Demon City could not escape the fate of its previous life and became a bad movie once again. Chen Mo thought to himself that when he saw the name Magic City Fortress in the promotional video, he already had a hunch. This is a movie invested by his good ally. He will not be unable to recover from the failure of the movie investment this time. It's easy to fail, but you must never give up competing with Manhwa Coffee, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart, and then curiously searched for information about Demon City Fortress. I found that this time, more people cursed Demon City Fortress than in the previous life. In the previous life, the special effects were pretty good, but there were some problems with the plot. The current Magic City Fortress not only has problems with the plot, but the special effects are also particularly poor. Judging from the negative reviews, it seems that the special effects in the second half of the movie are much worse than those in the first half. What a talent! If only this good ally could join his Tomorrow group. He could invest billions to let the other party make a movie, but it is definitely not realistic to ask good allies to come over to in this case. We can find the person in charge of Magic City Fortress and recruit those persons in charge of Magic City Fortress over here. Chen Mo thought about it in his heart, and then began to search for the person in charge of Demon City Fortress. Found the candidate quickly: a film director, Jafan screenwriter, Lu Wenqing film editing, Song Bo. Looking at the name of the person in charge of the movie Magic City Fortress, Chen Mo silently memorized it. After work, Luo Xiao can be asked to recruit. These people were able to film the Fortress of Demon City into this state. They are all talented. When the time comes, we should let them lead a filming team and shoot the movie themselves to in this way. Losing money should not be a problem, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. It is impossible that a hit movie could be shot for him just by coming to his side. After confirming this, he took out his cell phone and called Luo Xiao to watch a movie. He wanted to check the box office of the movie. Judging from the current search situation, the popularity of A Dream Journey to the West is not very high, but the specific situation can only be determined by looking at the box office situation. After a while, Chen Mo looked at the box office data sent by Luo Xiao. Magic City Fortress, 93 million. Johto 2, 72 million. Journey to the West, 12 million. The Fortress of Demon City ranked first at the box office, while Journey to the West was ranked last. Seeing the box office situation, Chen Mo felt a little relieved. However, this is just the box office situation on the first day, and it is still uncertain how the results will perform in the future. After all, the current reputation of the Fortress of Devil City is very bad. According to the current situation, the box office of the Fortress of Devil City will definitely drop a lot tomorrow. The reason why Magic City Fortress can have such a high box office today is entirely because of its good publicity. However, the situation of the Dream Journey to the West is not stable either. So far, he has not seen many negative reviews of the Dream Journey to the West. If it maintains such a good reputation, the box office will definitely continue to grow, but I don't know to what extent it will grow. Pay more attention to it these days. Thinking room, there were shouts from outside. Don't sleep anymore, it's time to get up and eat. Those relatives didn't leave last night and all stayed here. Fortunately, they moved to a new house, which is big enough to accommodate many people, but some people still have to sleep on the floor. However, there is floor heating in the north in winter, so it won't be cold even if you sleep on the floor. Chen Mo heard the shouting and got up and left the room. The next day, the box office figures are out again. Johto 2, 82 million. Magic City Fortress, 63 million. Journey to the West, 29 million. Long Journey 2 successfully became the number one at the box office, while the Fortress of Demon City dropped to 62 million. The number of viewers for the Dream of the West also increased from 12 million to 29 million. This rate of growth made Chen Mo a little worried. It had more than doubled, and the rate of growth was too large. Let's see tomorrow. On the third day of box office, Johto 2, 97 million. Magic City Fortress, 41 million. Journey to the West, 38 million. Looking at the third day's box office data, Chen Mo frowned. The current box office growth trend of Journey to the West made him very worried. I picked up my phone and searched for information about the Dream Journey to the West. Soon, he discovered that the film review about A Dream Journey to the West that he read the day before had become a popular review. What's going on? Chen Mo was confused, and then clicked on the movie review again. He had already read the content, so he skipped it and went straight to the comments below, since it has become a hit. Film review, the comments and popularity must be very high, and he wants to see what the content is. He found that there was a big difference between this film review and the reviews from the previous 2 days. Most of the reviews from the previous 2 days discussed Demon City Fortress, but now, more discussions have turned to the content of A Dream of Journey to the West. Comments section: it made me cry. It's such a pity. Why can't we love each other once more? There was once a true love. I really like this sentence. I plan to use this sentence to win back my girlfriend tomorrow. I don't know if I can succeed. This movie touched me deeply. I am no longer the carefree teenager I once was. I have my own responsibilities. Just like the Monkey King, after he put on the golden hoop, his responsibility is to escort Tang Monk to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. It's really good. After watching this movie, I suddenly realized that we must cherish the people in front of us. Sometimes missing them may be a lifetime loss. Isn't this a comedy? Why am I crying so hard? I can't save you without the tight ring, but I can't love you with the tight ring. It's so painful. Brother Liang can really find a good movie every time. If you watch this movie carefully, you will find that it contains a lot of implications. I strongly recommend watching A Dream Journey to the West. You will gain something different from it. I didn't listen to the advice and watched The Fortress of Devil City. I regretted it so much. Since everyone says that Journey to the West is good, I will listen to the advice for once. Looking at the comments below the film review, Chen Mo knew that this time A Dream Journey to the West might be doomed. Chapter 1202 Going to Johan Agricultural Base. The biggest reason why A Dream of Red Mansions was unpopular at that time was that people's minds were not yet liberated, and many people did not understand this movie. But with the liberation of thought in later generations, more and more people gradually saw the true meaning of this movie. This movie is instantly a masterpiece. The positive reviews now fully demonstrate that people in today's society are completely able to accept this movie, could it be that the great dream Journey to the West is also going to be deified in this world? Chinmo's face looked grim. If that was the case, then the box office of A Dream Journey to the West would definitely not be less. After all, it's only been 3 days, and according to the current trend, the box office will surely continue to grow. He will consume more system funds, Chen Mo sighed secretly in his heart. Jinyang City, inside a restaurant. Looking at the current box office trend of Journey to the West and the current reviews, it is very likely to become a hit movie. Wang Bin said excitedly while looking at the film reviews and comments related to A Dream Journey to the West. I think there should be no problem with the hit. Luo Xiao nodded. Whether a movie can become a hit cannot be considered from two perspectives. The first point is the quality of the movie, and the most intuitive thing is the percentage of positive reviews. Today, the number of favorable reviews for A Dream of Westward Journey is basically at 90%, which is already very high. This is enough to prove that the quality of A Dream Journey to the West is very good. The second point is the size of the audience. If it is an art film, no matter how good the quality is, there won't be many people watching it, so it's very unlikely to become a hit. Therefore, most people who make art films do so for the purpose of winning awards. However, A Dream of Journey to the West is not an art film, but a fantasy film, with exquisite special effects. A Dream of Journey to the West still has a very large audience, therefore, there is a great chance that The Dream Journey to the West will become a hit. Ha ha ha, then this is the third hit movie of our Blue Film Entertainment. Wang Bin smiled excitedly. From Blue Film Pictures to the current Blue Film Entertainment, a total of 3 films have been shot. All 3 movies became blockbusters. This performance is something that other film and television companies cannot achieve. Basically, there are no problems, but the next step is the TV series Chinese Paladin, and the animation department's animation. I don't know what's going to happen next. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. In terms of movies, they have already developed very maturely. The TV series and animations are just getting started, and we don't know what the situation will be like when the first work is released. As for the animation, I'm not too worried. The funds have been invested. What's being produced is the background story of Freedom War. Freedom Wars is so popular now. Once the anime is released, it will definitely attract a lot of people to watch it. As for the TV series, I'm a little undecided, but with Hu Bian there, at least there shouldn't be any problems with the script. Wang Bin began to analyze. Yes, that's true. According to the current progress, Xianjian will definitely be completed first. We'll see how it plays out then. Then let's wait for the release of Legend of Sword and Fairy. Let's not talk about this for now. Now the box office of Journey to the West has skyrocketed. Let's drink and celebrate. Ha ha, the box office of Devil's Fortress has dropped again. It's really refreshing. Let's have a drink. After the Lantern Festival at Johan Agricultural Group near the Black Bitter Fruit Orchard, Mr. Chen, if you want to expand the Black Bitter Fruit Orchard, this area is fine. Currently, the families of these landowners are basically working at the Johan agricultural base. Now these orchards are abandoned and not taken care of. If we want to rent them, there will be no problem at all. Qin Hong stretched out his hand and gestured, and there were some desolate mountains ahead. Chen Mo looked carefully at the mountain that Qin Hong was pointing at. He was just wondering why this mountain area was so desolate. It turned out that they all worked at the Johan agricultural base and had abandoned these orchards. This is reasonable. With the treatment offered by Tomorrow Group, it is definitely much better than farming on your own. Even if you work hard farming yourself, you may not necessarily make much money. If we encounter another natural disaster, we will make even less money. So who would choose farming if there are better ways to make money? Then go talk to those villagers. I want to lease 500 acres of mountain land and plant black bitter fruit trees. With 500 acres of land, how many black bitter fruit trees do you expect to be able to plant? Chen Mo turned to look at Qin Hong and spoke slowly. He will definitely not miss the opportunity to invest in Johan Agricultural Base. So after the Lantern Festival, he contacted Qin Hong to discuss investing in the Johan Agricultural Base this year. Mr. Chen, if it is 500 mu of mountain land, basically you can plant about 50,000 black bitter fruit trees. Qin Hong made a simple calculation and then answered. Well, you can handle it yourself. Go check over to the greenhouse. Chen Mo nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen. Qin Hong responded, and then hurriedly drove Chen Mo to the greenhouse area of the Johan Agricultural Base. Chen Mo walked around the greenhouse area and confirmed that the current cross-regional fruits have not been fully cultivated, but there is also bad news, that is, there has been a breakthrough in technology. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. He couldn't let the other party do the research. He could only hope that they would encounter some technical barriers and never achieve any results. He glanced around the greenhouse area, then spoke slowly. In the greenhouse area, we will add another 2,000 acres of greenhouses here, so you should plan it carefully. Mr. Chen, how many acres did you say? Qin Hong asked uncertainly. 2,000 acres, any problem? Chen Mo turned and looked at Qin Hong. No problem, Mr. Chen. Qin Hong nodded, but he was still shocked. 2,000 acres, and 1 acre is 666 square meters. That's a total area of 1.332 million square meters. Since there are no problems, go home and make a budget and a planning charter, and give it to me in the next 2 days. Chen Mo spoke slowly, then came to the parking lot, got in his car, and drove away. All the land areas just now were the maximum allowable areas he obtained by testing the system. Although it has not been calculated, this set of measures will at least consume tens of billions of funds. Jin Hong watched Mr. Chen leave, then quickly returned to his office. Since Mr. Chen has already made the arrangements, he must make the budget and plan quickly. Boss Qin, did Boss Chen just leave? Wang Xiyu knocked on the door and came in, looking at Jin Hong and asked curiously. Chapter 1203, Box Office Number 1 in Xia, Mr. Chen arranged some things. Jin Hong looked at Wang Xiyu who came in and spoke. Isn't it time to go to work yet? Why are you here? There are only a few days left, come and prepare in advance. By the way, what did Mr. Chen arrange? Wang Xiyu sat down aside and asked curiously. Oh, Mr. Chen has expanded the Johan agricultural base again. The orchard is planning to expand by 500 acres and plant all black bitter fruit trees. The greenhouse area will also be expanded by 2,000 mu, which is a big project this year. You came just in time. I need to make a budget and expand the black bitter fruit tree by 500 acres. I need to plant about 50,000 black bitter fruit trees. I need to cultivate the seedlings with the technical department. As for the land selection and planning, I will definitely have to do an on-site inspection. So I may not be able to handle other things. We need to recruit new employees, and you need to plan the specific number of people to be recruited. Jin Hong looked at Wang Xiyu and spoke slowly this time. Mr. Chen's expansion is far greater than the previous ones, and must be taken seriously. He also needs to pay more attention to the technical department. Now that the greenhouse has been expanded by another 2,000 acres, and there has been no actual breakthrough in cross-regional fruit planting, the agricultural sector may face huge losses. He didn't want to see this happen. We don't expect to successfully grow all the fruits across regions, but it would be good enough to at least successfully grow 1 or 2 kinds of fruits. As for sales, he wasn't too worried because even if there was no place to sell them, she had a way to dispose of the fruits. She grew, that is to cooperate with the Jinhao canning factory. Now that Jinhao Canning has opened up the overseas market, there is a great demand for fruits. There are many fruits that need to be purchased in the south, and both transportation and purchase require a certain amount of money, but if they succeed in growing southern fruits, they can at least save a lot of costs on transportation. He has already discussed this matter with Meng Xiuhong of Jinhao Can Food. Now they just have to wait for them to successfully grow the southern fruits. Jin Hong thought secretly in his heart, if it really doesn't work, he can only ask Teacher Yuan to come and take a look. Of course, Teacher Yuan is always very busy, and we will not invite him here unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay, Mr. Qin, leave the recruitment to me. Wang Xiyu nodded, but her heart was filled with shock. The expansion of the orchard and greenhouse added up to 2,500 acres. If things continue to develop in this way, all the fields around Baiming County will gradually be contracted out to Mr. Chen, then this will probably become a very large agricultural base. Wang Xiyu was somewhat expectant, wondering how the Johan agricultural base would develop in the end. Jin Hong nodded and started to make a budget. There are a total of 2,500 acres of land, and 1 acre costs 900 yuan per year, so the total is 2.25 million. The land contract period for Johan agricultural base is at least 10 years, so the total cost of land contract is 22.5 million. The development cost of a 500-acre orchard is approximately 300 million yuan. The construction cost of 2,000 acres of smart greenhouses is about 2,000 per square meter. 0.2000 acres is a total of 1.332 million square meters, then the construction cost of 2,000 acres of smart greenhouses is 2.67 billion yuan. All in all, to fully develop Mr. Chen's arrangements, a total of nearly 3 billion yuan will be needed. Jin Hong looked at the final budget and was still shocked. There was actually such a large budget, and these do not even include the cost of recruiting all the employees in the future, their salaries, and the company's daily living expenses. Jin Hong quickly organized the budget into a document and sent it to Mr. Chen. Baiming County, urban area. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa in the living room, looking at the TV in front of him with an expressionless face. A very popular variety show We Are Men is playing on TV. Watching Zhang Lan's outstanding performance on TV, she has attracted a large number of fans. Chen Mo remained silent. The reason why Zhang Lan was able to perform so well was because he had her train in non-military security. How could he have performed like this without the intensive training in non-military security? Chen Mo calculated the time in detail and found that he had just finished training Zhang Lan, and Zhang Lan directly participated in the variety show We Are Men. The physical fitness developed during the training camp was not wasted at all. Chen Mo was speechless. It was clearly a punishment, so how could it become a tool for Zhang Lan to attract fans? Before, Zhang Lan was only popular for her music, but now that this variety show has been aired, more people know Zhang La, and it can be considered a small breakthrough. Chen Mo leaned back dejectedly on the sofa. It was New Year's Day and he was not allowed to feel comfortable. It has been 13 days since A Dream of Red Mansions was released. On the 4th day, the box office of A Dream of Red Mansions exceeded 100 million yuan, ranking second in the box office. The first one is Long Journey 2 with a box office of 170 million yuan. Due to the rapid growth in the box office of A Dream Journey to the West, theaters across the country have begun to increase the screenings of A Dream Journey to the West. Various news about the Dream Journey to the West spread rapidly on the internet without any publicity. On the sixth day, the box office of A Dream of Red Mansions exceeded 200 million, surpassing Long Journey 2 to become the box office champion. After that, the box office of A Dream Journey to the West kept getting higher and higher. By the 10th day, the Fortress of Demon City had been removed from the shelves of many theaters because of its low box office, in order to add more screenings for A Dream Journey to the West. As of now, A Dream Journey to the West has already grossed 3 billion yuan at the box office. It has only been released for 13 days. Even if he requested that the movie be released for a month, according to the current box office growth trend, the total box office of A Dream of Red Mansions is very likely to surpass the previous The Wandering Blue Star. Weichen Imo sighed helplessly. This was the third hit movie produced by Blue Film Entertainment. What happened to the promise of making a bad movie? How could it become like this? He no longer needs Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, the two old men. How can he make a hit movie if he doesn't even participate in the writing of the script? There is also the variety show We Are Men, in which Zhang Lan participated. The most obvious thing is that Zhang Lan's popularity has increased, and her net worth will definitely be higher in the future. As for whether the increase in popularity will bring other negative effects, he cannot be sure, but it's definitely a hassle. After all, the higher Zhang Lan's popularity is, the more people will pay attention to Blue Film and even Tomorrow Group. Then the public welfare work he does will be at a higher risk of being exposed. Chapter 1204. Heading to Warumchan, Imo leaned back on the sofa, thinking about movies and variety shows. Not long after, his cell phone buzzed twice. I picked up my phone and took a look. Hey, did Chin Hong come up with the budget so quickly? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the file and looked at it carefully. After a while, he put down his phone. The overall budget is 3 billion. It's still a bit little. By the end of January, his system funds had increased to 5.7 billion yuan. It is now mid-February, and the normal income for February is 3.2 billion yuan. So by the end of February, his system funds would reach 8.9 billion yuan. And this does not include the revenue from the movie. According to the current box office trend, the final box office of The Dream of Red Mansions will be at least 7 billion yuan, then he must have got 4 billion at least. So by the end of February, he must have at least 12.9 billion. Chen Mo shook his head in pain. He thought that the Johan agricultural base could consume all the system funds, but now it seems that only a small part has been consumed. Chen Mo thought about it seriously, and then sent a message to Chin Hong. I'll give you 4 billion yuan in funding. Make the new project the best it can be. After sending the message, no more attention is paid. There are no profitable projects at the agricultural base, so just spend the funds and there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Now that New Year's Day is over, there is only 1 week left before returning to work. It's time to prepare to return to Jiangcheng Orphanage. I see that the show We Are Men has become very popular. Congratulations. Chen Ro looked at Zhang Lan, who came to the orphanage, and congratulated. Horror. It's all thanks to Mr. Chen's training. Without Mr. Chen's training, I wouldn't have been able to perform so well on the show. Zhang Lan said with a smile. She did not expect that the show We Are Men would become so popular, and because of the hit of We Are Men, her popularity has also increased a lot. Of course, she was able to increase her popularity because of her outstanding performance in the show. Shenro nodded when she heard this. The training camp arranged by Mr. Chen was indeed very meaningful. Everyone gained a lot after the training. Of course, the one who gained the most was Zhang Lan. What plans do you have after the new year? Shenro took Zhang Lan into the orphanage, and a group of children were shouting happily around the mountain of gifts at the entrance of the orphanage. I originally planned to concentrate on songwriting, but because of the popularity of We Are Men, I received many invitations to appear on many shows. I'm currently screening. My popularity has increased, but the others in the music department are still far behind. I plan to take on a few who have passed and have those singers from the company appear more often on the show. Zhang Lan spoke slowly. If you want to be popular, you have to show up in front of the audience more often, and the popularity of The Voice of China has dropped a lot. The popularity of those singers who came out of The Voice of China has also dropped a lot. If she doesn't arrange more for those singers to participate in the show, they will probably be forgotten in a year or two. Of course, for some creative singers, she still lets them focus on creation. After all, as a singer, the work is the most important. It seems that you will be busy this year. Shenro nodded. Zhang Lan is very popular nowadays, so if she wants an announcement, it will definitely come. What about you? What are your plans? Zhang Lan turned and looked at Shenro. As for me, I will just do my best to do my job well and prevent any mistakes from happening to Tomorrow Group. Shenro spoke slowly. Her job was both simple and difficult. After all, there are already many companies under the Tomorrow Group, and she needs to deal with a lot of matters. If any wrong decision is made on any matter, it is very likely to bring losses to the company. However, her business capabilities have improved a lot now, and as long as there are no mistakes, there will basically be no problem. It's my job. Helping canneries to open up overseas markets is not my job. I think it would be great to do more things like this, which will play a big role in the development of Tomorrow Group. Zhang Lan spoke with a smile. Shenro also smiled when she heard this. She naturally wanted to do more things like this, but she needed an opportunity. February 20th at Jiangcheng Airport. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo listened to the crowd shouts and nodded, looking at Wei Yan and Li Shin, who were at the front. Are all the personnel present? Boss Chen, everyone is here, we can set off any time. Wei Yan hurriedly spoke. Well, let's go then. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this. Today was the day when Wei Yan and Li Shin would lead the team to the Taklamakan desert, but a few days ago, he thought about it. He himself has never been to the desert, but he said that the Desert Oasis project can invest 10 billion yuan a year, and this funding is only limited to the Desert Oasis project. He thought that there were no other projects in the Taklamakan desert that could consume the funds. After thinking it over carefully, I decided to follow the Desert Oasis team to the Taklama desert to take a look. Even if you don't find any new projects that consume money, you can still treat it as a public travel. It's also very nice to experience what the desert is like firsthand. Enter the airport. Soon an airport staff member came to greet us. Mr. Chen, the plane is ready and you can board at any time. Well, lead the way. Chen Mo nodded. This time they have to go to Yarumu City first, and then drive from Yarumu City to reach the Taklamakan desert. You can also take the train, but it takes too much time. The car has been booked in Yarumu, and we can go straight to the desert from there. As for the plane, buying plane tickets is troublesome, and you have to follow the flight schedule, which doesn't give you any freedom at all. He simply chartered a plane and took the Desert Oasis team directly to Yarumu Airport. Mr. Chen is really generous. He directly chartered a plane. It's a chartered flight. This is my first time enjoying this kind of treatment. This is my second time. You've chartered a plane before. I've never chartered one before, but when we went home for the Chinese New Year, Mr. Chen chartered a plane for us. Soon, a group of people boarded the plane. Chen Mo fastened his seatbelt and turned to look at Wei Yan. What plans do you have for this Desert Oasis project? Although the Desert Oasis project is a long-term project, there is no sign of profitability in the short term. However, he always felt uneasy about Wei Yan and Li Shen, one a traitor and the other a fool. Chapter 1205 Desert Edge Locking Project. I heard from the Research Institute that there is a plan to lock the edge of the desert. I am thinking whether I should take this project directly. But I'm not sure about the specific situation yet. I plan to go there to see the situation and then make a decision. Wei Yan spoke slowly. All his current plans were just theories, so they could not be considered plans until they were actually put into practice. Lock the edge. After hearing Wei Yan's words, Chen Mo fell into deep thought. It seems that there was also such a plan in the desert in the previous life, and it has been implemented for nearly 30 years, but it has not been completed yet. This is a bottomless pit in 30 years. He has settled 30 times. According to the current settlement rules, even if there are no large settlements, he can accumulate hundreds of millions of funds over a period of 30 years. He invested 10 billion yuan in projects every year, which means 300 billion yuan in funds in 30 years. Good, how could I hesitate about such a project? Well, I've also learned about the edge locking project. The Taklamakan desert is mobile and expanding all the time. If we can complete the edge locking, we can effectively stop the desert from expanding. This is a very meaningful project, so I think it can be one. Chen Mo looked at Wei Yan and spoke. I understand, Mr. Chen. I will go to the research department as soon as possible to discuss and get this project. Wei Yan nodded. He secretly sighed in his heart that Mr. Chen's idea coincided with his own. He also preferred to first lock the border to prevent the expansion of the desert, and then control the desert bit by bit. Otherwise, while they are governing the area here, the desert will expand on the other side, and it will be difficult to achieve good governance results. However, Mr. Chen was more decisive than him. He was also prepared to conduct an on-site inspection, but Mr. Chen made the decision directly. A few hours later, the plane slowly landed at Urumqi Airport. Chen Mo and a group of scientific research team members got off the plane and felt it carefully. The temperature is a little warmer than their place, but he also learned on the internet that the temperature difference between day and night is very large here. This time, if it is late at night, the temperature will drop to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Under the guidance of the airport service staff, we left the airport directly. In the distance, there were more than a dozen off-road vehicles parked on the side of the road. Chen Mo took a look and found that these were the vehicles he ordered, all new cars. He prepared it for the team at the Desert Oasis. After all, if they are going to be active around the desert in the future, an off-road vehicle will be the most suitable one. Chen Mo signaled to Wei Yan to arrange for the team members to get on the car, and he walked to the first off-road vehicle first. Not long after, Wei Yan and Li Shen also got in the car. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately arranged for the driver to set off. It is now past 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and their next destination is Aral City. It is the closest city to the Taklamakan desert. If we want to complete the sand control project, we have to start from there. Aral City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Urumqi. The whole journey takes about 10 hours. By the time we arrive in Aral City, it is basically around 4 a.m. the next day. Chen Mo adjusted his seat, found a relatively comfortable position and fell asleep. The next day, it was about 4 in the morning. Chen Mo watched the vehicle slowly stop in front of a scientific research base. Mr. Chen has arrived. Wei Yan looked outside, then took out his phone to talk for a while, turned to look at Mr. Chen who was sitting behind him and spoke slowly. Well, get out of the car. Chen Mo nodded, opened the car door and walked down, although he later reclined the seat and slept all the way. Sleeping in a car is never as comfortable as sleeping in a bed. After simply moving his hands and feet outside the car, two familiar figures quickly walked out of the scientific research base. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Zhuo Wentao and Zhou Bo looked at Mr. Chen in front of them and said excitedly. Long time no see. This is Wei Yan and Li Shen. They will be the persons in charge of the Desert Oasis project from now on. Chen Mo nodded and extended his hand to introduce Wei Yan and Li Shen, who were standing next to him. Mr. Wei, Mr. Li, welcome, welcome. We finally meet. Zhuo Wentao and Zhou Bo turned to look at Wei Yan and Li Shen with a smile on their faces. They had communicated over the phone before, and except for not meeting in person, they were basically familiar with each other. Professor Zhuo, Professor Zhou, you are too polite. I will still need you to take care of me in the future. Wei Yan and Li Shen both spoke with a smile. Let's go in and talk. Just ask your team to park the car in the parking space on the side. Someone will be responsible for arranging them later, so you don't have to worry. Zhuo Wentao spoke slowly, then took the lead and walked into the research institute. Soon they arrived at a reception room. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. You haven't eaten yet on the way here, right? I've already asked someone to arrange it. We can talk while we eat. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo took Wei Yan and Li Shen to sit down. Not long after, a scientific researcher came in with 5 lunchboxes and distributed one to each person. Chen Mo took it and looked at the food. There were both meat and vegetarian dishes, and overall it was not bad. Besides, he was indeed hungry. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen. I will personally take you out for a nice meal some other day. Zhuo Wentao said somewhat apologetically that these meals were the meals at their research institute, and because of the busy work before, I often couldn't go to the cafeteria to eat, so it gradually evolved into the delivery of boxed lunches. It doesn't matter, business is more important. Chen Mo waved his hand indifferently. If they were not discussing business, they could just find a hotel here and stay there. You can also arrange your own meals and other things. However, in order to reach cooperation with the research institute as soon as possible, I chose to come to the research institute directly. Yeah, let's talk business. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wentao also spoke. The Taklamakan Desert is more than 300 kilometers away from Lal City. To truly carry out desert control work, we have to go to Yuki Town. Yuki Town is closer to the desert, so it will be more convenient to control the desert. Mr. Chen, you guys take a rest today. I'll take you there tomorrow. Zhuo Wentao briefly described the situation in the desert. Well, I know all of this. I heard from Wei Yan that you are preparing a desert border locking project. Chen Mo looked at Zhuo Wentao. He also knew some of the situations in the desert. The most important thing now is to get the edge locking project, so that he can invest money here with complete peace of mind. There is indeed this project, but we don't have enough funds, so we are still making plans. Zhuo Wentao answered. Chapter 1206. Well, how about this? Let us handle the edge locking project. We have invested so much money and we don't know how to plan it. The hemming work was great, and they also paid attention to our desert oasis project. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Mr. Chen, you want to take over the border locking project. The current circumference of the Taklamakan Desert is more than 3,000 kilometers long. If we want to complete the locking and closing of the edges in the Taklamakan Desert, it will be a huge project and it cannot be completed in a short time. Zhuo Wentao spoke up to remind him that he was naturally happy that Mr. Chen wanted to take on this project. Otherwise, relying on the funding from the research institute, it would take an unknown amount of time to close the desert border, but in order to be responsible, I still have to describe the issues faced by the edge locking project in detail. Desert control is a long-term task. I never thought that it could be controlled overnight. So I am also prepared for the desert edge locking project. Chen Mo said nonchalantly. Since Mr. Chen is prepared, I will refuse. Our research institute is very short of funds for the hemlock project. If Mr. Chen is willing to take it over, we at the research institute are very willing to do so. Zhuo Wentao couldn't help laughing. He was naturally happy that the desert oasis project and the edge locking project were all taken over by Tomorrow Group. He has learned about Tomorrow Group in detail. If the other party wants to invest here, there will definitely be no problem with funding. In this way, their research institute only needs to be responsible for technical support and can focus more on breaking through desert planting technology. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Chen Mo smiled. As for the future cooperation matters, you can discuss it with Wei Yan and others. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhuo Wentao nodded. Then they started talking about some things that needed attention in the desert. An hour later, Chen Mo stood up and left the research institute with Wei Yan and Li Shen. Zhuo Wentao planned to arrange for them to stay in the research dormitory of the research institute for one night, but he refused. He has already booked the hotel, so he can just go and check in. Besides, staying in the dormitory is definitely not as comfortable as staying in the staff dormitory. The Desert Oasis team has been busy for a whole day and really needs a good accommodation. When we arrived at the entrance of the research institute, the rest of the team members were already sitting in the car and ready. Start the car and head straight towards the hotel. Arrive at the hotel and check in. Chen Mo left the matter to Wei Yan and went back to his room, washed up and went to bed. The next day. Early morning, Chen Mo left the room full of energy, and the people from the Desert Oasis team downstairs in the hotel were also ready. After a day's rest, everyone got rid of yesterday's fatigue. Mr. Chen, you are here. Wei Yan walked up to Mr. Chen and spoke. Well, now that everything is ready, let's go. Chen Mo glanced at the team members and then got on the SUV in the front. All the drivers we hired yesterday have arrived on time, so today everyone in the team will be responsible for driving. Some car enthusiasts in the team are already eager to sit in the driver's seat. These SUVs aren't cheap. He first went to the research institute to meet Zhuo Wentao and Zhou Bo, and then went to Yuki Town together. The vehicle was driving fast on the desert road. Aral City is located in the Taklamakan Desert. Whether it is the border locking project or the desert oasis plan, it needs to be carried out at the edge of the desert. Yuki Town is the nearest desert edge town to Aral City. In the car, Zhuo Wenbo began to introduce. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this and looked towards a small house that he occasionally passed by on the desert road. What are those little houses for? Those houses are water well houses. There is one every 4 kilometers. A couple lives in each water well house. They are responsible for irrigating the green plants within 4 kilometers of Shuingfang. Zhuo Wentao began to explain. Chen Mo nodded when he heard that and looked at the small house. He didn't expect that a couple lived in it. The surrounding area is desolate desert. Living in such an environment must be very stressful both physically and mentally. Their salary should be pretty good, Chen Mo asked slowly. Forehead. Zhuo Wentao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke slowly. They will get a salary of 5,000 per month. Only 5,000 yuan? Chen Mo was also stunned. In this kind of living environment, the salary was only 5,000 yuan, and it was for a couple. The total cost is only 2,500 yuan each. As Zhuo Wentao remained silent after hearing this. He had no way to deal with these things. Chen Mo fell into deep thought after hearing that. If his desert oasis project included all the water well houses, it should be able to improve the living conditions of the couples in the water well houses. Just leave the matter to Wei Yan and take over Shuingfang according to his requirements. First of all, it is impossible to build such a simple house. At least a 2-story building must be built. All kinds of electrical appliances and networks are available. Thinking in my heart, my eyes were always looking at the desert outside. It was my first time in a desert area and I was very curious about it. 3 hours later, the convoy slowly stopped in an area of Yuki Town. In front is a row of new 2-story buildings. Mr. Chen, the row of buildings in front is where your team will live. You will be fully equipped with water sources and various tools. Zhuo Wentao pointed at a row of buildings in front and said. Chen Mo frowned when he saw this. In his eyes, those buildings were only slightly better than the colored steel tile houses. This kind of house, not to mention how comfortable it is to live in, is definitely very cheap to build. He thought about it and then spoke. Go and take a look. Soon everyone arrived at a courtyard. Apart from the low wall in front, the other 3 sides of the courtyard were surrounded by 2-story buildings, and there was a connecting corridor on the 2nd floor. Mr. Chen, there are 100 dormitories here, each of which can accommodate 4 people, so a total of 40 people can be accommodated. There is a cafeteria over there. You can eat and cook in the cafeteria. Enter the courtyard. Zhuo Wentao introduced the situation inside the courtyard as he walked. Chen Mo casually pushed open a dormitory door. It was much smaller than those dormitories in Jiangcheng, and contained 2 bunk beds and bedding. Apart from being very clean, there were no other supplies to be seen. Professor Zhuo, did the team that previously greened the desert live in these places? Chen Mo turned to look at Zhuo Wentao and asked. Chapter 12:07 Dormitory buildings. Yes, all the houses are built in this way. This kind of house is quick and easy to build. After all, desert planting research will also go to different areas and will change locations frequently. There is also the issue of funding, which is not enough to support the construction of better housing. Zhuo Wentao spoke slowly. Sand control is a very hard job, and the daily necessities of life such as food, clothing, shelter, and transportation cannot be greatly satisfied. Working in the desert every day, any clothes will become covered with dust after a day's work. In terms of hygiene, due to the lack of sufficient water resources, taking a shower is a very luxurious thing, not to mention the food. All the vegetables here need to be transported from outside, and basically a week's worth of vegetables are delivered at one time. There is no way to guarantee the freshness of vegetables. All those who can participate in sand control work are worthy of respect. So if we want to build a large dormitory building here, is it possible to do it? Chen Mo thought about it and then asked whether it is for the purpose of spending money or improving the working environment of sand control workers. It is very necessary to create a good accommodation environment. Of course it can be done, but it may require a lot of investment. Let's not talk about construction. Water resources are a very difficult problem to solve. Although we can dig wells here, the water from the wells is not drinkable. Most of the water is transported from outside. There is also water and electricity. The power supply here is not very sufficient. If a large dormitory is built with too many electrical equipment, there may be a shortage of power supply. Also, the network base stations here are not fully built, and there is no way to cover the network. Zhuo Wentao briefly explained the current situation. Chen Mo couldn't help but curl up his lips when he heard this. This was a point that would consume a large amount of funds, since water resources are insufficient. He can just buy a lot of water from outside and transport it here. The network base station coverage was incomplete, so he invested money to cover IT.as for electricity. It is also possible to install a large electric motor. If that doesn't work, you can build a power station. Chen Mo thought to himself that from this aspect, he had already seen where a lot of funds were being wasted. After visiting the accommodation, everyone headed towards the desert. Mr. Chen, if you really want to carry out the edge locking project, you should start from here. It is currently expected that different edge locking technology arrangements will be used depending on the desert terrain, with widths ranging from 50 to 100 meters. I will come up with a desired hemming plan in the next few days, and I will also help you recruit some staff here. While walking in the desert, Zhuo Wentao introduced the border locking plan and some key points of desert management. When all the important matters have been discussed, the future work is basically determined. Chen Mo no longer cared about the desert oasis project. Since he came to the desert, he must carefully experience the local customs and culture of the desert. I rode a camel and saw cacti in the desert that I had only seen on TV, and camping in the desert to watch the sunrise and sunset. 3 days later, dormitory building. In a temporary meeting room. We have been in the Taklamakan desert for 3 days now, and we have already understood the future work content and working environment. It's very hard and boring, so I'm giving you one more chance to choose. If you regret it and don't want to work here, you can go back with me tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't say anything. After you go back, you will work in the positions you are supposed to work in. There will be no changes. Chen Mo looked at all the team members in the room and spoke slowly. Although he spent the 3 days here having fun, he also felt the hardships of working here in the future, the big temperature difference between day and night, the dust blowing from time to time, and the need to save water all the time. So he gave everyone in the room a chance to choose again. The voice fell. There was silence in the room. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Chen Mo waited quietly for a while and saw that no one spoke. Since no one is saying anything, I will assume that everyone agrees to work here. I also see how hard you work here, so everyone present here, your salary will increase by 50% on the original basis. Also, we have already started recruiting staff. All of you will be managers of the Desert Oasis project in the future. As more people are recruited, your positions will become higher. Chen Mo said seriously. Working in such a tough environment, the salary must be increased. After talking about salary and benefits, Chen Mo's eyes fell on Wei Yan and Li Shun. The current staff dormitory does not meet my requirements in terms of the number of people it can accommodate or the facilities it has. First of all, the dormitory building can only accommodate 400 employees at most, and both the Desert Oasis and the Hemming project are very large projects. It is far from enough to rely on just 400 employees, so it is very necessary to rebuild the staff dormitory. Through our understanding over the past few days, we have completed the edge locking project, and the final circumference is more than 3,000 kilometers. If we only build the staff dormitory in one place, it will be difficult to carry out the Hemming project in a distant place, and it will take a long time to travel every day. So I made a decision to build the staff dormitory building in sections, just like the well houses on the desert highway. The total circumference is more than 3,000 kilometers. We will build a staff dormitory building every 300 kilometers. The employees in each staff dormitory building will have to lock the 150 kilometers of edges on both sides of the dormitory. So there are a total of 10 staff dormitory buildings, and each staff dormitory building can accommodate 5,000 employees. The requirements for dormitory construction should match those of the staff dormitories in Zhangcheng. However, due to water resource issues here, we must make adequate preparations for water supply. There are also electricity requirements. Large generators can be used in the short term, and later on, a power station can be set up. It's the same with the internet. The employees here are already working very hard, and in this deserted desert, if there is no internet to connect with the outside world, problems will arise over time.